Du Wei, the head of the Du family and also the Du brothers' father, was shocked speechless after hearing Feng Yuxiang's words, but he still hasn't been able to comprehend the situation because everything had happened too fast. How did his children offend Madame Feng, the #1 expert in Phoenix City? And more importantly, who is this young master that Feng Yuxiang was talking about? This is the first time he has heard of Feng Yuxiang addressing someone in such a respectful manner. Meanwhile, the other two families that had followed the Du family to this restaurant were already regretting their decision, as they were potentially in jeopardy because of the Du family. What the hell is going on here, Du Wei? I thought you brought us here for a business meeting. If you're doing this to purposefully damage our family's reputation, this means war. One of them said to him. W8. I also don't know what's going on here. Du Bai. Du Hai. Explain yourselves. Du Wei immediately turned to his sons for answers. However, the Du brothers didn't know of Madame Feng or why their father was angry at them. What? We didn't do anything. He's the one who's wrong. He's the one we have been looking for. That person who insulted our Du family and assaulted us. You said that you'd take care of him once we find him. Du Bai said as he pointed at Yuan. Du Wei turned to look at Yuan, who was emitting the aura of a spirit grandmaster, his heart trembling with shock and disbelief. A spirit grandmaster had assaulted the Du brothers. If that was the case, they wouldn't even be alive. Furthermore, he didn't even recognize this spirit grandmaster. You told me that he was a spirit warrior. And that he'd attacked you only because you were from the Du family. You mentioned nothing about a spirit grandmaster. As if a spirit grandmaster would go out of his way to bully you idiots if you didn't do anything wrong in the first place. Du Wei shouted at them, feeling a headache coming. What? Spirit grandmaster. The Du brothers were shocked upon hearing this. They were certain that Yuan was a spirit warrior when they fought. How did he suddenly become a spirit grandmaster in such a short time when they have only managed to increase their own cultivation base by a single level? Regardless of what happened between my young master and your children in the past, it's clear who's in the wrong right now. We were having a peaceful meal, yet they came in here barking like wild dogs, disturbing our peace. Even worse, he'd insulted my young master while telling me to follow him like some kind of servant. Is the Du family asking me, Feng Yuxiang, to lower my head and become a servant of the Du family? Feng Yuxiang asked him in a cold voice. The Du family does not dare. Du Wei quickly said. Then he turned to look at his sons with an enraged expression. Get on your knees and apologize to Madame Feng and everyone here. I will personally take care of you two once we get back to the house. What? But. Du Bai wanted to say that this wasn't his fault, but before he could even speak, Du Wei flicked his arm and slapped Du Bai in the face. Get on your knees and apologize. Du Wei repeated. Du Bai laid on the floor with disbelief on his face. This is the first time his father had hit him. When Du Hai saw his brother getting hit, he knew this was serious and he quickly kneeled on the ground before Yuan and the others. I apologize for everything. Please forgive me. Du Bai followed his brother a moment later and kneeled beside Du Hai. I apologize. Du Bai spoke in a forceful voice, clearly unwilling to apologize. However, when Du Wei saw this, he suddenly extended his arms with an open palm, striking Du Bai in the back the next moment. Ah! Du Bai released a painful cry before coughing up a mouthful of blood, feeling the cultivation inside his dantian escaping his body. In a single and decisive strike, Du Wei had crippled his own son's cultivation. Du Bai. Du Hai was shocked when he saw this, and he turned to look at his father with a fearful look on his face. Father, you. Du Bai also stared at him in shock. Du Wei ignored them and turned to look at Feng Yuxiang before bowing to her. If that wasn't enough, I am willing to kill him. Please, spare the Du family, Madame Feng. Ah. Feng Yuxiang was not really that surprised by Du Wei's actions. If this was before she began following Yuan, she might have even wanted Du Bai's head. However, now that she's following Yuan, and knowing his character, she knew that he wouldn't let her kill the Du brothers. Thus, she turned to look at Yuan, who was standing there silently, clearly surprised by what had just occurred. Everything had happened so fast, and it ended before he could even react. Yuan said after a moment of silence, "There's no need to kill him. You have already done enough." Although he didn't show it on his face, Yuan was pretty appalled that Du Wei would go to such lengths to please another individual. He couldn't comprehend the idea of killing one's own son to make an apology. "My young master has spoken. You can now stop bothering us and scram," Feng Yuxiang then said. "Thank you for your mercy, Madam Feng and young master." Du Wei bowed to them again before turning to look at the spirit master working for their family. "Pick up the trash and let's go." After saying that, Du Wei left the restaurant with the others whilst the spirit master carried the Du brothers away like previously. "I deeply apologize for that just now, esteemed guests. We'll clean up the place immediately," the manager said to them. A worker came to clean the blood from the floor a few moments later. Once the room was clean again, the manager and the other workers left the room, leaving Yuan and the others alone. "I think I've lost my appetite." Yuan sighed a few minutes after the Du family left the scene. "What's the matter, young master?" Feng Yuxiang asked him even though she had an idea. "I cannot understand why he did that. Did he really have to cripple his own son to make an apology? He was even prepared to kill his own son." After a moment of silence, Feng Yuxiang opened her mouth and said, "Because he had to make a choice, his own son or his entire family. The cultivation world is a place where one can have their entire family destroyed because a mere servant had offended someone they couldn't afford to offend." In Du Wei's mind, his family was in jeopardy because of his son's action. Therefore, in order to get rid of the problem, he decided to get rid of the one who caused the trouble in the first place. This is a very common thing in the cultivation world, young master. You shouldn't think too much about it. There are people out there who would be willing to take even their own life in order to please someone. Before Yuan could even respond to Feng Yuxiang, almost as though she could read his mind, Xiao Hua said, "Brother Yuan, there are unreasonable people out there who would go to the extreme and slaughter an entire family because they didn't like the way a person looked at them. The upper heavens are filled with people like that." Yuan closed his mouth after hearing Xiao Hua's words, as he was going to ask why someone would destroy an entire family over something so minor. "In my opinion, what Du Wei did was the right choice. He knew that he couldn't offend me, much less an unknown spirit grandmaster like you. Forget about me, the young master can destroy the entire Du family with his current prowess," Feng Yuxiang said. "But I wouldn't do something like that. Of course. We know the young master is a benevolent being. However, Du Wei didn't know that, and he wasn't going to risk his entire family just to find out." And she continued, "The Du family is a top family in the lower heavens for a reason. They know how to survive. In fact, every top family in the 9 heavens must first learn to survive. If they cannot do that, they would have long been destroyed." "I understand." Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they decided to leave the restaurant. When Yuan tried to pay the bill, the manager politely refused their money and said that it was on the house. After learning that there were spirit grandmasters amongst them, the manager no longer dared to accept their money. After leaving the restaurant, Yuan wasn't sure what he should do, as he'd planned on eating at more than one restaurant before returning to Mishio. However, with his appetite ruined, his plans also had to change. After pondering for some time, Yuan turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and said to her, Feng, can you train with me for a bit?" "Train? With the young master?" Feng Yuxiang expressed surprise. He nodded and said, "I have been using the movement technique you taught me for a while now, but I realized that I could only use it properly on the ground. In the air, I am very vulnerable. And I feel like working out a little after eating so much food." After what he experienced in the Shadow Realm, Yuan realized that he was having trouble dodging attacks while in the air. Feng Yuxiang chuckled and said, "Young master, the movement technique is actually much more powerful when used in the air. After all, it's a technique meant for phoenixes. It's just that you haven't reached that level yet, so you can only use it on the ground. Let me see where you're at right now with the technique first. Yuan nodded, and they proceeded to leave the city to find an empty area out in the wild where they can practice freely. It took about 10 minutes before they found the perfect spot. Alright, young master, I am going to attack you and you're going to dodge it with the movement technique. I will start slow. Let me know when you're ready. Feng Yuxiang picked up a random stick on the ground and treated it like a sword. Yuan took a deep breath before nodding his head. I am ready. Here I come. Feng Yuxiang kicked her feet and instantly closed their distance, then she swung the wooden stick in her grasp as though it was a sword. Yuan was surprised by Feng Yuxiang's speed at first, but he was able to dodge her strike perfectly. However, Feng Yuxiang didn't stop after the first strike and continued to attack him with the wooden stick, increasing her speed and making more complex movements as time went on. Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying watched them practice in the distance as spectators. Although Xiao Hua didn't show any reactions, Lan Yingying was greatly impressed by their practice, as this is her first time witnessing such intensive sparring. Of course, the one who was most surprised there was Feng Yuxiang. Heavens! How long has it been since he learned the movement technique? It took me years of practice to reach this stage, yet it's only been a couple of weeks since he learned the technique. Furthermore, he probably achieved all of this while he was inside the mystic realm because I have yet to see him practice this technique while I am with him. It took less than a minute before Feng Yuxiang realized how much Yuan had progressed with the technique, and she thought to herself, how interesting. Let me experience your talents firsthand, young master. A smile suddenly appeared on Feng Yuxiang's beautiful face, and her movement speed doubled the next moment. Whoa! Feng Yuxiang's sudden increase in speed caught Yuan off guard, allowing her to connect a hit on his body, but Yuan quickly adjusted himself and continued to dodge the next few attacks. However, Yuan was no longer dodging Feng Yuxiang's attacks with ease, and he quickly began to sweat. Feng. She's strong. Yuan cried inwardly. Yuan laid on the soft ground with his body covered in sweat while panting in an exhausted manner. They have only been training for about half an hour, but Yuan was already at his limit, feeling even more exhausted than when he fought many experts continuously at the ancient dragon city. Towards the end of their practice, Yuan was getting hit so often that Feng Yuxiang was practically landing every single hit on him, and even though Yuan made improvements to this movement technique, it was still not nearly enough to avoid Feng Yuxiang, who was always a step ahead of him. Are you finished already, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him with a completely calm appearance and not a single drop of sweat on her body, looking like she just took a stroll in the park. Feng, you're stronger than I thought, Yuan said to her. Thank you for the compliment, young master. Even with my cultivation suppressed, my techniques are as sharp as ever, she said. We should have a serious spar in the future, Feng. Even though training with you is fun, it's not satisfying enough. Yuan said as he sat up after resting enough. He. If you want to fight me, you should improve your movement technique even more, young master. Feng Yuxiang chuckled. Anyways, you have exceeded my expectations in terms of your progression with the movement technique. At this rate, you'll probably be able to start using the movement technique in the air in a few months. By the way, it took me a few hundred years to reach that level and many thousand more to master it. I look forward to that day. Yuan nodded. Feng Yuxiang then said, I also noticed something else during our training. Young master, you may be incredibly talented, learning everything at a rapid rate, but you still lack experience. Although your execution with the techniques is flawless, you're still amateurish in terms of actual combat, and that is not something you can easily learn even with your talents. Furthermore, the young master is used to one-shotting all of his opponents, so you're actually very weak in extended fights. What do you suggest, Feng? Yuan asked her, as he agreed with everything she just said. That's simple. We can spar with each other, and you don't have to worry about defeating me with a single hit, so you can somewhat go all out. Just don't use your dragon's gaze or that suppressing domain since that's basically cheating. Feng Yuxiang said. Of course, that is not to say you shouldn't use it during actual combat since it would be for the best if you finish the fight as soon as possible. However, for practice purposes, let's not use it. Okay. Yuan nodded. Yuan proceeded to spend the next hour recovering his energy. Once he was prepared to move again, Yuan and Feng Yuxiang continued to practice with each other. However, this time, Feng Yuxiang allowed Yuan to use his weapon, and Feng Yuxiang also retrieved a weapon of her own. Feng Yuxiang waved around the red sword in her hand casually and asked him, "Are you ready, young master?" "Yes." The moment Yuan nodded his head, Feng Yuxiang approached him and began attacking him with the sword. Yuan immediately used the Empyrean Overlord to block the attack, but Feng Yuxiang's strike suddenly changed directions and avoided his sword, almost like she'd anticipated it. Yuan was surprised and subconsciously used the movement technique to dodge her strike, barely avoiding it. Your reaction is quite admirable, but if you had more experience, you would have been able to block that attack without needing to avoid it with your body. Feng Yuxiang said as she sent the next attack. Once again, right as her sword was about to touch Yuan's blade, it seemingly disappeared from its location before appearing on the other side and flying straight at Yuan's neck. This time, Yuan managed to react properly and went to block it with the Empyrean Overlord. However, Feng Yuxiang's sword disappeared for a second time, and by the time Yuan realized this, it was already kissing his neck. Yuan swallowed nervously when he realized that he would have died if Feng Yuxiang didn't stop her attack at the last moment. Young master, there are some things you cannot overcome with pure strength. Before an experienced cultivator, you may not be at an advantage even if you have a higher cultivation base. Feng Yuxiang said to him as she retrieved the sword from his neck. Yuan was speechless. This is the first time he's felt so powerless before someone. Even though it was a spar and he wasn't using his full strength, that was the same for Feng Yuxiang. After giving Yuan some time to prepare himself again, Feng Yuxiang began attacking him again. Ding! 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 Feng Yuxiang didn't use her disappearing sword strikes without stopping and would purposefully let Yuan block her attacks at times, but whenever she would see an opening, she would use that to her advantage and corner Yuan in a decisive moment. In just 10 minutes of practice, Feng Yuxiang had killed Yuan over a dozen times. Are you ready to give up yet, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him with a somewhat smug look on her beautiful face. Not yet. Let's keep going. Yuan wiped the sweat off his face and prepared himself again. That's what I like to hear. Yuan was so absorbed in his training with Feng Yuxiang that he'd completely forgotten about Mishio. However, Mishio was also absorbed in her cultivation, and they both missed dinner without even realizing it until it was already morning the next day. Oh! I completely forgot to log off. Yuan panicked when he realized this, as it hasn't been long since his last mistake. Thus, Yuan logged off on the spot. However, when he realized that Mishio also hadn't logged off, he returned to the game and then to the Cultivator's Haven with the others. After returning to the Cultivator's Haven, Yuan went straight to the top floor to see if Mishio was still cultivating, and just as he'd expected, the door to her cultivation room was still closed shut. Although he wanted to go inside to make sure, he didn't have the key, as it was inside the room with Mishio. I probably shouldn't disturb Mishio if she's still cultivating, right? Yuan asked Xiao Hua. She nodded and said, that would be very dangerous, as disturbing someone that's absorbed in cultivation could be harmful. There are even cases where some cultivators have been crippled after being disturbed during their breakthroughs. This is why cultivators must find a secure and peaceful place before they begin their cultivation. Crippled. That's definitely not good. I guess we can only wait outside until she's done. Yuan said as he took a seat directly in front of the door to Meishio's room. Unbeknownst to them, inside the room, Mishio was actually experiencing enlightenment, hence why she became oblivious to the time. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed since Mishio entered the cultivator's haven. She's taking longer than I'd expected. It's already been 2 days. I hope she's fine inside. Yuan sighed, and he wondered inwardly, is this what Mishio felt when I didn't come out of the game for 3 whole days? Now that I have experienced it for myself, it certainly doesn't feel good, and I don't blame her for worrying. If Brother Yuan is that worried, why don't you take a look inside with your divine sense? Xiao Hua said to him in a calm voice, clearly aware of what was happening inside the room. Oh, right. I forgot I could do that. Yuan immediately closed his eyes and activated his divine sense that penetrated the door and walls in the cultivator's haven. Oh, I can see Mishio. She looks fine to me. Yuan released a sigh of relief after seeing that she was perfectly fine inside. Wait, what's this weird aura around her? It feels familiar. Yuan suddenly noticed the unfathomable aura around Mishio. She is currently experiencing enlightenment, said Xiao Hua. Enlightenment? No wonder. Yuan mumbled. Now that he found out the reason for Mishio's delay, Yuan no longer needed to use his divine sense. However, right as he prepared to retract his divine sense, for some reason, he looked inside the other 2 rooms that were occupied by someone else. One of them was a middle-aged man who emitted the aura of a peak spirit warrior. The other person was a young lady with a fairly unique appearance. Long hair that touched the ground, and a golden color made it look as though her silky hair was silk made of gold. Furthermore, she was wearing a pair of luxurious-looking robes, making it seem like she was royalty. However, what Yuan found the most interesting about this young lady was her cultivation base, or her lack of cultivation base. Despite being a spirit grandmaster, he was unable to see this young girl's cultivation base, and she looked to be around his age. Unless this young lady had a much higher cultivation base than him, which was unlikely, Yuan couldn't figure out why he couldn't see her cultivation base. Xiao Hua, how come I cannot see that girl's cultivation base? He decided to ask the expert. Surely, a spirit king like Xiao Hua would be able to see her cultivation base, right? Xiao Hua used her divine sense to look at the person Yuan was talking about for a moment before speaking. That girl is using a cultivation technique to hide her cultivation base, and it's a fairly powerful one because even Xiao Hua cannot see her cultivation base. Even you cannot see her cultivation base. Yuan was more surprised than Xiao Hua herself, and he wondered whether this young lady was an NPC or a player like him. Suddenly, the mysterious young girl opened her eyelids, revealing a beautiful pair of azure-colored eyes, and she looked to the ceiling with a deep frown on her face, seemingly unhappy about something. She then stood up and proceeded to leave the room in heavy and angry steps. Once she was outside, she turned to look at Yuan before pointing at him and shouting, "Hey! I am trying to cultivate here. How dare you peek at me while I cultivate? Did your parents not teach you any manners?" Ah! Yuan was speechless when this fierce-looking beauty suddenly started yelling at him. "You're lucky I wasn't having a breakthrough, or I would have smashed your face in by now." The fierce beauty continued. I apologize for peeking at you. My curiosity got the better of me." Yuan quickly said to her, as he recognized that he was wrong in this situation. "What a rude kid." The fierce lady suddenly stopped in the middle of her sentence, and her eyes widened in a surprised manner. "Now that I look at you closely, why are you emitting the aura of a dragon? Are you a dragon?" The fierce beauty suddenly asked him. "No, I am not." Yuan shook his head. "Then why?" "Forget it. If you dare peek at me again, I will smash your skull." The fierce beauty said to him before returning to her room and closing it shut. "I have never seen anyone as fierce as her before." Yuan mumbled after she left. Feng Yuxiang's voice suddenly resounded, "Young master, that young lady, she's from one of the 4 ancient families." "What? Really? How can you tell?" Yuan asked her. "Her clothes. I have met with people from the 4 ancient families before, so I know a little about them, and judging by that young lady's clothes, she belongs to the Azure Dragon family. Feng Yuxiang explained. Azure Dragon family? Are they anything like the dragons in the ancient dragon city? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. Well, I don't know anything about the ancient dragon city, but judging by what you told us about them, they should be real dragons. The Azure Dragon family, however, are not really dragons. Instead, they are half-dragons. Feng Yuxiang said. Half-dragons? What's the difference? Yuan continued to ask. Someone who is a half-dragon is usually a human with dragon blood mixed within their blood. They're not really dragons, but they have the power of dragons. Feng Yuxiang explained to him. I see. That explains her unique appearance. A half-dragon, huh? Does this mean there are also half-phoenixes and half-serpents out there as well? Yuan then asked. That's correct. Feng Yuxiang said. By the way, you said the 4 ancient families, right? I remember hearing about them at the Dragon Essence Temple. How do they differ from the 7 legacy families? Yuan continued to ask, as he found these powerful families that have existed for thousands of years to be very interesting. Yes, they're similar to the 7 legacy families in the way that they're only branches of the main family somewhere in the upper heavens. However, compared to the 7 legacy families, the 4 ancient families are far superior in terms of prowess and influence in the 9 heavens. While the 7 legacy families would have at most 2 or 3 spirit grandmasters in each family, the 4 ancient families have at least 7 spirit grandmasters in each family. Furthermore, they have near inexhaustible resources compared to the 7 legacy families. However, unlike the 7 legacy families that enjoy being in the spotlight, the 4 ancient families are very secluded and private. They won't make an appearance unless absolutely necessary. Then what is someone from the 4 ancient families doing in this place? Yuan then asked. She's probably doing her trial. Trial? Members of the 4 ancient families are required to leave the family after they reach a certain age to go on a trial. The trial differs from person to person, but if they are unable to pass the trial in 10 years, they are forced to leave the family, and their cultivation will be crippled before they leave. However, if they pass the trial, they will be allowed to ascend to the next world. Crippled and forced to leave the family if they fail the trial? That's even stricter than the 7 legacy families. Yuan was speechless upon hearing this, and he wondered why there are so many families like this in the cultivation world. It was at this moment the door behind him suddenly opened, and Mishio came running outside in a panicked manner. Yuan. Mishio didn't expect Yuan to be sitting right in front of the door and fell on top of him. Are you okay? Yuan said to her who was on top of him, and he could feel 2 round and soft sensations pressing against his body. Mishio quickly got off his body and stood up with a flushed face. Looks like you're finally done with your cultivation. It's been 2 days, you know. Yuan said to her in a calm manner. I am so sorry. I don't know what happened, but it didn't feel that long when I was cultivating. I thought only a couple of hours had passed at most. Meishio's habits as a servant kicked in, causing her to lower her body until she was bowing to Yuan. It's okay, Mishio. What you experienced is called enlightenment. You easily lose track of time when you're in that state, so I don't blame you. It also happened to me before, so we can call it even with this. Yuan said with a smile on his face. When Mishio got out of her enlightenment and saw how much time she had left in the room, she almost thought that she was dreaming, so she logged off to see the time, and sure enough, 2 whole days have passed since she started cultivating. In other words, she didn't cook food for 2 straight days, leaving Yuan to starve. This is definitely the biggest blunder she has made in her entire life thus far. Sometime later, they logged off once Mishio calmed down. After cooking the meal, she went to Yuan's room whilst still feeling guilty. I'm sorry, Yuan. She apologized to him again as she fed him the food. Don't worry about it, Yuan said. Cultivation. It's dangerous. Especially if this happens again. Mishio sighed in a worried voice. I don't think you have to worry about that since enlightenment doesn't happen often. I heard that some people even live their whole life without experiencing enlightenment a single time, and those who have already experienced enlightenment most likely won't experience it again. Yuan explained to her. Is that so? Mishio was relieved to hear this. What cultivation are you now after 2 whole days of cultivation? Yuan asked her a moment later. 9th level spirit apprentice, she said. Peak spirit apprentice already? Yuan was surprised by her progress. Are you going to try cultivating in the real world now? You might be able to do it since you have plenty of experience now. I will try later. And she continued, by the way, how do you improve soul strength? Soul strength? Doesn't it increase as you improve your cultivation? Yuan said, as he would get soul strength alongside other stats every time he had a breakthrough. Although the other stats have improved, my soul strength hasn't increased since I started cultivation, and I was just wondering if it requires a special method to train that, Mishio said. Well, I know that you can improve your soul strength with soul techniques and treasures, but I'm not sure why your soul strength isn't increasing. Maybe it has something to do with your physique. We can ask Xiao Hua and the others tomorrow. Okay. Sometime later, after they finished their meal, Mishio went to her room and tried to cultivate. As for Yuan, he also started cultivating. Inside her room, Mishio sat in the lotus position on the floor since the bed was soft and uneven, and she was used to cultivating on a hard surface. After taking a deep breath and clearing her mind, Mishio began reciting the spirit-severing technique inside her head, and to her surprise, she was able to remember the technique very easily, unlike previously when she couldn't even recall the technique no matter how much she tried. When Mishio began cultivating, a small wind picked up in her room despite the closed window, and it swirled around her as though it was trying to communicate with her. About an hour later, Mishio felt a refreshing sensation spread throughout her body, almost as though she just took a cool bath on a burning day. It felt just like when she first became a cultivator in Cultivation Online, but it also felt much more intense. I am a cultivator now. Mishio looked at her own hands. Besides feeling more energetic than before, there wasn't much change to her body. Mishio stood up before taking out some dumbbells from underneath her bed. Because she has to carry Yuan whenever he needs to leave the bed or go somewhere, Mishio has to keep herself in shape so that she would be able to lift Yuan without any trouble. Not to mention that it was also physically taxing to be a servant of the Yu family. Mishio began picking up the weights to test her new profound strength, and to her surprise, she could barely feel the weight of the dumbbells, almost like she was picking up feathers. Even the 20 kilograms dumbbell feels as light as a broom. Mishio tossed the dumbbell in the air as though it was nothing. Mishio felt the urge to tell Yuan that she'd succeeded in her cultivation and became a cultivator, but she didn't want to disturb him, so she decided to wait until tomorrow during breakfast. Sometime later, Mishio returned to sitting on the floor and continued to cultivate some more. Although it took her only a couple of hours to break through multiple times in Cultivation Online, that was not the case in the real world. Perhaps it was due to a lack of spiritual energy in the air, or perhaps it's because the cultivation techniques are not as effective in the real world, but it was clear that she would not be able to replicate her cultivation speed in Cultivation Online in the real world. The following morning, Mishio revealed to Yuan about her breakthrough during breakfast. Really? Congratulations, Mishio. It had taken me a couple of weeks before I could become a cultivator, so you're already ahead of me in that sense. Yuan said to her. Thank you. What are you going to do now, Mishio? Yuan asked her. I'm going to spend a couple of days cultivating in the real world to catch up with everyone, she said. And she continued, I just saw the news. There has been a rise in crimes and violence ever since the world learned that cultivation is real. It would be dangerous if I go out there without being prepared. What? A rise in crimes and violence? That doesn't sound good at all. What's happening out there? Yuan asked. Too many things, to be honest. Mishio sighed. The most notable change would be how the government plans on dealing with cultivation and cultivators. With the existence of cultivators, the government has decided to step in to regulate it. If you become a cultivator, you will have to register as a cultivator in some database. We don't have to worry about that for now since they are still preparing for it, but it will soon become a law that all cultivators must register as one or they'll be fined or even jailed, as the government wants to keep track of the number of cultivators in the world. They also plan on making sure that only qualified people are able to cultivate because they don't want some people to have too much power, especially the bad people. It's only been a couple of days since people started cultivating and violence has already gone up by a lot. One can only imagine what will happen a month from now when there are even more cultivators. I see. It makes sense to regulate cultivation since it would definitely be bad if the violent and unreasonable ones become cultivators and start abusing their power. I have already experienced this in Cultivation Online, and it's not a pleasant experience. Yuan said. It's impossible for the government to stop everyone from cultivating since Cultivation Online is already widespread with billions of active players. It's not like they can stop everyone from playing the game either. Mishio then said. Anything else besides the government regulating cultivation? Yuan asked a moment later. Yes. This may come as a surprise, but there are already people creating cultivation schools that are dedicated to people who wish to study cultivation or become a cultivator, she said. What? Cultivation schools? Like sects? Yuan was speechless. It hasn't been long since people started cultivating and there are already people creating sects. Yes, and the schools will provide cultivation techniques to all students. Of course, it won't be for free. That's interesting. Yuan said. Interesting. You're interested in these cultivation schools? Mishio asked him. Of course. I wonder how they'll differ from the sects in Cultivation Online. A few moments later, Mishio continued, influential families around the world are also recruiting talented cultivators. They are not only giving away a large amount of money, but they also promise those who join Earth-rank cultivation techniques. Some are even offering Heaven-rank cultivation techniques. Not only schools but even other families are recruiting cultivators. The world adapted to cultivation quicker than I'd expected. Yuan mumbled, and he wondered if the Yu family was also recruiting cultivators. Sometime later, Mishio returned to her own room whilst Yuan returned to Cultivation Online. However, Yuan didn't stay inside the game for long, as he only went inside to let Xiao Hua and the others know that he won't be returning for a while. After all, even if they are NPCs, Yuan didn't want them to worry about him if he doesn't show up for a few days or even weeks so that he could focus on cultivation in the real world. The world is changing much quicker than I'd initially thought. I must also quickly recover so that I can be there for Yuro and Mishio if anything ever happens to them. With this in mind, Yuan took a deep breath and began absorbing the spiritual energy in the world. After eating dinner and brushing her teeth, Yuro returned to her own room to spend the rest of the night cultivating. The following morning, right before sunrise, Yuro experienced a breakthrough in her cultivation, reaching second-level Spirit Apprentice. I haven't slept for a few days now, yet I don't even feel tired or sleepy. Cultivation is such a miraculous thing. Yuro sighed to herself afterward. I wonder how Mishio and brother are doing. They should be awake now for breakfast. Yuro decided to call them on her phone. Hello. Mishio answered the phone after 3 rings. How's it going, Mishio? Have you started cultivating yet? I just reached the second level, but it took longer than I'd expected, at least compared to Cultivation Online. Yes, I have also started to cultivate a few days ago. Mishio's voice resounded from the phone. Really? Congratulations. Yuro said. And she asked, also, you're with Brother Tian in Cultivation Online, right? What are you two doing right now? We have decided to take a break from Cultivation Online to focus on cultivation in the real world, Mishio said. Really? Yes. With the increased crime and violence because of the cultivation thing, I have decided to spend some extra time preparing myself for the future. Mishio said. Yuro was speechless after hearing this, and she mumbled in a low voice, now that you mention it. You are right. I didn't really think too much about it when I saw the news, but it looks like I should probably prepare myself just in case things get much worse. Anyways, since you two are busy with cultivation, I won't bother you too much. Just call me when you are finished so that we can play together in Cultivation Online, okay? It's been a while since I have seen you two, after all. Okay. I will call you when we plan on playing again. Mishio said. After hanging up the phone, Yuro proceeded to call Xiao. I hope I'm not bothering your cultivation. Yuro said after Xiao picked up the phone. Not at all. How's your cultivation going? Have you reached the second level yet? No, I haven't. What about you? Yes, I just reached it not long ago. Wow. Congratulations, Sister Ro. There aren't many people who have reached the second level. You're definitely a cultivation genius. Most of my friends are just entering the first level, yet you're already at the second level. I think I still need at least another week or two before I can reach the second level. Cultivation genius, huh? A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuro's face. If she was considered a cultivation genius for reaching the second level in a week, what would her brother Yuan, who has already reached Spirit Warrior, be considered? A cultivation god? By the way, Sister Ro, have you heard about the cultivation schools and the cultivation factions? Xiao suddenly asked. Of course. My parents have already begun creating a faction for our family. They have also spent a couple of billions recently to acquire a heaven-rank cultivation technique. Yuro said. Heavens. Your family already has a heaven-rank cultivation technique? My family was only able to acquire an earth-rank cultivation technique. Xiao disappointed voice resounded. And she continued, this makes me wonder if there is anyone out there with a divine rank cultivation technique. Yuro chuckled and said, divine rank cultivation techniques are simply too rare in the lower heavens. We'll probably have to ascend to spirit heaven before we can even start thinking about divine grade techniques. Oh yeah. I am willing to bet player Yuan has a divine rank cultivation technique. Xiao suddenly said. Player Yuan. Yuro smiled and said, if someone has a divine rank technique, it'd probably be him. If player Yuan really has a divine rank cultivation technique, I wonder if he has tried to cultivate yet, and if he is already a cultivator, what level has he managed to achieve with it by now? I wouldn't be surprised if he's already a spirit warrior. Yuro said with a teasing smile on her face. Spirit warrior. As much as I admire player Yuan, I think it's impossible for someone to be a spirit warrior already since cultivation is much slower in the real world due to the lack of resources even if they have a divine rank cultivation technique. Xiao said. Sometime later, Xiao asked, Sister Ro, what time are you going to play Cultivation Online today? I'm going to take a few days off to focus on my cultivation. Yuro said, and she proceeded to explain to Xiao her reason for doing so. I see. That makes perfect sense. Alright, I will also follow this advice and focus on my real cultivation for now. I don't want to be bullied by someone stronger, after all. I'll talk to you later, Sister Ro. Definitely. After hanging up the phone, Yuro went to eat breakfast before returning to her room to spend the rest of the day cultivating. And with everyone focused on improving their real cultivation, a week passed by in the blink of an eye. Knock knock. Young lady, the masters have summoned you to the main house. A servant knocked on the door to Yuro's room. Yuro stopped her cultivation and stood up to open the door. Let them know that I am on my way, she said. Sometime later, after taking a quick shower and dressing up properly, Yuro traveled to the Yu family's main house where her parents were waiting. Once Yuro met up with her parents at the main house, they brought her to another large building that was almost just as big as Yuro's house a few miles away from the main house, and inside this building were multiple rooms with hundreds of comfortable beds lined up with the console required to play Cultivation Online set up for each bed. "What is this?" Yuro asked them. "This is the future of our family and the company," Tang Li said with a confident smile on her face, and she continued, "It will also be where all of our players will be living and playing starting today." "Everyone?" Yuro raised her eyebrows. Despite the luxurious background, the atmosphere of this place was a little suffocating, and Yuro felt like she was in a hospital or something similar. "As you already know, we have acquired a heaven-rank cultivation technique recently. This is where those who decide to join our family will get to practice the cultivation technique. Of course, we don't want them running away with our technique, so we'll have them cultivate in this place," Yuyong said. He then turned to look at Yuro and asked her, "What is your cultivation base right now?" "Second level spirit apprentice," she responded in a calm voice. Not bad considering that you'd started only a week ago." Yuyong nodded his head before continuing to speak. "We have sent out the applications yesterday, and in less than 24 hours, we have received over 1,000 requests to join our family, with most of them being at the second level and a couple at the third level. In fact, we even have someone at the fourth level." "What? Someone has reached the fourth level already?" Yuro was surprised to hear this. Yuyong nodded and said, "This person has been cultivating in secrecy even before the world knew that we could cultivate in the real world, so he's ahead of the majority of cultivators currently." "Oh, that makes sense." Yuro didn't say anything else. "Anyways, we called you here today to let you experience the heaven-rank cultivation technique that we acquired recently. You only have the basic cultivation technique, right?" "Yes." Yuro nodded. "Go pick whichever bed you want and enter Cultivation Online. Meet me at Lu City so that I can hand you the cultivation technique," Yuyong said to her. "Okay." Yuro nodded. Although she had planned on letting Yuan find a better cultivation technique for her, since he will be busy for a while, she will have to rely on her family for a better cultivation technique for now. Furthermore, this new cultivation technique should help boost her cultivation speed in the real world as well. Thus, Yuro entered the game and traveled to Lu City before meeting with Yuyong. Inside the game, Yuyong and Yuro went to a cultivator's haven so that Yuro could learn the cultivation technique safely. "Do you need a key for this place?" Yuyong asked her. "No, I already have one," she said. After they arrived at the highest floor in the place, Yuyong handed the cultivation technique to her and said with a solemn face, "Don't lose this. It cost us a fortune to acquire it. If you lose it, we'll sell you to make up for the losses." Yuro didn't show any reaction and nodded silently. "Let me know when you've learned the cultivation technique so that we can start training the people in our family," Yuyong said to her before entering one of the rooms to cultivate. Once Yuro entered the room and the door closed, she began trying to comprehend the heaven-rank cultivation technique. A week later, Yuro emerged from her room with a happy expression on her face. "Finally! It took me an entire week to learn this cultivation technique." Besides the martial technique she'd gotten with Yuan's help, Yuro hasn't tried to learn another technique, hence why she was excited to finally learn something new even though it had taken her an entire week. Sometime later, she met up with Yuyong again to return the cultivation technique to him. "Now that you have a heaven-rank cultivation technique, I expect significant improvements to your progress both in Cultivation Online and your real cultivation. Don't disappoint me," Yuyong said to her after storing the cultivation technique inside a storage pouch. "I understand." Yuro nodded. Yuro logged off the game shortly after. "I can finally go home and sleep in my own bed." Yuro sighed inwardly, as she had to stay in this place until she learned the cultivation technique. However, before she could leave the place, her mother, Tang Li, stood before her. "Yuro, make sure you register yourself as a cultivator at the Cultivators Association that was completed just today within the next 90 days. If you don't and get caught, you'll be fined by the government and possibly go to jail." Tang Li warned her. Cultivators Association. It's already finished. I wasn't expecting it for at least a few more weeks if not months, she said. The Cultivators Association is a government-funded organization that was created to regulate cultivation to a certain extent, and it has governments from around the world supporting it, quickly becoming the strongest cultivation faction in the real world. Furthermore, not only does the Cultivators Association regulate cultivators, but they were also recruiting cultivators to assist them in maintaining public order just like the police forces. I understand. I will try to register today. Yuro said. Thus, after leaving the place, Yuro made her way to the Cultivators Association that replaced a large park in the middle of the city. Of course, the place was crowded with people. Maybe I should come back another day. Yuro mumbled to herself before telling the driver to go back to her house, where she started cultivating with her new cultivation technique and seeing significant improvements to her progression. No wonder why people are paying fortunes for better cultivation techniques. My speed almost doubled with this new cultivation technique. Feeling excited about her new cultivation speed, Yuro proceeded to spend the entire day cultivating. Meanwhile, back at Yuan's apartment, Mishio entered Yuan's room and said to him, "Yuan, the Cultivators Association has been completed. We must register as a cultivator within the next 90 days or will be considered as illegal cultivators. We have 3 months. That's plenty of time," Yuan said. And he continued, "How's your cultivation going?" "I just reached the 5th level," she said in a calm voice. "Nice. I should be entering the 8th level after another week," he said. 8th level Spirit Warrior. Mishio sighed inwardly, wondering what might happen when he has to register his cultivation at the Cultivators Association in the near future. A little over a week after the Cultivators Association was announced, over 100,000 cultivators from Yuan City alone had registered as a cultivator, with less than 1% of them also joining the Cultivators Association. 1% may seem like very little, but the requirements to join the Cultivators Association were not low, as one needed to be at least a 3rd-level spirit apprentice before they could even take the examination. After joining the Cultivators Association, the cultivators are given a special badge and assigned to a certain location in the city where they will be working, almost like actual police but with higher pay and more authority. As for the number of cultivators that have registered at the Cultivators Association worldwide, it reached 10 million people in less than a month. Meanwhile, Yuan had reached the 8th level Spirit Warrior and improved immensely for his condition, to the point where he could push his upper body off the bed a few inches with his arms. However, despite his seemingly fit physique and feeling like he was overwhelming with energy, Yuan actually couldn't exert much strength, feeling like something was blocking him from utilizing his full potential. Maybe Dr. Wang is right, that I might be cursed. Yuan sighed inwardly. Hopefully, he could sit up on the bed without external help by the time he enters the 9th level. Sometime later, Mishio entered his room and said, "Wang Xiuying said she'll be visiting later today for your checkup." Now that Wang Xiuying knew his identity as player Yuan, she has pretty much replaced Dr. Wang when it comes to taking care of him, such as the weekly checkups, especially when Dr. Wang and his hospital has seen an explosive increase in patients recently due to the increased violence in the community between cultivators. "Okay," Yuan said. About 2 hours later, Wang Xiuying arrived at their apartment and began examining Yuan's condition. "Everything looks normal this week as well," Wang Xiuying said to him afterward. "I see. Thank you. What cultivation are you at right now, Yuan?" Wang Xiuying then asked him, and she continued, "I just reached the 4th level yesterday." 8th level, Yuan said. "HAA. Looks like it's really impossible to catch up to you." Wang Xiuying sighed. "And no wonder why your body looks so fit despite not exercising. I thought it was weird when I first noticed it. To think it was because you'd started cultivating." When Wang Xiuying learned that Yuan had been cultivating even before it was announced, she was obviously shocked, but what shocked her the most was when she learned that he was already a spirit warrior while everyone else was still a spirit apprentice. Of course, there was one more thing that Yuan revealed to her. Wang Xiuying looked at the door to make sure it was closed before asking Yuan in a low voice, "How's your recovery going compared to last week?" Yuan proceeded to show Wang Xiuying his progress by lifting his body off the bed slightly before falling back down a moment later. "As you can see, that's the most I can do right now," he said. Since she was going to be his nurse, Yuan decided to reveal to her that his body was actually recovering. "Wow, you're definitely making good progress. At this rate, you'll be able to tell Mishio about your recovery soon." Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "Yes, I plan on telling her once I am able to sit up on the bed properly. Even though it's regrettable that I couldn't assist you in your recovery as I'd hoped, I am still happy to see you finally recovering after so many years." Wang Xiuying said to him. "Although my body is recovering, my sight doesn't appear to be getting any better. Maybe I'll remain blind for the rest of my life," he sighed. After a moment of silence, Wang Xiuying said, "Yuan, I don't know if this is true or fake, but I have heard a rumor going around recently, that there are other things in Cultivation Online that might affect our world such as resources. I know this sounds crazy, but so is Cultivation. I have experimented with this rumor, but I didn't get any results, so maybe it's fake. Maybe there's some kind of requirement that one must fulfill before it takes effect, but if this is real, we might be able to fix your vision." Yuan was surprised after hearing Wang Xiuying's words, and then he recalled the impurities that came from his body in the real world after consuming a treasure in Cultivation Online. After pondering for some time, Yuan spoke, "Maybe. Maybe the treasure has to be of a certain quality. To tell you the truth, I think I have experienced it before." "What? Really? Tell me more." Wang Xiuying was immediately intrigued. Yuan proceeded to tell her about the translucent dew of flawlessness and how it cleaned his impurities both inside the game and the real world. Wang Xiuying turned dead silent after hearing Yuan's story. After a moment of silence, she said, "In order to gather further proof, we will need to obtain a high-grade treasure and test it for ourselves. I will see if my master has any unwanted treasure since it's much easier to find higher quality treasures in the spirit heaven. Okay. I will also try to do some more experiments on my end. This will be immense if it actually works," Yuan said. After talking for a couple more minutes with Wang Xiuying telling Yuan about her experience in the spirit heaven and her new sect, Wang Xiuying packed her tools and prepared to leave. "Okay, I will see you next week, Yuan," she said to him before leaving the apartment. "Is everything okay?" Mishio asked him afterward. "Yes. I am going to return to Cultivation Online today for a bit," Yuan said. "Do you want me to come with you?" "No, it's fine. I'm just going to talk with Xiao Hua and the others. I won't stay long. I want to reach the 9th level Spirit Warrior at the very least before I really start playing again," Yuan said. "Okay." After helping Yuan with the console, Mishio returned to her own room and continued to cultivate. Despite not caring about cultivation before, Mishio found a reason that motivated her to keep cultivating, and that was Yuan. Even though Yuan was at a much higher cultivation than her, he was unable to move his body, so he was vulnerable to many things, and if the world continues to become more dangerous, it will be all up to her to protect him. Meanwhile, the moment Yuan appeared inside Cultivation Online, Xiao Hua appeared from his necklace even before he could say anything. "Welcome back, brother Yuan," Xiao Hua said to him. "Hello, Xiao Hua. Did you miss me?" Yuan said with a smile on his face, feeling like it's been forever since he last played. Xiao Hua nodded after hearing his words. "I missed you as well, young master." Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded. "Me too. Lan Yingying as well. Unfortunately, I am not finished with my business yet, so I won't stay here for long. I need a favor from you guys," he said a moment later. "What do you need, brother Yuan?" Xiao Hua asked him. "I am in need of treasures, mostly resources with unique effects, and I need them to be at least Earth grade," Yuan said. Feng Yuxiang came outside and asked, "Resources above Earth grade? What kind of treasures? Any specific effects?" Like increasing your soul strength or something that boosts your cultivation. How many do you want? And why do you suddenly need resources, young master? Let's see. I want the resource to do something unique, something like the translucent dew of flawlessness. I don't need anything that will increase my cultivation base, and I only need one treasure from each quality from earth grade up to heaven grade. I would like to ask for divine grade resources, but they are too rare and I don't have enough money for them. As for why I need them. Well, it's for an experiment. Yuan said to them. Something like the translucent dew of flawlessness. That's not going to be easy, young master. The translucent dew of flawlessness is an extremely rare treasure that can only be found in the upper heavens, but I will see what I can do. Feng Yuxiang said. Yuan then retrieved the spirit stones she merely gave him and handed them to her. Use this to buy the resources. If it's not enough, just buy whatever you can afford with it. Feng Yuxiang looked at the money and wanted to say that he didn't need to pay them, but knowing his character, she accepted it and said, When do you need the resources, young master? I don't have a time limit so you can take your time. I understand. I will go around and ask some of my friends. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Xiao Hua will also look around. I would love to help, but I don't know this world enough to help, and I'm not really knowledgeable when it comes to these things. I'm sorry for being useless. Lan Yingying sighed. Don't worry about it, Yingying. And you're not useless. Yuan said to her. Just leave this to the experts. You stay with the young master just in case anything happens while we're away. Feng Yuxiang smiled. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua left the cultivator's haven to look for treasures for Yuan. Once he was alone, Yuan prepared to log off. However, right as he was about to log off, one of the doors there opened, and a beautiful young lady with silky golden hair walked outside. This was the same fierce girl who yelled at Yuan for peeking at her, the mysterious girl from one of the 4 ancient families. Apparently, she has been cultivating this entire time without leaving the cultivator's haven, which wasn't too surprising if one thought about it since cultivation sessions usually last for weeks. When this young lady saw Yuan standing there, she immediately frowned before approaching him in an aggressive manner. Hey! Don't tell me that you've been standing there this entire time. Are you stalking me or something? Who are you? What? Yuan's eyes widened with disbelief. I just got here. He said. Bullshit. You barely moved since I last saw you a couple of weeks ago. You're definitely a stalker. Once she was in front of him, the fierce girl raised her hands and prepared to slap him. When Yuan saw this, he also raised his hand. Whoosh! The fierce girl swung her hands at Yuan's face, but he easily caught it. How can you hit people so easily? I didn't even do anything wrong. You need to stop assuming things. Yuan said to her with a frown. However, he cried inwardly, what a strong girl. I'm a spirit grandmaster, yet I am struggling to hold her back. Meanwhile, the fierce girl was also surprised that Yuan had managed to stop her strike, as this is the first time that someone has stopped her ever since she left her family to go on a journey. Usually, she would just send them flying with a single strike and without any hassle. Let me go, you pervert. The girl suddenly shouted at him. Only if you promise me that you won't try to hit me if I let you. Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, the girl suddenly jumped and spun her body in a graceful manner before sending her feet flying at his chest. Boom! Yuan was sent flying to the wall after being kicked directly in the chest, causing the entire building to shake slightly and disturbing everybody that was currently cultivating inside. Are you okay, Yuan? Lan Yingying exclaimed when she saw this, even forgetting to address him as Lord, and she appeared beside him. I'm not hurt. Physical attacks won't harm me unless they come from a spirit king. Yuan said to her. Meanwhile, the fierce girl who just sent Yuan flying with a powerful kick knelt on the floor while clutching to her small feet after the kick, feeling like she just kicked a metal ball. What the heck is his body made of? Metal? She cried inwardly, regretting her actions. Damn it! What is your body made of? Why is it so freaking durable? It feels like I broke a bone or something. The fierce girl cried out loud after kicking Yuan with her feet. You should probably stop kicking people out of nowhere. I hope you've learned your lesson. Yuan patted the dust off his clothes and approached her in a casual manner, looking like he wasn't harmed even in the slightest. The fierce girl gritted her teeth in anger. Despite her urge to punch Yuan in the face, she didn't dare to attack him after her last strike, fearing that she might hurt herself instead. Anyways, I am not stalking you, nor do I have any reason to stalk you. It was merely a coincidence that I am still here. Yuan said to her. Ying, let's go. Yuan proceeded to ignore the young lady and walked downstairs with Lan Ying following behind him. After meeting many unreasonable people, Yuan has learned that it would be easier to just ignore them and leave the scene immediately. If this fierce lady still decides to follow him, he will use his cultivation to scare her away. I'll remember your face. If I see you again, I am going to smash your face. Yuan could hear the fierce girl's voice shouting from behind him. Once they descended a couple of floors, Lan Ying returned to Yuan's wrist as a bracelet, and Yuan logged off on the spot. Since Mishio was still in this place, there was no reason for them to leave. After logging off, Yuan took a moment to clear his mind before he started cultivating towards the 9th level spirit warrior. Meanwhile, inside Cultivation Online, after leaving Yuan's side, Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua left the city together before going their separate ways. Xiao Hua, here's the young master's spirit stones. I have plenty of money so I don't need it. Feng Yuxiang handed Xiao Hua the spirit stones. Xiao Hua looked at the spirit stones for a moment before accepting it. Although she had plenty of valuable weapons, she doesn't have much money, only the gold coins they'd obtained from selling her treasure at the auction house, and that amount won't be enough to buy any unique treasures. Of course, she'd planned on trading her weapons for other treasures or even selling a few of her treasures to get the necessary funds to buy the treasures. Let's see which of us will find the most valuable treasures for the young master, shall we? Don't worry, this is a friendly competition. With that being said, I don't plan on going easy on you. Feng Yuxiang said to Xiao Hua, and she flew away before Xiao Hua could even respond. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang arrived at a city that had a teleportation device and used it to travel to Phoenix City. I didn't think I'd return to this place so soon after leaving, but when it comes to finding rare and valuable treasures, there's no better place in the lower heavens than Phoenix City. Feng Yuxiang hovered above the city with a smile on her face, feeling quite confident that she would win this competition. Feng Yuxiang then flew straight into the city, landing directly in front of the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. Who dares? The guards standing there were taken by surprise by Feng Yuxiang's grand entrance and subconsciously pointed their weapons at her. What are you going to do with me with those toys, huh? Feng Yuxiang glanced at them with a sharp gaze. Madame Feng. When the guards realized her identity, they immediately dropped their weapons and got onto their knees. We apologize for pointing our weapons at you, Madame Feng. They said in union with sweat soaking their foreheads. Whatever. Feng Yuxiang said before walking past them, ignoring their offense. What? The two guards looked at Feng Yuxiang's disappearing back before looking at each other with shocked expressions on their faces. She's not going to punish us. I was expecting a slap in the face at the very least. The two guards seemed surprised that Feng Yuxiang didn't punish them for disrespecting her, as she would normally do just that even if they looked at her wrongly, much less point their weapons at her. After entering the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, Feng Yuxiang entered one of the stores there. Welcome to our heaven's resource. A worker standing at the entrance started his welcoming sentence even before he could see the customer's face, and when he saw Feng Yuxiang's beautiful face, he began coughing like he'd choked on something. Madame Feng. The worker exclaimed. Is Zhongli here? She asked him. Yes. He nodded vigorously. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything else and began walking upstairs like this place was her house. Once she was on the third floor, she knocked on the only door on that floor and entered it without waiting for a response. Inside the room, a middle-aged man in black robes and a young woman wearing similar clothes to the worker at the entrance were flirting with each other. Who dares? The middle-aged man slammed the desk in anger before turning around to look at the beautiful woman standing at the entrance. The middle-aged man gasped in shock when he saw Feng Yuxiang standing there with an angry look on her face. Feeling the suffocating atmosphere, the young woman quickly tightened her loosened clothes before running out of the room. Madam Feng. When did you come back? And where have you been recently? The Golden Phoenix Bazaar isn't the same without your presence. The middle-aged man quickly changed the topic and acted like nothing just happened. Feng Yuxiang closed her eyes for a moment to calm down before speaking. I'm here to collect your debt, Zhongli. The middle-aged man named Zhongli swallowed nervously and asked, what do you want? Nothing much. Just a few treasures from your store. Feng Yuxiang said. That's it? Zhongli looked surprised at her response, and it was even a pleasant one. If you want me to take everything in your store, I wouldn't mind doing so. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Please have mercy. Zhongli quickly got off his seat and kowtowed to her. Then I'll go look around. Feng Yuxiang said, ignoring him ineiterly. After spending about an hour in Zhongli's store looking for the perfect treasure for Yuan, she left the place with a couple of new treasures in her storage ring. Are you coming back to the Golden Phoenix Bazaar? Zhongli asked Feng Yuxiang right before she left the place. No, I am not, she said. I have more important things to do now. I see. Zhongli nodded. After leaving Zhongli's store, Feng Yuxiang didn't leave the city and proceeded to enter the next store. Yu Quan, I am here to collect the debt you owe me when I helped you set up your store. Feng Yuxiang said to the owner of that store. Madam Feng. Where have you been? Yu Quan asked after seeing her. That doesn't matter. I didn't come all the way here just for you to question me. Feng Yuxiang said. Yu Quan sighed in a tired manner before speaking. What do you want from me? If it's within my power. I don't need your help. It's your treasure that I need. My treasures? Yu Quan looked at her with wide eyes. In the entire Golden Phoenix Bazaar, Feng Yuxiang had the best store with the most valuable treasures. Why would she need something from his store that was small and worthless in comparison? What kind of treasure? He then asked. I don't care as long as it's unique. Unique. Yu Quan raised his eyebrows. Then he said, why don't you look around the store? If you want something, just let me know. Feng Yuxiang nodded and proceeded to spend another hour in this store looking for treasures. Are you sure you only want these treasures? Yu Quan asked her afterward. Yes, and I will consider your debt cleared for these treasures, she said. Deal. Yu Quan did not hesitate and immediately responded. The treasures Feng Yuxiang took from his store were worth at least a few 100 million gold coins, yet Yu Quan seemed eager to give these treasures to her as long as it cleared his debt. One can only imagine the reason being that Yu Quan's debt was actually worth more than the treasures Feng Yuxiang took. After leaving Yu Quan's store, Feng Yuxiang continued to enter other stores to collect people's debt in the form of their treasures, and it seemed like every person in the Golden Phoenix Bazaar was in some sort of debt for some reason. By the time Feng Yuxiang was done collecting their debts, she had acquired over 100 treasures from the Earth grade to the Heaven grade, and she had even managed to obtain a Divine grade treasure that was worth billions of gold coins. The young master will definitely praise me once he sees this many treasures. A wide grin appeared on Feng Yuxiang's face as she imagined the scene in her mind. However, her imagination was quickly interrupted by a voice. Madam Feng. A man's voice resounded, wiping the smile off Feng Yuxiang's face. She turned around to see a middle-aged man and a group of guards behind him. What do you want, Jin Yupu? I have already decided to leave the city, and I most likely won't be coming back here, she said to him. You won't be able to convince me to come back, she added. I know. I am not here to convince you to stay in the city. I just want to know your reason for leaving. Did something happen? Was it caused by the city? Or was it caused by my family? I won't be able to sleep properly without an answer, and I haven't been able to sleep a full night since you closed your store. Jin Yupu said to her. Feng Yuxiang's departure was a huge blow to Phoenix City's income since her store earned them more money than everyone else combined, for the last few hundred years, and as the lord of the city, it was only natural for Jin Yupu to want to figure out why she left. If it was his city that chased her away, he'd reform the city from the bottom to the top. If someone in his family had offended her, he'd disown that person. And if someone in the city had offended her, he'd give that individual a public execution. That was how much Jin Yupu valued Feng Yuxiang's presence. If I tell you, will you stop bothering me? Feng Yuxiang said. I promise. He nodded. Feng Yuxiang took a deep breath and then said, I have found someone I want to serve, a master. And I am currently following him right now. Sooner or later, we'll leave the lower heavens. This is why I cannot stay here anymore. What? Jin Yupu and everyone there looked at her with wide eyes. Feng Yuxiang, the #1 expert in Phoenix City, had abandoned her priceless store not because someone had offended her but because she lowered her head for someone else, becoming their servant. How could that even be possible? Surely, they must be dreaming. Are you serious, Madame Feng? Nobody offended you, causing you to leave the city? Jin Yupu was clearly in disbelief. After all, there was no way that a peak spirit grandmaster like Feng Yuxiang could become a servant for another person, especially if they consider her arrogant and prideful demeanor. Don't look down on my young master. He's a once-in-a-lifetime genius who will surely dominate the 9 heavens one day, and I want to be there to witness it. Although I had a different goal when I first met him, after spending some time with him, I have decided that I want to follow him to the end. Feng Yuxiang said. Now that you know why I am leaving, you can stop bothering me. See ya. Feng Yuxiang then flew into the sky before disappearing into the distance, leaving Jin Yupu and the others speechless. I have acquired more treasures than I'd anticipated. Hopefully, this means the young master will praise me more. Hee hee. Feng Yuxiang chuckled to herself as she sped back to Longchen City. Another week has passed since Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua to look for treasures, and Wang Xiuying arrived at their apartment for another weekly checkup. Yuan, I have consumed a couple of Earth-grade treasures and even one Heaven-grade treasure, but none of them affected my real body. Wang Xiuying said to him. What? You have already acquired the treasures? That was quick. Yuan said to her. Well, it's not hard when you're one of the most prominent disciples in the Spirit Healing Academy. Wang Xiuying said in a prideful tone. My master usually gives me all of the resources I need if I ask nicely, and it's a reasonable amount, she continued. Before joining the Spirit Healing Academy, Wang Xiuying had to undertake their disciple examination, and to their surprise, she passed it with flying colors, even obtaining a high score that their sect hadn't seen in a very long time. Thus, Wang Xiuying had instantly become the Spirit Healing Academy's treasure, one of their most valued disciples, and this gave her a lot of privileges and benefits, one of them being that she almost had unlimited resources to supply her growth. As a result, in just a single month, Wang Xiuying's cultivation base soared to the peak of Spirit Warrior, becoming a top player in Cultivation Online. Of course, Wang Xiuying wasn't the only player to experience significant progress and growth, as Lightning Emperor, the other player who ascended with her, also experienced similar growth. So treasures below Heaven grade don't work, huh? Maybe we need to consume Divine grade treasures. Yuan mumbled. Who knows? Maybe it really works but with a much lower chance, and higher grade treasures will have a higher chance for it to transfer to our real bodies. Wang Xiuying said. After a moment of silence, she continued, Hey, Yuan, this may sound like an odd question, but do you think the world inside Cultivation Online actually exists somewhere in this seemingly boundless universe? Like another world? Cultivation Online exists. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. Although he never mentioned it to anyone fearing that they might call him crazy, he has indeed had such thoughts before. I mean, how else can you explain the cultivation phenomenon and other things? I am not the only one with such thoughts. There are many people questioning why cultivation techniques in Cultivation Online work in our world, and there are already plenty of theories about the cultivation world being real. I kind of believe it, but it's also quite unbelievable at the same time. What do you think? A smile appeared on Yuan's face as he spoke in a longing voice. If the world of cultivation truly exists, how nice would that be? I mean, if you ignore the unreasonable people, the cultivation world is such a wonderful place that's filled with mysteries and miracles. I wouldn't mind it at all if it really exists. Yes, I think so, too. Wang Xiuying said. Sometime later, right before Wang Xiuying left, Yuan said to her, I am going to log in today to see if the others have returned yet. I'll let you know the results soon. Okay. I'll be waiting. Wang Xiuying said. After Wang Xiuying left, Yuan asked Mishio, how's your cultivation? I should be entering the 6th level in a few days, she calmly responded. I see. Can you enter the game with me today? I am doing an experiment, he then said. What kind of experiment? Whether or not treasures inside Cultivation Online will affect our real bodies. What? Mishio mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. I know it sounds crazy but hear me out. Yuan proceeded to tell Mishio about the impurity incident as well as the recent rumor regarding the topic. If this is true, I cannot even imagine what could happen. Mishio said afterward. Right? Therefore, we're going to test it out, using our own bodies. This is crazy. Mishio sighed. What if these treasures actually work? Will there be any side effects afterward? In the end, Mishio gave up and entered Cultivation Online with Yuan. Inside Cultivation Online, Yuan went back upstairs to meet up with Mishio, as he was forced to leave before by that fierce girl. Hopefully, she's gone by now. Yuan sighed inwardly as he approached the top floor. Feng, Xiao Hua, can you hear me? Yuan tried to speak with them through their servant master connection. Yes, I can hear you, young master. Are you still at the Cultivator's Haven? I will be there in a minute. Feng Yuxiang responded a moment later. As for Xiao Hua, Yuan has yet to hear a response from her even after Feng Yuxiang showed up. Xiao Hua is not with you? Yuan asked her. Feng Yuxiang shook her head and said, we went our separate ways. I see. Then she's probably too far away to hear my voice. I hope she's okay. Yuan said. There's nothing in the lower heavens that can harm her, so you don't have to worry, said Feng Yuxiang. I hope that's the case. Sometime later, Yuan entered one of the cultivation rooms with Mishio and Feng Yuxiang. Here you go. Once they had some privacy, Feng Yuxiang proceeded to retrieve the treasures she had acquired at the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. Yuan and Mishio were shaken when they saw the number of treasures Feng Yuxiang had acquired. You obtained this many treasures with the number of spirit stones I gave you? Yuan asked her in a trembling voice. Feng Yuxiang showed a stiff smile and said, yes. I went to speak with my friends, and I managed to get them at a discounted price because they owed me. Even if there was a discount. I still can't believe that you'd obtained this many treasures with the spirit stones I gave you. Look at this. There's even a divine grade treasure in here. Are you telling me that you got everything here for less than 1,000 spirit stones? That's only worth around 10 million gold coins. Yuan said to her, clearly doubting her claims. Fine, I'll tell you the truth, young master. Feng Yuxiang sighed, and then she continued, truth is, they were given to me for free. What? That sounds even less likely. Yuan said. After all, who would give up such precious treasures for free? I'm telling you the truth, young master. I went to the Golden Phoenix Bazaar to acquire these treasures, she said. Golden Phoenix Bazaar. Yuan raised his eyebrows. She nodded and said, I know everybody that owns a store there, and they're all indebted to me, so I decided to go there to collect their debt since I will be leaving this place soon, and they gave me these treasures to clear their debt. I guess these treasures weren't free technically, but let's not ponder about the minor stuff. Feng Yuxiang told him the truth. Do you see any treasures that you want, young master? She then asked him again. Yuan looked at the treasures and said, I will have to look through them one by one first. Take your time, she said. Anyways, thank you, Feng. I owe you for this. Yuan then said to her. I'm just doing my job, she said with a smile. If you want, I can give you some of my blood later. However, to Yuan's surprise, Feng Yuxiang shook her head and refused to take his blood. It's okay, young master. You can save your blood. Really? Are you okay? You would normally be excited to drink it. Yuan said with a surprised look on his face, wondering if something had happened. Feng Yuxiang showed a stiff smile and said, everything is fine. There are just days where I have no appetite for anything. I see. Well, if you ever feel like drinking it again, just let me know. Okay. Thank you, young master. Ever since Xiao Hua told her that she might be forced to ascend to a higher realm if she breaks free from her curse and restores her cultivation base, Feng Yuxiang has become hesitant on drinking Yuan's blood, especially when she could feel the curse weakening with every sip. I will continue to drink his blood once we reach spirit heaven where there's a bigger limit. Until then, I will have to resist my urges for now. Feng Yuxiang sighed inwardly. Yuan began looking through the pile of treasures a moment later, and he would spend the next hour doing so. An hour later, Yuan sighed, even though there are so many treasures here, none of them are really unique enough for my experiment. What experiment? Feng Yuxiang looked at him with wide eyes. Was all of her efforts in vain? It's hard to explain it. Yuan said. After all, how would he go about telling her that he's testing to see if the treasures inside a game would affect his real body? He then said, all of these treasures enhance one's strength or permanently enhance one's stats. There's really nothing truly unique about them. Isn't there something that can make my hair grow longer or something? Making the young master's hair grow longer? Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows. Then she retrieved something from her spatial ring and showed it to him. This is longevity seed. If you consume it, it'll grant you 100 years of longevity and even give you new hair. It's really popular amongst men who are balding. Yuan looked at the seed with raised eyebrows. He didn't literally mean it when he said that he wanted something that could grow his hair, as it was just an example. I mean, it's an earth-grade treasure, so I guess I can try it. Thanks, Feng. Yuan accepted the longevity seed and tossed it inside his mouth. After chewing it a couple of times, he swallowed it. Ding! You have consumed longevity seed. You have gained 100 years of longevity from consuming longevity seed. After consuming the seed, Yuan stood there and waited for his hair to grow. However, to his surprise, his hair began falling off his head instead, instantly making him bald. What? Yuan was shocked when he saw this. Feng. You lied to me. This thing is doing the exact opposite of what you said. Yuan looked at her with a frown on his face. PFT. Feng Yuxiang almost burst out laughing when she saw Yuan's bald appearance. Mishio was no different, and she tried her best to resist her urges. Wait a moment, young master. I didn't lie to you, Feng Yuxiang then said, your hair will grow back in a bit. The treasure killed all of your old hair to remake new ones. And just like Feng Yuxiang claimed, silky black hair began emerging from Yuan's bald head shortly after. However, it grew more than he expected, and by the time it stopped growing, his new hair had reached his butt. There's too much hair now. Yuan sighed. Now I have to get a haircut, he then said. Why? I think you look much better with long hair, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Here. You can use this to tie your hair. She then handed him a golden hairband. I guess this will do for now. Yuan then tied his long and silky hair into a ponytail. Now you look more like a cultivator, young master. Feng Yuxiang chuckled. Oh. And more handsome. Handsome? Wouldn't this make me look more feminine instead? Yuan raised his eyebrows. What do you think, Mishio? He suddenly asked her. Mishio was taken by surprise, and when she saw his new appearance that had a certain charm and elegance to it, she began blushing. I think it's fine, she finally said after a moment of awkward silence. Okay, then we will be right back. Mishio, I need you to check my hair for me. Yuan said to her before logging off shortly after. Sometime later, Mishio went to his room. Well? Did my hair grow longer? Yuan asked her. No. Nothing happened, she said. I see. Then let's go try some more treasures. The two of them returned to the game a moment later and began looking through the treasures again. What about this one, Yuan? It can boost your eyesight and reaction by a significant amount. Mishio showed him a weird-looking fruit. You can eat it. I have already eaten one. Yuan said to her. Mishio nodded and consumed the earth-grade treasure a moment later. Ding! You have consumed fruit of perception. A few moments later, Mishio said, Wow, my eyesight's got noticeably better after consuming the treasure, and I can see details that I wouldn't normally be able to before. I'm not sure about my reaction speed though. Mishio suddenly stopped speaking and tilted her head when she noticed something flying at her face with incredible speed. Yuan. Mishio looked at him with wide eyes. Sorry, I just wanted to test your reaction. Yuan chuckled a little before retrieving his arm. What do you think? Has your reaction gotten better? Probably. She said. Now see if these changes apply outside. Yuan then said. Mishio nodded and logged off the game shortly after to see the results. She returned a few moments later and shook her head. I don't think it worked. What about this treasure? It's a heaven-grade treasure, and it boosts your strength significantly. Yuan asked. You want me to take this treasure as well? I mean, I wouldn't be able to test the results even if I use it, Yuan said with a stiff smile on his face. Oh. Okay. Mishio realized what Yuan was trying to say and subconsciously nodded. Ding. You have consumed Berserker's Gem. Plus 20,000 physical strength. That's a lot of strength. Mishio muttered in a dazed voice before logging off to see if her physical strength had improved. How should I go about testing my strength? As a cultivator, I am already strong enough to lift an entire desk without any issues. Mishio wondered to herself as she looked around her room for something extremely heavy. However, there was nothing in her room that would challenge her already profound strength. After pondering for some time, Mishio decided to go outside the apartment where plenty of heavy objects were available. She then approached one of the cars parked in front of the apartment before looking left and right to make sure nobody was looking at her. Once she was clear, Mishio bent her knees and tried to pick up the car. As ridiculous and embarrassing as it felt, Mishio was also curious about the rumor. When she had a good grip on the car, Mishio tried to stand up with the car. The moment she stood up, the car in her grasp also went up with her. This shocked her so much that she accidentally dropped the car back down. Mishio looked left and right again to make sure nobody saw her before she ran back into the apartment. I am only dreaming, right? Mishio looked at her own palms with clear disbelief on her face. After taking a moment to calm down, Mishio went inside her room and tried to lift her bed. Although she could lift her bed before she consumed the treasure, it wasn't easy. Once she had a good grip on the bed, Mishio took a deep breath before lifting the bed into the air like it weighed nothing. Heavens! Mishio mumbled in a dazed voice as she stared at the bed that was directly above her head. And to make sure it wasn't just a fluke, Mishio began benching the bed as though it were a barbell. After benching the bed a dozen times, Mishio carefully placed the bed back down onto the floor without a single bead of sweat on her face or body. It's real. The treasure inside the game really affected my real body. After taking a moment to calm down, Mishio returned to Cultivation Online to share her results. That took longer than I expected. How did it go? Yuan asked her when Mishio finally logged back in after many minutes. Mishio stared at Yuan in silence before speaking in a low voice. It worked. Huh? Yuan's eyes widened. The experiment worked. Mishio said, and she proceeded to tell him her experience. The heaven-grade treasure worked on you but it didn't work on Wang Xiaoying. I guess this proves that every treasure has a chance to transfer its effects outside, and the chances will depend on the grade of the treasure. Yuan said in an excited voice. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang looked at them with a weird expression on her face, as she was unable to comprehend their situation. Anyways, thank you for the treasures. You can keep the rest for yourself since we no longer need it. Yuan said to Feng Yuxiang afterward. Oh okay. Feng Yuxiang nodded and stored the rest of the treasures into her spatial ring. Sometime later, Yuan said to her, Feng, can you stay here and wait for Xiao Hua? I'm not sure when she'll come back, though. I don't mind. Feng Yuxiang nodded. I will come back at least once a day just in case she comes back, he then said. Yuan and Mishio logged off the game shortly after to discuss the results even more. Can you call Wang Xiaoying later and tell her to visit us tomorrow? I'd like to tell her the results of our experiments. Yuan said to Mishio. Okay. Anyways, although I was already quite confident that the rumors were true, seeing it happen again is another thing. Yuan then said. Do you know what this means, Yuan? Mishio said. As long as one is lucky enough, they might be able to use treasures from Cultivation Online to benefit their real body. This might be quite disastrous if the world finds out about it if they haven't already. I'm sure some people already know this, just like how people knew about Cultivation way before it was announced. It's only a matter of when it becomes widespread, and when that happens, the world will become even crazier. What should we do? Mishio asked. Is there even anything we can do? Yuan sighed. I think the only thing we can do is prepare ourselves for it. Though I don't think it'll be that bad due to the rarity of treasures. Maybe I'm wrong, who knows? Yuan sighed. If the chances of acquiring its effects are really low, it might not be that bad. And according to my research, the majority of the player base are only just starting to obtain Earth-grade treasures with Heaven-grade treasures and above still unattainable besides those really wealthy and powerful players who just buy them using real money. Mishio said. There's no use thinking about it now. Let's just focus on cultivation so when the world learns about this and evolves once again, we'll be prepared for it. Yuan said. Yes, I agree. Mishio nodded. Sometime later, they started their cultivation. The following day, Wang Xiaoying returned to their apartment. What's up, Yuan? Did you need to speak with me? Does it have anything to do with your condition? She asked him. No, this is about our experiment. We have some results. Yuan said to her. What? Really? Wang Xiaoying instantly became excited. Yes. Yuan proceeded to explain to Wang Xiaoying everything that had occurred yesterday. Wang Xiaoying silently stared at Mishio after hearing everything. You can lift a car with your bare hands? Wang Xiaoying asked her in a somewhat doubtful voice. Yes. I know it sounds crazy, but... Mishio nodded. It's alright. I believe you. I was just expressing my disbelief that it actually worked. Wang Xiaoying said. You said that it was a heaven-grade treasure that you'd consumed, right? I also consumed a heaven-grade treasure, but nothing happened to me, so I guess there's only a chance of obtaining the effects. What are you going to do now, Yuan? Wang Xiaoying then asked him. What do you want me to do? He asked her in return. I don't know. But I know what I am going to do. Wang Xiuying chuckled. I am going to consume all of the treasures I can. Hopefully, I will eventually get lucky and strengthen my real body through the treasures in Cultivation Online. Wang Xiuying announced her plans. Actually, you should also do the same, Yuan. Maybe there's a treasure in Cultivation Online that will be able to fix your eyesight and heal your body. Hearing this, Mishio also said, now that you mention it, there are countless miraculous treasures in Cultivation Online with profound effects one cannot even imagine. I'm sure there are treasures out there that can help you. I think so, too. However, we should still focus on cultivating our real bodies first. I am going to enter the 9th level first before trying to break through to Spirit Master. Once I do that, I will focus on Cultivation Online. Yuan said. Good luck, Yuan. I am going to see if there's anything I can do to help in the spirit heavens. Maybe my master will know something about your condition. I'll ask her. Wang Xiuying said. Okay. Thank you. Wang Xiuying left shortly after while Yuan and Mishio returned to their cultivation. For the next couple of days, Yuan would spend most of his time cultivating towards the 9th level spirit warrior while also checking Cultivation Online to see if Xiao Hua had returned yet. A week later, Yuan entered the 9th level, feeling an outburst of energy coming from somewhere within his body, yet he could not pinpoint the location. Xiao Hua still hasn't returned yet. She's gone for so long that it's a little worrisome. Yuan sighed when Feng Yuxiang told him she hadn't returned yet. Who knows where she went? However, for her to take this long, she's either in trouble or she went really far to get the treasure. Feng Yuxiang said. However, with her cultivation base, I doubt it would take this long even if she had to travel to the other side of the world. Alright. I will continue to check if she has returned every day. Thank you for doing this, Feng. I know this is probably very boring for you since you have to sit here all day. Yuan said to her. Don't mention it, young master. It's really not that bad. As someone who has lived for thousands of years, how I experience time may differ from your experience. Sometime later, Yuan logged off and continued to cultivate. 1 week. 2 weeks. 3 weeks. An entire month has passed since Yuan reached the 9th level of Spirit Warrior, and he has reached the peak of Spirit Warrior, being only a step from entering Spirit Master. However, this single step was by no means small, and even after trying to break through for an entire week, Yuan remained stuck as a Spirit Warrior. Meanwhile, Mishio had managed to enter the 8th level of Spirit Apprentice, preparing to enter the 9th level. I entered Spirit Master as easily as breathing in Cultivation Online, yet I cannot do the same in the real world. This also happened when I tried to enter Spirit Warrior. I guess I can only continue trying. He sighed. After spending a few hours trying to break through and failing, Yuan decided to enter Cultivation Online to see if Xiao Hua has returned yet. Is there anything I can do to contact her? Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang, as he was getting impatient waiting for Xiao Hua, worried that something might have happened to her. Normally, you can speak with us telepathically because of the master and servant connection between us, but that only works for a certain amount of distance. Once we are outside the range, we won't be able to hear your voice. I see. Guess I can only keep trying to contact her. After taking a deep breath, Yuan closed his eyes and proceeded to spend the next couple of minutes calling Xiao Hua. Many minutes later with no result, Yuan prepared to log off. However, just as he gave up, he could hear a familiar voice resound in his head. Sorry for making you wait, brother Yuan. Hearing Xiao Hua's voice, Yuan was ecstatic. Xiao Hua. You're back. He exclaimed. After hearing Xiao Hua's voice, Yuan decided to stay in the game for a little longer to see why it had taken her this long to return and where she'd gone. A few minutes later, Xiao Hua returned to the cultivator's haven. Thank the heavens you're okay, Xiao Hua. I was worried that something bad might have happened to you because you have been gone for so long. Yuan gave her a tight hug after seeing her again. Xiao Hua didn't immediately respond and merely enjoyed the sensation of being hugged by Yuan while silently blushing. By the way, I returned after just 2 days. Feng Yuxiang said to her. I'm sorry, Brother Yuan, but Xiao Hua wanted to fulfill your request, so Xiao Hua did her best trying to find a unique treasure, she said. She then reached inside her storage pouch before taking out a small glass bottle of semi-transparent azure-colored liquid that had around 1 ounce of liquid inside. What is this? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Celestial water. Xiao Hua said in a calm voice. What did you just say? Feng Yuxiang was the first to speak, and she sounded like she was in disbelief. Celestial water. Xiao Hua repeated. Celestial water. Impossible. Where in heaven's name did you go to obtain celestial water? I refuse to believe that you have found that in the lower heavens. Even the spirit heaven wouldn't have something like this. Feng Yuxiang quickly said. What's so valuable about this celestial water? Yuan asked. Celestial water is from an extremely rare treasure known as the celestial tree. This treasure can only be found in the 5th heaven and above, and the celestial tree can only produce 1 drop of celestial water every 10,000 years. An ounce of celestial water is worth even more than mythic-grade treasures. Feng Yuxiang explained. Furthermore, celestial water has the ability to increase one's innate talent by at least 10%. Although it only works if you drink an ounce at a time, it's still incredibly sought after. That bottle of celestial water can start even a huge war if people know about it. Increasing one's talent by at least 10%. That is definitely unique and sounds very expensive. How on earth did you acquire such a treasure, Xiao Hua? And where did you go to obtain it? Yuan asked her. After a moment of silence, she said, Xiao Hua went to the upper heavens to obtain the celestial water. Both Yuan and Feng Yuxiang's jaws dropped after hearing her words. You went to the upper heavens for this? Yuan almost couldn't believe his ears. It now made sense why it took so long for Xiao Hua to return. To think she traveled to the upper heavens during this time. He was speechless. If you don't mind me asking, exactly how far did you go? Feng Yuxiang asked her. However, Xiao Hua remained silent, clearly unwilling to reveal everything. Yuan and Feng Yuxiang looked at each other, unsure how they should react anymore. Does Brother Yuan not like it? Xiao Hua asked him a moment later. Of course, I like it. In fact, I am flattered that you'd gone all the way to the upper heavens to acquire such a valuable treasure for me. I just don't know how to react. He quickly said. Xiao Hua nodded, and then she turned to look at Feng Yuxiang. What treasures did you acquire for Brother Yuan? Obviously, Xiao Hua didn't forget about their friendly competition, hence why she even bothered to ask Feng Yuxiang in the first place. A bittersweet smile appeared on Feng Yuxiang's face, and she said, You win this one. There's no way my treasures could compare with your celestial water even if I had a carriage load of them. Xiao Hua nodded in a calm manner, yet there was a glint of delight within her eyes. Here, Brother Yuan, you should drink it. Xiao Hua offered this priceless treasure that even immortals would kill for to Yuan in a casual manner. Are you sure? It must have cost a fortune, right? I highly doubt my spirit stones were able to pay for even a small fraction of its price. Yuan said. It's okay. Xiao Hua didn't have to pay for it, she said, shocking them even more. What? You're telling me that you'd managed to obtain the celestial water for free? As if I'd believe that. Feng Yuxiang said afterward. It's true. Xiao Hua said, not even bothering to explain herself. If you say so, I will drink it. I don't want your effort to go to waste, after all. Yuan said. No matter how she'd acquired this treasure, it was a fact that she'd gone all the way to the upper heavens to obtain this treasure for him. After taking a deep breath, Yuan removed the seal on the glass bottle and chugged the celestial water down in a single gulp. Whoa! Yuan immediately kneeled on the floor after he drank the celestial water, feeling his entire body heating up at a significant rate. What is this? I feel so hot. Yuan exclaimed, recalling when he'd first awakened his bloodline, as this was a familiar feeling. However, unlike previously, he didn't feel any pain from the heat no matter how hot it felt. In fact, he didn't feel any discomfort. Yuan's eyes suddenly began flickering with a golden glow, almost like his dragon's gaze was activating and deactivating itself continuously. Is this supposed to happen? Feng Yuxiang asked Xiao Hua. This is her first time witnessing someone consuming celestial water, too. I don't know. She said, as this was her first time witnessing it as well. Meanwhile, somewhere in the upper heavens, the jade tablet with the word destiny engraved into it began glowing once again. When this happened, an old man suddenly appeared before it like a ghost, and he proceeded to stare at the jade tablet with a profound look on his face. The jade tablet is reacting once again, yet I cannot sense your presence. Just where in the 9 heavens are you, master? The old man muttered in a low voice. A couple of minutes had passed since Yuan consumed the celestial water, and the heat in his body had finally subsided. Young master, are you okay? Feng Yuxiang asked him afterward. Yes. I am fine. Yuan said as he stood up, feeling a little lightheaded. Do you feel any different? Xiao Hua asked him. Yuan patted himself and shook his head. No, I don't. In fact, he didn't even get any notification. Normally, whenever he consumes a treasure, it would be followed by a notification and how it's affected his body. However, there was nothing this time. No notifications, nothing. This was incredibly odd. Does this mean the celestial water didn't affect him at all? But how is that possible? Clearly, his body reacted to it. Nothing at all. How weird. The celestial water is a priceless treasure even in the supreme heaven. Feng Yuxiang said. Maybe it takes time to take effect. Xiao Hua theorized. That makes sense. Maybe it'll take effect later once your body fully absorbs it. There are many treasures like that out there. Feng Yuxiang agreed. Okay. Guess I'll just have to wait and see. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua returned to his body before Yuan logged off the game to cultivate. Now that Xiao Hua has returned safely, Yuan was able to cultivate with a peaceful mind. However, he quickly noticed a change in the way that he cultivated, that it had suddenly become easier to cultivate. Normally, he'd need to clear his mind and recite the cultivation technique inside his mind to absorb spiritual energy. Now, he could absorb the spiritual energy around him as though it was natural, almost like breathing. Unfortunately for him, even if he could cultivate easier, it wouldn't matter since he cannot obtain any more spiritual energy until he break through to Spirit Master. I think there is a term for this. What was it? A bottleneck? Yuan sighed inwardly. Sometime later, Yuan thought to himself, since I cannot advance my cultivation anymore, I should practice something else, like my divine sense. Ever since he started focusing on his cultivation base, Yuan had neglected training his divine sense. In fact, it has been a while since he tried to activate his divine sense. The last time I tried, it felt like I was on the verge of succeeding. Now that I am at the peak of Spirit Warrior, I might be able to do it. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began trying to activate his divine sense again. Meanwhile, in the room beside Yuan's room, Mishio suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling for some reason. It's probably just my imagination. Mishio thought to herself. However, unbeknownst to Mishio, somebody was actually staring at her. It worked. Yuan exclaimed in an excited voice when his divine sense activated properly, allowing him to see inside his room and half of Mishio's room. How long has it been since he was able to see? Almost a decade ago. Once Yuan was certain that his divine sense was working, tears flowed down his face, quickly soaking the pillow. Are you okay, Yuan? Mishio asked him from outside when she heard his shouting. Yes, I am okay. Yuan said as his divine sense focused onto Mishio's beautiful face. Although he was already used to seeing her face, there was just something different about seeing her in the real world. Compared to her avatar in Cultivation Online, Mishio looked almost identical, with the only thing being different was their aura. And just as Mishio prepared to return to her own room to cultivate, Yuan's voice resounded. Mishio, you look great in those black pajamas. Eh. Mishio's movement froze the moment she heard this, and she turned to look at his room with a look of disbelief on her face. What did you just say? She asked him in a dazed voice. Yuan chuckled and said, you should see your face right now. It's quite funny. A shiver went down Mishio's spine. Why does it sound like Yuan can see her right now? What's going on, Yuan? Mishio decided to enter his room and ask him. The first thing she noticed when she entered his room was the smile on his face, and then the tears flowing down his closed eyes. Why are you crying? She asked him. Because I can see, he responded. What? Mishio's eyes widened. I can see again, Mishio. I can use divine sense to see. Yuan revealed to her. Wait a moment. You can use divine sense. Right now? Yes. I am looking at you right now through divine sense. You're wearing a pair of black pajamas, right? Mishio had to look down at her own clothes to make sure he was correct, and sure enough, she was wearing black pajamas. Unbelievable. Mishio muttered in a dazed voice. However, it's a little exhausting to use it continuously. Once she'd calmed down enough, Mishio said with a warm smile on her face, Congratulations, Yuan. This is one massive step towards your recovery. Yes, I think so, too. However, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Yuan suddenly said. What is it? Come closer, he said. Mishio nodded and approached him, feeling a little nervous for some reason. Once she was by the bed, Yuan said, Give me your hand for a moment. My hand? Mishio raised her eyebrow. Yes. Place it on my chest, he said. Mishio didn't know what he was trying to do, but she kneeled on the floor and placed her fair hand on his chest nevertheless. Feeling Mishio's hand on his chest, Yuan took a deep breath and proceeded to move his right hand that had been resting on his side. Mishio's eyes widened with shock as she witnessed Yuan's right hand lift into the air without any support, and then she watched as it approached her hand. Before she realized it, Yuan's right hand was directly on top of her own hand. Not only can I see, but I can move as well. Yuan's voice resounded a second later, snapping Mishio out of her daze. You can move now. Since when? Mishio muttered in a low voice after Yuan's shocking reveal. To tell you the truth, my recovery started many weeks ago, even before you started playing Cultivation Online. In fact, I initially planned on keeping this a secret until I could get off the bed by myself, but I changed my mind after hearing your words just now. Yuan said. My words. Yes. Your voice when you congratulated me. I couldn't continue to keep it to myself after hearing it. I'm sorry for keeping it a secret for so long, but I wanted to make sure that I was actually recovering and not give you or Yuro false hope. It's okay. You don't have to apologize. I'm just glad that you're finally recovering, Yuan. Mishio said to him in a gentle voice, feeling an indescribable feeling surging from her heart at this moment. Unbeknownst to Mishio at first, tears began appearing in her eyes before quickly falling down her face. Mishio wiped her eyes when she realized that her vision was getting blurry, and to her surprise, she was actually crying due to being overwhelmed by happiness. It was definitely a first for her. Mishio quickly wiped her face with her free hand while silently hoping to herself that Yuan wasn't looking at her right now. Luckily for her, Yuan didn't have his divine sense activated since he could only use it for a few moments before it exhausts his spiritual energy. A few moments later, once Mishio calmed down a little, she asked Yuan, how much can you move right now? Can you sit up on the bed yet? Unfortunately, lifting a hand is already my limit. Any more and my body will start experiencing pain, he sighed. Don't push yourself, Yuan. You're recovering, and that's all that matters. I know. Are you going to tell Yuro? Mishio suddenly asked. Yuan didn't immediately respond, and after a moment of silence, he said, I want to surprise her. When I tell Yuro, I want to be standing. I hope you don't mind keeping this a secret for now. I don't mind, Mishio said. Thank you. Sometime later, Yuan said, I am already at the peak of Spirit Warrior, but I cannot break through to Spirit Master for some reason. I will try for a few more days. If I still cannot break through, I will focus on Cultivation Online. Alright. I will try to push for the 9th level before I return to Cultivation Online. Mishio said. Take your time. Mishio returned to her own room a few moments later. Yuan. He's recovering. He can see again, even move. I cannot wait to see him walk again. Mishio thought to herself as she took a seat on the hard floor and began her cultivation. To her surprise, when she cultivated, Mishio noticed a noticeable change in her cultivation speed, as she was absorbing the spiritual energy around her at a much quicker rate than she could previously achieve, almost twice as fast. Mishio didn't know what was causing this phenomenon, but she welcomed it. A few days later, Mishio entered the 9th level of Spirit Apprentice. Yuan, did you manage to break through? Mishio asked him. Nope. Yuan sighed. Every time it feels like I am about to have a breakthrough, that feeling would suddenly disappear. It's like walking towards an open door, but just as you're about to enter that door, it closes in your face. Mishio pondered for a moment before speaking. Maybe it has something to do with our world. What if there's not enough spiritual energy for you to break through? Spirit Master is pretty high, right? Now that you mention it. That does make sense. Okay, I will ask Xiao Hua and the others later. Yuan said. What about you? Have you reached your goal? Yuan asked her. Yes, but the 3-month time limit for the registration is getting close, so I was thinking about registering myself first so I can get it out of the way. What about you, Yuan? Registering, huh? Okay, let's go register ourselves and get this over with. Let's do it tomorrow since it's already late today, Mishio suggested. Sometime later, Mishio went to prepare dinner. After dinner, they went to sleep, taking a break from cultivation. The following morning after breakfast, Mishio helped Yuan change into a more fitting outfit for their journey outside before carrying him to his wheelchair. Are you ready to go? Mishio asked him after she prepared herself. Yuan didn't say anything, but he closed his hand into a fist before giving her a thumbs up. A smile appeared on Mishio's face, and she pushed the wheelchair outside, leaving the apartment with him. How far away is the Cultivators Association from here? Yuan asked her once they were downstairs. It's about an hour from here on foot, she said. Do you want to take the taxi instead? I want to look at the scenery if you don't mind. I'm okay. We can walk. Thank you, Mishio. I should probably buy a car to make traveling more convenient in case we need it. Mishio muttered to herself shortly after they started moving. Despite her young age, Mishio already has a driver's license, so she was qualified to drive a car. A car, huh? It'll definitely be necessary if we want to go anywhere that cannot be traveled in a reasonable time on foot. Yuan said. Yeah, you should probably get a car. Yuan agreed with her. Really? What kind of car should I get? Yes. You can get whatever you want. I'll let you choose. Okay. I'll look around after we register at the Cultivators Association. While they made their way towards the Cultivators Association, Yuan would use his divine sense to look at his surroundings. Although he couldn't see any further than a few meters around him, it was more than enough for someone like him who hasn't seen the world for so many years. An hour later, they arrived at the Cultivators Association. Wow, there's a lot of people here even though it's so early in the morning. Mishio was surprised to see the crowd of people gathered there. After taking a moment to examine the area, Mishio approached the tall building with Yuan. After avoiding the crowd with much effort, Mishio pushed the wheelchair inside the building, where there were even more people, but since the people were in line in an orderly fashion, it felt much more spacious than outside. It took a moment since there were multiple lines, but once Mishio found the end of a line, she went there with Yuan. While they waited in line, Yuan used his divine sense to look at the place and the people there. The majority of people there were between the 3rd level and the 5th level with a couple at the 6th level. Of course, all of them were still spirit apprentices. Mishio also looked around while they waited. The interior of the building was quite bland, and there was barely any furniture or decoration. At the end of the room, there were a couple of desks with a clerk working behind it. I have been thinking, Mishio, but how does the registration even work? Do they have some sort of device that can gauge our cultivation? Yuan suddenly asked. I'm not sure, actually. I didn't really look into it. However, I don't see any devices in the front. Let me look it up real quick. Mishio proceeded to take out her cell phone and searched about the Cultivators Association. A few minutes later, she said, according to this website, we only have to prove to them that we can cultivate in order to register as a cultivator. If we want to join the Cultivators Association, we will need to undergo some sort of exam. Oh, we only need to prove to them that we can cultivate? That's easier than I'd thought. Yuan said. They continued to wait, and after about 2 hours of waiting, they finally reached the front. How may I help you? The woman behind the desk asked them. We're here to register as a cultivator, Mishio said. I understand. Can I see your identification? Identification? It was at this moment she realized that they didn't have any identification on them. Are identifications necessary? We didn't bring any. Mishio said a moment later. If you don't have any identification on you, we will need your fingerprints. This is only to make sure that you're not a criminal or have any criminal record. The woman said to her. Okay, we can do that instead. Mishio nodded. Great. Please scan your index finger on this. The woman then handed her a small device that scanned fingerprints. Mishio placed her index finger on the device and waited until the woman spoke again. Okay, you can take your finger off now. Give me a minute to run your fingerprint through the database. Sometime later, Mishio's information appeared on the screen. When the woman saw that she was from the Yu family, her eyes widened with surprise. If she was from the Yu family, why didn't she say so in the beginning? Even though Mishio and Yuan left the Yu family, they're still technically part of the family since the Yu family didn't remove them from the database. Okay, you're cleared. Please go to the room behind me for the next step. Mishio then said while pointing at Yuan, we're together, and he's also here to register as a cultivator. Can we go inside together? He's also a cultivator. The woman raised her eyebrow when she saw Yuan. I will have to run his fingerprints as well. The woman said. Okay. Mishio proceeded to help Yuan place his finger on the device. Sometime later, Yuan's information appeared on the screen for the woman to see. Yu Tian. He's also from the Yu family. And he's even their son. I thought they only had a daughter. The woman was shocked to see this, as she was only aware of Yuro's existence. All right. I have cleared him as well. The woman said a moment later. Thank you. Mishio left the desk and walked to the door at the end of the hall a moment later with Yuan, which led to another large and spacious room. The interior of this room looked like an empty gym, and there were people sitting in the lotus position near the middle of the room, absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. A person only needed to continuously absorb spiritual energy for a minute straight to be deemed a cultivator, so the line moved relatively fast. About half an hour later, Mishio and Yuan reached the front of the line. Next. A bulky middle-aged man with a stopwatch turned to look at Mishio after the previous individual left his seat. I will be right back, Yuan, Mishio said as she left his side and took a seat beside the bulky man. Good luck, he said to her. I will start the time once you begin to cultivate. You must cultivate without stopping for an entire minute to qualify as a cultivator, he said to her. Mishio nodded and closed her eyes. She then took a deep breath and began to recite the divine-grade cultivation technique inside her mind. Very quickly, the spiritual energy in the building began flying towards Mishio, creating a small vortex around her. What the heck is that cultivation speed? The bulky man and the others were shocked when they saw how quickly Mishio was absorbing the spiritual energy. Heavens! She is a true cultivation genius. The bulky man mumbled in a dazed voice as he stared at Mishio's beautiful face, seemingly mesmerized by her. He has been working here ever since the Cultivators Association was created, and he has watched tens of thousands of people cultivate during the past few weeks, but none of them could compare to this young beauty cultivating before him right now. More than a minute has passed since Mishio started cultivating, but the bulky man didn't say anything, as he'd completely forgotten about the time when watching Mishio cultivate. A few more minutes later, Mishio opened her eyes and turned to look at the bulky man. Excuse me, I think it's been more than a minute, she said to him in a calm voice. The bulky man quickly looked at his stopwatch, and sure enough, 3 minutes have passed since Mishio started cultivating. Sorry, I spaced out. The bulky man said in a still dazed voice. You have passed the cultivation test. Mishio nodded and stood up. If you don't mind me asking, what cultivation base have you achieved? The bulky man suddenly asked her. 9th level spirit apprentice, Mishio responded in a calm voice. 9th level. The bulky man trembled upon hearing this. Is there anything else? Mishio then asked him. No. He quickly shook his head. However, just as Mishio started walking back to Yuan, a loud voice suddenly resounded, causing everyone to turn to look at the source. Wait a second, young lady. At the end of the hall, an old man followed by 4 other individuals could be seen approaching them in a hurry. Chairman! The bulky man exclaimed when he saw this old man, and he quickly lowered his head to bow. Who? Mishio wondered inwardly as they approached her. Hello, young lady. My name is Zhao Zheng, and I am the chairman of the Cultivators Association. I saw your cultivation just now, and it left me in awe. Can I get your name? Mishio, she responded. Then, Lady Mishio, would you like to join my Cultivators Association? We are currently in need of talented cultivators, and you're exactly what we are looking for. If you join us, we can guarantee you a heaven-grade cultivation technique, and when we acquire a divine-grade cultivation technique in the future, you will also get to practice it. Zhao Jing said, trying to recruit Mishio into the Cultivators Association. However, Mishio quickly shook her head and said, Thank you for the offer, but I do not wish to join the Cultivators Association. The spectators were shocked when Mishio refused Zhao Zheng's offer so casually. Many of them had plans to join the Cultivators Association after this, so when they saw Mishio getting recruited by the chairman of the association, they were overwhelmed with jealousy. What? The chairman himself personally invited you to join the Cultivators Association and you dare refuse? Know your place. One of the figures standing behind Zhao Zheng suddenly exclaimed. Another one then said, You may have some talents in cultivation, but without a proper cultivation technique, you can only go so far. However, if you join us, we can guarantee you a limitless future. Despite their words, Mishio remained calm and said, I refuse. You. Stop. Zhao Jing suddenly interrupted. Once there was silence, he continued, Can you at least tell me why you're refusing my offer? Are you already part of another power? Or do you have something against our association? I have nothing against the association. My hands are already fully occupied with other matters, and I'm not interested in the Cultivators Association in general. Mishio said. Other matters? There's nothing my association cannot solve. If you join us, we'll help you with whatever you're occupied with. Zhao Zheng wasn't willing to give up someone as talented as Mishio so easily. Hearing his words, Mishio smiled and said, "No thank you. I enjoy what I am doing, and I will continue doing it until I am no longer needed." What a pity. Zhao Zheng shook his head. He then said, "Well, if you ever decide to change your mind, my Cultivators Association will always have its doors open for you." Zhao Zheng turned around and walked away without saying anything else. The four people with him lingered for a little longer to stare at Mishio with displeased looks on their faces before leaving with Zhao Zheng. Once the place returned to being somewhat peaceful, the bulky man could finally breathe properly, and he continued the examination shortly after. "Young lady, you're going the wrong way," the bulky man said to Mishio when he noticed her returning to the line. He then pointed at the door on the other side and continued, "If you're finished, you go to that room." "I didn't come alone," she said to him. Mishio then walked to Yuan and began pushing his wheelchair. "He's with me, and he's also here to register," she said. "He's also a cultivator." The bulky man raised his eyebrows when he saw Yuan. This is his first time seeing someone in a wheelchair registering as a cultivator. As they approached the bulky man, Mishio whispered to Yuan, "I think you should keep it low-key. I don't want those people coming back to bother you. They're definitely a troublesome bunch. I can only imagine what will happen if they see your real talents." "I know. I'll restrain myself," Yuan said. Meanwhile, after they left the test room, Zhao Zheng didn't actually leave and stayed behind to continue watching Mishio. "Do we have any information on that girl?" he asked the four behind him. One of them pulled out his phone and said, "According to the clerk that spoke with them, she's a servant from the Yu family. They're a powerhouse in the entertainment industry." "What about that young man in a wheelchair? How is he related to her?" "He's also from the Yu family, their son. That girl is probably his caretaker or something." "I see." Back in the other room, the bulky man said, "Whenever you're ready." Yuan took a deep breath and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the room, making sure to keep things to a minimum by imitating the cultivation speed of other cultivators that went before him. When Zhao Zheng saw Yuan's abysmal cultivating speed when compared to Mishio, he sneered in a cold voice, "She's throwing away her talents for that trash. Ridiculous." After a moment of silence, he said, "Get the Yu family on the line and tell them that I would like a meeting with them. I am not going to let such a talented cultivator go to waste for that useless thing." "Right away, Chairman Zhao." The person proceeded to look for the Yu family's contact information before dialing their number. A minute later, the bulky man said, "All right. You passed. Go through those doors to complete your registration." Mishio nodded and left the room with Yuan shortly after. "Hello, can I get your names?" A clerk working behind the desk asked Mishio when she approached him with Yuan. "Mishio and Yutian," she said. "Okay, give me a minute to create your identifications." The clerk then looked up their information before creating an identification card with it. "I just need a picture of your face now," the clerk then said. Mishio went first, taking a headshot by standing in front of the camera on the desk. Yuan went next. Once they both took a picture, the clerk printed it on their identification card before handing it to them. "Here you go. You're done." "Thank you." Mishio accepted the cards and left the building shortly after. "That was easier than I'd expected," Yuan said afterward. "Yes. Besides that little recruitment, it went much smoother than I'd expected." Mishio then said, "Let's go home now that we no longer have to worry about it." "All right." After returning to the apartment, Mishio helped Yuan take a quick shower before changing his clothes. "We're going to play Cultivation Online again starting tomorrow, right? Let's call Yuro and see if she wants to play with us," Yuan said. "Okay, let me try to call her now." Mishio retrieved her phone and called Yuro. However, Yuro didn't answer the phone in time, and it went to her voicemail. "She's probably busy. I will try again later." Mishio stopped talking when her phone began ringing. "Oh. It's Yuro. Mishio quickly answered the phone. Sorry, I was just finishing up my registration at the Cultivators Association. Yuro said. You also went to register at the association today? We just came back from that place. What? Really? What a pity that we didn't meet. Yuro sighed out loud. Anyways, do you need something? Yes, we plan on playing Cultivation Online again starting tomorrow. Yuan asked if you want to play together. Of course. Yuro quickly said. Where are you located? We'll come to you. Yuro then gave Mishio her location. Okay, we will see you there tomorrow, Mishio said afterward. Yup. After hanging up, Mishio said, Yuro said she'll play with us. She's also at a place called Seashell City. Great. Yuan proceeded to spend the rest of the day trying to break through to Spirit Master. Meanwhile, at the Yu family's main house, Yuyong and Tang Li sat before an old man. How can we help you, Chairman Zhao? Yuyong asked him. Thank you for seeing me on such short notice, Yu family. Chairman Zhao said, and then he placed a small box on the table. Accept this compensation from me. Yuyong accepted the box without even opening it. Thank you. Chairman Zhao took a deep breath before speaking. Anyways, I have come here today regarding someone from your family. Yuyong frowned slightly upon hearing this, wondering if someone from his family had offended the chairman of the Cultivators Association. She's a servant from your family, and I believe her name is Mishio. Chairman Zhao then revealed Mishio's name. What? Mishio? Yuyong's eyes widened. Did she do something? He then asked. No, she didn't. She was at the Cultivators Association today to register as a cultivator, and I was impressed by her cultivation talents. I wanted her to join my Cultivators Association, but she refused, so I was hoping you could do something about it. The chairman is impressed by Mishio's talents. Really? Yuyong was in disbelief after hearing this. Yes. In terms of talents, she's definitely one of the best I have personally seen. Furthermore, she even claimed to be a 9th level spirit apprentice. 9th level? That's impossible. Tang Li exclaimed. She has only reached the 6th level even with her heaven-grade cultivation technique. How could a servant who ran away from home reach the 9th level? With what cultivation technique? I know it's hard to believe, but if you saw her cultivation speed. Chairman Zhao said. I am willing to negotiate. No, I will buy Mishio from the Yu family. How much do you want? Chairman Zhao then asked. Yuyong exchanged surprised looks with Tang Li. After a moment of silence, he said, I'm sorry, Chairman Zhao, but I'm afraid that's not possible right now. What do you mean by that? Chairman Zhao frowned. Mishio. She's actually no longer part of the Yu family, as she decided to leave the family a few months ago. Yuyong said. What? Chairman Zhao sat there with a baffled look on his face. Then do you know where she is currently? Yuyong shook his head. Unfortunately, we don't. Maybe her mother or my daughter knows something. I can ask them right now. Please do. Chairman Zhao nodded. All right. Give me a few minutes. Yuyong proceeded to take out his cell phone to call Mayong. Mayong, do you know where your daughter, Mishio, is currently staying? Yuyong asked her after she answered the phone. After a moment of silence, Mayong responded, I'm sorry, but she didn't tell me anything. I have tried calling her before, but she didn't pick up. Then do you have any idea where she might have gone? I do not. I see. Thank you. If you don't mind me asking, why are you looking for Mishio? Mayong suddenly asked. Chairman Zhao from the Cultivators Association would like to speak with her, so if you see her or hear anything, let me know. I understand. I will let the masters know if I hear from her. Mayong said. Yong hung up shortly after and proceeded to call Yuro. Huh? Do I know where Mishio went? No, I don't. Why do you ask? Yuro responded in a casual voice after hearing her father's question. Are you sure you don't know? Yong asked again. Don't you have her contact information? You mean to tell me that you haven't spoken to her since she left? I don't believe it. I don't know what to tell you, father. I really don't know anything, but I can try calling her later. Okay. Let me know if you learn anything. Yong said before hanging up. He then returned to Chairman Zhao and said, I apologize, but it seems like nobody knows her location. However, we'll try looking for her. If we find anything, we'll let you know. Although Chairman Zhao was unhappy about the results, there was nothing he could do about it. I understand. Thank you for trying. Here's my business card. Call me if you find her. Chairman Zhao left his business card on the table before leaving the place. Once Chairman Zhao was gone, Tang Li said, unbelievable. To think Mishio was a cultivation genius that even the chairman of the Cultivators Association would go through such trouble to recruit. We need to find her, or we might risk offending the Cultivators Association, she added. Yong nodded, I agree. I will call some people that specialize in finding people now. Meanwhile, after her phone call with Yong ended, Mayong dialed Mishio's number. Mother? Mishio quickly answered. Be careful, Mishio. I don't know why, but the chairman of the Cultivators Association is looking for you. Mayong wanted her. What? Mishio was surprised to hear this. The chairman still hasn't given up on her. Did something happen? Mishio asked her. That's what I want to ask you. What happened? Did you offend the chairman? Why would someone like him be searching for you? Mayong asked her. Well. Mishio proceeded to explain to her mother what had occurred at the Cultivators Association today. Mayong remained silent for a good moment after hearing Mishio's story, and all she said at the end was. Just be careful and refrain from going outside for a while. Chairman Zhao is a powerful man who is at the top of the Cultivators Association. He may not be a powerful cultivator, but he has plenty of influence and more than enough people to suppress you. I understand. Thank you for the warning. Don't you get it, Mishio? If you're in danger, the young master will also be in danger. Whatever you do, just make sure you protect him. You don't need to tell me that, Mishio said. Mayong hung up the phone shortly after. HAA. Mishio sighed out loud. However, before she could even think about the situation, her phone began ringing again. It was Yuro. Mishio answered the phone but didn't say anything. Mishio? Are you okay? My father is looking for you for some reason. Yuro's voice then resounded. Mishio released a sigh of relief after hearing Yuro's voice, and she said, Yes, I am fine. As for what happened. After Yuro heard the story, she exclaimed in an angry voice, What? How shameless. You have already refused to join the Cultivators Association, yet they're still pursuing you. They even went out of their way to visit my parents. I cannot believe that there are people like them out there. It is what it is. There's no point getting angry about it, as it won't change anything. Mishio said. What do you plan on doing? I doubt the Cultivators Association would give up on you. I don't know yet, but I will think of something. Alright. If you need anything, call me, okay? I will. See you tomorrow. Mishio said. After hanging up, Mishio went to Yuan's room and explained to him the situation. What a pain in the ass. Now I regret going to register. Yuan sighed out loud. What do you think we should do? Mishio asked him. I don't think there's anything we can do besides hope that they give up on you. After all, they have the entire Cultivators Association behind them while we're just two people who ran away from their family. Yuan said. Should we relocate just in case? Mishio then asked. Wouldn't that just attract their attention? Judging by what Miss Mayfeng and Yuro said, they don't know your location yet, so it's probably better if we stay put here. I will try to think of something, but that's all I can think of for now. Okay. Mishio nodded. Sometime later, Mishio returned to her room and tried to sleep since she wasn't in the mood to cultivate. However, Yuan decided to enter Cultivation Online. Young master. It's rare seeing you during the night. Did something happen? Feng Yuxiang asked him, as he usually doesn't return until morning. Something like that. Yuan nodded. Is there anything we can do to help? Xiao Hua then asked. Unfortunately, no. He then said, Feng, do you remember when I asked you if you know any doctors? Yes, but I haven't been able to sense that person yet, and he never stays in one place for long, so I have no idea where he is. Why do you need to see him so suddenly? Feng Yuxiang said. After a moment of silence, he said, my friend. He's sick, and I need him to heal as soon as possible. Although he's recovering, he's not recovering not fast enough. I see. Okay, I will see what I can do. Feng Yuxiang came out of his body and continued, I will go ask around and see if I can find him. Yuan nodded, thank you, Feng. I will be meeting my sister tomorrow at Seashell City. We probably won't go far. Don't worry, young master. I will be able to find you as long as you're still in the lower heavens. Feng Yuxiang said. I will return as soon as possible, young master. Yes, see you soon. Feng Yuxiang flew away shortly after. Xiao Hua appeared beside him after Feng Yuxiang left, and she asked him, are you really okay, brother Yuan? Yuan took a deep breath before sighing out loud, I hate feeling powerless. Even though my friend is in trouble, I cannot do anything about it, I really hate that feeling. Xiao Hua wasn't sure what to say, as this is her first time seeing Yuan acting this gloomy. You're not powerless, my lord. Even if you feel helpless, you have us. I'm sure we'll figure something out. Lan Yingying said to him. Thank you, Yingying, Yuan said to her with a slight smile, feeling a little better. Sometime later, he said to them before logging off, I will see you guys tomorrow morning. Good night, my lord. See you later, brother Yuan. Once he logged off, Yuan proceeded to spend the rest of the night trying to break through to Spirit Master, but alas, it didn't work. The following morning, after breakfast, Yuan and Mishio logged into the game and made their way to Seashell City to meet up with Yuro. Feng went somewhere last night. Mishio was surprised to hear this. Who will carry her now? I can carry you if you don't mind, Yuan suddenly said to her. Or are you still not ready for it? He remembered what she said before. Mishio wasn't sure how to respond. However, the scene of Xian Wuhan kissing Yuan on the cheek suddenly flashed into her mind. Mishio gritted her teeth for a moment before nodding her head with a resolute look on her face. Please carry me, she said with a rosy face. After getting her approval, Yuan retrieved the flying sword before carrying Mishio in his arms like a princess. The next moment, Yuan jumped on the sword and soared towards the sky with Xiao Hua by his side, leaving Longchen City in a flash. 4 hours after they left Longchen City, Yuan and the others finally arrived at Seashell City. During their whole ride, Mishio would try her best to avoid eye contact with Yuan, but it was nearly impossible, and every time she glanced at his handsome face that was only a few inches away from her own, she would immediately begin blushing. They descended a couple of miles away from the city to avoid getting too much attention. Once they landed, Yuan placed Mishio back onto the ground before removing his mask. You're going to remove your mask? Mishio asked him. He nodded and said, I had to wear a mask in the sect because the players knew I was there and were actively searching for me, but now that I am no longer there, nobody will be able to recognize me as long as I don't do anything too crazy. I should also change out of the golden dragon robe since it's quite attractive as well. Yuan proceeded to change his clothes on the spot, replacing the golden dragon robe with the plain clothes he first wore when he started playing Cultivation Online, as it looked the most simple. I should probably buy some casual clothes. Yuan mumbled to himself afterward. What's up, Xiao Hua? Yuan noticed Xiao Hua staring at him and decided to ask her. Brother Yuan, when did your hair grow so long? Xiao Hua said, as she just realized his new appearance. Oh, it was caused by some treasure Feng gave me. I think it was called a longevity seed. Does it look weird? Xiao Hua shook her head and said, it's not weird. Brother Yuan resembles a cultivator even more now. Sometime later, after Yuan finished changing, they began making their way towards the city. Yuan easily picked out Yuro's figure despite the crowd gathered outside the city, but right as he prepared to call her, he suddenly closed his mouth. After a moment of silence, he said, Who's that girl beside Yuro? They appear to be together. Let me see. Mishio narrowed her eyes and looked at the beautiful girl standing beside Yuro. Oh, that's Xia Jingyi, Yuro's classmate. Xia Jingyi. The one who allowed me to live in her parents' apartment? Yuan asked. Yes. I see. So that's what she looks like. Yuan nodded with a focused expression, seemingly interested in her. Mishio raised her eyebrows at his reaction. Of course, Yuan was only interested in her because he believed that he was indebted to her, who gave him a place to live when he was struggling to find a new home. Yuro. Yuan called out to her again. When Yuro heard Yuan's voice, she immediately turned to look at him, and a bright smile appeared on her face the next second. Brother. Yuro ran to him with her arms spread. Yuan gladly welcomed her into his embrace. It's been a while, Yuro. It's been longer than just a while. It feels like forever since I last saw you, she said. Hello. Xia Jingyi greeted him in a somewhat bashful voice after catching up to Yuro. Brother, this is. Yuan turned to look at Xia Jingyi and smiled, I know. You are Xia Jingyi, right? Let me thank you again for letting me stay in your parents' apartment. Thank you. She didn't say anything and only nodded. I hope you don't mind letting her join us. We've been playing Cultivation Online together this entire time, and it would be rude to exclude her. Yuro then said. Of course I wouldn't mind it. You can join us whenever you want. Yuan said. Thank you. There's no need to be so shy, Jingyi. It's not like this is your first meeting. Look, even Mishio is here. Yuro said to her. I know, but I can't help it. You know that I'm not good with men. Xia Jingyi said. You'll have to get used to it if you want to come with us. I'm sure you'll be okay. I will try. She nodded. Hello, Xiao Hua. It's been a while. Yuro didn't forget about her and greeted her. Hello. Yuro then looked around and asked, Where's Feng? I don't see her. She's currently busy with something so she won't be with us, Yuan said. I see. Sometime later, Yuro asked, What should we do now? Yuan shrugged and said, I don't really have a plan since I only thought about spending time with you. What do you two usually do? Well. We normally hunt monsters together and do repeatable quests. What about your cultivation levels? I am at the second level of Spirit Warrior while Jingyi is at the first level. Yuro said. I see. Yuan began pondering. Then he recalled something, what about the spirit fruit you got from Feng? Have you obtained a servant yet? Hearing his question, Yuro suddenly smiled and said, I'm glad you asked, brother. Feast your eyes on my servant. Come out, Snowy. Snowy. Yuan raised his eyebrows at this weird name. The next moment, a small, four-legged creature covered in white fur appeared before them. This is, a dog? Yuan wasn't exactly sure what this creature was so he took a guess. Wrong. Snowy is a tiger cub. I think. Yuro said. And she continued, we met Snowy during one of our quests near a mountain range. She was being chased by a large bear at that time, and we rescued it. After that, I gave her the spirit fruit because I found her really cute, and the rest is history. Also, don't be surprised when you hear this, but Snowy is actually a heaven-grade servant. Yuro said a moment later. What? Really? Yuan looked at the small white creature with a somewhat surprised look on his face, wondering how this small thing could possibly be a heaven-grade servant. Suddenly, Xiao Hua approached them and said, this cub is a spiritual beast. A what? Everybody there turned to look at her with wide eyes. What's a spiritual beast? That sounds powerful. Yuro asked Xiao Hua. They are magical beasts, but naturally more powerful, just like divine beasts. However, they're not quite as powerful as divine beasts. There's also a chance that a spiritual beast can evolve into a divine beast. Xiao Hua said. She looked at the tiger cub and said, it's very rare to find a spiritual beast this young since they're usually with their parents, and for you to make it into your servant. You got incredibly lucky. Yuro picked up the ball of fluff and hugged it. Hee hee. I knew she was special the moment I saw her, but I didn't think she was this special. I really lucked out. Xiao Hua nodded and said, that's why you should keep her hidden unless you absolutely need her. There are people out there who would steal other servants out of jealousy, especially if they are rare creatures. What? Really? How does that work? Stealing another individual servant? Yuro asked. If the master dies, the contract will naturally end. Though there are methods to forcefully sever a contract without killing the master. Xiao Hua said. That sounds scary. Yuro said. Then she called Snowy back just in case. There shouldn't be many people who can recognize a spiritual beast in the lower heavens since they are so rare, but you should still be careful. I understand. Thank you, Xiao Hua. Yuro nodded. Does it have any special abilities? Yuan suddenly asked her. Nope. The only thing she can do is bite, but she's too small to even fight effectively. Yuro said. Then she turned to look at Xiao Hua and asked, is there any way to make spiritual beasts grow faster? I will have to look for another servant if it's going to take a few years before I can let Snowy fight. Xiao Hua nodded and said, yes, there are treasures that can speed up a magical beast's growth, but they are incredibly rare. Great. I will keep that in mind. Yuro said. Sometime later, Yuan said, let's do some quests together. You two can pick. Are you sure? The quests may be too easy for you. Yuro said. I don't mind. I just want to spend time with you. Okay. Then let's go look for some quests. Sometime later, they entered the city and asked around to see whether there was any quest they could do. After about an hour of looking, they accepted a quest that required them to gather some material that can only be obtained from a certain magical beast. The black horn bull can be found at the orange field. They're around the 7th level of spirit apprentice. I will need as many horns as you can gather, and I will pay 10 gold coins for each horn. A middle-aged man said to them before handing them a map. I understand. We should return soon. Yuro said. After leaving the place, Yuro said, according to the map, the Orange Land is quite far away. It's going to take us around 10 hours to get there if we walk. However, if we travel by horses or carriages, it'll be much quicker. Carriages? Yuan raised his eyebrows. He then said, I have never ridden in a carriage before. Let's try that out. Okay. Where do we ride carriages? Yuan then asked. There's a store that rents horses with carriage service. Let's go there. Yuro said. Yuro proceeded to lead them to this store. 10 minutes later, they arrived before a large building that had almost a dozen horses on display, and there were even a couple of carriages in the back. Hello, I would like to purchase the carriage service. Yuro approached the reception desk and asked the middle-aged man managing it. Sure thing, young lady. Where are you guys trying to go? And is it going to be a one-way trip or a round trip? The Orange Lands. Round trip. Orange Lands, huh? Alright, give me a moment to do some calculations. A moment later, he continued, that would be 3 gold coins for the ordinary service and 10 gold coins for the premium service. What's the difference? Yuan asked. The ordinary service will provide you, well, an ordinary horse and an average carriage. You will also have to drive the carriage by yourself. The premium service provides a faster horse, a larger carriage, and even a driver for the carriage for a better experience overall. We'll take the premium service, said Yuro. Alright. That'll be 10 gold coins. Yuro nodded and handed 10 gold coins to the manager. Thank you for choosing us, young lady. Give me about 10 minutes to find you a driver. If you have any preferences for the driver, let me know. We even have cultivators who can drive the carriage as well as guards if you need them. However, that will cost additional fees. An ordinary driver is fine. Yuro said. After all, they had Yuan, who was infinitely stronger than any guard they could provide. I understand. The manager disappeared for some time before returning. Your carriage is ready. Please follow me. Yuro and the others followed the manager to the outside, where a decorated carriage and a horse were waiting in the street. Yuan looked at the square-shaped carriage with awe, as this is his first time seeing a carriage in this fashion. A few moments later, they entered the carriage, but there was only room for 4 people. Any more and it'll become a little cramped. Here, Xiao Hua. I will make some room for you. Yuan said when everyone was seated beside her. It's okay. Xiao Hua will sit here. Xiao Hua said before entering the carriage and taking a seat on Yuan's lap. Is it okay? She asked him afterward. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. When Yuro saw this, she had an idea. Snowy, come out. Once the white ball of fluff returned, Yuro had it sit on her lap while she hugged it. Are we ready to move? The driver asked them a moment later. Yes. Yuro said. Then I shall start moving the carriage now. Ha. The driver said before commanding the horses to move, pulling the carriage along with it. After the carriage left the city, the driver spoke in a loud voice, we should arrive at Orange Lands in 3 hours if we don't get attacked by wild magical beasts. Okay. Thank you. Yuro responded in a loud voice. Meanwhile, Yuan had his head turned to look outside the window. Riding in a carriage felt like they were riding a slow car that was also quite bumpy, yet there was a distinct difference that made riding a carriage much more enjoyable. Brother, I just noticed this, but when did your hair grow so long? I don't think my hair has grown since I started playing. Yuro suddenly asked him. Since she was used to Yuan having long hair in the real world, she didn't immediately notice it. Oh, I ate a treasure that regrew my hair and made it longer. Feng Feng and Xiao Hua said it looked good, so I decided to leave it like this, he said. I agree with them. You look very handsome. Don't you think so too, Jinyi? Yuro asked her. Eh? Why are you asking me? She quickly began flustering. Sometime later, Yuro asked, Brother, what have you two been doing recently? Are you doing okay living by yourselves? Yuan nodded, yes, we're doing fine. As for what we've been doing recently, besides cultivation, nothing else really. If you have any problems with the apartment, please let me know. I will call someone to fix it. Xia Jingyi said to him. Oh, right. I know you said we can live there for free, but I don't want to feel like a freeloader. Please allow me to pay for the rent. Are you sure? The rent is not cheap there if I have to be honest with you. Yes, I am sure. We have made enough money by selling in-game items. If we need more, we can sell more items. Yuan said. After a moment of silence, Xiao Jingyi nodded. Okay, if you insist on paying the rent, I will tell the apartment manager to send you the bill every month starting the next month. Okay. About an hour later, the carriage came to a sudden stop, and the driver shouted, "Esteemed guests. There's a pack of dark wolves blocking the road ahead." "Dark wolves, huh? Let me take care of it." Yuro eagerly left the carriage and retrieved her fan, the same one that Yuan bought for her. She then walked to the front of the carriage and approached the group of dark wolves with a brave expression on her face. Yuan peeked his head out the window to look at the dark wolves. They were all between the level of 3rd level and 5th level spirit apprentice. It was nothing Yuro couldn't handle as a spirit warrior even if they were in a group. Wind blades. Yuro flicked her arms in an elegant manner, sending a dozen wind blades that sliced through the air. Whoosh! The pack of dark wolves was instantly dismembered by the powerful wind blades that were as sharp as real swords. After killing the magical beasts in a single attack, Yuro used wind blades again to clean up the road. The road is free again. Yuro said to the dumbfounded carriage driver. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed fairy. The driver stood up and bowed to her in a respectful manner after witnessing her effortlessly kill a dozen magical beasts. Once she returned to the carriage, Yuro rubbed her nose in a prideful manner and said, "Did you see that, brother? I have gotten much better with the technique." "Yes, I saw it very clearly. You have definitely gotten a lot stronger, especially with that technique," Yuan said with a smile on his face. "Well, it's the only offensive technique I have, so I use it all the time, allowing me to master it very quickly," Yuro said. It was at this moment that Yuan recalled something, that he'd get some cultivation techniques for her. "Ah! I completely forgot to get you new techniques. Even though we went to the myriad of techniques. What a blunder." Yuan sighed. "It's okay. We can look for them later. I'm not in a hurry to look for new techniques, anyway," Yuro said. "All right." About half an hour later, another magical beast blocked the road. Of course, Yuro went outside to take care of it again. 10 minutes later, the carriage stopped again. Why are there so many magical beasts blocking the road? Is it always like this? It's like they're doing this on purpose just to mess with us. Yuro was beginning to get tired of them after stopping for the 10th time. It's common because many people travel this road every day, and magical beasts come here to find food. This is why nobody dares to travel without any guards unless they're a powerful cultivator, Xiao Hua said to her. However, magical beasts aren't the only thing people have to worry about, as bandits and thieves would often target people, too. I hope we don't run into any bandits. I'm already overwhelmed by the magical beasts. Yuro sighed. I can take care of the magical beasts if you're tired, Yuan said to her. I'm not physically tired, but it does feel repetitive and boring. It's all right. I will take care of the magical beasts now. Okay. Yuro nodded. Sometime later, the carriage stopped again. Magical beasts. The driver warned. Yuan activated his divine sense and expanded it until he could see the magical beasts. Once he located them, he retrieved his invisible starry abyss and controlled it to clean out the magical beasts without stepping out of the carriage. The carriage driver was shocked when he saw this, as he was unable to comprehend the scene before him. In his eyes, the magical beasts blocking the road were being slaughtered by an invisible force. In just a moment, all of the magical beasts were killed, clearing the road once again. Brother? Why are you just sitting there? Aren't you going to take care of the magical beasts? Yuro asked him. Huh. I have already taken care of them, Yuan said in a calm voice, dumbfounding Yuro and Xiao Jingyi. What? You've taken care of the magical beasts already? How is that even possible? Yuro said. Then she peeked her head outside the carriage window to look at the front. What? Yuro exclaimed in a shocked voice the very next moment, startling Xiao Jingyi. What happened? Xia Jingyi asked her. The magical beasts on the road have all been killed. Yuro said. She pulled her head back inside the carriage before turning to look at Yuan with a look of disbelief on her face. How did you do that? What did you do? She asked him. Yuan lifted his palms and removed the camouflage that kept the starry abyss invisible, revealing to them the secret. Yuro looked at the beautiful black dagger hovering above Yuan's palm and said, "Wait a minute. I have seen that dagger before. You used it to remove materials from magical beasts before." "Yes, and I can control it without needing to wield it, allowing me to attack from a distance. It's very convenient." "Wow. As expected of you, brother." Yuro mumbled in a low voice, her eyes filled with admiration. Xia Jingyi was also impressed by his prowess as well, and she wondered what cultivation level he was at, but she was too shy to ask him, so she could only imagine it inside her mind. Sometime later, the carriage began moving again after the driver snapped out of his daze. And for the rest of the journey, Yuan would take care of the magical beasts before they could even reach the road. About 3 hours after they left Seashell City, their carriage finally arrived at the Orange Lands. Wow, no wonder why they named this place the Orange Lands. There's so much orange color in this place. Yuan mumbled as he admired the orange scenery. From the grass to the trees and the flowers, they were all orange in color, almost like this place was experiencing autumn while the rest of the world was in a different season. "Do you know where are the black horn bulls?" Yuro asked the driver. He nodded and pointed to the wilderness in the distance and said, "You can find them a few miles in that direction. I will be stationed here until tomorrow or until you're all ready to return to the city." "All right. Thank you." Sometime later, Yuro and the others followed the driver's directions and disappeared into the distance. Once they were inside the orange wilderness, Yuan said, "Xiao Hua, can you look for the black horn bulls for us with your divine sense? Mine is still too weak to search for them efficiently." "Sure thing, brother Yuan," she said. "What?" Xia Jingyi raised her eyebrows after hearing Xiao Hua's words. Did she just call him Yuan? It was at this moment that Yuan realized that Xia Jingyi wasn't aware of his identity and that he didn't tell Xiao Hua to not call him Yuan, as he wasn't prepared for Xia Jingyi's presence. Mishio and Yuro also realized this, but they couldn't think of any good excuses to make so quickly. "Xiao Hua, call me brother Yutian." Yuan quickly used his divine sense to speak with Xiao Hua. "Brother Yutian." Xiao Hua said. When Xia Jingyi heard this, she thought to herself, "Oh, so I really heard it wrong. Their names sound kind of similar, too." After all, there was no way that Yuro's brother would be that famous player Yuan. Hopefully, she didn't find out. Yuan sighed inwardly. However, he then wondered to himself, "Wait. Do I really need to hide my identity from her? I think she's trustworthy enough to know about my identity." But it was a little late since he's already tried to hide his identity from her. A moment later, Xiao Hua said, "Brother Yutian, there's a couple of black horn bull half a mile in that direction." "Okay, let's go." They started moving in the direction that Xiao Hua pointed towards. About 10 minutes later, they stopped moving. "Wow, there's so many of them, at least a dozen. How should we take care of them?" Yuro asked. "I can kill them with the starry abyss, but I doubt you'd want me to do that." Yuan said. "That's right, brother. If you do everything for us, it wouldn't be fun. We're here for the experience, after all." Then she said, "I am going to use wind blades to take out as many as I can. Jingyi, you'll take care of the ones that I miss." "Okay." Xiao Jingyi nodded her head before taking a seat on the ground and retrieving a familiar-looking object from her spatial ring. "That's a zither. You can play the zither." Yuan was surprised to see Xia Jingyi pull out a zither. "Yes." Xia Jingyi said as she placed the zither on her lap. And she continued, "The zither is similar to some of the instruments I play, so I picked it as my main weapon. We can talk about this later." Let's deal with the black horn bulls for now before they notice us or run away. Yuro said to them. Are you ready? She then asked Xia Jingyi. I am. Good, then let me begin. After taking a deep breath, Yuro began fanning her fan many times in quick succession, sending out many wind blades at the herd of black horn bulls that were eating the orange grass on the ground. The wind blades went straight through the trees that blocked their path, knocking them down. In just a few moments, Yuro had slain a little over half of the magical beasts. When the other black horn bulls saw this, they immediately stopped eating and pointed their pointy black horns in their direction. Jingyi, they are coming. Yuro warned her. Got it. Xia Jingyi then pulled the strings on the zither with spiritual energy applied to her fingers and the zither itself. The next second, many ripples began appearing in the area. And the moment the ripples touched the magical beasts, they stopped moving and coughed up blood before falling to the ground in a lifeless manner. Wow! What kind of technique is that? This is my first time seeing it. Yuan asked her afterward. It's an Earth-grade zither technique that allows me to attack my targets internally, she said. What? That sounds overpowered, attacking them internally. Doesn't this mean you can easily defeat all of your enemies? Yuan said. Not really. My attacks can easily be repelled if someone has enough spiritual energy protecting their body. Also, it doesn't have much of a range, so I can only use it when I am close to them with someone protecting me. She then said, do you want to learn the technique? I can lend you the technique if you want. Really? You won't mind? Yuan asked her. I don't mind. I bought it with my own money, and I have already learned it. Xia Jingyi then took out the technique from her spatial ring before handing it to Yuan casually. Yuan was speechless. He didn't think she'd be willing to give him an Earth-grade technique so easily and completely for free. You're too generous, Jingyi. Yuro chuckled. I owe you, Yuan said to her. He then opened the book and started reading it. You're going to study it now? It took me almost 2 weeks to learn it. Xia Jingyi said to him. You have learned Silent Pulse of Internal Destruction. It's okay. I have already learned the technique. Yuan said as he closed the book literally half a minute later. What? Xia Jingyi stared at him with a baffled look on her face. Ha ha ha. You should look at your own face right now, Jingyi. Did you forget? My brother is a once-in-a-thousand-years genius who has mastered multiple instruments at a young age. Yuro said to her. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? Here's the technique. Thanks again. Yuan returned the technique to her after holding it for less than a minute. Let's harvest their horns before we continue. Yuro then said. After spending a couple of minutes removing the black horns, Xiao Hua used her divine sense to look for more black horn bulls. A mile that way, she pointed to the south a moment later. Alright, let's go. I want to test out my new technique already. Yuan said, eagerly heading in that direction. While they walked, Xia Jingyi asked Yuro in a low voice, how does she do that? Locating the black horn bulls from so far away. And who is she? I have been wondering for a while now. Xiao Hua. How should I explain this? Yuro pondered for a moment before continuing, well, she's an NPC, a really powerful one at that, and she's currently traveling with my brother for some reason. What? She's an NPC? I couldn't tell at all. Xia Jingyi said. That happens a lot in this game, too often, in fact. Sometime later, they found more black horn bulls traveling slowly in a group. Great. Now let me test out this new technique. Yuan said. Do you want to use my zither as well? Xia Jingyi asked him. It's fine, I have my own zither. Thank you for the offer, though. He then retrieved the soul ensnaring zither. Wow. What a beautiful zither. Xia Jingyi muttered in awe when she saw his zither, thinking to herself that it must be a high-grade treasure. After retrieving the soul-ensnaring zither, Yuan took a seat on the soft ground and placed the zither on his lap. He then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A moment of pure silence later, he opened his eyes, and his fingers flicked the strings extremely quickly. Whoosh! A massive ripple appeared from the zither and swept the place in an instant. The next second, the black horn bulls didn't even have the time to react before their bodies exploded into a bloody mess. When Xia Jingyi used the technique, the black horn bulls didn't explode violently, so when she saw the results, she began gagging from shock, nearly puking. Whoa, brother. I think you went a little overboard. Even Yuro had to take a step back with a disgusted look on her face after seeing the magical beast's guts and internal organs flying all over the place. Even though they were magical beasts, Yuro felt sorry for them. Luckily for them, they were standing far enough, or the blood and organs would have definitely hit them. Yuan's jaw dropped wide open when he saw the results. I also didn't think it would be so powerful. He exclaimed a moment later. Brother Tian. Did you forget your cultivation base? Even a mortal rank cultivation technique will display extraordinary strength if it's used by you. Xiao Hua said to him. Even if you say that, this is my first time using a zither technique, so I didn't know how to control my strength. Yuan sighed. If an earth-rank zither technique is already this destructive, he cannot imagine how powerful his divine rank zither technique could be, and he was afraid of finding out. There's no way we can harvest their horns when they're in this state. Mishio said a moment later. I'm sorry. Yuan apologized to them. Brother, you're banned from using that technique if we're with you. It's simply too gruesome. Yuro said to him afterward. I understand. Yuan nodded. He then turned to look at Xia Jingyi and asked her, Are you okay? She wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded, yes. I was just shocked. I'm sorry. He apologized again. Shortly after, they went to look for more black horn bulls. Mishio, do you want to try fighting them? Yuro suddenly asked her. I don't know any techniques besides my cultivation technique. She said. What? You still don't have any techniques? Yuro looked at her with wide eyes. She then looked at Yuan, who merely shook his head and said, Looks like we'll be returning to the myriad of techniques sooner than I'd anticipated. Since Mishio didn't have any martial techniques, Yuro and Xia Jingyi took care of the magical beasts without making a huge mess. After that batch, they continued to spend a couple more hours hunting black horn bulls until they essentially hunted almost all of them in the area. How many horns did we collect? Yuro asked Yuan at the end. About 400 give or take, he said. So 4,000 gold coins, huh? That's extremely good for a single quest, and it didn't even take us that long. Yuro said. And it is mostly thanks to Xiao Hua for locating the magical beasts for us, or this would have taken much longer, so thank you, Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua nodded silently. Are we going to go back now? Yuan asked them. Yes. Once we hand in our quest, we can go shopping for some cultivation techniques. Though I doubt 4,000 gold coins will be enough to buy even half a technique. Yuro said. Money, huh? Xiao Hua, do you still have the spirit stones I gave you? Feng said that you didn't spend it. Xiao Hua nodded and retrieved the storage pouch containing the spirit stones and handed it to him. Xiao Hua didn't use it, and if Brother Tian needs more money, Xiao Hua still has the money from the auction. Xiao Hua reminded him that she still has money from selling her heaven-grade treasure, something that even she forgot about for a moment. Okay. We'll use it if we really need it. Yuan nodded, no longer feeling as reluctant to use that money anymore for some reason. Sometime later, they returned to the carriage, where the driver was taking a nap. Are you ready to return to the city already, esteemed guests? The driver woke up when he noticed their presence. Yes. Once everyone was inside the carriage, the driver began driving the carriage back to the city. On their way back to the city, they talked about what kind of techniques they wanted to get. Mishio, what martial technique do you want? In fact, what kind of weapons do you want to use? Yuan asked her. I don't know. Do you have any experience with weapons? I know you have combat experience working as a servant for the Yu family since you're expected to be a bodyguard as well. What did your mother teach you? Yuro asked her. Well, everything. Mishio said. When we're trained, we're not just trained as servants. We also have bodyguard training as well as other things, and as the future personal servant of Yu Tian, I had to train more than the others, so I am proficient with a lot of weapons, especially guns. Mishio said. Wow. I didn't know that. Yuan began seeing Mishio in a new light now. Yuro chuckled and said, Brother, Mishio is probably strong enough to beat you in a fight without any cultivation techniques or cultivation. Really? She's that powerful? Yuan's eyes widened. Yuro nodded, I have seen her beat up people twice her size by accident once. It really widened my eyes. Mishio blushed slightly after hearing Yuro's words. Anyways, guns, huh? Are there any weapons in the cultivation world that resemble guns? Yuro wondered. What's a gun? Xiao Hua asked. Well, how should I explain this? It's a weapon that comes in many different sizes and shapes, but they all do the same thing, shooting bullets. Yuro said. However, Xiao Hua didn't understand a word she just said. Mishio then said, imagine a weapon that can shoot a small rock so quickly that it can pierce one's body. Kind of like a bow and an arrow. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said, like a slingshot? Yes, something like that. Xiao Hua then shook her head and said, Xiao Hua has never seen anyone using slingshots as a weapon of choice, but there are many people who use bows and arrows. Bows. I have never used a bow before. Mishio said. What about just using your fists, Mishio? Besides guns, you should also have plenty of hand-to-hand combat, said Yuro. Mishio nodded. Hand techniques, huh? I actually have one on me right now. Yuan suddenly said. And he asked her, do you want to try learning it? Okay. Yuan then retrieved the ancient rank technique he'd obtained from the Dragon Temple and handed it to Mishio in a casual manner. While he also wanted to learn the technique, he never really got the chance to do so, as he has been busy with cultivation in the real world shortly after leaving the Dragon Temple. Thank you. After accepting the technique, she opened it. Mishio's eyes widened when she saw the rank of the technique, but she didn't say anything, and she proceeded to study the technique until they returned to Seashell City a few hours later. How was it? Were you able to understand it? Yuan asked her. Mishio shook her head and said, I think the technique is too complex for me right now. I see. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll find something suitable for you at the myriad of techniques. Yuan said to her after storing the technique back into his spatial ring. Thank you for your business. The driver said to them after dropping them off inside the city. Yuro and the others began making their way back to the store to turn in their harvest. Welcome, young lady. You're back already? Did you forget something? The manager there asked Yuro when she returned much faster than he'd anticipated. No, I am here to hand in the horns we have hunted. Yuro said. The manager raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. He can only imagine how little horns they have collected after leaving for such a short time, but he didn't say that to them. Okay. Let me see how many you've collected. 10 gold coins each, he said a moment later. Yuro then looked at Yuan and said, let him see them, brother. Yuan nodded and went to look for an empty and spacious spot to dump the black horns. Once he found the spot, he went there and began dumping out the black horns from his spatial ring. The manager's jaw dropped when he saw the black horns piling up into a small mountain inside his shop. In fact, He has never seen so many black horns gathered in the same place at once before. And the manager began worrying about whether he would be able to afford to pay them for so many black horns. Yuro chuckled when she saw the manager's reaction, as this reminded her of her first quest with Yuan when they had to gather spirit grass, and Xiao Hua collected so much that the manager of that store began sweating. Okay, that should be the last one. Please count them. Yuan said to the manager after dumping out all of the black horns. The manager showed a crying smile before kneeling on the floor and crying out loud, "Please have mercy." The manager's response immediately dumbfounded Yuan and the others, as they didn't know why he was crying or pleading for mercy. "Why are you on the floor?" Yuan asked the manager in a dumbfounded voice. "Please, young master, have mercy. Even if you take out so many black horns, my store cannot afford all of them." The manager said in a crying voice. Yuan was speechless. This is the reason why he kowtowed to them. Can't he simply tell them that they didn't have enough money? That's fine. How much can you buy? The manager lifted his head and asked in a dumbfounded voice, "Why you're willing to forgive me?" "Yes." Yuan said. The manager then stood up and said, "About 100 horns is the most I can afford." "That's fine. Thank you, young master. Please give me a minute to prepare the money." About 10 minutes later, the manager returned with 1,000 gold coins in his hands. "Here you go, young master." After accepting the money, Yuan handed it to Yuro. "Shall we leave now?" Yuro nodded. "Wait a moment. Young master, what about the rest of your black horns?" The manager asked him. "Oh, you can keep them," Yuan said in a casual manner. "Excuse me?" The manager looked at him with wide eyes filled with disbelief. "Even if you cannot buy them, we have no use for them, so we'll give them to you for free," Yuan said to the manager. "Really?" "Yes. You don't mind it either, right, Yuro?" Yuan asked her. "I don't really care. We did it mostly for the experience, anyway," she nodded. Although 3,000 gold coins may be worth a lot to the average player, in front of Yuro, who was exposed to wealth countless times more than that by Yuan, it was as little as a drop of water in an ocean. "Thank you very much, esteemed guests." The manager bowed to them and refused to lift his head until they left. "Are we going to the myriad of techniques now?" Yuro asked after they left. "It's getting dark outside, so let's wait until tomorrow," Yuan said as he looked at the darkening sky. "All right. See you guys later," Yuro said to them. "Good night," Xia Jingyi said. After logging off, Mishio began cooking dinner. Meanwhile, Yuan tried his best to break through to Spirit Master. "I should have asked Xiao Hua when I had the chance. I guess I will do it tomorrow." Yuan sighed inwardly. After failing to break through, Yuan stopped trying until after dinner. The following morning, after breakfast, Yuan and Mishio met up with Yuro and Xia Jingyi. "Good morning, brother." Yuro waved at them. "Good morning," Xia Jingyi said. "Morning. Are you guys ready to head to the myriad of techniques?" Yuan asked them. "Yes. Is there one in this city?" Yuan then asked. "There is. I looked it up yesterday. Follow me," Yuro said to them. Yuan and the others followed Yuro, and after walking for about 20 minutes, they arrived at this ordinary-looking store. "It feels like yesterday," Yuan mumbled in a low voice. They entered the store a moment later, and a beautiful woman greeted them with a bright smile on her face. However, this beautiful woman wasn't Zhu Yueying like Yuan had expected, it was an entirely different person. She did say that she'll be replaced soon. Yuan thought to himself. Welcome to the myriad of techniques. If this is your first time at our store, please put your hand on this crystal ball. Everybody there looked at Xia Jingyi, as this was her first time to this place while everyone else had already been here before. Xia Jingyi stepped forward and placed her hand on the crystal ball, which glowed a golden color. A heavenly destiny. Congratulations, young lady. You can access the first and second floor of the store. As for everyone else, you may go to whichever floor you're authorized, and don't try to cheat, because we have records of your results. The woman said to them. Once they passed the entrance, Yuan said to them, Mishio, Yuro, Jinyi, you three can go look for a technique. I will be in the waiting room. You're not coming with us? Yuro asked him. I want to take this time to learn a technique that I've recently acquired, and I have something to talk to Xiao Hua about. Okay. Then we'll be back. After Yuro and the others left, Xiao Hua turned to look at Yuan and asked him, Brother Yuan wants to speak with Xiao Hua. Yuan nodded and said, to be completely honest, I think I am at a bottleneck. Do you remember that one time when you shared your experience breaking through to Spirit Warrior with me? Can you also do the same for Spirit Master? Brother Yuan is at a bottleneck? How is that possible? Xiao Hua raised her eyebrows. Well. It's a little bit complicated. He sighed. It's okay. If Brother Yuan needs help, Xiao Hua will do everything in her power to assist. Thank you. Once they were in the waiting room that was a spacious area with many chairs spread out, Yuan took a seat on the floor and Xiao Hua stood in front of him. She then raised her hand and poked him in the forehead with a soft glow on the tip of her fingers. Yuan closed his eyes the next moment, and he began experiencing what Xiao Hua had experienced when she tried to break through to Spirit Master. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the store, Yuro and the other two ladies wandered around the store. Do you have any techniques in mind? Yuro asked Mishio. No idea. I also don't have any idea. Let's just look around, I guess. Thus, they proceeded to spend the next couple of hours looking through every single technique on the first floor, as there were tens of thousands of techniques on the first floor alone. As for Yuan, he'd experienced breaking through to Spirit Master hundreds, thousands of times in these hours. After spending a few hours experiencing Xiao Hua's experience, Yuan finally opened his eyes and looked around. They're not back yet. They came back about an hour ago to tell us that they'll need a few more hours on the second floor, but Brother Yuan was absorbed in his own thing. Xiao Hua said to him. Oh, I see. That's fine. I still have a technique to learn, anyway. And thanks for showing me your experience, Xiao Hua. I think I understand why I cannot break through. Why? Xiao Hua asked. It's most likely due to the lack of spiritual energy in that place, he said. Xiao Hua nodded and said, spiritual energy is incredibly important when one is trying to break through because they'll need a massive amount of spiritual energy, hence why people usually choose a place with the most spiritual energy before they attempt to break through. I see. This is going to be pretty tricky. Yuan sighed. As a cripple who cannot move without the assistance of a wheelchair and Mishio, it would be difficult for him to find a location with better spiritual energy than his room, and because of their situation, it wouldn't be smart to wander outside. I guess I will have to put my breakthrough on hold and practice my divine sense for now. Yuan thought to himself. If Brother Yuan cannot find a place with good spiritual energy, he can look for treasures that contain a large amount of spiritual energy instead, Xiao Hua suddenly said. A treasure? That's even more tricky. Yuan said, as he wasn't sure if there were any treasures in the real world that contain spiritual energy. If only we can somehow transfer the treasures in this world back to the real world. Yuan sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, unlike transferring knowledge from Cultivation Online to the real world, it was simply impossible to transfer physical objects like treasures to the real world no matter how he thought about it. Thanks for the advice, Xiao Hua, Yuan said to her before taking out the ancient rank martial technique he'd obtained from the Dragon Temple and reading through it. The instant he opened the scroll, Yuan could see images flowing into his head, and it was like watching a movie play inside his head. There was a handsome young man with long blonde hair practicing on a mountain peak, and every time he punched his fists out, it would create the image of a dragon that would fly into the distance before creating a hole in whatever it touched. What a powerful technique. Yuan mumbled in a low voice as he continued to watch this talented youth practice the technique. Relentless Dragon overwhelms the 9 heavens. Of course, what Yuan was experiencing right now didn't occur to Mishio when she tried to learn the technique in the carriage. Perhaps it had something to do with their compatibility, but Yuan comprehended the technique at a frightening rate. While Yuan tried to comprehend the technique, Xiao Hua sat beside him like some kind of guardian, making sure that nobody disturbs him. However, no matter how powerful Xiao Hua may be, she didn't have the capabilities to protect Yuan from everything, and one of these things being sound. A loud voice suddenly resounded in the waiting room, snapping Yuan back to reality. It's you again. You're definitely stalking me. Yuan frowned when he heard this voice, and he turned to look at the door, where a blonde-haired beauty was standing with a couple of techniques in her grasp. Yuan sighed inwardly when he saw this beauty. What are you doing here? I have been here since this morning. Yuan said to her. And I have been here since last night, she quickly responded. Don't you get tired of this? Just go on and continue your trial for the 4 ancient families, Yuan sighed out loud. So you knew my identity this entire time? And you still claim that you're not stalking me? I don't buy it. The girl said to him with a look of disbelief on her face. No. Somebody recognized your uniform and told me. You know what? Forget it. There's no point talking to you. Yuan sighed out loud. The fierce girl gritted her teeth and said, You're freaking lucky that we're inside the myriad of techniques right now, or I would have already smashed your face in. Yuan shrugged and responded in a calm voice, Did you not learn from last time? Go ahead and punch me if you want to experience that pain again. The girl suddenly felt a dull pain on her feet when Yuan reminded her about the last incident. Forget it. You can follow me all you like, but if you dare to try and do anything funny, I will smash your face in. The fierce girl then took a seat on the other side of the room and proceeded to ignore him. Yuan also ignored her and continued to study the technique. However, to Yuan's surprise, Xiao Hua stood up and approached the fierce girl. The girl turned to look at Xiao Hua with a frown on her face. What do you want? Xiao Hua stared at her for a good moment before speaking. You're from the 4 ancient families, right? How much power do you hold within the family? Huh? Why do you care? Xiao Hua then said, Do you have the ancient seal? The girl's eyes widened with surprise, and she quickly stood up and backed away from Xiao Hua. Who are you? Why do you know about the ancient seal? Xiao Hua remained silent. I asked you a question. Why do you know about the ancient seal? The fierce girl then raised her hand before throwing it at Xiao Hua's face. Xiao Hua. Yuan stood up, but before he could even do anything, Xiao Hua waved her sleeves and calmly caught the attack perfectly. You. The girl's eyes widened with shock after feeling an unfathomable strength coming from Xiao Hua. Let me go. The fierce lady shouted when Xiao Hua didn't release her fist. If anything happens to me, my family will, without a doubt, avenge me. After a moment of silence, Xiao Hua released her grasp on the lady, letting her free. Now tell me how you know about the ancient seal. The lady repeated. That is something only the top ranks in the family should know about. If you do not have the ancient seal, then Xiao Hua is no longer interested in speaking with you. Xiao Hua said to her before turning around and walking back to Yuan in a nonchalant manner. You little brat. The fierce girl gritted her teeth, yet she didn't dare to approach Xiao Hua. If you don't tell me how you know about the ancient seal, I will tell my family about you. You can either answer me or answer my family. And if you choose the latter, just know that they won't be as patient as I am now. Xiao Hua turned to look at her and said, The ancient seal may be a secret in the lower heavens, but in the upper heavens, everybody knows about it. What? The girl's eyes widened with shock, as this was new information for her. Are you trying to tell me that you're from the upper heavens? What are you doing here? And why do you need the ancient seal? She asked Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't say anything and turned back around, ignoring her. If you tell me, I will tell you where the ancient seal is. The girl suddenly said. Xiao Hua immediately turned around upon hearing this, but when she saw the girl's face, Xiao Hua turned back around and said, "You're lying." "What? I am not lying. I will really tell you." However, Xiao Hua ignored her. "Fine. If you want to play this game, I will play with you." The lady then grabbed her techniques before storming outside the place. "Is everything okay, Xiao Hua? Wouldn't it be problematic if the 4 ancient families came after us?" Yuan asked her afterward. Xiao Hua nodded and said, "She won't tell her family about this, and even if they do come after us, Xiao Hua can deal with them." "You sound confident that she won't tell her family. Why is that?" Yuan asked. "Because she cannot contact her family unless she completes her trial no matter the situation." "I see. What about the ancient seal?" "What is that?" The ancient seal is a treasure that each of the 4 ancient families owns, and if one gathers all 4, they will get to enter the primordial realm. Primordial realm? What kind of place is that? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. Xiao Hua looked at Yuan in silence for a good moment before mumbling in a low voice, "The primordial realm is Xiao Hua's home." "What?" Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. "Home as in the place you were born?" Yuan asked her. Xiao Hua nodded. The primordial realm is a special place that isn't part of the 9 heavens, and Xiao Hua was born there. However, due to reasons, Xiao Hua had to leave the primordial realm. After pondering for a moment, Yuan decided to ask her a question that he has been curious about for a long time now. "Does it have anything to do with being in exile?" Eh? Xiao Hua's eyes widened with shock upon hearing his question. "When did Brother Yuan learn about exiles?" Xiao Hua asked him in a shaky voice, clearly feeling nervous. "I have known about it for over a month now, but to tell you the truth, I have no idea what an exile is, and I was hoping to get some clarification from you," Yuan said. Xiao Hua turned silent upon hearing his words. Seeing Xiao Hua's nervousness, Yuan continued in a gentle voice, "Xiao Hua, no matter who you are or what background you have, I will always be on your side. I am asking because I am worried that you might need help, but I won't be able to help you if I don't know anything." After a moment of silence, Xiao Hua nodded and said, "An exile is someone who has been banished from the 9 heavens by the Celestial Emperor, and the primordial realm is a place where exiles gather. Xiao Hua's family did something bad in the past, so everyone in the family was exiled. Of course, this included the future generations of the family." "What? So someone in your family did something bad and everyone in the family got punished, including the innocent?" Yuan was speechless, finding the judgment to be cruel and unfair, especially towards the innocent children and those who will join the family in the future. Xiao Hua nodded and continued, "Once exiled, they cannot enter the 9 heavens again, or they will be hunted by everyone in the 9 heavens. And once someone is branded as an exile, they cannot remove that title no matter how much time passes or what they do. However, there is one exception, the Supreme Heaven's legacy. If an exile can fulfill the legacy, that person and their family will be allowed to return to the 9 heavens and will no longer be regarded as exiles. However, only one person per family can hold the legacy, and Xiao Hua was chosen to fulfill this legacy." Unbelievable. To think your family would give someone so young so much responsibility, forcing you to bear such a heavy burden. Yuan sighed. "It's okay. Xiao Hua wanted to do it as well. As for your legacy, we just need to reach the Supreme Heaven, right?" Yuan then asked. Xiao Hua nodded, and she said, "Yes, but reaching the Supreme Heaven is just the beginning of the legacy. Xiao Hua doesn't know anything else beyond that." "It's okay. We'll find out when we get there," Yuan said. "Brother Yuan, there's still one more thing you should know about exiles," she suddenly said. Yuan looked at her with a smile and said, "It's okay. You can tell me." As an exile, despite holding the Supreme Heaven's legacy, Xiao Hua will be constantly hunted by other cultivators, so she might bring trouble to brother Yuan. Xiao Hua said to him. What? Why do you have to be hunted when you're a legacy holder? Yuan asked her with wide eyes. Because that's how the Celestial Emperor made it. He wanted to make it as difficult as possible for exiles to escape their fate. If it was so easy to complete the legacy, people would have escaped the primordial realm long ago. However, after millions of years, nobody has managed to achieve true freedom. Xiao Hua said. Not only are we hunted by everyone in the 9 heavens, but we also have our strength limited so that we wouldn't be able to ascend too quickly. That's just not fair. It's like they're treating exiles as animals. Yuan was speechless. Fortunately, Xiao Hua won't have to worry about being hunted until after the 3rd heaven, where cultivators have the ability to discern those who are exiles. Is this why Miss Su warned me to leave Xiao Hua's side as soon as possible? Because Xiao Hua will be constantly hunted by others, and if I am with her, I might also get hunted. Yuan finally realized why Su Jieqi said what she said at that time. It turned out that she was only concerned about him. However, even if the entire world goes after Xiao Hua, Yuan has already decided that he wouldn't abandon her no matter what. Don't worry, Xiao Hua. Even if the entire world is against you, I will be on your side. In the first place, you didn't do anything wrong. If I ever get a chance to speak with the Celestial Emperor, I am going to give him a piece of my mind and seek justice for you. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua said, feeling relieved that Yuan didn't decide to abandon her because of her status. Xiao Hua, do you wish to visit your home? Is that why you asked that girl for the ancient seal? Yuan asked her a moment later. Xiao Hua nodded and said, one cannot leave the primordial realm without the Supreme Heaven's legacy, but once they leave, they cannot return to the primordial realm without the ancient seal. With the ancient seals, one can enter the primordial realm as they wish. I see. Do you think the 4 ancient families will lend us their ancient seals? Probably not. But it doesn't matter what the 4 ancient families think. As long as the person holding the ancient seal is willing, they can hand over the ancient seal. Xiao Hua said. Oh. Who is currently holding the ancient seals? We won't know unless we try. Yuan said, sounding a little enthusiastic. Xiao Hua shook her head and said, Xiao Hua only knows that each family has one person holding the ancient seal, but that person's identity is very secretive, and only important figures in the families would hold such information. Furthermore, the person holding the ancient seal can be anywhere in the 9 heavens. For example, there could be a seal holder in the 3rd heaven while the other seal holders are in the other heavens. After all, the 4 ancient families exist all over the 9 heavens. What? So you're telling me that there could be a seal holder in the Supreme Heaven? That makes things even more complicated. Yuan sighed. Yes, but the 4 ancient seal holders will gather in the same location once every 10 years to make sure that everybody still has their seal. If we can find out the location and time of their next meeting, perhaps we might be able to meet all of them at once. Xiao Hua said. But just meeting them won't do any good. We need to convince them to lend us their ancient seals too, and that will probably be the hardest part. Brother Yuan, we should forget about this for now. There's no point looking for the ancient seals now. Even if we somehow acquire it now, we won't be able to go there, she said. Why not? Yuan asked. Because Brother Yuan is too weak. If we go there now, you will most definitely die. What? The primordial realm is that dangerous? I thought it was your home. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. Yes, that is where Xiao Hua's family is located, but there are other exiles living there as well, not to mention the chaotic energy in that world. It's called the primordial realm mainly because of the chaotic energy that's very common in the primordial era, and if one doesn't have sufficient cultivation, they will be crushed to death just by being around that chaotic energy. Wow! Doesn't this mean everybody living inside the primordial realm are incredibly powerful cultivators? Yuan asked. Xiao Hua nodded and said, they are so powerful that when babies are born, they already have the cultivation base of a spirit lord. What? Born as a spirit lord? People can be born as cultivators. Yuan was shocked when he heard this, as this is his first time hearing such information. Yes. In the upper heavens, many people are born already with a cultivation base because their parents help them by nurturing them with spiritual energy even before they are born. Heavens! Now I really want to go to the primordial realm. Yuan mumbled to himself. Sometime later, Yuan returned to studying the ancient rank technique until Yuro and the others returned. Sorry, it took so long, brother. There were just so many techniques to look at and we didn't know what we wanted. Yuro apologized to him afterward. I don't mind, Yuan said. Since you're back, does this mean you're finally finished? What kind of cultivation techniques did you guys pick? Yuan asked them, and he could see each of them holding onto scrolls. Well, we picked a lot, but we're not sure if we want them just yet since we still need to see if we can afford them. Yuro said. Don't worry about the price. I will pay for them even if you can afford it. Yuan said to Yuro after hearing her words. Really? Yuro's eyes flickered with excitement. Although it felt weird at first, she eventually got used to being spoiled by Yuan. Now, she even enjoys being spoiled. Mishio, Miss Xia, I will also pay for your techniques. You don't have to pay for my stuff as well. Xia Jingyi said in a surprised voice, and she continued, also, you can just call me Jingyi. It feels weird being called Miss by someone older than me. It's okay. Just let me pay for it. It'll also feel weird for me if I pay for everyone else but you. Yuan insisted on paying for her cultivation techniques. Oh okay. Thank you, Senior Yu. Senior Yu. Just call me Yutian. Yuan chuckled. Anyways, let's go check out the techniques. A few minutes later, they arrived at the reception desk. Hello, we'd like to check the prices for these techniques. Yuro said to the young man working behind the desk. The young man turned to look at Yuro with a pondering expression on his face. Oh, I remember you. You're that girl who bought the wind blade technique a while ago. The young man said, as he was there during Yuan and Yuro's first visit to the store. He then turned to look at Yuan, it's good to see you again, senior. Hello. You're still working at the desk. You don't have to rotate with another person like Zhu Yueying. Yuan asked him. Haha. I am a permanent worker here, so no, I don't have any replacements, he said. I see. Anyways, how much for these techniques? Let me see what you got. Yuro and the others placed the techniques in their grasp on the table, and the young man immediately began looking through the scrolls. Your total will come out to 0 gold coins. The young man said with a smile on his face. Excuse me. Yuro raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner, clearly doubting what she'd just heard. Did you just say 0 gold coins? Isn't that basically free? Yuan asked with a surprised look on his face. Yes, it's free. The young man nodded. Why is it free? Xia Jingyi asked him. The young man looked at Yuan and said, as long as you're part of the faction, everything in the myriad of techniques is free as long as the technique is heaven rank and below. Faction? What is he talking about, brother? Yuro turned to ask him. I will explain later. Yuan said. Then he turned to look at the young man and asked, are there any limitations? Like I cannot share or sell the techniques. After all, getting all of the techniques I want for free sounds a little bit too good to be true. The only limitation is that you are limited to 10 free techniques a year. If you want to sell or share the technique, you are free to do so. The young man said. Yuro and Xia Jingyi turned to look at each other with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They were shocked speechless by Yuan's privilege. What exactly is a faction, and how do they join it? My parents had to shell out a few $1 billion to acquire a heaven-rank cultivation technique, but Brother Tian only needed to join a faction to obtain 10 free techniques every year as long as it's heaven rank and below. Yuro thought to herself. If you think this is too good to be true, just wait until you achieve a higher faction rank, since the higher your rank, the better techniques you get to take for free. The young man continued. Are you also part of the faction? Yuan couldn't help but ask him. Of course, not. It's too unrealistic for me, to the point where I cannot even dream about being part of Master Bai's faction. Then how did you know that I am part of the faction? Yuan then asked. The young man then retrieved a talisman from under the desk and said, when this talisman glows gold, it means there's someone from the faction in front of me. That's how I knew. Wow, that's pretty neat. Do you think I can get one as well? I'm sorry, senior, but this isn't something that can be given to everyone even if they're from the faction. I only have one because I am working at the myriad of techniques. If you want one, you'll have to acquire the rank of captain. The young man explained to him. I see. Thanks for letting me know. Yuan said. He then turned to look at Yuro and the others. Since I can acquire any technique heaven rank and below for free and I still have 10 slots this year, do you want to go back and look around some more? I wouldn't be surprised if there were some techniques that caught your interest but you decided to ignore them because you were worried about the price. Really? You're going to use your precious 10 slots for us? Yuro looked at him with wide eyes. Yes. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. Thank you, brother. I love you. Yuro said to him. Thank you, Yu Tian. I will definitely return this favor one day in the future. Xia Jingyi lowered her head and bowed to him. Guess I will hold on to these techniques for now. The young man said with a smile on his face. Yuro and the others left the place shortly after and returned to the second floor to look at the techniques one more time. Ying, what about you? You only know a single technique right now, right? You should look around, too. Yuan said to her afterward. Lan Ying then appeared before him and said, Is it really okay for me to get a technique as well? Of course. He nodded. Once everyone besides Xiao Hua left, Yuan returned to the waiting room and proceeded to continue studying the ancient rank fist technique. Even though he clearly showed great compatibility with the technique, Yuan was unable to learn this technique as easily as he learned the other techniques. As expected of an ancient rank technique. I cannot learn it as quickly as I learned the other techniques. Yuan thought to himself. Now that I think about it, the Dragon's Gaze is also an ancient rank technique, and it took me a couple of weeks to learn that technique. Although only a week had passed in real time, I had experienced many weeks while I was studying the technique inside my head, so I should still count it as such. If he uses the Dragon's Gaze as an example, he will probably need at least a few weeks to learn the fist technique. Though, this didn't discourage Yuan. In fact, it only made him study the technique even more seriously. Time passed extremely quickly while Yuan was absorbed in studying the technique, and before he was aware, the ladies returned to his side with new techniques in their grasp. We're back, brother. Yuro said to him. Yuan opened his eyes and looked at them. Both Mishio and Xia Jingyi were holding a single scroll while Yuro had 2 scrolls. Yuan looked around for Lan Ying. Brother? Who are you looking for? Yuro asked him. Ying. She's still looking for a technique, he said. Ying. Who? Yuro raised her eyebrows. It was at this moment Yuan realized that he had yet to tell Yuro about Lan Ying. Ah. I forgot to introduce her to you, but her name is Lan Ying, and she's like Xiao Hua and Feng Feng. Yuan gave her a brief explanation. Like Xiao Hua and Feng Feng. Yuro pondered. Oh, I completely forgot. Brother Tian had acquired an ancient grade servant during the mystic realm. I wonder what she looks like. Yuro recalled the announcement that shook the internet for an entire week. About an hour later, a white-haired beauty entered the waiting room, instantly catching Yuro and Xia Jingyi's attention. "I apologize for making you wait so long, my lord," Lan Yingying said to him after she returned. "My lord?" Yuro raised her eyebrows. Lan Yingying bowed to Yuro and Xia Jingyi and said, "Hello. My name is Lan Yingying, and I am the Lord's servant." "Servant? Is she role-playing?" Xia Jingyi wondered inwardly, as she wasn't aware of Lan Yingying's true identity as a divine beast. "Hello. I am Yuro, and I am Yu Tian's younger sister." Yuro introduced herself. "Xia Jingyi, and I am Yuro's classmate." Xia Jingyi said. "By the way, Yingying is an NPC," Yuan said to Xia Jingyi. "Eh? Oh. Then she probably doesn't know about classmates. Well, we're something like fellow disciples of the same sect." Xia Jingyi explained herself afterward. After their introduction, Yuan took them back to the young man at the reception desk. 6 heaven rank techniques, huh? What about the ones you found previously? Do you still want them? The young man asked them. "No, we'll just take the new techniques." Yuro shook her head. "I understand. I will place them back for you later." "Sorry for the trouble," Yuan said. "Don't mention it. I am merely doing my job." The young man proceeded to log in the techniques they took, and after a couple of minutes, he handed the scrolls back to Yuro and the others. "All right. You're all set. Senior, you have 4 more free techniques for the rest of the year. It will reset at the beginning of next year." "I understand. Thank you." Yuan nodded. "See you next time, seniors." The young man bowed to them as they left the place. "Wow, it's already this late. I would like to study the new techniques, but we can do that later," Yuro said when she realized that it was already late at night. "Good night." After saying their goodbyes, they logged off the game. "What kind of technique did you get, Mishio?" Yuan asked her during dinner. "Oh, it's a movement technique," she said. "Eh? A movement technique? You only got one technique, right? What about a martial technique? Although having a movement technique is great, you cannot win a fight just by dodging," Yuan said. "I think I will be fine for a while even without any martial techniques. I have plenty of hand-to-hand combat experience, so I should be fine even without a martial technique," she said in a confident voice. "I mean, you should be fine without any martial techniques for now since you're still only a spirit apprentice in the game, but once you reach a higher cultivation, martial techniques are essential since everyone will have one, and you cannot fight martial technique with bare hands." "Yes, I plan on learning a martial technique in the future, but for now, I am satisfied with just a movement technique," she said. After dinner, Mishio went to cultivate while Yuan practiced his divine sense. The following morning, before they could even enter Cultivation Online, Yuro called Mishio's phone. "Morning, Mishio." "Good morning, Yuro. What's the matter?" "Apparently there's a small contest in a nearby city. It's mostly for cultivators between the 1st level and the 3rd level of Spirit Warrior. Do you want to participate in it? The winner even gets an Earth-rank cultivation technique." "I don't really care. Do you intend on participating in it?" Mishio said. "Yes. Even though you just got 2 heaven-rank techniques. Hee hee. You can never have too many techniques. If the Earth-rank technique isn't any good, I can simply sell it to other players for some money, and then I will give that money to Brother Tian so that I could feel less guilty about taking 2 heaven-rank techniques for free," Yuro said. "Also, it will be a good experience for us. Although I have fought plenty of magical beasts, I am still inexperienced with fighting other people." "Okay. I will tell you on. Let's continue this talk inside the game," Mishio said. "All right. See you two in a bit." Yuro then hung up. After meeting up with Yuro and Xia Jingyi inside Cultivation Online, Yuan asked them, "You want to participate in a contest?" Yes, there will be other players there as well. Yuro nodded. Are you sure? I assume there will be a lot of players there since there is going to be a free Earth rank technique. Yuan said. Well, it won't hurt to take a look at the place. If there are too many people, we can leave. Yuro said. Alright. How far is this place? Do we need to take a carriage there? No, it's only about a 2-hour walk from here. They proceeded to leave Seashell City shortly after. A little over 2 hours later, they arrived at the city. However, they were immediately baffled by the number of people there. Heavens! Yuro mumbled in a dazed voice when she saw the sea of people outside the city waiting to go inside. If there were this many people outside the city, she can only imagine how many people were inside. I have underestimated the value of an Earth-rank technique, probably because of you, brother. Yuro sighed a moment later. Do you still want to participate in the contest? Yuan asked her with a smile on his face. I will be shocked if we can enter the city before the contest is over, she sighed again. What else do you want to do now? Well, I kind of want to study the technique I got yesterday. Should we go to the Cultivator's Haven? Nah. I'm getting bored of the bland room inside the Cultivator's Haven. We can study outside for a change, and it's not like we're cultivating, so a little disturbance should be fine. There's a lake about a mile away. We can go there instead. Alright. Let's go. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they approached a beautiful lake with sparkling water. Wow, this place is beautiful. Yuro said. This place kind of reminds me of a school trip we had last year. Xia Jingyi said. Oh, you mean the one we had towards the end of the year? I remember, but the water there wasn't this clear. The atmosphere here is quite refreshing. Yuan looked at the lake with a look of admiration. This is your first time coming to a place like this, right? Yuro said to him. Yes. Our parents would never take us to these kinds of places, after all. He said with a bittersweet smile. By the way, where's Miss Lan? Xia Jingyi asked when she realized that she was gone. Oh, she's right here, he said while pointing to the snake bracelet around his wrist. Huh? Xia Jingyi raised her eyebrows upon hearing this. Come out for a bit, Yingying. The next moment, the white bracelet around his arms began moving, before transforming into Lan Yingying. Xia Jingyi's jaw dropped after seeing her transformation. Why you're not human? Xia Jingyi asked. No, I am a divine serpent, Lan Yingying said. Do you want to see my beast form? Xia Jingyi nodded with curiosity. I also want to see it. Yuro said. Lan Yingying then transformed into her serpent form. Whoa! You're very big. Yuro was dumbfounded when Lan Yingying transformed into a massive white snake larger than even a bus, almost like a mini train. You have very pretty scales. Xia Jingyi said with a dazzled look on her face. Thank you. Jingyi, do you like snakes? I thought most girls hate snakes. Yuro said. Yes, I like snakes. I find them very cute. In fact, I have a pet snake at home. Xia Jingyi nodded. Really? I should visit your home one day. You can come whenever. Xia Jingyi said. Sometime later, Lan Yingying returned to her human form. I'm going to study the technique now. Yuro said to them before taking a seat by the lake and retrieving one of the 2 heaven-rank techniques she'd recently acquired. Xia Jingyi followed her and also started studying her new technique. What about you, Yingying? What kind of technique did you take? Yuan asked her afterward. Oh, it's a flame technique. I was hoping it'd synergize with my sacred fire, she said. Lan Yingying then took a seat somewhere in the shades under a tree and began studying the technique. I'm also going to study my technique, Mishio said before going to where Yuro and Xia Jingyi were studying. Since everyone is studying, I might as well study too, but I kind of want to enjoy the scenery for a bit. Yuan proceeded to lay beside the lake and looked at the sparkling water for a whole hour before he started studying his own technique. After studying for a few hours, Lan Yingying was the first to learn her new technique. She then walked to the lake and started practicing her new technique. Lan Yingying took a deep breath, then she proceeded to summon her sacred fire on her palms. A white ball of fire appeared, and Lan Yingying controlled the sacred fire, transforming the ball of fire into the shape of a lotus. Once she was satisfied with the shape and its consistency, Lan Yingying tossed the lotus into the lake. The instant the lotus made of sacred fire touched the water, it spread out and covered a large portion of the lake in a sea of white flames. This attracted the attention of everyone there. "Wow, what beautiful white flames!" Xia Jingyi mumbled in a low voice, seemingly mesmerized by it. "Look at the flames. It's not going out even though it's touching the water. I have never seen anything like this before." Yuro exclaimed when she noticed the fire wasn't going out as it laid on top of the water, making the lake look as though it was actually on fire. However, Lan Yingying wasn't satisfied with the results, so she continued to create these flaming lotuses until she ran out of spiritual energy. By the end of the day, Lan Yingying was capable of creating 2 lotuses at a time. "What kind of technique did you learn?" Yuro couldn't help but ask her towards the end of the day. "It's a technique called Fiery Lotus. It significantly enhances the power of flames, but it consumes a lot of spiritual energy," she said. "Really? It didn't look like it consumes a lot of spiritual energy because you've been shooting them all day." Yuro said. "That's because I made sure to limit the strength of the technique and focused on mastering the control first, and if I used the technique at its full strength, it'd disturb you guys. Can you use its full strength now? I am curious." Lan Yingying nodded. She then created another lotus using her sacred fire, but it was much larger than all of her previous lotuses today. In fact, compared to the palm-sized lotuses she has been practicing with throughout the day, this one was as large as a large watermelon. Once she'd poured enough spiritual energy into the lotus, Lan Yingying tossed it towards the lake. The next moment, the lotus exploded into a fiery hell that consumed the entire lake, illuminating the somewhat dark place. "Wow! So pretty!" Yuro said as she watched the lake burn with white flames that danced on the surface of the water. Sometime later, Yuro and Xia Jingyi logged off after saying their goodbyes. Yuan and Mishio also logged off shortly after. The following morning, Yuan and the others continued to study their techniques by the lake, and they would continue to do this for almost an entire week. The second person to finish learning her new technique was Mishio. On the 3rd day, she started trying out the movement technique, dancing around the place with stiff movements at first, eventually getting better. "Xiao Hua, can I borrow some of your time? I don't want to bother him since he's studying." Mishio approached Xiao Hua on the 4th day. Xiao Hua nodded and followed Mishio to a spacious area by the lake. "I would like to test out my movement technique. Can you try hitting me with something?" Mishio asked Xiao Hua a moment later. Xiao Hua nodded and retrieved a sword from her storage ring. Mishio immediately became nervous. Seeing Xiao Hua wielding a sword that was as long as her body was a weird experience. "Do you have anything else?" Xiao Hua shook her head, and then she said, "Don't worry, Xiao Hua won't hit you." "Okay." Mishio decided to trust Xiao Hua, and she took a long and deep breath to calm down. "Are you ready?" Xiao Hua asked a moment later. "Yes." Mishio nodded with a focused look on her face. Xiao Hua then kicked her feet, closing their distance instantly. Once she was close enough, Xiao Hua swung the sword at Mishio. Whoosh! The blade narrowly missed Mishio. However, Xiao Hua didn't stop and continued to strike at her. Of course, Xiao Hua adjusted her speed to Mishio's level. If she moved any quicker, Mishio wouldn't be able to dodge it at all. Mishio accidentally tripped a few minutes into their training, but there was a sword flying at her neck. Mishio subconsciously closed her eyes and prepared for the worst. However, nothing happened even a moment later. Mishio slowly opened her eyes, and to her surprise, the blade stopped a few inches away from her neck. "Are you okay?" Xiao Hua asked her in a calm voice. "Yes. Let's continue," Mishio said after getting up. Xiao Hua nodded. They continued to practice shortly after, and Mishio's movements grew quicker and smoother as time progressed. After half an hour of practicing her movement technique with Xiao Hua, Mishio collapsed on the ground in an exhausted manner. It's been a very long time since she's experienced such exhaustion. The only time she can recall feeling this tired was after training with her mother when she was still in servant training. As for Xiao Hua, she looked completely calm and nonchalant, almost like she has been sitting in the shades this entire time. "Are you okay?" Xiao Hua asked her a moment after she laid on the floor. "Yes, thank you, for helping me," Mishio said to her. "If you want more training, just call Xiao Hua," she said to Mishio before walking back to sit beside Yuan. After her training, Mishio took a seat at a nearby tree and enjoyed the shades. The wind would sometimes blow, carrying the refreshing air from the lake and sweeping the area with it. Once she'd rested for a couple of hours, Mishio would ask Xiao Hua for help again with her training. Even though it was tiring, Mishio enjoyed practicing the movement technique that allowed her to move very quickly, and it felt very satisfying whenever she perfectly dodged the sword. Yuro managed to learn one of her 2 heaven-rank techniques 3 days after Mishio learned her movement technique. Once she got the notification, Yuro retrieved her treasure fan and stood before the lake. She then took a deep breath before waving the fan at the lake. Whoosh! The wind in the middle of the lake began to twist, and in just a moment, a tornado appeared, swallowing up the water. 3 seconds later, the tornado grew so large that it lowered the water in the lake by a dozen inches. Yuro panicked when she saw how big the tornado was getting, so she quickly stopped it. Countless drops of water began raining from the sky a moment later despite the clear blue sky, soaking everybody except Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying with water, as they protected themselves by covering their body with a layer of spiritual energy that reflected the water. I am so sorry." Yuro apologized to them afterward. "It's okay. I'm not that wet," Xia Jingyi said with a smile on her face. "That's the technique you had chosen? Creating a tornado? This is my first time seeing such a unique technique," said Yuan. "I thought it was a pretty neat technique and would complement my wind blades well, so I picked it." Yuro nodded. "What about your second technique?" Yuan then asked. It's also a wind technique, and it allows me to control the wind around me, allowing me to fly," she said. "Fly? You can do that just by reaching Spirit Grandmaster or Spirit Master if you're lucky," said Yuan. "Just by reaching Spirit Grandmaster? Are you listening to yourself right now, brother? Do you think everybody is talented like you? Don't make it sound so easy. It took the majority of the player base 2 to 3 months to reach Spirit Warrior, much less Spirit Grandmaster. It'll probably take us another 2 to 3 years if not even more to reach Spirit Grandmaster. Even if it'll take less than a year for me to reach Spirit Grandmaster, I think it's still worth learning this technique, since it will let me fly right after I learn the technique, which definitely won't take me a few years to learn, I hope." "I see, that makes sense." Yuan nodded. "Anyways, Jingyi is still studying her technique, so let's wait until she finishes before we decide what we want to do next," Yuro said a moment later. "I'm sorry for holding you guys back." "You don't have to wait for me if you don't want to," she sighed. "Nonsense. We started this together, so we're going to finish it together," Yuro said, and she continued, "In the meantime, I will try to study my second heaven rank technique, so take your time. You don't mind, right, brother? Mishio?" Yuro asked them. "I don't mind. I am still studying my technique as well," Yuan said. "I also don't mind it. It just means I get to practice my movement technique even more," Mishio said. "All right. Then it's decided. Sometime later, Yuan, Yuro, and Xia Jingyi returned to their technique while Mishio continued to practice with Xiao Hua. As for Lan Yingying, she sat beside the lake with a fiery lotus floating on her palms and her eyes closed, almost like she was experiencing enlightenment, but in reality, she was just focused on keeping the fiery lotus from disappearing for as long as her spiritual energy allows. They continued this for another 5 days until Xia Jingyi finally learned her technique. "I did it!" Xia Jingyi exclaimed in an excited voice when she saw the notification. Did you finally learn the technique?" Yuro stopped studying her technique and turned to look at Xia Jingyi, who was sitting right beside her. "Yes." Xia Jingyi nodded. "Congratulations. What kind of technique did you learn?" Yuan asked her. "Oh, it's just another zither technique," Xia Jingyi said as she retrieved her zither that was an earth-grade treasure. After taking a deep breath, Xia Jingyi pulled on a single string from the zither. Ting! A crisp noise resounded, and a single arc of light that resembled Yuro's wind blade technique flew from the zither before flying towards the water in the lake. Whoosh! The water in the lake separated into 2 halves for a good second, looking like someone had created a path in the lake with a sword. "Wow! What a powerful attack!" Yuro said. "So one of your techniques damages enemies internally and one slices them like swords?" "Yes, pretty much." Xia Jingyi nodded. Sometime later, Yuro asked everyone, "Now that we have new techniques, what should we do? I kind of want to test out these techniques on some magical beasts. Let's go do some quests again." "I don't mind." Xia Jingyi nodded. "I'm also down," Yuan said. "Me too." Mishio also said. "Then let's go." Thus, they began making their way back to Seashell City for more quests. Meanwhile, a few 100,000 miles away from Yuan's location, Feng Yuxiang approached a large temple that was located at the peak of a large mountain. "Who are you? And why have you come to our Mount Hua temple?" A group of bald monks approached Feng Yuxiang when they saw her approaching figure. "I heard that my good friend Li Shizhen is currently here, so I am here to visit him," said Feng Yuxiang. The bald monks had a look of surprise on their faces for a split second before they frowned and said, "There is nobody named Li Shizhen here. Please leave." However, Feng Yuxiang stayed there with a calm look on her face and said, "The person who gave me this information wouldn't dare to lie to me, or he'd risk eating a sword with his ass. I know Li Shizhen is inside. I can even smell the scent of medicine from here." The bald monks exchanged looks with each other before retrieving the staff strapped to their backs and pointing them at Feng Yuxiang. "Leave." These bald monks all emitted the power of spirit masters. However, in the face of a peak spirit grandmaster like Feng Yuxiang, the pressure they emitted was non-existent. Feng Yuxiang sighed and said, "I will give you one last chance to call Li Shizhen out for me. I don't want to cause any trouble for my young master, but he needs to see a doctor, and I promised him that I will find the best one for him. I know the Mount Hua temple has a million-year history in the lower heavens, but if I have to tear down this place to get to Li Shizhen, I will do it." However, the bald monks remained adamant on keeping Feng Yuxiang out of the temple. "Leave. The person you are looking for is elsewhere. Even if you are heaven itself, you will have to leave." Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows. The monks at Mount Hua temple are usually very reasonable and calm. Why are they acting so suspicious? Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment and then came to a realization. "Oh, I know. One of your top monks must be in some sort of life-or-death medical condition, and Li Shizhen is healing that person right now. Whenever he is healing someone, he forbids anyone from disturbing him until he's done. Is that why you're not letting me disturb him?" "This is." The monks were speechless, as Feng Yuxiang's guess was spot on. "How long do I have to wait?" "If you don't tell me, I will be mad," she said to them a moment later. However, Li Shizhen was not only healing one of their valued monks but he also instructed them to keep his location a secret no matter what. And they rather listened to Li Shizhen, who has the sick monk's life on his hands. We will not repeat ourselves. Li Shizhen is not here. One of the monks suddenly said. Is that so? Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a low voice before she closed her eyes. After a moment of silence, Feng Yuxiang snapped open her eyes that had turned golden. She then released her spirit grandmaster cultivation before shouting in a booming voice that shook the entire mountain. Li Shizhen. How long do you plan on making this pitiful young lady wait out here in the cold? My body is freezing. If I die from hypothermia, I will definitely haunt you for the rest of your worthless life. The bald monks were speechless, but before they could even react, the doors to the temple opened in a forceful manner, and a handsome middle-aged man could be seen standing there with a terrified look on his face. Madame Feng. What are you doing here? The handsome middle-aged man exclaimed when he saw Feng Yuxiang's beautiful figure standing not far away from the temple. Humph. I have been looking everywhere for you, Li Shizhen. How dare you make me do so much work? Feng Yuxiang sneered coldly. Master Li. The bald monks were shocked when Li Shizhen actually came outside after hearing Feng Yuxiang's voice. Is she really that important to him? Just who is this fierce woman with a domineering aura that resembles powerful magical beasts? Li Shizhen looked at the monks and said, Don't worry, I have stabilized the head monk's condition. He only needs to rest now. Thank you, Savior. The monks there immediately lowered their heads and bowed to him with gratitude. Let my friend over there through. Li Shizhen then said. Right away. The monks no longer blocked her path and allowed her entrance. Should have done this in the beginning, she said as she walked past them. Once she entered the temple, Li Shizhen brought her to the guest room and served her tea. This is the first time you've personally looked for me. Did something happen? Do you need someone to be healed as soon as possible? Li Shizhen asked her after they sat down. Not really. I want to introduce you to someone. He needs your help, she said. Who? Did you finally find a husband after so many years? Li Shizhen joked. Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes and stared at him with a dangerous look. I guess you didn't learn from the last time, or maybe you forgot about it. How about I stick a rod up your ass to help you remember? This temple should have plenty of them, she then said in a cold voice. Li Shizhen immediately began sweating, and he said with a stiff smile on his face, Please have mercy. I still have nightmares about that incident. Humph. Although this person isn't my husband, he's a very precious person to me, she answered him regardless after a moment of silence. Precious? Now my curiosity has piqued. Tell me more. Li Shizhen said. He's my young master, she said. PFT. Li Shizhen suddenly turned his head away from Feng Yuxiang before spitting out the tea in his mouth. After coughing for a moment, he looked at her with disbelief in his eyes. Why young master? Yes, I have accepted him as my master, she said. Li Shizhen's jaw dropped, and he said, Heavens. A divine beast, a phoenix, no less, has accepted a master in the lower heavens? This is unprecedented. Li Shizhen was one of the very few people in the lower heavens that knew of Feng Yuxiang's real identity. What's so special about this young master of yours? Li Shizhen then asked. You will know once you meet him. When can you leave this place? It's already been a week since I left his side. I don't want to make him wait any longer. That is a tricky question. As much as I'd like to leave now, I still have a patient here, and you know that I cannot leave until I am certain that he's fine. What? I thought you said that you'd already stabilized his condition. Feng Yuxiang frowned. His condition has only stabilized. There are still many things that have to be done before he's cured. Unless you happen to have a 7-colored herb, then I can heal him and leave with you by today. 7-colored herb? I think my young master might have one, she said, recalling how he asked for its price before. Really? Li Shizhen was immediately filled with excitement. Then he frowned, or are you saying that just to trick me into following you? Even if my young master has a 7-colored herb, he has no reason to give it to you, she said. 3 days. If you are not done by then, I will make you leave by force. Feng Yuxiang said. Li Shizhen smiled and said, 3 days should be more than enough. Have you forgotten who I am? I don't hold the title Divine Doctor without a reason. Whatever. I'm going to go look around the place until you're done. Just don't cause any troubles for the monks. Li Shizhen said. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything back and left the guest room. Madame Feng. She has gotten softer. Is this the effect of this mysterious young master of hers? Li Shizhen mumbled to himself after Feng Yuxiang left. 3 days passed by in a flash, and Feng Yuxiang went to look for Li Shizhen to force him to leave with her if he wasn't done. I don't dare to make you look for me for a second time. Li Shizhen's voice suddenly resounded behind her. Are you done? She asked him. He nodded and said, yes. The head monk will make full recovery by next week. And then he asked, where are we going now? The Eastern Continent. Thus Feng Yuxiang and Li Shizhen left the temple shortly after, heading towards the nearest city with a teleport device, and they proceeded to teleport from city to city until they reached the Eastern Continent a few days later. After reaching the Eastern Continent, Feng Yuxiang said, if you can help my young master, I will forget about the debt you owe me. Really? Li Shizhen looked at her with pure bliss on his face. Only if you help him. If you turn out to be useless, I will make you pay that debt immediately. Li Shizhen swallowed nervously after hearing that. As long as it is related to medicine. Li Shizhen said. After traveling for another day, Feng Yuxiang and Li Shizhen arrived at Seashell City. Seashell City, huh? It's been over 100 years since I last visited this city. The last time I did, it was to cure the city lord. Li Shizhen reminisced his history with this place. Follow me. I can sense the young master aura from here. Feng Yuxiang said as she began approaching the city. Thank you for your help. Here are 500 gold coins for the trouble. An old lady handed Yuro the reward for completing her quest. Thank you. After accepting the gold coins, Yuro left the store and grouped up with Yuan and the others waiting outside. How many quests have we completed in the last few days? I lost count at 21, said Yuan. I don't know, but we earned a lot of gold coins, at least if we compare ourselves to the majority of the player base. Yuro said. What do you want to do now? Continue doing quests. I think we should take a break from quests and do something more relaxing. Let's go to a restaurant and have some food. Yuro suggested. That sounds great. Yuan nodded. However, before they could go anywhere, a familiar voice resounded from the sky, and 2 figures descended from the heavens a moment later, shocking the pedestrians there. Young master, I am back. Feng Yuxiang called out to him from the sky as she descended. That's your young master. Li Shizhen raised his eyebrows with a surprised look on his face after sensing Yuan's spirit grandmaster cultivation base. He knew someone who could make Feng Yuxiang lower herself to become a servant wouldn't be an ordinary person, but to think he was a spirit grandmaster at such a young-looking age, it was quite shocking, especially since this is the lower heavens. Feng. Yuan smiled when he saw her beautiful face. They're flying. Xia Jingyi mumbled in a dazed voice as she stared at them with disbelief on her face. I'm sorry for making you wait this long, young master. Please forgive me. Feng Yuxiang said to him after landing on the ground. Why are you apologizing? I should be thanking you instead. Yuan said. He then turned to look at the handsome middle-aged man standing beside her and said, Hello, you must be the Dr. Feng told me about. Feng. Li Shizhen laughed inwardly when he heard this cute nickname for Feng Yuxiang. He wanted to try saying it too, but he didn't dare to actually say it out loud, as that might result in a sword violating his butt. Li Shizhen then responded with a friendly smile on his face, Good morning, young master. My name is Li Shizhen, also known as Divine Dr. Li. I was told by Madame Feng here that you wanted to speak with me. Are you sick? Yuan nodded and said, yes, I wanted to speak with you. Can we go somewhere more private before we continue? After all, there were hundreds of gazes watching them at this moment. Most certainly. I know the perfect place. Li Shizhen said. Yuan then turned to Yuro and the others before speaking, I'm sorry, but can you guys go ahead without me? I have some business to take care of now. Is everything okay, brother? Yuro asked him with a worried look on her face. Yes, everything is fine. I am just asking him for advice. I will tell you everything later. If you say so. Then we'll see you later, brother. Xiao Hua, can you stay with them just in case anything happens? Yuan said to her before they left. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded. Thank you. Yuro left the scene with Xia Jingyi and Mishio a moment later, followed by Xiao Hua. Shall we go now? Li Shizhen asked him. Yes, let's go. Yuan nodded. Li Shizhen proceeded to take Yuan to a nearby medicine store. In fact, it was one of the biggest and most popular medicine stores in the city. When the manager of that store saw Li Shizhen's face, he immediately kowtowed on the floor. Welcome to our humble establishment, Divine Dr. Li. Even though he had never personally met Li Shizhen before, there was not a single doctor in the lower heavens that didn't know of Li Shizhen. Do you mind if we use one of your private rooms for a bit? Li Shizhen asked him with a friendly smile. Please. Stay however long you want. I will even close the store until you leave so that there will be no distraction. The manager said. It's okay, you don't have to do so much. And for allowing us to use your place, I will give every doctor in this place an hour lecture if you wish. Thank you. Thank you very much. The manager began crying when he heard that Li Shizhen will be giving them a lecture. To receive a lecture from the Divine Doctor, even if it's just an hour, they will remember this for the rest of their life, and they can wear this achievement with pride. Yuan was left speechless after witnessing this scene, and he could only imagine how much of a big shot Li Shizhen was. Sometime later, Yuan and the others entered this private room somewhere inside the medicine store. Have a seat. Li Shizhen said. Once they were seated, Feng Yuxiang said, before we start, let me give you some background about Li Shizhen and why you can trust him. Li Shizhen holds the title of Divine Doctor, a prestigious title that can only be held by the best doctors in the 9 heavens, and although he's currently staying in the lower heavens, Li Shizhen is actually from the upper heavens. What? Really? Yuan looked at Li Shizhen with a surprised expression. Li Shizhen nodded and said, there are plenty of divine doctors in the upper heavens while the lower heavens lacked one, so I willingly came down here to help those in need of it. I even restricted my cultivation base to the peak of Spirit Grandmaster so that I can stay here without any problems. I have wandered around the lower heavens for over 1,000 years now, and I do not plan on returning to the upper heavens anytime soon, as there are still a lot of people who are in need of a good doctor in the lower heavens. By the way, I have over 10,000 years of experience in the field of medicine, and there hasn't been a single patient that I haven't been able to cure since I became a doctor. Li Shizhen said. Yuan nodded, I will trust you. Though it was not like he never trusted Li Shizhen. Even if Li Shizhen didn't say any of that, Yuan would have still trusted him, as he was someone that Feng Yuxiang trusted enough to approach. Great. Now then, why don't you tell me what seems to be troubling you? Li Shizhen asked him a moment later. Yuan took a deep breath and proceeded to explain his situation to Li Shizhen without telling Li Shizhen that he was the person on the topic. I have this friend who grew incredibly sick out of the blue when he was young, and he has been crippled since then. Everything seemed to be normal for the first 7 years of his life, but then he suddenly lost his ability to see, becoming blind. 5 years later, his body suddenly stopped functioning, so everything below his neck became useless and numb to feeling, forcing him to stay in the bed. However, when the doctors checked his condition, they weren't able to find anything wrong with his body. They checked his blood, his muscles, and even his bones, but they were unable to find anything. The doctors said that he was perfectly healthy, yet he was unable to move. However, after 5 gruesome years, my friend finally started recovering after he started cultivating. He started feeling his body again, and now he can even move his limbs slightly. He's also a peak spirit warrior on the verge of breaking through to spirit master, but he still feels as though his body doesn't have any strength to it. He can feel his body overflowing with energy, but he cannot exert any of that energy. Do you have any idea what's wrong with him and if there's any cure that will allow him to recover faster? Give me a moment to think about this. Li Shizhen said to him before closing his eyes and turning silent. Many minutes later, he opened his eyes and spoke in a calm voice, "This is an interesting case, not to make fun of your friend. I have seen many cases similar to this, but there are some distinctive differences. One such case being qi deprivation. Once a cultivator reaches a certain cultivation base, they are required to continue absorbing spiritual energy to keep their bodies functioning, and if they stop absorbing spiritual energy for long enough, their bodies will slowly lose their functions. They will go blind, and their bodies will no longer be usable until they start absorbing spiritual energy again, just like your friend, but this only happens when the cultivator purposefully stops absorbing spiritual energy. As cultivators, we subconsciously absorb the spiritual energy around us even if we don't actively cultivate, so one must forcefully stop their bodies from absorbing spiritual energy, or something is preventing them from doing so. However, that isn't the case for your friend, as he's only a peak spirit warrior, meaning he's not at the level where they can experience qi deprivation in such a manner. Furthermore, his problem began even before he started cultivating. After taking a moment to breathe, Li Shizhen continued, "Now on to the second case, poison. There are powerful and deadly poisons out there that can have similar effects on humans if ingested. However, this is also unlikely for your friend, because you said that the doctors have checked his blood. Even an incredibly incompetent doctor would be able to detect the poison in his blood if he'd ingested some. Although there are undetectable poisons out there, none of them could cause the effects your friend is experiencing, at least I am not aware of any." Yuan nodded and said, "I also don't think it was caused by poison." Then on to the last probability and also the one that's most likely the cause of your friend's misfortune. Li Shizhen said. Yuan swallowed nervously, feeling his heart rate increase rapidly. "Curse. Your friend was cursed." "What?" Yuan's eyes widened when he heard Li Shizhen's words. "Your friend was cursed, hence why the doctors cannot find anything wrong within his body, as most of them do not have the capabilities to detect even the weakest curses. The field of medicine and curses are vastly different, so unless they're a divine doctor like me, they most likely won't know anything about curses. Another reason that supports this theory is the fact that despite being a spirit warrior and feeling energetic, your friend cannot exert any strength. Now the question is whether your friend was cursed by another individual or is it due to a natural curse." Li Shizhen pondered with a serious look on his face. Yuan was speechless, and he recalled his conversation with Dr. Wang some time ago. Although Dr. Wang also mentioned that he could be cursed, neither of them took such a theory seriously, as it was a ridiculous thought that curses could be real. And even though cultivation was proven to be real, that doesn't prove curses were real. After all, even though cultivation existed in both Cultivation Online and the real world, magical beasts that also exist in Cultivation Online don't exist in the real world. This meant that just because something existed in Cultivation Online, it doesn't always mean their world will also have it. Is there no other reason why my friend is like that? Yuan couldn't help but ask. If he's not cursed, then I don't have any idea what's wrong with your friend, as there's no illness that could affect one's body like what you explained to me. One could go blind due to illnesses, and one can even lose functions to their entire body due to illnesses, but to have a healthy body while having all of that problem just isn't possible. However, if your friend is cursed, then that would explain why his body is in that state despite being completely healthy, and that also explains why he started recovering when he started cultivating, as most curses have weakened effects on cultivators, especially the stronger they get. Li Shizhen said. "I am fairly certain that your friend is cursed, but if you want me to be 100% certain, then I'd need to see the patient so I can personally examine his condition. Li Shizhen suddenly said. Ah. Li Shizhen's words took Yuan by surprise. I'm sorry, but that's impossible, he said a moment later. Impossible? Why? Li Shizhen raised his eyebrows. My friend comes from a super secretive and strict family, so getting even close to him is near impossible. Furthermore, he lives in a place that's very, very far away from this place. Oh, and something happened to his family recently, so it's even more difficult to see him now. Yuan made up some random excuse. After all, it was not like he could tell Li Shizhen the truth about his situation, as he'd sound crazy. Is that so? Li Shizhen doubted Yuan was telling him the truth, but he didn't say anything about it, as there must be a reason why Yuan was acting this way. And he continued, well, I don't really need to see your friend since you told me that he's already recovering, and I have cured many people without even seeing them, only by listening to their condition and symptoms. Thank you for understanding. Anyway, if my friend is really cursed, is there any way to remove this curse? Yuan then asked. Why don't you just let him drink some of your blood, young master? Feng Yuxiang spoke for the first time. Yuan looked at her and sighed, he's not like you, Feng. He's human. But that shouldn't matter. I'm no expert, but your blood clearly has the ability to weaken curses. It shouldn't have anything to do with being a human or not. Li Shizhen then said, your blood has the ability to weaken curses. I have never heard of this before. How are you so sure his blood has such abilities, Madam Feng? Feng Yuxiang then explained to him about her condition, I drank his blood and the curse on me weakened, so I know it works. What? Is that true? Your curse weakened. Li Shizhen looked at her with wide eyes. Yes. Why would I lie about this? Feng Yuxiang nodded. Heavens. Li Shizhen mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. Anyways, since your blood has capabilities to weaken curses, as weird as this is going to sound, if you let your friend drink your blood, it could possibly work. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile on his face. Does this mean he'll have to drink his own blood? Even though he already has such blood flowing inside his body? This doesn't make any sense to him. I understand. But what if that doesn't work? Yuan then asked. Are there any more natural methods for getting rid of curses? I may have some knowledge regarding curses, but I know someone who's an expert with curses. If you'd like, I can take you to him so you can ask him yourself. He's not that far away from this place. We can get there in just a few hours. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding, okay, just give me a minute to let the others know. He then spoke to Xiao Hua through their servant and master connection. Xiao Hua, I am going to go meet someone with Feng and the divine doctor, and we have to leave the city for a while. Let Yuro and the others know, okay? I will try to return as soon as possible. Xiao Hua's voice resounded a moment later, okay, Xiao Hua will let them know. Thank you. All right. We can go now. Yuan then said Li Shizhen. Sometime later, they went downstairs. Don't worry, I will return later to give you guys the lecture. Li Shizhen said to the manager of the store before they left. We will be fine even if the divine doctor cannot lecture us. We know you're a busy man, after all. The manager said. When I, Li Shizhen, say that I will do something, I will do it. He declared in a domineering voice. The manager and the others in the store had nothing else to say after hearing such words, so they could only lower their heads and bow to him. Once Li Shizhen left the store, the manager said to the others, we're not going home until he returns even if it takes days. Yes. The others responded with anticipation in their voice. Meanwhile, after leaving the medicine store, Yuan followed Feng and Li Shizhen to another city that had a teleport formation. During their trip, Yuan asked Li Shizhen, if I heard correctly, you mentioned something about natural curses before. What did you mean by that? Can curses even occur naturally? Li Shizhen nodded and said, I think it'd be better if the expert explained it, but yes, curses can occur naturally just like how treasures can be born naturally. However, they're considered a phenomenon, something akin to natural disasters. Of course, natural curses are incredibly rare and will only occur when certain conditions are met. I see. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they entered a teleport device and teleported tens of thousands of miles in an instant. After that, they used the teleport device again to teleport even further, as each teleport can only travel a limited distance. They continued this 6 times before they finally stopped. We're at the northern continent, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him with a smile on her face. The northern continent again, huh? I only need to step onto the southern continent and the western continent so that I can say I'd explore the entire lower heavens, he said in a joking tone. Follow me. He lives in a secluded area deep inside the mountain valleys, so teleporting there is impossible. Li Shizhen said to them a moment later. Yuan nodded, and they continued their journey to meet this expert on curses. An expert on curses, huh? I wonder what kind of person he's like. Yuan wondered to himself as they soared into the sky. After arriving at the northern continent and flying for around 4 hours, Yuan and the others arrived at this somewhat empty hill that only had a single small building, a tree, and a small pond beside the tree where 3 koi fishes can be seen swimming in circles. Upon landing on this hill, Li Shizhen went to knock on the door. However, nobody answered the door. That man probably went fishing, Li Shizhen said a moment later. Fishing? This time of the day? Yuan raised his eyebrows, as it was getting dark. Yes, he's a weirdo. Li Shizhen nodded. Who are you calling a weirdo, you slobby doctor? A voice suddenly resounded. The door to the building opened, and a short old man with a bald head walked outside the next moment. If you were here, why didn't you open the door? What took you so long? Li Shizhen said with a frown on his face. I was taking a nap. If I didn't hear your annoying voice, I would have remained in bed. The old man exclaimed in a somewhat angry voice. Madam Feng. You're here as well. The old man suddenly noticed Feng Yuxiang and immediately began smiling. How may I help you today, Madam Feng? Seeing the old man's attitude turn 180 when speaking with Feng Yuxiang, Li Shizhen shook his head. Damn old pervert, he snorted in a low voice. I am not the one who needs your help today. My young master needs your help. Feng Yuxiang said to him. What? Young master? The old man's eyes widened with shock. He then turned to look at the third person there. Whoa! Holy heavens! When the old man saw Yuan, he suddenly took a step back and shouted in a terrified voice, acting like he just saw a ghost. Is there something wrong? Yuan couldn't help but ask after seeing his reaction. Stay away from me! The old man shouted at him before running back into the house and slamming the door shut, leaving Yuan dumbfounded. Even Li Shizhen and Feng Yuxiang were left speechless by his reaction to seeing Yuan, as this was their first time seeing him acting in such a manner. What the heck is going on now, Jia Yi? Li Shizhen asked him. Fuck you, Li Shizhen. I should be asking you that. Are you trying to kill me? Jia Yi shouted from inside the building, sounding really angry for some reason. What? Why would I want to kill you? Have you finally gone crazy from old age? We're here to talk about curses. This young man has a friend that might be cursed, so we came here for your expertise. Li Shizhen said, feeling really confused now. That's really funny. Because that young man you brought here is loaded with curses, powerful curses that even I didn't know could exist. He has so many curses that I wouldn't be surprised if he was the embodiment of curses. Jia Yi said, revealing his reason for his reaction. What? I'm filled with curses. Yuan's eyes widened with shock. Even Li Shizhen and Feng Yuxiang were shocked to hear this. They turned to look at Yuan, but they couldn't see anything wrong with him. Come out here and explain yourself, Jia Yi. I may not be as experienced with curses as you, but I can at least tell when someone is cursed, and I can't sense anything ominous coming from him. Li Shizhen said with a frown on his face. What do you know, you amateur? Have you forgotten about my special skill? I can tell whether someone is cursed or not at glance, no matter how weak or powerful the curse is. Jia Yi said. Li Shizhen sighed. He then asked Yuan, young master, do you have any idea what he's talking about? Yuan pondered for a moment before realizing something. Ah. Do you mean the curse that's associated with my legacy? I had accepted a legacy recently, and the legacy contained a small curse. It's a curse called minor misfortunate, and it only affects my luck, he said. You heard him, old man. It's only a minor curse. How can you be scared of a minor curse? I have never seen you act so fearful in front of a curse before. Li Shizhen said to him a moment later, even laughing a bit. After a moment of silence, the door opened slightly, and Jia Yi peeked through the narrow space, but he didn't dare to come out. He looked at Yuan with a serious expression on his face and said in a solemn voice, You think I would be afraid of a mere minor curse when I have dealt with even major curses before? Young man, you have more than one curse on you right now. In fact, there's so many that I'm amazed you're still alive. Jia Yi, explain yourself. What do you mean by that? Feng Yuxiang said with a deep frown on her face. Jia Yi then spoke, although the curse may be called minor misfortunate, it's actually a major curse. However, that curse might as well be a minor curse if not even lower compared to the other curses on him. There exist two types of curses in this world, artificial curses and natural curses. Artificial curses are caused by other humans whilst natural curses occur naturally if certain conditions are met. There are also many levels of curses. Minor, major, supreme, and ancient, to name a few. The most common curses are naturally artificial curses. And as of this moment, I can see 6, 7, perhaps even more curses on him, and they're all above major curses. However, that's not even the shocking part. These curses on him, they're all natural curses as far as I can tell. What? 7 natural curses? How is that even remotely possible? Li Shizhen exclaimed, not daring to believe his ears. A single natural curse was already rare enough, much less 7. And they are all affecting a single person right now. Yuan looked down at his own body. He also couldn't believe it. Why does he have so many natural curses on him? Young man, if you're here to look for my help, I am sorry, but I have to say that I am powerless against the curses on you. They're simply too powerful. I don't even dare to try to touch it, as it might worsen. Jia Yi said to him a moment later. Is it really that serious? Isn't there anything you can do? Feng Yuxiang didn't want to give up so easily, especially after learning how bad the situation really is. Madam Feng, do you remember when I tried to help you with your curse but was defeated in the end? Jia Yi suddenly asked her. Many years ago, Feng Yuxiang had approached him for help regarding her curse. Of course. Even though you couldn't get rid of it, I still owe you greatly for your years of efforts. Feng Yuxiang nodded. I have encountered tens of thousands of curses throughout my life, but I have never experienced powerlessness until I met you, Madam Feng. Your curse was my first defeat. However, as powerful as your curse may be, I still dared to try and defeat it. Jia Yi then turned to look at Yuan and swallowed nervously. As for him, this is my first time experiencing fear. The curses on him terrify me so much that I do not even dare to approach him. It's okay. I understand your feeling. Yuan said to him. You don't need to touch the curses on me, but do you have any advice for me? How does one normally get rid of natural curses? He then asked. That will depend on how you acquired those curses in the first place. Do you have any idea how you may have gotten those curses? Jia Yi said. Yuan turned silent and began pondering to himself. After thinking for many minutes, he still couldn't think of anything, so he shook his head. I cannot think of how I got these curses. Feng Yuxiang then asked, Jia Yi, is it possible for natural curses to occur during birth? Like how some are born with powerful physiques while others are born without any physiques. Yes, if his ancestors were cursed and passed away without getting rid of the curse, there's a good chance that the curse might carry on to the future generations. However, there are only a handful of curses that are powerful enough to do such a thing, and this young man has more than just a handful of curses on him. Jia Yi said. I see. Can you give me some examples of natural curses? Yuan then asked. Let's say your ancestor killed a lot of people, enough people to create a mountain using their corpses. This could result in your ancestor getting cursed by the spirits of the dead people. Hearing such an example, Yuan couldn't help but recall that one dream he had previously when he dreamt about killing a lot of people, enough people to create multiple mountains with their corpses and many rivers with their blood. Another case of a natural curse is when one is born with an extremely powerful physique and they invoke heaven's jealousy or wrath. When that happens, the heavens might put a curse on that individual so that he doesn't affect the world too much. This has happened multiple times before in the upper heavens. A powerful physique. Young master, I'd say your physique is pretty heaven-defying, enough to invoke heaven's jealousy. Maybe it's your physique that caused these natural curses? Feng Yuxiang suddenly speculated. Really? What kind of physique do you have? Li Shizhen asked him out of curiosity. The heaven-refining physique, he said. Never heard of it. Li Shizhen shook his head. What rank is it? Divine rank? No, it's celestial rank. Did you just say celestial rank? Li Shizhen's eyes widened to the point where his eyeballs nearly rolled out of their sockets. Celestial rank? Feng Yuxiang had a different reaction, as she wasn't familiar with this grade. How high is that? She then asked Li Shizhen, as he seemed to know judging by his reaction. The celestial rank is 2 ranks above the mythic rank. Li Shizhen mumbled in a dazed voice. What? Feng Yuxiang and Jia Yi exclaimed in a shocked voice afterward. 2 ranks above the mythic rank. I didn't know it went that high. Feng Yuxiang then said. Of course you wouldn't know about it. It only exists in the 7th heaven and above. Li Shizhen said. And he continued, I only know about it because I once read about it in an ancient scroll from the 8th heaven. Ridiculous. Why is someone like that in the lower heavens? Where did you find this monster? Jia Yi said in a dumbfounded tone. That's rude of you, Jia Yi. And I didn't find the young master. He found me. Feng Yuxiang said. Anyways, I think I understand why you have so many natural curses. A celestial rank physique is something that could definitely invoke jealousy from the heavens. The stronger your physique, even bloodline, the more the heavens will try to hinder you. However, if you manage to overcome the heavens' jealousy, you will become unstoppable. Li Shizhen said a moment later. I have never seen anyone with a celestial rank physique before, but to invoke over 7 natural curses. I cannot imagine what could happen once you get rid of those curses holding you back. Wait, can you tell what kind of effects these curses have on me? Yuan suddenly asked him. Jia Yi shook his head and said, I can only tell you what kind of curses they are, but I do not know the details. He then stared at Yuan for a few more moments before speaking. Most of these curses are restriction curses, but there are a few that I cannot tell at all. Furthermore, there is a high probability that there are more than 7 curses on you and I just cannot see them even with my special talent. Since it's likely that these curses are caused by your physique, then there's only one way to undo them, by tempering your physique. Tempering my physique. Yuan mumbled to himself. This is his second time hearing this phrase, with Su Jieqi mentioning it before. I have heard it before, but what does it mean to temper my physique? Yuan asked Jia Yi a moment later. There are a couple of methods you can use to temper your body, but the most common ones are bathing in liquefied treasure and cultivating in a special area that affects your body. Jia Yi said. Bathing in liquefied treasure, huh? Yuan repeated to himself. I understand the first one, but what about the second method? What kind of special area do I have to cultivate in? Do you have any examples? There are multiple phenomenal places in the cultivation world, such as a mountain that has extreme yang qi, and if you have a physique that benefits from yang qi, you can cultivate there to temper your body. Another example is a place called the Frozen Sea where it releases extremely pure yin qi, so females with a special yin physique would go there to temper their body. Some methods are stress-free while others are incredibly painful. This should be obvious, but the stronger your physique, the more resources you'll need to temper it, and in your case, you'll probably have to go to hell and back, multiple times in order to temper your body. Yuan nodded and said, returning to the first method. Are there treasures out there specifically for tempering one's body? Or can I just use any treasure for the bath? There are specific treasures out there for body tempering, young master. In fact, I have some with me. We can try it later. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said. Really? Yuan immediately became elevated upon hearing her words. Yes. Just let me know when you want to do it. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Let's do it tomorrow, then. Okay. Sometime later, Jia Yi said, if you got nothing else for me, can you leave? I am barely keeping my sanity just by being around you. Sorry. We'll leave right now. And thank you very much for your help, senior. Yuan bowed to him. Do you still need me around? Li Shizhen then asked. If not, I will stay around for a little more, and I still have to give a lecture to the doctors back at the medicine store, he said. No, you can leave. Thank you for everything as well. I will definitely repay this debt in the future. Yuan bowed to him too. You don't have to repay me. I am a divine doctor. I don't accept payments for my assistance. And I didn't really do anything, only giving you some advice. Li Shizhen said. Still, I want to thank you for helping me greatly. Li Shizhen nodded and then said, very well. How about this? If your friend's condition gets better because of this, I will accept your gratitude. Okay. Yuan said. Let's go, Feng Feng, Yuan said to her before flying back to the nearest city with a teleport device. Once they were gone, Jia Yi opened the door and walked outside again. What more do you want from me? He asked Li Shizhen. Li Shizhen smiled and said, wanna have a drink? It's been a decade since we last sat down together, after all. I hope you brought something strong enough for me to forget about that little monster, said Jia Yi. Of course. The two of them entered the building and began drinking alcohol. Meanwhile, after they arrived at the city, Yuan said, Feng Feng, I am going to retire today. I will see you tomorrow early in the morning. Okay. Rest well, young master. Once Feng Yuxiang entered his body, Yuan logged off the game. When Yuan logged off, dinner was already prepared by Mishio. Mishio, I am finished, he said to her. I'm coming. Mishio entered his room a minute later with dinner. Yuan wanted to tell her about everything that happened today, but Mishio insisted that he finished dinner first. After dinner, Mishio cleaned the dishes before going back to his room and taking a seat beside his bed. All right. What happened? She asked him. You won't believe what happened today, Mishio. Yuan proceeded to tell her everything Li Shizhen and Jia Yi had told him. You're cursed. Mishio wasn't sure how to react after listening to his story. Do curses even exist in our world? She couldn't help but wonder this question out loud. I can only think of one instance where curses are mentioned in this world. When I asked Yuro about playing the zither in this world before, she told me that people used to use them many years ago, but people eventually stopped playing zither because of some curse. Give me a moment to look it up. Mishio said before taking out her laptop and searching about the curse on the internet. A minute later, she said, according to the internet, people stopped playing the zither because bad luck would fall upon those who touched the zither. Almost all zither players experienced misfortune, and many of them even died in accidents, incredibly unfortunate ones. Once the news spread, people eventually stopped playing the zither out of fear. Heavens! I didn't think the zither would have such a history in our world. If curses really exist, then maybe I am really cursed. Yuan sighed. Even if curses are real, how are we supposed to deal with it? You may be able to bathe in treasures in Cultivation Online, but there are no such treasures in this world. Mishio suddenly stopped speaking midway through her sentence. Then she started typing on her laptop. A few minutes later, she said, "Looks like treasures actually exist in this world as well." What? Really? Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice. Yes, and according to some people, they have treasures that contain spiritual energy, with some even granting special effects such as increased strength and hearing. However, compared to the treasures one can find in Cultivation Online, the treasures in this world are much weaker. What do these treasures look like? Yuan then asked. Well, they're mostly antiques and ancient medicine from the past, she said. After pondering for a moment, Yuan said, "Do you think we will be able to buy some of these treasures to see for ourselves?" Well, they're incredibly expensive, with most of them going for millions of dollars. However, we should be able to afford them. Mishio nodded. Then let's buy some. If we don't have enough money, we can simply sell some things in the auction house again. Where can we buy them? Give me a minute. After looking on the internet for a few minutes, Mishio spoke. Looks like we can either buy them online or in real auction houses. People recommend buying them in person since there are many scammers out there. Real auction houses, huh? Let's wait a few more weeks before we go outside. Hopefully, the Cultivators Association will give up on you soon. Yuan said. Okay. I will do more research on this topic in the meantime. Sometime later, before Mishio went back to her own room to cultivate, Yuan said to her, "Mishio, can you grab a knife from the kitchen and leave it on a chair beside my bed?" Huh? Why? She couldn't help but ask after hearing such a weird request. Well, I have been thinking. If cultivation techniques from Cultivation Online work in our world, what about the other techniques? I want to try it out. Other techniques. Now that you mention it. Mishio was dumbfounded after realizing that too. But does it have to be a knife? That's very dangerous. What if you hurt yourself? She said in a worried voice afterward. Don't worry, I am just experimenting to see if it actually works or not. I won't do anything crazy, he promised her. Okay. Mishio then went outside to grab a clean kitchen knife and a chair before placing the knife on the chair beside the bed in Yuan's room. Mishio then proceeded to stare at the knife for a good minute before deciding that it would be better for her to stay in the room just in case anything happens. Yuan, I am going to stay here tonight just in case, she said to him. Okay. I don't mind, he quickly agreed. She then took a seat on the other side of the bed and started her cultivation. Meanwhile, Yuan prepared himself. After taking deep breaths, he began trying to recall the flying dagger technique that he was very used to by now. However, whether the flying dagger technique will work on a kitchen knife or not is an entirely different story. A few minutes later, Yuan successfully recited the full technique inside his head. Now it was time for the moment of truth, whether it works or not. After taking a deep breath, Yuan used his divine sense to locate the knife sitting a few meters beside him. Once he located it, he tried to use flying daggers on it like he normally would in Cultivation Online. A moment later, the kitchen knife resting on the chair suddenly began to tremble, and he could feel an invisible connection to the knife. Yuan immediately became excited when he saw this, but the moment he lost focus, the connection disappeared and the knife stopped moving. It actually works. Let's try that again just in case I was only imagining it. With that in mind, he started using flying daggers on the kitchen knife again. This time, even though he was certain that the kitchen knife was moving, he didn't lose focus. A few moments later, the kitchen knife that had been sitting on the chair suddenly began levitating off the chair. It was flying. Yuan had successfully used flying daggers in the real world. It works. It really works. Yuan suddenly started laughing from sheer excitement when the flying daggers technique worked in the real world. Huh. Mishio stopped cultivating when she heard his laughter and turned to look at the chair. Her eyes widened with surprise when she saw the kitchen knife she used for dinner floating above the chair, almost like a magic trick. However, unlike a magic trick, there were no invisible strings attached to the knife. Mishio, look. It works. It's not just cultivation techniques. Even martial techniques from Cultivation Online work in our world. Yuan said to her. Yes. I can see that. She mumbled in a dazed voice. A few moments later, the kitchen knife stopped floating and fell back onto the chair seat. Compared to Cultivation Online, it's actually harder to control it. I should have sufficient cultivation base to use flying daggers flawlessly, but I am having difficulties controlling it, he said a moment later. However, it's not as though I don't have enough spiritual energy. Unlike using divine sense, it's not exhausting, so I think it's just a matter of inexperience. Once I practice some more, I should be able to use flying daggers more skillfully. Mishio then said, if you can use flying daggers. I wonder if there are any other cultivators that have succeeded, or how many have succeeded. I'm sure many people have tried to use martial techniques when they realized that cultivation techniques worked in the real world, but whether you succeeded or not is a different story, he said. There has been no news about this yet, but there's a good chance that some people have succeeded and are purposefully keeping it a secret. It's only a matter of time before someone lets the cat out of the bag, like the situation with cultivation techniques. Mishio agreed with him. Anyways, I am going to continue practicing this technique. If it's distracting, you can return to your own room to cultivate. I promise you that I won't do anything crazy, so you can rest assured. Yuan said to her. Okay. Mishio nodded and returned to her room. Yuan proceeded to practice the flying daggers technique until it was morning. After breakfast, Mishio asked him, are you going to be with us today? Yes, we will see you in a bit. Where do you want to meet? Can you meet us at the Cultivator's Haven? Yuan asked. Okay. I will let them know. Once they entered Cultivation Online, Mishio proceeded to wait for Yuro and the others while Yuan and Feng Yuxiang made their way back to Seashell City using the teleport device. When they finally arrived at the city, Yuan and Feng Yuxiang went straight to the Cultivator's Haven, where Mishio and the others could be seen idling around. Yuro. Yuan called out to them. Welcome back, brother. Yuro ran to him with a smile on her face. Are you okay? What happened yesterday? Where did you go? She then bombarded him with questions. A stiff smile appeared on Yuan's face. Although he promised to tell her about everything once he returned, he wasn't sure about telling her that he was cursed, as that would definitely make her worried about him. I will tell you later, he decided to delay it for now. He then turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and said, I am ready. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Let's rent a hotel room. We will need a bathtub for your tempering, she then said. A bathtub? Tempering? Yuro and the others were quite puzzled, but they didn't ask any questions for now and decided to follow Feng Yuxiang and Yuan. Once they were at the best hotel in the city, they rented out a room with the biggest bathtub. Inside the bathroom with the bathtub, Feng Yuxiang filled the bathtub with hot water before heating the already hot water even further, until the water was literally boiling. Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw this. I am supposed to bathe in this boiling hot water? That sounds painful. He thought to himself. Are you going to temper your body, brother Tian? Xiao Hua asked him after realizing what they were planning on doing. Yes, I am. Xiao Hua was kind of speechless, as this was quite sudden. Why did he suddenly decide to temper his body? Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang retrieved a dozen treasures and began tossing them inside the bathtub with the boiling water, quickly turning the clear water green. Alright, young master. You just need to bathe in this water and absorb the treasures now. However, I have to warn you that it's going to be painful. Of course it's going to be painful. You're telling him to jump in boiling water. Yuro said with a worried frown on her face. Feng Yuxiang laughed out loud after hearing her words, and she said, the boiling water won't hurt the young master. Have you forgotten about his cultivation base? It's the treasures that will do the hurting. Go ahead, young master. Try touching the water normally. Feng Yuxiang then said to him. Yuan nodded and dipped one of his fingers into the boiling water, and to his surprise. It doesn't hurt at all. It's actually quite warm. He exclaimed in a surprised voice. Really? Let me try. Yuro also dipped her finger into the hot water, but she had a different reaction. Ah! It burns. Feng Yuxiang shook her head and said, the young master may not have physically tempered his body before, but his cultivation is high enough to naturally protect his body against boiling water. You could have told me before I tried. Yuro sighed. Sometime later, Yuan asked, I just need to bathe in this water, right? That's right. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Okay. Hearing her confirmation, Yuan started taking his clothes off in a nonchalant manner while everyone was present. Xia Jingyi's face flushed with redness when Yuan suddenly began stripping, as this is her first time seeing a fully naked man. Young master's bare body. What a work of art. Feng Yuxiang chuckled inwardly as she stared at his refined body with an intensive gaze. Yuro and Mishio's eyes widened when Yuan suddenly stripped without any warnings. Although they have seen his naked body plenty of times by now since they had to clean his body, seeing the naked body of a cripple who cannot move and seeing the naked body of a fully functional person gave two different feelings. Brother! You should have at least warned us that you were going to strip. There are ladies in here. Yuro quickly said to him. Huh? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner, clearly ignorant about these kinds of situations. In his mind, some boundaries between men and women didn't exist. Although he has only seen two naked women in his life, Lan Yingying and Fei Yuyang, Lan Yingying didn't have such a reaction when they were both naked before, so he didn't think too much about it. Furthermore, Yuro and Mishio have seen his naked body countless times, and they have even touched it before when they had to clean his body, not to mention the number of times he bathed with Yuro. Seeing Yuan's puzzled reaction and calm demeanor, Yuro realized that she never really taught him common sense when it comes to things between women and men. After all, she never thought he would need this kind of knowledge, and it would also be embarrassing for her to teach someone older than her these kinds of things. Forget it. Yuro sighed. Sometime later, Yuan entered the bathtub and sat in the center in the lotus position. Despite the water still at boiling point, Yuan couldn't feel any pain, only comfort. I just need to cultivate and absorb the treasures in the water, right? Yuan asked while looking at Feng Yuxiang. Yes. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Okay. Yuan proceeded to take a deep breath before clearing his mind. He then started cultivating. However, the instant he started absorbing the treasure, he felt sharp pain all over his body, almost like there were swords and daggers poking his pores. Ah! Yuan cried out loud and immediately stopped absorbing the treasures, startling the people in there. Are you okay? Yuro asked him. This is painful. It's like I am being pricked by needles all over my body. He exclaimed. Feng Yuxiang then said in a calm voice, I warned you that it was going to be painful, young master. Body tempering isn't easy. There's a reason why there are so few body refiners in the cultivation world compared to ordinary cultivators since many people cannot endure the pain. Are there any ways to lessen the pain at the very least? Yuan asked. Feng Yuxiang shook her head, unfortunately, there are no easy ways out of this. You either endure it or give up. In fact, the pain will only intensify as you continue to temper your body. Yuan frowned when he heard this. However, as much as he wanted to give up, he needed to get rid of the curses. After taking a moment to calm down, Yuan tried to absorb the treasures again. The sharp pain quickly returned, and Yuan gritted his teeth to endure the pain. And just like Feng Yuxiang said, the pain only became worse the more he tried to absorb the treasures. What felt like needles poking at his body at first now felt like there were needles entering his body through every pore that was absorbing the treasures. The pain penetrated deeper and deeper in this body as time went on. Yuan had to give up a few times due to the intense pain, but he would eventually try again. Yuro and the others watched with nervous looks on their faces. Seeing Yuan in so much pain also made them experience imaginary pain all over their body. Feng, how long does it normally take to temper one's body? Yuro asked her. How long does he need to endure this? Feng Yuxiang looked at Yuan and said, since this is the young master's first time doing body tempering, I didn't use too many treasures, just enough to let him experience it. If he continues to absorb the treasures at his current rate, he should be done in a few hours. A few hours? Yuro was shocked. She expected this to last only a couple of minutes at most. It was unimaginable that one needed to endure such pain for hours. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, if you think a few hours are bad, imagine tempering your body for weeks, even years. An hour into tempering his body, Yuan was beginning to adapt to the pain, but that didn't mean it wasn't painful any longer. In fact, the pain continued to worsen the longer he tempered his body. Is that blood? Yuro suddenly noticed the water turning slightly red. Feng Yuxiang nodded, yes, but you don't have to worry. It won't cause any permanent damage to his body. The young master has actually increased the rate he's absorbing the treasures. If he continues at this rate, he should be done after another hour. And just like Feng Yuxiang predicted, after soaking in the bathtub of treasures, Yuan opened his eyes when he finished absorbing all of the treasure in the water. Near the end, since he'd already absorbed most of the treasure by then, the pain was no longer as strong, allowing him to relax until the end. How are you feeling, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him. Exhausted, yet refreshed at the same time, almost like I'd been reborn, he said with a smile on his face. Congratulations on your first body tempering, young master, she said. Thank you. Yuan then stood up from the bathtub. However, the very next second, Xia Jingyi released a startled cry. Ah! Ha! Yuan turned to look at Xia Jingyi, whose face was fully flushed with redness, and she even had her hands covering her eyes. Yuro and Mishio's jaw dropped when they realized why Xia Jingyi reacted in such a manner. Brother! Quickly, turn around! Yuro shouted at him in a panicked voice. What? Yuan became even more puzzled, and he turned to look at Feng Yuxiang. Young master. Feng Yuxiang cleared her throat and pointed at the area between his legs, her face slightly rosy as well. Seeing this, Yuan looked down at his body, and to his surprise, between his legs, there was something long and majestic pointing at the heavens. What the? Yuan was surprised to see the thing between his legs suddenly grow in size and become as stiff as a rock, as this was his first time experiencing such a phenomenon. He turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and asked her in a calm voice, what's happening to my body? Is this also the effect of the treasures? I guess there was a treasure in there that improved one's stamina. Feng Yuxiang said in a stiff voice, mostly because she also didn't expect that it'd result in Yuan's precious area getting more stamina, as well. Is this a bad thing or a good thing? Yuan then asked. I think it will be fine. It should calm down later. Feng Yuxiang said with a nervous look on her face, silently hoping to herself that it'd calm down by itself. Okay. Yuan believed her and got out of the bathtub. Yuro and Mishio stared at Yuan's glistening body. Although they wanted to look away, they were unable to for some reason. Mishio then noticed Xiao Hua also staring at Yuan with a calm look on her face, yet there was a hint of intrigue within her innocent gaze. After drying his body, Yuan wore his clothes again, but it felt different than usual, even a little uncomfortable with the way his body is currently reacting. "This is uncomfortable and is somewhat inconvenient to walk around," said Yuan with a slight frown on his face while looking at the obvious bulge between his legs. Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously at the sight of the Yuan's bulge. Despite being over 100,000 years old, she had zero experience in these kinds of situations. "You can try cultivating to calm it down," Feng Yuxiang then suggested. "I will do just that." Yuan nodded, and he left the bathroom shortly after. He then took a seat in the middle of the room and began cultivating. Of course, since he was sitting down, it made the bulge in his pants even more obvious. "This is super awkward," Mishio muttered in a low voice. "Right? We have taken baths together for many years, so I have seen his naked body plenty of times, but I am still embarrassed by it," Yuro said in a somewhat bragging voice. Yuro suddenly turned to look at Xiao Hua, who started approaching Yuan for some reason. Once she stood in front of him, Xiao Hua squatted down and stared at the bulging area with a profound look on her face. "What are you doing?" Feng Yuxiang asked her in a dumbfounded voice. Xiao Hua then pointed at the bulge and said, "Why is it like that?" Xiao Hua has never seen anything like that before. Xiao Hua's innocent question left the others in the room speechless. Turns out there was another person that was clueless about these kinds of topics besides Yuan in their group. "That is what happens when your body is overly excited," Feng Yuxiang gave her a brief explanation without going into depth. "Don't worry, it will go away soon," she then added. Xiao Hua nodded and no longer paid attention to this phenomenon on Yuan's body. Sometime later, Xia Jingyi spoke in a low voice, "Wow. The speed he's cultivating at is very astonishing. Is this because of his cultivation technique?" "I guess you can say that." Yuro nodded. After spending a little over an hour cultivating, Yuan suddenly stopped and opened his eyes. He then turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and said to her in a complaining tone, Feng, it's not working. I cannot even cultivate properly because it's very distracting down there. And I think it's starting to hurt as well." Feng Yuxiang began sweating when she heard this, and she wondered if the treasure was too powerful or if Yuan had absorbed too much of the treasure. After all, normal cultivators would only be able to absorb a portion of the treasure while letting the rest go to waste. If Yuan's godlike physique also allowed him to absorb more treasures than one normally could, it would make sense why his body hasn't calmed down yet. Feng, what exactly did you use for my brother's bathwater?" Yuro decided to ask her. Feng Yuxiang showed a nervous smile and said, "The treasure that's causing his condition is most likely the endurance yang root. It's a very popular treasure among male body refiners since it refines their muscles and boosts their endurance. However, there's a slight side effect. And that being a slight aphrodisiac effect." "Aphrodisiac effect? You made my brother absorb that kind of evil medicine?" Yuro was speechless. "I swear it wasn't done on purpose. Normally, one would only be able to absorb about 10 to 30% of the treasures, so this side effect won't affect the person too much if any at all. However, I might have overlooked the young master's unique physique, hence this situation. I'm sorry. I won't put something like that in the young master's bath again," she apologized. "Don't worry about it, Feng. I know you don't have any bad intentions. However, this is a problem. I can't move around like this. How long will this effect last before it naturally goes away?" Yuan then asked her. 7 days. She muttered in a low voice. "An entire week?" Yuan exclaimed. There was no way he'd be able to endure this an entire day, much less a whole week. "Is there anything we can do to relieve it quicker?" Yuan then asked. The room instantly turned silent, and the ladies turned to look at each other. Clearly, none of them wanted to be the one to tell him. After a moment of silence, Feng Yuxiang cleared her throat and spoke with her back straight, "Ahem. Since I am the reason the young master is in pain, I shall bear all responsibility." She then turned to look at Yuan and said with a bashful expression on her beautiful face, please follow me to another room, young master. I will take care of it. Wait just a minute. Yuro quickly stopped them. Is there something wrong? Feng Yuxiang asked her. Of course. Everything is wrong. What do you think you're going to do to my brother's pure body? Obviously, I am going to help him relieve his pain. Feng Yuxiang spoke in a calm voice and acted as though it was natural. And she continued, unless you want to help him instead. Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes at Yuro, who trembled at the thought of relieving Yuan. Nonsense. I am his sister. You're asking for the impossible. She quickly refused. Yuro then turned to look at Mishio and said, Mishio, you do it. I trust you with Brother Tian's body more than I trust Feng, after all. What? Mishio looked at her with wide eyes and even took a step back from shock. You want me to? I don't think I can do something like that. Mishio quickly shook her head and refused. Even though she had touched Yuan's divine sword before, it was necessary to clean him, and it wasn't done with any vulgar intentions. Furthermore, she was too embarrassed to do it knowing there are people waiting for her to relieve him. If she was alone with Yuan, perhaps she might reconsider. See? If nobody is willing to relieve the young master, I will have to be the one to bear this responsibility. Feng Yuxiang said with a quick shrug and a somewhat smug look on her face. Xiao Hua can help Brother Tian. Xiao Hua suddenly offered her assistance. The others looked at her with raised eyebrows. Regardless of her real age, letting someone like Xiao Hua deal with this situation would cause outrage if known. Furthermore, Xiao Hua was as innocent as Yuan herself when it came to this topic, so even if they allowed her to help him, she wouldn't know what to do. It's okay, Xiao Hua. Let the adults bear this responsibility. Feng Yuxiang said to her. Meanwhile, Yuan was absolutely clueless as to why they were arguing about this, as he just wanted to relieve this pain between his legs, so he didn't care who had to do it. Let's go, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Feng. Don't go overboard. Yuro warned her with a serious frown. Feng Yuxiang nodded before going to another room with Yuan, closing the door behind them. The place quickly turned dead silent. I can't believe this is happening. Xia Jingyi mumbled in a dazed voice after a moment of silence. I am going to go out and get some fresh air. Yuro said. I will come with you. Mishio followed her outside. Xiao Hua looked at them with her eyebrows slightly raised, unable to comprehend why they were unhappy about Feng Yuxiang helping Yuan relieve his pain. Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, Feng Yuxiang cleared her throat before speaking, Young master, please take off your clothes, just the lower part is fine. Yuan nodded and obediently removed his pants. Although it felt a little weird, he didn't think too much about it, since this was only to cure his condition. After taking off the lower part of his clothes, Yuan sat on the edge of the bed with his sword standing upright. Young master, I am only doing this to help your condition, so excuse me in advance for touching your body. Feng Yuxiang said as she kneeled in front of Yuan. Seeing Feng Yuxiang kneeling right in front of him, Yuan raised his eyebrows, and his heart began beating faster for some reason. After taking a deep breath, Feng Yuxiang moved her hands towards the stiff rod located directly between Yuan's legs. Yuan immediately felt a chill go down his back when he felt Feng Yuxiang's soft hands touching his thing. Feng Yuxiang's body also trembled when her hands touched Yuan's hot rod, feeling it twitching in her hands. Once she had a good grip on Yuan's rod, Feng Yuxiang began to gently move her hands in a stroking motion. Yuan was baffled by what Feng Yuxiang was doing to his body, as this was completely new to him. However, as weird as it looked, it actually felt incredibly pleasurable, so Yuan didn't stop her and allowed Feng Yuxiang to continue. How does it feel, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him in a nervous voice a few minutes into their session. Never could she have imagined that she would one day use her hands to please a man in such a manner, a human, too. I don't know. It feels good, but it also hurts a little, mostly when you move your hands down, he gave her his honest feedback. It does look a little dry. Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a low voice. However, there was no water around her, and she didn't want to leave the room to get some water now that they were in this kind of situation. After pondering for a moment, Feng Yuxiang decided to use her saliva. Young master, I am going to use my saliva to get rid of the dryness. It'll most likely stop the pain, she then said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded despite the weird idea. Once she had his approval, Feng Yuxiang moved her mouth closer to his rod before spitting some of her saliva onto it. Once it was soaking wet with her saliva, Feng Yuxiang continued to massage Yuan's rod. What about now? Feng Yuxiang asked him a moment later. It feels much better. I don't feel the pain anymore, he said. Then I will move a little faster. Feng Yuxiang started stroking his rod faster. A few minutes later, Yuan felt an indescribable feeling shock his body. I need to go to the bathroom. He quickly said to Feng Yuxiang after realizing what this feeling was. However, Feng Yuxiang said, It's okay, young master. Just let it out here. I will clean it up later. Are you sure? Yuan was baffled by her answer. Yes, she confirmed. A moment later, Yuan could no longer hold this feeling back and gave up on trying. The next second. Ah! Feng Yuxiang shouted in a startled voice when a burst of white substance shot out from Yuan's rod and went straight onto the wall a few meters behind her. However, it didn't stop after the first shot, and it continued shooting out the white substance, splattering the wall with white stuff all over. Yuan's body collapsed onto the bed after releasing everything, feeling incredibly exhausted afterward. Feng Yuxiang looked at her hands that were also stained with Yuan's sticky white stuff with a dazed look on her face. She then looked at Yuan's rod, and to her surprise, it was still as stiff as a rock. Young master. Looks like we'll have to do this a couple more times before you release all of your excess energy. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Is this really going to help? Yuan asked her a moment later. Yes, but since the treasure you absorbed was quite powerful, it'll take some time before we can fully relieve it. Okay. Sorry for the trouble, Feng. Yuan said to her with an innocent look on his face. Seeing Yuan's innocent expression, Feng Yuxiang felt incredibly guilty for some reason even though she was trying to help him. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang continued helping Yuan release his excess energy. As for Yuan, since he recently climaxed, his rod was more sensitive than before, allowing him to feel the pleasure from Feng Yuxiang's hands even more. If you need me to slow down, just tell me. Feng Yuxiang said when she noticed his face that appeared to be in pain. I am fine. You can continue at your pace. I am just not used to this feeling. I feel weak all over my body, and it's not the usual weakness I am used to. Feng Yuxiang chuckled and said, As you wish, my young master. And the longer Feng Yuxiang moved her hands, the more natural and smooth her movements became. It eventually reached the point where Feng Yuxiang felt like an expert with every movement. Minutes quickly turned into hours, but Yuan had long lost his sense of time while in this blissful state that made him feel like he was living in another world. Yuan laid on the bed while breathing heavily. Okay, young master. I am done. Your condition has finally been relieved. Feng Yuxiang said to him as she stood up. After spending a few hours in the bedroom, Feng Yuxiang has managed to extract a week's worth of excess energy from Yuan's body, who'd absorbed too much treasure from his body tempering. Thank you, Feng. Yuan said to her afterward. I am merely doing my job as a servant, young master. There's no need to thank me, as it was my fault you were in that condition in the first place. Feng Yuxiang said as she used her phoenix flames to clean the sticky white substances in the room without damaging the walls or floor even in the slightest. Anyway, you can stay here and rest until you're ready to move again. I will be outside with the others. Oh. And can you keep whatever happened in here a secret between us, young master? Yes. I don't think I want them to know either. Yuan agreed. Thank you, young master. I will see you later. Despite her calm voice, Feng Yuxiang's face was fully flushed with redness, and her steps were a little unbalanced, looking a little tipsy from drinking too much. Once Feng Yuxiang left the room, Yuan continued to lay on the bed with a look of wonder on his face. Today, he has experienced a new world, one that he would forever remember. Sometime later, when Yuro noticed Feng Yuxiang coming out of the room, she quickly approached her and said, "I hope you didn't do anything you weren't supposed to." Feng Yuxiang showed a smile on her face and said, "Don't worry, I only did what was necessary to help his condition. I respect the young master's body as much as you do, so I wouldn't dare to do whatever you're thinking. Anyways, the young master's condition has been fixed. I am going to get some fresh air. I probably won't be back for a while." Feng Yuxiang then left the building and flew away, not returning for a couple of days. About an hour after Feng Yuxiang left, Yuan emerged from the room with a refreshed look on his face, and even his aura experienced a small change. "Brother. Are you okay now?" Yuro asked him with a slightly rosy face, trying her hardest to not look away from him. "Yes, I am fine now. What happened inside?" To everyone's surprise, Xiao Hua was the one who asked him this question. Yuan chuckled and said, "That's a secret." "A secret?" Everyone there looked at him with wide eyes, their imaginations running wild. "By the way, where's Feng Feng?" Yuan then noticed that she was missing. She went outside for some fresh air, and she also said that she won't be back for a while. Yuro said. "Oh. I see." Sometime later, Yuro asked, "What should we do now, brother?" "Whatever you want, I guess." "Well, I am not sure what I want to do, but I am tired of doing quests," she said. "Then do you want to just explore the lower heavens?" "What do you mean by exploring? Do we just walk around?" Yuan nodded, "Yes. We don't need to do anything special, just travel around the world like we're going on a massive trip. I want to see as much of the lower heavens as I can before I move up to the next realm." "A journey around the world, huh? That does sound like a good idea." Yuro nodded. "What about you, Jingyi? You don't have to follow us if you don't want to." "I don't mind following along. Besides, I don't really have anyone else to play with, and I also enjoy being with you guys," she said. "Okay. Then it's decided. Let's go on a journey. Do you have any destination in mind?" Yuro then said to Yuan. "Not really. I was going to ask Feng Feng to see if there were any cool places we could go in the lower heavens. What about you, Xiao Hua? Do you know of any places like that?" Xiao Hua shook her head. "I can look online and see if there are any places like that," Yuro suddenly said. "Okay. Let's also wait for Feng Feng to return before we leave," Yuan said. They proceeded to walk around the city until it was late and had to log off for dinner. After dinner, Mishio asked, "Yuan, do you want a shower tonight? You released a lot of sweat today." "Okay," he said. Mishio then carried Yuan into the bathroom with the wheelchair, and just as Mishio prepared to remove her clothes so it doesn't get wet, she remembered that Yuan could see again with his divine sense, so she restrained from going inside the bathroom naked like she normally would. After rinsing his body with some warm water, Mishio began scrubbing his body with her soapy hands. When she reached his lower area, Mishio paused her movements momentarily after recalling what happened today. A moment later, she started cleaning Yuan's cute thing that was a contrast to what she saw earlier today. When Yuan felt Mishio's soft hands touching this area, Yuan couldn't help but remember what Feng Yuxiang did to him, and his body naturally reacted with an erection. Mishio swallowed nervously when she saw this, and she tried her best to clean it with a clear mind. However, Yuan suddenly asked her, "Mishio, I thought my body only reacted like this because of the treasure, so why is it like this now? Did the treasures from the game affect my real body too?" Mishio was left speechless by Yuan's innocent question and wasn't sure how she should respond to him. Should I just tell him? As much as she wanted to avoid this topic, Mishio knew that it was impossible and that he would have to learn about it eventually, and keeping such important knowledge from him would only hurt him in the long run, especially since his body is recovering. Therefore, Mishio has decided to teach Yuan what it means to be a man and why his body reacts the way it does. Mishio closed her eyes and took a couple of deep breaths before opening them with a resolute expression on her beautiful face. Yuan, I know none of this is your fault because of how the Yu family raised you, but you're too innocent and ignorant for someone your age. You're already 18, an adult. You cannot continue living like this, especially since you'll eventually recover from your condition. Mishio said to him in a sighing voice. What do you mean? Yuan asked her in a nervous voice. You have been playing instruments since the day you entered the Yu family, and that is all the Yu family has ever taught you, ignoring your common sense and other important knowledge. You were also crippled at a very young age, even going into isolation, which limited your knowledge even further. I am trying to say that you're missing a lot of common sense. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a low voice, then what am I supposed to do? Mishio then said, you don't have to do anything, Yuan, because I will help you. I will give you the knowledge that the Yu family didn't care to give you, what it means to be a man. Mishio then looked at his stiff rod and continued, let's start with this. Yuan's body trembled slightly when Mishio suddenly touched his stiff area, but the way Mishio held it felt a little different than usual. The condition you're in right now is called an erection. It happens when your body is stimulated with excitement, and most of the time, it is sexual excitement that causes it to react in such a way. Sexual excitement? What is that? Yuan asked, as he never really had the chance to experience it for himself because he would only focus on music almost all of the time. Furthermore, besides Mishio, Yuro, and the servants working in the Yu family, Yuan barely had any contact with females. Sexual excitement is when you feel aroused, Mishio explained to him. It's a natural feeling of desire you get for the opposite gender when you're interested in them, or whoever you want to embrace. I don't understand that feeling. Yuan sighed. It's okay. You don't have to understand it now. You just need to be aware of it. Mishio said. And she continued, now, whenever one feels aroused, their body will react a certain way, and when it comes to men, the thing between their legs will react the way your body is currently reacting. Of course, there are other situations that could make your body react in such a manner, but most of the time, it's arousal. I see. Is that why my body is acting like this? Because I am aroused? Yuan asked in an innocent and calm voice. Well. Only you can really tell. Mishio said. Yuan then said, when you touched that area, my mind would remember what Feng Feng did to me to help me relieve it, and my body started to feel warmer. What Feng Feng did to you? Mishio raised her eyebrows. Well, I cannot give you any details since I promised Feng Feng that I'd keep it a secret, but she used her hands like you. Yuan said in a slightly embarrassed voice. I see. Mishio could imagine what had happened between Feng Yuxiang and Yuan after he just said. Although you may not understand the feeling of arousal, your body can be naturally aroused even if you don't know it yourself, and that is most likely what is happening now. Then how can I get rid of this feeling? Yuan asked. That feeling will naturally go away if you stop thinking about it, Mishio said. The reason it didn't go away before was because of a medicine that affected your body, so it wouldn't calm down until you used the other method to calm it down. That method? Yuan mumbled. Yes, it's most likely what Feng Feng did to help you. Yuan swallowed nervously, and he asked, does it matter which method one uses? After a slight pause, Mishio said, yes, it does. Although one can ignore their arousal and let it calm down naturally, that feeling doesn't actually go away very effectively and will eventually build up. And as it continues to build up, it could affect one's mind negatively and make them do things they normally wouldn't do, which is also called sexual frustration, so one should use the second method to relieve themselves once in a while. Mishio then looked at Yuan's rod that was in her grasp, and she continued, now that you have learned about arousal, you'll most likely be experiencing them more often. What? Is that how it works? Yes, it is. Especially since you're at that age. I see. Then what should I do? If I cannot keep ignoring it, I will have to relieve myself, right? That will be difficult in my condition. Yuan sighed. Mishio took a deep breath before speaking. Don't worry, Yuan. I will do it for you. Eh? Really? Are you sure? Feng acted weird afterward when she did it for me, so I thought she didn't like it. I don't want you to do something you don't like. Feng acted weird not because she didn't like it, it was because she was embarrassed. Normally, a woman won't willingly do something like that if she didn't like the person, and nobody forced her, so she definitely didn't mind it. Mishio said. Furthermore, I was trained to relieve you if you ever needed it. Mishio said inwardly, as she didn't dare to tell him out loud. I see. It's relieving to know that she didn't hate it. Yuan released a sigh of relief. Seeing Yuan's good-natured character, Mishio felt something weird in her heart. Then let me relieve you now. You have been naked long enough. If we stay like this any further, you might catch a cold. As she finished her sentence, Mishio began moving her hands, stroking Yuan's stiff rod more skillfully than when Feng Yuxiang experienced it with her hands. This is my first time doing this on a real person. Mishio thought to herself as she pleased Yuan's sword with her hands. When her mother trained her to take care of Yuan's every need, it was only on toys and mannequins, so this was her actual first experience. A few moments into their session, Yuan's body could already feel the difference between Mishio and Feng Yuxiang's hand techniques, and that difference was quite vast, almost like heaven and hell. When Feng Yuxiang stroked it, it was much more forceful and fast, and she would sometimes grip onto it with too much strength. However, when Mishio strokes it, he could feel the tenderness in her slow and gentle movements, almost like she was treating his thing like a treasure, and it was a constant feeling. Furthermore, Mishio would use her other hand to massage other areas while her main hand was busy relieving his sword, enhancing the effects of her already skillful techniques. Yuan's body reached its limit in just 3 short minutes under Mishio's skillful hand techniques. Feeling the rod in her hands twitching, Mishio said in a soothing voice, "Go ahead. Let it out and relieve yourself." Hearing her voice, Yuan removed the blockade and released a stream of white substance from his lower body. And right before Yuan released his stress, Mishio placed her other hand a few inches away from his rod so that his release wouldn't go everywhere in the bathroom. Mishio could feel something warm and powerful shoot into her hands the next moment, and it would continue shooting into her palms for a couple more times before it stopped. "How are you feeling?" Mishio asked him afterward. "Like something was relieved from my body." "Thank you," Yuan said to her. Mishio then washed away the white stuff on her hand and the floor with the shower head. Once that was done, she proceeded to rinse the soap from Yuan's body. A few minutes later, she carried Yuan back to his room and dried his body with towels. "Let me take a shower before we continue our talk, okay?" Mishio then said to him. "Okay." Mishio then returned to the bathroom to take a shower, taking much longer than she normally would for some reason. Once she was eventually done, Mishio returned to Yuan's room and continued to educate him about things that the Yu family never taught him. "Thank you, Mishio, for the lesson. I will keep in mind everything you have taught me today," Yuan said to her after spending an hour getting lectured about the differences between men and women. "Then I will go back to my room now. I am more exhausted than usual for some reason," Mishio said to him. "Okay. Good night," Yuan said to her. Once she returned to her room, Mishio buried her face into the pillow and proceeded to suffocate herself until she could no longer endure it. However, she was unable to calm down despite doing that. "I have done it. I really did that to him," Mishio cried inwardly, recalling what she'd done to Yuan inside the bathroom. Although she'd expected to do such things and even more before for Yuan when she was being trained by her mother, that was years ago, and they were no longer in the Yu family. Furthermore, their relationship has evolved to being much more than just a servant and master. Mishio would proceed to spend the entire night thinking about how she should act when around Yuan. As for Yuan, he slept like a baby, instantly falling asleep a few seconds later, and if one went into his room while he slept, one would see a gentle smile on his face. Meanwhile, around the same time at the Yu family, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit stood before Yu Yong and Tang Li. Master Yu, Madam Tang, we have discovered her location. This middle-aged man said. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Where is Mishio right now? Yu Yong then asked this middle-aged man, who he'd hired to investigate Mishio's whereabouts. After looking through some of the surveillance cameras in the streets, we have managed to locate the building Mishio lives in, and it's an apartment about an hour away from this place. During our investigation on Mishio, we also found something unexpected, that she appears to be with Yu Tian. What? Mishio is with that useless thing? Are you sure? Why didn't the chairman tell us that when he visited? Tang Li exclaimed in a surprised voice. Mr. Johnson nodded and said, we saw them entering the apartment together, and after speaking with Chairman Zhao, he confirmed that there was a cripple in a wheelchair with Mishio at the Cultivators Association. We even have a picture from the surveillance. Mr. Johnson proceeded to show them a picture of Mishio pushing a wheelchair that carried Yuan. Yu Yong frowned and said, she left the Yu family to be with him. Why am I not surprised? She was trained by Mayong to be his personal maid at one point. Of course there's someone with him. That trash can't possibly live by himself now that Yuro is no longer helping him. However, does this also mean that Mayong had lied to us about Mishio's situation? I refuse to believe that she didn't know about her daughter's situation. Tang Li then said. Yu Yong raised his eyebrows and said, Mayong has remained loyal to the family ever since she joined the family. I don't believe that she would lie to us. Though we should still talk to her about this just in case. Anyway, this is an entirely different situation that can be dealt with after our current one. Can you bring Mishio back to us, Mr. Johnson? Yu Yong asked the middle-aged man. He nodded and said, although we have located her whereabouts, we have yet to locate her exact location. We know where she lives, but we don't know where exactly, and the building owners refuse to give us access to the surveillance cameras without a proper reason. What are you trying to say? It's just an apartment. Go knock on every single door until you find her. That's why we hired you. Tang Li said with a frown. Mr. Johnson smiled and said, Madam Tang, we were only paid to locate her whereabouts, and that is exactly what we have done. The contract doesn't state that we have to do anything else once we find her location. The frown on Tang Li's face grew deeper, but before she could speak, Mr. Johnson continued, in case you forgot, Mishio was called a cultivation genius by Chairman Zhao himself. If that's the case, there's a good chance that she's a high-level cultivator at this moment. Even if we knock on every door and find her, we cannot physically force her to come with us if she refuses since our team doesn't have the manpower to do so. If there's a chance that we must use force to bring Mishio back to the Yu family, we will need to hire more people, cultivators that are powerful enough to bring her back. However, powerful cultivators are not easy to find. Do you understand where I am getting at? Yu Yong pondered for a moment before speaking, in other words, you are asking us for more money. Is that correct? Mr. Johnson merely smiled at his question, his answer clear. I don't care how much it will cost. I want her back at the Yu family. We can simply have Chairman Zhao cover the cost of the operation and more when we give him Mishio. Tang Li said in a cold voice. Very well. I will immediately assemble a team of powerful cultivators to bring Mishio back. It should be done by the end of the week. Mr. Johnson said. As for the price, we will calculate everything once we get the team together before sending them to you. Once we receive the payment, we will immediately bring her back. Mr. Johnson said, implying that unless they receive the money, they wouldn't do anything. Although the Yu family is a powerful family, they were not completely invincible and almighty in this world, so not everyone will be willing to work for them without money, which is the real power. After Mr. Johnson left the place, Yuyong summoned Mei Feng to their home despite it being incredibly late at night. Mei Feng, who was asleep at the time, had to wake up and make her way to their place after being called, but she didn't complain, as she puts her master's needs before her own needs. Half an hour later, Mei Feng arrived at the Yu family. "Mei Feng, have you found Mishio's whereabouts yet?" Yuyong asked her the moment she arrived at the house, acting as though he didn't have a single clue. "Unfortunately, I have not," Mei Feng said, and she continued, "I tried calling her every day, but she hasn't responded to a single call." "Are you sure you don't know?" Tang Li asked again, narrowing her eyes. "I don't understand. Are you implying that I know her whereabouts? That I am lying to you?" Mei Feng then asked, feeling something was off about their atmosphere. Yuyong then retrieved a photo and placed it on the table, showing a picture of Mishio and Yuan on the street. It was the same photo given to them by Mr. Johnson. "Your daughter is currently taking care of that trash, and she left the family shortly after he was disowned. This doesn't seem like a coincidence, and I refuse to believe that you, her mother, didn't know about this," Tang Li said. And she continued, "You know what I think? I think you knew about her whereabouts this entire time and purposefully kept it from us. In fact, you probably even helped them." Mei Feng remained silent after hearing Tang Li doubt her loyalty, even suspecting that she had something to do with Mishio's disappearance. However, she didn't panic. "With all due respect, Madam Tang, I have worked for the Yu family for nearly my entire life, and I had sacrificed everything in order to do so. Why would I risk all of that over something like this? The last time I spoke with Mishio was right before she left. She told me that she wanted to leave the Yu family to explore other options in life. Mishio isn't bound to a contract, nor did I have any reason to convince her to stay since she's already an adult, so I didn't say anything and allowed her to leave," Mei Feng said, subtly reminding them that Mishio wasn't under a contract so they cannot force her to stay. Mei Feng then continued without giving the Yu family a chance to speak, "Allow me to be blunt, masters. Mishio has admired the young master ever since he was adopted into the family, and she'd even endured countless hours of training from me just to become his servant. However, because of what happened to the young master, she was reassigned to the young lady. I am not saying that she doesn't care about the young lady, but she has always dreamed of being the young master's servant. Since the young master got removed from the family, Mishio, who is not bound by a contract, most likely decided to leave the family so that she could finally fulfill her dream as the young master's servant. Of course, this is all speculation, but other than logical reasoning, I am also her mother, so I know what she thinks." Yuyong and Tang Li were left speechless by Mei Feng's words. After a moment of silence, Yuyong said, "I don't doubt you, Mei Feng, but just to be safe, let me see your cell phone. Since you claim that you call her every day, you must have a record of it in your phone." The Yu family expected Mei Feng to make an excuse to get out of this situation, but to their surprise, Mei Feng said, "I understand." She then retrieved her cell phone and handed it over to Yuyong without making any excuses or showing even the slightest sign of being worried. Yuyong then opened her phone and checked the call record. His eyes widened with surprise when he saw that Mei Feng had actually been calling Mishio's phone number every single day without fail ever since Mishio left the family, and she would sometimes even call Mishio multiple times in one day. However, there was not a single successful call within the call records. "I apologize for doubting you, Mei Feng. Really. If we'd offended you, please forgive us." Yuyong immediately apologized to her. Yuyong valued Mei Feng's loyalty and presence in the Yu family very highly, probably only second to his own wife. This is mostly because of Mei Feng's contribution to the Yu family throughout the years. It could be said that without Mei Feng assisting them, their family wouldn't have survived for this long. While Yuan have boosted their wealth to a significant amount, they have always been rich. However, Mei Feng had helped them stabilize their position within the entertainment industry and much more, hence why Yuyong couldn't afford to anger or offend Mei Feng. Even though Mei Feng was under a contract with their Yu family, she could actually leave the family if she truly tried, and Yong couldn't afford to lose someone like her, especially not when the entire world was changing at a rapid pace because of the cultivation craze. I am neither mad nor offended, just slightly disappointed that I don't have all of your trust just yet, Mayong said. Don't worry. You have my complete trust starting now. Yong reassured her. However, Tang Li wasn't happy with the results, and she was still suspicious of Mayong, but she didn't say anything and merely kept a frown on her face. Mayong then asked, if you don't mind me asking, why are you so fixated on finding Mishio? Yong sighed and decided to tell Mayong everything. To tell you the truth, we're not really the ones who are looking for her, it's Chairman Zhao, the current chairman of the Cultivators Association. Apparently, Mishio has incredible talents in cultivation, which attracted Chairman Zhao's attention, and he wants to buy Mishio from us. What? Mayong's eyes widened upon learning the truth, showing a little surprise for the first time. Therefore, we have hired investigators to look for her. They have recently found her whereabouts, and they are planning on bringing Mishio back soon. What about Mishio? What if she doesn't want to join the Cultivators Association? Mayong asked. Mayong, you should know by now that if someone is powerful enough, they can do whatever they want. Chairman Zhao is definitely someone powerful enough to do as he pleases. If he truly wants Mishio, there's nothing you nor the Yu family can do about it. Yong sighed again. Sometime after listening to the whole story from Yong, Mayong prepared to return home. Mayong, I know she is your daughter, but there's nothing we can do. I guess we can only be happy for Mishio that she'd caught the attention of someone prestigious like Chairman Zhao. If she's with him and the Cultivators Association, I am sure that she will live a fulfilling life. And I apologize again for calling you here so late in the middle of the night. You can take tomorrow off if you'd like. Yong said to her before she left. Once she was in her car, Mayong drove straight home while pondering the whole way there. The chairman of the Cultivators Association. He's definitely not someone the Yu family can deal with, much less Mishio. This is troublesome. After returning home, Mayong went straight to the locked drawer beside her bed. She then opened it and retrieved a burner phone and opened it. A moment later, she dialed a number. Hello. Mishio answered the phone call quicker than Mayong had expected since it was way past midnight. Why are you up so late at night? Mayong asked her. I can ask you the same. Why are you calling me so late at night, mother? You've gotten a lot more courageous since you left the Yu family, to the point where you even dare to talk back to me, Mayong said. Anyways, let me get straight to the topic. Are you aware how much trouble you're in right now? Trouble? What are you talking about? Mishio's puzzled voice resounded. Do you remember when I told you that Chairman Zhao from the Cultivators Association had contacted the Yu family? Well, the Yu family has hired investigators to find out your whereabouts, and they have learned about the apartment. However, that's not even the worst part. They know about the young master as well. What? Mishio exclaimed in a surprised voice. The Yu family went out of their way to hire investigators to look for her. Just how desperate are they trying to recruit her to the Cultivators Association? Even if they know about our location. Does it really matter? I am no longer with the Yu family, nor do I want to join the Cultivators Association. It's not like they can force me either. Mishio said. Mayong sighed, you are underestimating the world of adults and how influential some people are, Mishio. There are some people out there who are so powerful that you have no choice but to agree. As for the Yu family, they will make you return to the family whether you like it or not, and they will sell you to the Cultivators Association. In fact, the investigators are already preparing a team of cultivators to force you to return to the family. What? What should I do? I cannot leave Yuan side now. Mishio said. You can move out of that apartment before they get you, but that will only delay them since they will eventually find you again, and it won't be easy moving in the street without being seen when you have to travel with the young master in his condition. Therefore, you can only confront this matter from the front. What are you trying to say? Mishio asked. Do you remember what I taught you? What you should do if there are people who threaten the young master's safety? Mayong asked her. I can't forget it even if I want to. Mishio mumbled in a low voice. Good, and since you're a cultivator, you should be even more powerful. Just make sure you don't kill them and you should be fine. Make sure you report it to the police afterward just in case. I won't be contacting you again for a while since the Yu family is suspecting that I'd helped with your disappearance. Once you have dealt with the problem, call me on my burner only after midnight. I understand. Make sure you keep the young master safe since there's a good chance that they might use the young master to force you to return. A slight smile appeared on Mishio's face when she recalled Yuan's flying dagger technique and said, Don't underestimate him, mother. He may not be able to move properly, but I doubt there's anyone more powerful than him right now. Mayong was left speechless for once by Mishio. What do you mean by that? She couldn't help but ask. You'll find out eventually, mother. Anyway, I'm going to get some sleep. You should too. Good night. Mishio closed the connection before Mayong could even respond. This little girl definitely got more courageous, even a little cheeky. Something must have happened. Mayong mumbled to herself before lying on her bed and falling asleep. Meanwhile, Mishio laid on the bed and stared at the ceiling with a dazed look on her face. I just want a peaceful life with him. Why is everyone making things so complicated? She sighed in a low voice. After a moment of silence, she muttered in a cold voice, I won't let anyone take him away from me now, no matter who they are. Mishio then fell asleep for 2 short hours before waking up to prepare breakfast. Good morning, Mishio. You look tired. Did you not get enough sleep yesterday? Yuan greeted her while using his divine sense. Yuan, I have some bad news, she said. What happened? Mishio sighed and said, It's the Yu family. They hired investigators to find me, and they now know about our location. Including the fact that you're with me. Yuan remained silent for a moment before speaking, even if they know about our location, what are they going to do about it? Force you to go back. Mishio nodded, from what my mother told me when she called me last night. Yes. What? How is that even legal? Yuan exclaimed. Well, it's not, but when you're powerful and influential like the Yu family and the fact that they're supported by the chairman of the Cultivators Association. There's really pretty much nothing they cannot get away with as long as it isn't mass murder. Mishio sighed. That's unfair. If they don't need to follow the rules because they are powerful, then this is no different than the cultivation world. Well. If you really think about it, the cultivation world and this world are pretty similar in some aspects, especially if you're rich and powerful. Mishio said. Yuan sighed. What should we do then? Move? He asked a moment later. I asked the same, but my mother said there's no point since they will find us again sooner or later. Miss Mayong. Then what did she suggest? She told us to confront them. Confront them? How? By chasing them away, I guess. What? She wants us to chase them away. Is that even possible? I will try. Don't tell me you're going to fight them. After a moment of silence, Mishio said, if it gets to that point, but you don't have to worry about me because I can protect myself just fine. I am more worried about you since you are vulnerable in that condition. Even if you say that. Anyway, even if they are targeting me, it is my job to take care of you, and I won't be able to do that if they take me away from you. Yuan sighed. Looks like we won't be able to play with Yuro and the others until this is all over. I will have to apologize to her later, he said a moment later. I will stay out here just in case they knock on the door. Okay. After breakfast, Yuan entered Cultivation Online. Morning, brother. Where's Mishio? Yuro and Xia Jingyi greeted him. She won't be on today. Actually, we won't be able to play for the next few days. What? Why? Did something happen? Yuro frowned. Yuan nodded and said, the Yu family hired investigators to find us, and they are now planning on forcing Mishio back so that she could join the Cultivators Association. Yuan explained the situation to them. What? They're still on that? Unbelievable. How can they treat Mishio like that? I am going to speak with my parents later. Yuro exclaimed in an angry voice. Xia Jingyi was shocked. This was her first time hearing about their situation, too. Do you want me to talk to my parents about this? We can probably do something about them entering the apartment. Xia Jingyi said. Yuan shook his head and said, it's okay, I am sure we will be fine, and I don't want to drag your family into our trouble. Okay, but give me a call if you ever change your mind. Brother Tian, what is this Cultivators Association? Xiao Hua asked him. It's a complicated situation. I don't think I can even explain it. Yuan said to her. Don't worry, I will be back in a few days hopefully. Until then, you guys can play without us. I don't think we can play in peace knowing that you're in trouble. Yuro sighed. Stay safe. I will still let my parents know so that they can keep watch, but they won't intervene unless absolutely necessary. Xia Jingyi said. Thank you. Yuan nodded. What are you going to do in the meantime? Yuro then asked. Well, we're going to see what they're going to actually do. Until then, I really cannot say. Okay. Keep us updated. Yuro said. Sometime later, Yuan logged off the game. Yuro and Xia Jingyi also logged off shortly after since they were no longer in the mood to play. I have told Yuro and Xia Jingyi about the situation, Yuan said to Mishio afterward. Now we just wait, huh? Mishio sighed. I am going to practice the flying daggers since that is the only way I can help you in case you're in trouble. Yuan then said. Flying daggers? You'll kill them. Mishio chuckled. Yuan remained silent, his thoughts unknown. Anyways, I am going to cultivate too. Hopefully, I will be able to break into Spirit Warrior before they find us. Mishio said before returning to her room. Once Mishio left, Yuan mumbled in a low voice, if I have to protect you. Sometime later, Yuan cleared his mind and began practicing flying daggers, making incredible progress in just a single day. Whoosh! A kitchen knife flew around the room like a paper airplane, but unlike a paper airplane that could not be controlled, Yuan could control the direction and speed of the kitchen knife with precision. Once he was confident with controlling a single kitchen knife, Yuan wondered if he could control two of them at once. Although he has only ever tried to control one dagger at a time even in Cultivation Online, that was only because he only had the Starry Abyss, and that was the only dagger he really ever needed. Mishio. Sorry to disturb your cultivation, but can you bring in a few more kitchen knives? Yuan called out to her. A minute later, Mishio came into the room with 2 more kitchen knives in her hands, and she asked him, why do you need so many knives? I want to see if I can control more than one at a time, he said. More than one? Well, just don't overboard and hurt yourself. Mishio said as she placed the knives on the chair. Once Mishio left the room, Yuan immediately began trying to control 2 knives at once. And to his surprise, he was able to lift 2 knives at once. However, he quickly learned that while he could levitate 2 knives at once, controlling them simultaneously was an entirely separate story. This is much more difficult than I'd expected. Yuan sighed out loud as he proceeded to spend the rest of the day trying to control 2 knives at once. The following day, Yuan continued to practice his flying daggers while attempting to break through to Spirit Master. Time passed quickly, and before they were aware, almost a week had passed. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, Mr. Johnson stood before 4 individuals emitting profound auras, all of them with cultivation at the 7th level with one even at the 8th level. Our target this time is a genius cultivator named Mishio. This is what she looks like. Mr. Johnson showed them a picture of Mishio. One of the cultivators immediately whistled, whoa, what a beauty. She's not only beautiful, she's also a cultivation genius. Don't underestimate her, or you might regret it. Mr. Johnson said. And he continued, according to the Cultivators Association, Mishio claimed to be at the 9th level of Spirit Apprentice. If this is true, she has one of if not the highest cultivation in the city. 9th level? No wonder why you called 4 of us to kidnap a single girl. However, even if she has a high cultivation base, it won't matter if she doesn't know how to utilize it properly. I highly doubt she'll cause any trouble for us, or are you underestimating us, huh? Scorpion is right, Johnson. So what if she's at the 9th level? She's still within Spirit Apprentice. The difference between each level as a Spirit Apprentice isn't that vast. Even if we have a lower cultivation base, our combat experience will make up for it, said another person there. She's just a little girl. I doubt we'll face any troubles when dealing with her. In fact, I can even take her by myself. Hearing their confident voice, Mr. Johnson said, since you're all so confident, I won't bother going into the details. Just bear in mind that you're not allowed to hurt her too badly. The chairman of the Cultivators Association has a great interest in this girl. If you hurt her, or even worse, damage her cultivation talents, you'll have to bear responsibility. What? The chairman of the Cultivators Association is also in on this? Just what is so special about this girl beside her cultivation talents? One of them asked. Our job isn't to ask questions. Just do whatever you are being paid to do. Mr. Johnson said. He then placed a map on the table and pointed at the clear red dot on the map. This is her whereabouts, but it's an apartment, and we don't know which room she is living in exactly, so we'll have to knock on every single door until we find her. What a pain in the ass. But we're getting good money for such an easy job, so I won't complain too much. When do we carry out this mission? As soon as possible, said Mr. Johnson. All right. We'll start right now. Sometime later, the 4 hired cultivators left the briefing room and made their way to their destination. Once they arrived, they changed their clothes, wearing uniforms meant for carriers, disguising themselves as someone who makes deliveries. There are 27 floors in this apartment, and it will take forever if we go through it one floor at a time, so let's split up into a group of 2. One group will check the even-numbered floors while the other group searches the odd-numbered floors. If we find Mishio, immediately contact the other group. The other 3 nodded. According to Johnson, Mishio is living with only one other person, a cripple, so she should be the only one answering the door. Once they decided on their groups, they entered the apartment and started knocking on doors. Hello. You have a delivery. I don't remember buying anything online. Some old lady answered the door a moment later. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have made a mistake. When someone that wasn't Mishio answered the door, they would move on to the next door. If someone doesn't answer the door, they would note it down so that they could try again later. The 4 cultivators proceeded to knock on doors for the entire morning. 1st floor. 2nd floor. 3rd floor. 9th floor, 10th floor. 13th floor, the 14th floor. Meanwhile, inside 17F on the 17th floor, Mishio silently absorbed the spiritual energy inside her room. For the past week, she has done nothing but improve her cultivation base. As for Yuan, he would continue practicing his flying daggers technique. Suddenly, somebody knocked on the door, but it was not their door, it was the door closest to the elevator. Hello. Delivery. Hearing this noise, Mishio opened her eyes and stopped cultivating. She then stood up and walked to Yuan's room and said to him in a low voice, "They're here." What now? Let's just pretend we're not here for as long as possible. Okay. Thus, they ignored the banging on the doors and the man shouting delivery. The knocking on the door continued for another minute until it stopped. However, the knocking returned a few moments later, but it was still not their door. This continued until the knocking eventually reached their door. Hello. Delivery. A minute later, the knocking stopped. Once all of the doors on their floor had been knocked on, the cultivators went to the next floor. At the end of the day, the 4 cultivators returned to the car. No luck, huh? What now? Well, we have narrowed down the rooms. We will revisit the doors that didn't answer today again tomorrow, and we will continue this until we narrow the choices enough. Once there are less than 10 rooms, we will force our way into these rooms and see for ourselves. Sounds good. They left the apartment shortly after and wouldn't return until the following day. The next day, they returned to the apartment and started knocking on doors again, but they only visited those that didn't answer them yesterday. By the end of the day, they narrowed the choices by half. Only 21 left now. They lowered that number to 15 the next day, then 11, and finally down to 7 on the 4th day. Mishio must be in one of these 7 rooms. There is 1 room on the 7th floor, 1 on the 9th floor, 2 on the 17th floor, 1 on the 21st floor, and the last 2 on the 25th floor. Let's work our way up tomorrow and get it done by the end of the day. Understood. Hey, what the hell is taking so long? We're already past our deadline. Mr. Johnson called the 4 cultivators on their 4th day on the job. Calm down, Johnson. We'll get the job done by tomorrow. It took longer than expected just knocking on the doors. That bitch Mishio is definitely avoiding us on purpose. Maybe she is somehow aware that we're looking for her. What? How is that possible? Unless someone warned her about us, it's impossible that she's aware of our operation, said Mr. Johnson. She probably can't hear your knocking because she's playing Cultivation Online. If that's the case, it'll make things even more convenient and a breeze when we take her. Whatever. Just get it done by tomorrow or your check will see some deductions. Mr. Johnson said. What? Not our pay. Then hurry up and get the job done before the Yu family complains even more. Mr. Johnson yelled at them before closing the line. You heard him. We better finish tomorrow or our salary will suffer. If that's the case, why don't we do it tonight? It'll be much easier to kidnap someone at night. You're right. Let's just finish it tonight. Once everyone agreed on finishing the job tonight, they went to prepare for it. A few hours later when the sky had turned pitch black, the 4 cultivators returned to the apartment with a lock-picking kit and started breaking into the rooms that didn't answer them for the past 4 days, starting with the room on the 7th floor. Click. Once they unlocked the door, they silently made their way into the room and began looking around. Inside the apartment, they could see 2 people laying on their beds with the Cultivation Online gaming console on their heads. Seeing this, they approached them to take a look at their faces. Once they confirmed that neither of them was Mishio, they silently left the place, leaving the 2 people completely unaware that they just experienced a breaking and entering. Next was the 9th floor, and just like the previous apartment, everyone living inside was fully immersed within Cultivation Online, completely unaware that they had 4 intruders inside their home right now. After leaving the 9th floor, they made their way to the 17th floor and immediately began working on the door that was closest to the elevator. Luckily for Yuan and Mishio, their door was the furthest away from the elevator. Inside the first room on the 17th floor, they could see a family of 4 currently sleeping. The moment the cultivators saw 4 people, they turned around and left the room, as they were only expecting 2 people at most. Once they left that room, they began working on the second door on the 17th floor. Mishio, who had been cultivating in her room, suddenly opened her eyes when she could hear subtle noises coming from the door. They're breaking in. Mishio quickly realized what was going on and immediately stopped cultivating. She then took a deep breath and silently left her room to wait for them to enter their house without notifying Yuan about the invasion, as there was a good chance that they'd break into their home before she could warn him, and it would be smarter to keep the noises to a minimum. Click. The lock to their door suddenly became unlocked, and the door slowly began opening the next moment. Mishio could see a shadowy figure enter the house a few seconds later. However, before he could take 2 steps inside their peaceful sanctuary, Mishio, who had been hiding right beside the door, suddenly threw a quick but powerful jab at the unsuspecting invader's lower jaw. Crack! The sound of bones cracking resounded, startling the other three. They quickly realized what was going on when the man that entered the room first suddenly fell onto the floor with his neck bent at a weird angle. Shit! Scorpion is down. Is he even still alive? The other three immediately got into position and prepared themselves. Show yourself, Mishio. We're here to bring you back to the Yu family. Let's not make things difficult. One of them said to her from outside their home. Mishio appeared before them a moment later with the moonlight shining on her beautiful figure, and on her face was a cold expression that complemented the atmosphere quite well. I won't go back to the Yu family. If you want me to go back, you'll have to force me. We don't want to hurt you. If you agree to follow us quietly, we will promise to leave that cripple inside alone. Mishio frowned when they pulled Yuan into the topic, even threatening her with him. You may have taken out one of us by surprise, but now that you've lost your advantage, you won't be able to take on the three of us by yourself. All of us have over 10 years of experience in the military, while you're just some little girl with slightly higher cultivation than us. Give up and you won't get hurt. I don't like to repeat myself. If you want me to return to the Yu family, you will have to force me. Mishio said. Then don't blame us if you get hurt. Get her. The man in the front immediately stepped forward to try and grab Mishio while the other two followed behind, but since the door only had enough room for one person to enter at a time, Mishio didn't have to worry about fighting all three at once. She casually took a step back, forcing them to enter the door one by one. Once the first person entered the apartment, Mishio immediately propelled herself forward so that the person could not move forward, blocking the other two from entering. You're overestimating yourself. The man went to grab Mishio again, even utilizing a grappling technique he'd learned from the military. However, to the man's surprise, Mishio avoided his grappling technique perfectly, almost as though she knew about the technique and its flaws. What? Before the man could react, Mishio suddenly extended her arm and grabbed the man's neck with a claw-like hand. The man's eyes widened with surprise, but he subconsciously reacted and used both his arms to grab Mishio's slender arm to try and pull it away from his neck. However, he quickly realized that even with two hands, he was unable to remove Mishio's arm that was clutching onto his neck, almost like it was made of steel and permanently attached to his neck. Wait. Let's talk. A cracking noise resounded midway through the man's sentence, silencing him. The man's body immediately limped afterward. Why you killed him? The remaining two invaders standing outside the door were in disbelief when they saw Mishio's merciless action. How could someone so beautiful and seemingly so innocent take another life so casually? Mishio released her clutch on the man's neck, dropping his lifeless body on the floor. So what if I killed him? It's self-defense. Mishio then spoke in a cold voice that sent chills down their spine. You're fucking crazy. You won't get away with murder even if you use self-defense to justify it. And you killed two people. And there will be two more corpses if you don't leave us alone, Mishio said. Fuck. I am outta here. I am not getting paid enough to risk my life with this psycho. One of them suddenly turned around and ran towards the emergency staircase, not even bothering to take the elevator. Seeing his comrade leave, the remaining person there also decided to leave, as there was no chance that he was going to fight Mishio alone. You better enjoy your last moments here since you'll be going behind bars soon. The man said to her before disappearing from the scene. Once the invaders left, Mishio released a sigh of relief. She then retrieved her phone and dialed a number. A moment later, Mayfeng's voice resounded, "What happened?" "They broke into our apartment," said Mishio. After a moment of silence, Mayfeng finally responded, "Since you are able to call me, I will assume that you've taken care of it." "Yes, I took care of it. But I might have gone a little overboard," she said. "You killed them?" Mayfeng asked in a solemn voice. "No. I held back my strength as much as possible, but they will definitely die if they don't receive any medical care soon. Hiya. Mayong sighed out loud. Then she said, call the police. I will be there soon. Okay. Mishio then hung up and called the cops to explain the situation to them. Once the noises stopped, Yuan shouted out loud in a nervous voice from his bedroom, Mishio. Are you okay? Since his divine sense wasn't powerful enough to see what was going on at the door, he had no idea what had transpired, only that they had been invaded and Mishio was dealing with the invaders. I am okay. Mishio's voice resounded a moment later. And she continued, I have driven away the invaders, but it might get a little rowdy here since I have just called the police. Thank heavens you're fine. Yuan released a sigh of relief after hearing her calm voice. Sometime later, Mishio entered the room so that Yuan could actually see that she was okay, and she proceeded to explain the situation to him. I can't believe they actually broke into our home to try and take you away. Yuan said with a deep frown on his face. It has been a while since he felt this much anger, and all of this was caused by the Cultivators Association and the Yu family. I didn't want to blow this situation up, so I reported it to the police as a random robbery. Even if we tell them that the Yu family had hired them to take me back, they wouldn't believe it, and I'm sure the Yu family will have some sort of excuse ready in case they get investigated. Despicable. Yuan muttered in a suppressed voice. He didn't feel this angry when the Yu family abandoned him, nor when they kicked him out of the house. However, breaking into their home and trying to force Mishio back had caused him to feel emotions that he didn't know were possible. What would have happened if Mishio didn't have the capabilities to protect herself? Yuan didn't even dare to imagine it. What's going to happen now? He asked her after calming down. Well, the police are on their way here, but so is my mother. We'll just have to see how things go. Mishio said in a calm voice. You're awfully calm about this situation, Mishio. Yuan noticed this and said. I guess. But panicking won't help. Though I think it's mostly because I know that my mother will be here. Mishio said. Sometime later, the police arrived at their apartment along with some ambulances to take care of the two unconscious men that were on the verge of dying. Can you tell me what happened? The police officer asked Mishio with his notepad and pen in his hands. Mishio nodded and proceeded to recall the situation. I was in my bedroom trying to sleep, but then I heard some weird noises coming from the door, so I decided to investigate. However, right as I reached the door, I suddenly heard the door unlocking by itself. It was at this moment that I knew someone had broken into our home, so I prepared myself for the worst. The invaders entered through the door the next moment, and I unconsciously punched the first person who entered, taking him by surprise. Then I proceeded to fight the second person. When I defeated him as well, the last two invaders ran away, and that's when I called the police. The police were left dumbfounded by Mishio's story. How can a single girl with a delicate appearance like Mishio fight off 4 adult men by herself? Are you by any chance a cultivator? One of them asked her. Yes, I am. She nodded. I am also not used to my new strength, so when I fought back, I might have used a little too much strength. Mishio said. Why yeah. We can see that from their injuries. According to the medics, one of the men had a broken jaw while the other had his neck crushed. It's a miracle that the latter one is still alive. What about you, young man? Can we hear your side of the story? The police then asked Yuan, who was sitting in the wheelchair. I don't know. I only heard the commotion when Mishio fought the invaders. Okay. Anyway, please sit tight while we speak with your neighbors to see if they have anything else to say. The police then went to knock on their neighbor's door. However, all of them were either asleep or playing Cultivation Online, and the commotion wasn't loud enough to wake them up. Shortly after the police spoke with their neighbors, Mayong showed up to the scene with a cold expression on her face. Excuse me, who are you? One of the policemen stopped her. I am her mother. Mayong pointed at Mishio, and she continued, I rushed here after receiving news of what had occurred. I see. The police allowed her to enter the place after confirming her identity. What's going to happen now? Mayong asked the police. We can't really say anything until those two unconscious men wake up and we get their side of the story, not to mention the other two who ran away. However, if this is really a robbery, then we'll make sure justice is served. As for their injuries caused by the young lady, it'll be considered self-defense. They might try to sue her later for the damages since their injuries are quite severe, but that will be up to the court. I understand. Thank you. Mayong said to them. We will contact you again later. After taking down Mishio and Mayong's contact information, the police left the scene. Once they were gone, Mayong sat down in the living room with Mishio and Yuan. Alright, tell me the whole story. Mishio nodded and recalled everything that had happened without skipping any details this time. They sent 4 cultivators with military experiences, huh? You dealt with them much easier than I'd expected. What's your cultivation? Mayong then asked her. First level spirit warrior. I had a breakthrough recently, too. Mishio responded in a low voice. Mayong's eyes widened with surprise. She didn't really believe it at first when they said Mishio was talented in cultivation, but after learning her cultivation, Mayong had no choice but to believe it. Miss Mayong, is there anything you can do about this situation? Your word usually has a lot of weight within the Yu family, especially with Yuro's father. Yuan asked her. Unfortunately, there is nothing I, or the Yu family can do at this moment. Although the Yu family hired those crooks to take Mishio back, they are only doing it because of Chairman Zhao from the Cultivators Association. Mayong said. The Cultivators Association is an incredibly powerful and influential background with the number of cultivators they have at their disposal, and they are only growing stronger by the day. The Yu family does not wish to offend them, nor can they afford to, so they can only agree to help them obtain Mishio. They're all treating Mishio like some kind of object that can be owned because they want her. I have had enough of this. Miss Mayong, take me to the Cultivators Association tomorrow. I am going to speak with the chairman. Yuan suddenly said, taking them by surprise. What? You're going to speak with him? Even if you do that, he has no reason to listen to you, and there's a good chance that he won't even meet you, much less speak with you. Mayong said to him. Don't worry, I have a plan, Yuan said. Mishio and Mayong turned to look at each other. Young master, we can talk about this tomorrow. It's already super late, so you should get some rest for now. I will stay here with you tonight. Mayong said. Really? Yuan said, his voice filled with excitement. Yes, I will even share the bed with you. If you don't mind, that is. I don't. Yuan immediately responded. Then allow me to get you to bed. Mayong then picked Yuan up from his wheelchair and carried him to his bedroom with ease. Miss Mayong, are you cultivating? Yuan suddenly asked her. Unfortunately, I have yet to start since I am usually busy with my work. Though I do intend on starting soon, she said. I see. Then do you have a cultivation technique yet? If not, I can help you obtain one. Yuan then said, surprising her a little. It's okay, young master. The Yu family has a heaven-grade cultivation technique they're willing to let me borrow. Even Yuro is currently using this cultivation technique, you know. Mayong said as she placed him on the bed. If you say so. I will be back in a minute, Mayong said a moment later before leaving the room to speak with Mishio. Go get some rest. We will continue this tomorrow. Okay. Mishio nodded and entered her room shortly after. Mayong then returned to Yuan's room and got onto the bed with him, sleeping beside him. How long has it been since we last shared a bed? Mayong suddenly mumbled in a low voice. Too long. Yuan said with a bittersweet smile on his face. Mayong closed her eyes, quickly falling asleep, as it was incredibly late into the night. Yuan also fell asleep a few minutes later. Shortly after Yuan fell asleep, unbeknownst to him or Mayong, his body suddenly began emitting a faint golden glow, and within his body, the golden symbols were beginning to change, transforming into lines that resembled veins, eventually connecting with the other golden symbols. Once all of the golden symbols within his body were connected, it began emitting a unique aura that caused the entire world to tremble. However, since it was a relatively small earthquake and both Mayong and Yuan were deep in their sleep, neither of them noticed it. Only Mishio, who couldn't sleep, had felt the earthquake. As for Yuan's body, it was covered in these golden lines that looked like veins. Furthermore, the celestial water heat consumed in Cultivation Online finally started showing its true effects, allowing the golden veins to fully absorb it. Indeed, most of the celestial water had actually been inactive until this point, and Yuan's significant boost in cultivation speed and improvements to his divine sense was only a small portion of the celestial water's power. Once the golden symbols that were now golden veins absorbed the celestial water, it unattached itself from Yuan's bones and combined with his meridians, instantly doubling the size of his meridians, allowing spiritual energy to flow through them much quicker and more efficiently. Every single time Yuan breathed, even though he wasn't actively cultivating, his body would absorb a massive amount of spiritual energy in the room, quickly emptying out the spiritual energy in his apartment. When the spiritual energy in his room was completely absorbed by Yuan, his body would start to absorb a larger area until he started absorbing even the spiritual energy in the other's apartment, then it would expand to outside their apartment. Eventually, the spiritual energy within the city started to disappear at a rapid rate, as it was all being absorbed by Yuan unconsciously. This phenomenon shocked every cultivator in the city, as they were forced to stop cultivating due to the lack of spiritual energy in the city, and for the rest of the night, nobody living within Yuan's city was able to cultivate. Meanwhile, Yuan's body unconsciously hoarded all of the spiritual energy in the city. However, despite the massive amount of spiritual energy entering his body, Yuan's cultivation base remained untouched, almost as though it didn't receive any spiritual energy. The golden vein in his body was a different story, as it began growing more and more veins until it literally covered every inch of Yuan's body from head to toe. Eventually, the golden veins stopped glowing and appearing outside his body. Meanwhile, inside Yuan's dream that started almost immediately after he fell asleep, Yuan stood before a massive jade tablet that had the word Destiny engraved into it. Of course, this wasn't Yuan's first time dreaming of this place, as it would appear inside his dream at least once a week ever since he awakened his bloodline. However, there was something different about the dream this time, as he was not alone in this place. Standing a few meters in front of him and before the jade tablet was a tall figure wearing black robes, silently emitting a divine aura that made it seem like he was there yet he wasn't at the same time. Yuan was certain that he never met this figure before, nor could he see this person's face, only his straight back that oozes with confidence, yet he felt a familiar feeling from this person for some reason. "Who are you?" Yuan decided to ask him after standing there in silence for a good minute. "You need to wake up soon." This person responded in a calm voice. "Excuse me." The man turned around, showing his handsome face that somewhat resembled Yuan's face, but it was much more mature and handsome. "How long do you plan on sleeping? If you sleep any longer, all of our effort will be in vain." The handsome man said. And he continued, "Your woman is in danger, yet the only thing you can do is lay there and wait for her to be taken away from you. How pathetic. If it were me, I'd take my sword and slay everyone involved." Yuan was speechless. Just who is this man and what is he talking about? And most importantly, why is he having this dream? "You're still here. If you don't wake up soon, you'll forever remain useless." The handsome man suddenly said. "I don't quite understand. Even if I want to wake up, I cannot wake up until I finish this dream. It's been like this for many weeks now." Yuan said. The handsome man sighed and snapped his fingers, suddenly changing the scenery from the jade tablet to the peak of some unknown mountain. On this mountain, there were countless swords stabbed into the ground, looking like a graveyard for swords or something of that sort. "Where are we?" Yuan asked. "You don't remember?" The handsome man asked him. Why would I remember something I have never seen before? The handsome man silently looked at him with a pondering look. He then spoke in a sighing voice, looks like the curses had affected you worse than I'd anticipated. Huh? You know about the curses? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. Of course. Then can you tell me more about it? However, to Yuan's surprise, the handsome man said, nah. Learning about the curses in your current condition won't do you any good. In fact, it might even harm you. Therefore, I won't say anything for now. Then can you at least tell me who you are? Yuan asked for his identity again. The handsome man smiled, and he began approaching Yuan. Once he was standing right in front of Yuan, he said, you really have no idea. Yuan frowned, and he proceeded to stare at the man's face while trying to figure out if he'd seen this man before. However, no matter how hard he thought, he was unable to remember anything. He eventually shook his head, I don't know you. You don't know me, yet I somehow appeared in your dreams. You don't dream about people you have never seen before, you know. Somewhere deep in your mind, your soul remembers me. That's why I am here. Even if you tell me that, I can't remember what I don't remember. Yuan sighed. Then why don't I nudge your memories a little? The handsome man suddenly retrieved a beautiful sword from thin air and pointed it at Yuan. Fight me. What? Yuan looked at him with wide eyes. Fight me. The handsome man repeated. I don't even have a weapon. This is your dream. Just imagine one. Hearing his words, Yuan imagined the Empyrean overlord. When the handsome man saw the large sword in Yuan's grasp, he smiled and said, so you decided to use his sword, huh? You know this sword? Yuan asked. Of course. You don't? The handsome man asked him, once again implying that he should also know about it. However, right as Yuan opened his mouth to speak, the handsome man suddenly stepped forward and attacked. Yuan quickly reacted to the strike, blocking it. Not bad. But you're still too weak. The sword in the man's hand suddenly disappeared, reappearing right next to Yuan's neck. Yuan subconsciously used his movement technique to barely dodge it, but the sword had managed to reach his neck and created a small cut on it. Yuan could feel his blood dripping down his neck. It was an incredibly realistic feeling, almost like he wasn't dreaming at all. The handsome man then continued to attack Yuan, giving him no time to breathe. The onslaught continued for a few minutes until Yuan's entire body was filled with superficial cuts. You're weak. Too weak. How will you protect your loved ones when you're in such a pathetic state? The handsome man eventually stopped attacking him and asked. You're just too powerful. Yuan responded in an exhausted manner while kneeling on the ground. Compared to Feng Yuxiang, this handsome man was on another level. Although he felt hopeless when he sparred with Feng Yuxiang, this mysterious man gave him a feeling of dread and despair. Of course, I am powerful. The man didn't deny it, even confirming it in a somewhat narcissistic tone. He then continued, you can only survive when you're powerful. That's why if you continue to remain that weak, you'll die. Anyways, we have wasted enough time. If you don't wake up soon, you'll really regret it. I can't control when I wake up. Yuan shook his head. I know, because you're weak. However, I am different. I am strong, so I will wake you up. The handsome man suddenly took a stance that Yuan had never seen before, yet he found it very nostalgic for some reason. It's a sword technique. Yuan subconsciously muttered in a low voice. The handsome man responded with a profound smile on his face, yes, you're right. It's a sword technique, and it's called the immortal rending sword strike. Remember it well. The next moment, Yuan watched as the man moved his hand and swung the sword, sending a massive wave of energy that felt like sword chi at him. Yuan's vision blackened instantly after the attack consumed him, and he could feel his body again. I am awake. Yuan quickly realized this. What's this soft feeling? Yuan then noticed a soft and round sensation in his hand, and his body subconsciously commanded his hand to squeeze it. A weird noise suddenly resounded beside him. In a daze, Yuan squeezed it a couple more times. A gentle moan responded. Then, "Young master." Mayfeng's shocked voice resounded the next moment. Yuan frowned at the situation. He decided to use his divine sense to see what was happening, and to his surprise, he noticed that his left hand was directly on top of Mayfeng's large assets on her chest. "Whoa! I am so sorry. I didn't mean to do that." Yuan's body subconsciously reacted and quickly removed his hand. However, Mayfeng didn't care about that at all. In fact, her mind was occupied by something else. "Young master. Your body." Mayfeng stared at him with her eyes as wide as saucers. "What?" It was at this moment Yuan realized that he was no longer lying in the bed. Instead, he was sitting on it. Furthermore, he was doing it effortlessly, almost as though there was no longer anything restricting his body. However, he wasn't in Cultivation Online, so he shouldn't be able to achieve such a feat. Am I actually still dreaming? Yuan wondered to himself, as that was the only logical explanation for this phenomenon. I must be dreaming. Yuan mumbled in a voice filled with disbelief as he moved his arms around without any effort. He was barely able to move his arms last night, yet he suddenly had the ability to sit up on the bed and move around effortlessly. Young master. I don't think you're dreaming. Mayfeng said to him in a low voice. Yuan subconsciously turned his head to look in Mayfeng's direction, but he was still blind. However, that didn't matter to him. Even if he remains blind for the rest of his life, as long as he can move his body properly, he will be satisfied. What happened, young master? Why can you suddenly move? Mayfeng asked him, silently wondering to herself if she was actually the one dreaming. Although she was happy for him, she was also worried about the sudden phenomenon. I don't know. My body just started working again. Almost like when my body suddenly stopped working many years ago, he said, still in disbelief. After a moment of silence, Yuan decided to try and get off the bed by himself. He took a deep breath, then he started moving his body off the bed. Mayfeng watched with a nervous look on her beautiful face, feeling like a mother watching her baby walking on their own for the first time. A moment later, Yuan managed to stand up on his own beside the bed after a little struggle. Despite having no trouble moving his body in Cultivation Online, it was an entirely different feeling in the real world, as his body hasn't physically stood up in many years. Young master. Mayfeng suddenly felt an urge to cry, and before she even realized it, tears were already flowing down her face. Seeing Yuan stand up on his own had overwhelmed her, who had always dreamt about seeing it happen. Once he was used to the feeling of standing up, Yuan began moving his legs, trying to walk. However, since his body wasn't used to moving for so long, it was a new challenge for him. Oh! Yuan even fell down a couple of times. Young master, please hold my hand. Mayfeng got out of bed to assist him. Yuan grabbed her hand and started moving back and forth in the bedroom while being supported by Mayfeng, feeling like a patient during rehabilitation. How do you feel, young master? Mayfeng asked him a few minutes later. I can move my body just fine, but since I haven't moved this much in a while, it feels like my body is having trouble listening to all of my commands. However, I am starting to get used to the feeling of moving again. Okay, let's continue this for a little longer, Mayfeng said. Thus, Yuan continued to practice his movements in the bedroom with Mayfeng. Sometime later, Mishio got out of her bed and started preparing for breakfast. While she cooked breakfast, Mishio heard the door to Yuan's room open. Good morning, mother, Mishio said without looking back. There was no response from Mayfeng, but Mishio was used to receiving no response, so she didn't think much of it and continued to cook breakfast. A few moments later, Mishio could feel a presence approaching her from behind. Do you need some help? Yuan's voice suddenly resounded, but it sounded too close to her, causing Mishio to raise her eyebrows. She then turned around, and to her complete shock, Yuan was standing right behind her with a smile on his face. Whoa! Mishio took a step back and nearly knocked down the cooking pan, looking like she'd just witnessed a ghost. You're standing. Mishio exclaimed in a shocked voice. That's right. It's pretty cool, right? Yuan chuckled. Oh, I'm sorry if I scared you just now. I only wanted to surprise you, he added. Mishio then silently looked up and down at Yuan to make sure she was seeing it properly. Once she confirmed that Yuan was actually standing, she rubbed her eyes and even pinched her own cheeks to make sure she wasn't dreaming. You're not dreaming, Mishio. It's real. The young master can move properly now. Mayong said to her from Yuan's bedroom. Why? How? Mishio had so many questions that she didn't know where to start. Sorry, but I don't know either. I woke up being able to move. Yuan said. You woke up like that? Mishio looked at him with a dumbfounded face. How does that even work? A miracle? I don't know what to say. Congratulations on your recovery. Mishio said a moment later. His recovery was so sudden that Mishio was still trying to fully grasp the situation. Mishio. Yuan suddenly spread his arms with a smile on his face, his desires obvious. Mishio looked at Mayong, who was still standing by Yuan's room and staring at her with a profound gaze. How long are you going to make him wait? Mayong said to her a moment later. Mishio immediately began blushing. She then approached Yuan and accepted his hug. I have wanted to do this for a long time now, he said as he tightened his embrace on her. Now that I can move again, I promise you that I won't let anyone bully you anymore. Hearing Yuan's words, the redness on Mishio's face fully blossomed. Once Yuan was satisfied, he let her go and said, All right, I will let you finish breakfast now. If you need help, let me know. It's okay, I got it. Sometime later, once breakfast was ready, they sat around the table in the living room with more food than usual since Mayong was there as well. Of course, it felt surreal for all three of them to be sitting together like they were a real family. What are your plans now, young master? Mayong asked him after breakfast while Mishio cleaned the dishes. There's a lot of things I want to do, such as giving the Cultivators Association a piece of my mind, but first, I need to get used to moving my body again, he said. Although you can move again, I suggest you let Dr. Wang take a look at your body just in case, Mayong said. You're right. I will call him now. Can I borrow your phone? Yuan asked Mishio. Once he had Mishio's phone, Yuan personally called Dr. Wang. Now that he could finally move properly, he wanted to do everything for himself no matter how little the thing is. Good morning, Mishio. Dr. Wang's voice resounded a moment later. Hello, Dr. Wang. This voice. The young master. Yes. I am wondering when will you be free? I'd like you to come and take a look at my condition. Oh, can you bring Wang Xiuying here as well if possible? You need the both of us there to check your condition. That doesn't sound good. Did something happen? Dr. Wang asked in a worried voice. Yes, something insane happened. Can you explain it to me through the phone? I could, but I think it would be better for you to see it for yourselves, said Yuan with a smile on his face. Though you don't have to rush here. Take your time. Hearing this, Dr. Wang thought to himself that if the situation wasn't urgent enough to rush them, it probably isn't that bad. However, he didn't want to take any chances. I understand. I will try to show up as soon as possible, and I will also let Wang Xiuying know. Thank you, Dr. Wang. I will see you later. After Yuan hung up, Mayong asked him, Young master, I must ask you this now that you're able to move again. Do you intend on playing the instrument again? Playing the instrument, huh? Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. After playing the zither in Cultivation Online, I have realized that I don't hate playing music or instruments. Instead, it was the Yu family that made everything feel like a chore. In other words, yes, I want to continue playing the instruments, but I won't return to the professional scene. I see. A warm smile appeared on Mayfeng's face. Speaking of instruments, I don't have any of them. Yuan then said. It's okay, I can buy some for you, Mayfeng said. And she continued, I have many connections in the music industry after working for the Yu family for many years, so I know who to contact for instruments. What do you have in mind? I can buy them for you, too. Yuan shook his head and said, It's okay, Miss Mayfeng, you don't need to pay for them. We should have enough money to buy the instruments on our own. If you're talking about the money Mishio saved up from working, I don't think it'll be enough. We'd earned a decent amount of money from selling treasures we find in Cultivation Online on the auction house, he said. Even if you say that, instruments aren't cheap, especially not the ones I intend on buying you. They're all created by famous companies with centuries of experience. You only deserve to play on the best of the best instruments, after all. We have $500 million, so money isn't an issue for us right now. Mishio suddenly said after returning from cleaning the dishes. $500 million. You earned that much through selling treasures in Cultivation Online? Mayfeng was speechless. Although she was aware of how profitable playing Cultivation Online was, she didn't think it was possible to earn that much money in such a short time. Yuan nodded, we got pretty lucky. Sometime later, Mishio looked at her mother and asked, Don't you need to be at work? I took a vacation 3 days ago, so I don't have to go back to work for another week, she said, as she had anticipated that something might happen to them after learning that the Yu family intended to take Mishio back forcefully, so she took a week off just in case. Miss Mayfeng. Would you leave the Yu family if you had the chance? Yuan suddenly asked her. It isn't easy leaving the Yu family, as I am bound to a contract with the Yu family. If I want to leave before my contract is finished, I must pay an exorbitant amount of money, and the Yu family must also agree to let me go, which is highly unlikely. Mayfeng said. When will the contract end? Yuan then asked. 50 years. 50 years? Yuan was shocked to hear this. The contract started out as 5 years, but they continued to increase the duration until it reached 50 years. I didn't mind it either since I got paid a lot of money and I had no reason to refuse. Out of curiosity. How much do you have to pay if you want to leave the Yu family? Yuan asked her. $50 billion, $1 billion for every year on the contract. 50 billion. Yuan repeated in a low voice. Unless Mayfeng borrowed money from others, there was simply no way that she'd be able to pay such an exorbitant amount. Anyways, I don't really have any reasons to leave the Yu family right now. Despite their recent actions against Mishio, it was mostly due to the influence of the Cultivators Association, and they don't treat me badly either. While I have a lot of work to do, I am already used to it by now, and I am compensated for it with generous pay. After a slight pause, Mayfeng continued, however. If the young master asks me to leave the Yu family to work for him, I will have a good reason to leave. You can stay at the Yu family. I can take care of him by myself just fine. Mishio suddenly said while staring at Mayfeng with an ambitious look on her face. Mayfeng smiled inwardly at Mishio's words. Don't worry, I won't steal the young master from you. With that being said, I will stay here until my vacation is over, as the incident from last night hasn't concluded just yet. Mayfeng said a moment later, reminding them that they might still be in danger. After breakfast ended, Yuan continued to practice his movements by walking around the house, while Mayfeng and Mishio watched him from the couch. Young master, I have been wondering for a while now, but how do you know where to go if you cannot see where you're going? Mayfeng suddenly asked him. Although Yuan has recovered his ability to move his body, he was still blind, meaning he shouldn't be able to see where he was going. Oh, I can see just fine with divine sense. Yuan casually said. Divine sense? What's that? Mayfeng asked, as she wasn't familiar with the cultivation world. I can basically see things around me as though I have eyes above my body without using my eyes, and the stronger my divine sense the further I can see. It's something cultivators can do after reaching a certain cultivation, I guess. I see. What a mythical power. Now I also want to start cultivating as soon as possible. Mayong mumbled to herself. About 3 hours later, someone suddenly started knocking on their door. It's me, Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang's voice resounded from outside. Hearing his voice, Mishio got off the couch, but before she could go anywhere, Yuan said, I got it. Mishio looked at him for a moment before nodding her head. Yuan then walked to the door and took a deep breath before opening the door. Welcome, Dr. Wang. Welcome, Xiaoying. Yuan greeted them with a smile on his face after opening the door. Clang. Dr. Wang dropped the metal box in his hand that carried his tools when he saw Yuan standing before him at the door. You. Wang Xiaoying pointed at him with trembling hands. You're standing. Dr. Wang exclaimed in a shocked voice, finishing the sentence Wang Xiaoying couldn't utter. Yuan lowered his body and picked up the metal box dropped by Dr. Wang before speaking, surprised. How? Wang Xiaoying asked him a moment later. Let's continue this inside, shall we? Yuan said as he walked back into the apartment. However, both Dr. Wang and Wang Xiaoying remained standing outside with a dazed look on their faces. It was not until Yuan invited them inside again that they finally began moving. Madame Mayong, you're here as well. Dr. Wang was surprised to see her in the living room. A lot has happened, she calmly said. Dr. Wang turned to look at Yuan, who was standing a few meters away, and nodded, I bet. Once everyone was seated, Dr. Wang spoke again, what happened to you, young master? How come you can move again? I nearly had a heart attack just now. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and shrugged, I wish I could tell you, but I can't. I woke up like this. What? You woke up fully recovered? Wang Xiaoying's jaw dropped after hearing this, as she expected him to say that he'd recovered after eating some heaven-defying treasure in Cultivation Online that affected his real body. Yes, he nodded. I didn't really do anything special. When I woke up this morning, my body had magically recovered. It's a miracle. Dr. Wang mumbled in a low voice. Congratulations, Yu Tian. You have finally recovered. I knew you'd recover one day. Wang Xiaoying suddenly started congratulating him. Even though Yuan had recovered without her help, she didn't feel bad at all. No matter how Yuan recovered, with or without her help, Wang Xiaoying was just happy to see him finally recover. Thank you, but only my body has recovered. I am still blind. Also, I want to see if there are any changes to my body, that's why I called you here. Yuan then said. Dr. Wang nodded, I understand. Sometime later, Yuan laid on his bed while Dr. Wang and Wang Xiaoying inspected his body. After getting the results, Dr. Wang said, judging by the results, your body hasn't changed much since your last checkup. However, we can't really say for sure since this was done with basic equipment. Unless you get a more detailed examination at the hospital, we can't really say if your body had any significant changes. I see. I can't go to the hospital now since I am in the middle of something troublesome, but I will definitely visit you once I am able to. Yuan said. Something troublesome? Did something happen? Wang Xiaoying asked him. Well. It's a little complicated but. Yuan proceeded to explain to them their situation with the Cultivators Association and what transpired yesterday night. What a bunch of arrogant and entitled pricks. Wang Xiaoying exclaimed after hearing the story, feeling incredibly angry. Even Dr. Wang couldn't help but frown. He then said, Chairman Zhao is actually a patient of mine. I will speak with him later and try to convince him to stop this farce. However, Yuan shook his head and said, it's okay, Dr. Wang. I don't want to drag your family into this as well. I will deal with Chairman Zhao myself. Are you sure? Dr. Wang had a worried frown on his face. Yes, I have a plan, Yuan confirmed. If you say so. What are your plans now that you're able to move again? Are you going to return to the music industry? I really want to hear your music again. Wang Xiuying asked him a moment later. Yuan smiled and said, if you want to hear my music, you can visit me anytime and I will play for you. I won't return to the music industry, though. Really? It's a promise. Wang Xiuying said, her body trembling from excitement. A private performance from Yuan was something she'd dreamt of ever since she was a kid. Just let me get some instruments first, okay? I am empty-handed right now, he said. Oh. I have a piano at home. If you want, I can give it to you. I rarely play it anymore, anyway. Wang Xiuying said, donating her piano to him. If you don't need it, I will take it off your hands. Then it's decided. I will have it delivered to you by tomorrow. Yuan nodded. Alright, I have to return to the hospital now. You can stay here if you like, Xiuying. Dr. Wang said after chatting with Yuan for about half an hour. See you later, Dr. Wang, Yuan said to him. Yes, I will see you later. Once again, I am so glad that you finally recovered. Let's hope it only gets better from this point. Dr. Wang left the place, but Wang Xiuying decided to stay there for a little longer. I still can't believe. Wang Xiuying mumbled in a low voice as she watched Yuan practice his movements by walking around the house. How come you know where to go? Wang Xiuying quickly realized this, as she wasn't aware that he could use divine sense in the real world. It's divine sense, Mishio explained to her. Wait. That divine sense? Wang Xiuying's eyes widened with shock. Although Mayong didn't know the significance behind divine sense, Wang Xiuying did. Yes. Mishio nodded. Unbelievable. Once Yuan was comfortable with his movements, he started doing exercises such as sit-ups and push-ups. Since he was a peak spirit warrior, strength and endurance weren't an issue for Yuan. It was only a matter of his form. 10 push-ups, 20, 30, 50, 100. Yuan managed to achieve 100 push-ups and sit-ups without any breaks and still had plenty of energy left by the end of it. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuying called a moving company to move her piano to their apartment. Alright, it's about time for me to leave. The piano should be here tomorrow afternoon, she said to them afterward. And she continued, I will also be here tomorrow to listen to you playing. Okay. See you later. Yuan said. Yuan then proceeded to continue his exercise, working up a good sweat. I am going to take a shower, Yuan said to them. Do you need help? Mishio subconsciously asked him since she was used to it. It's okay, I got it, Yuan said before entering the bathroom. Once Yuan entered the bathroom, Mayong looked at Mishio with a mocking smile, looks like you're no longer needed now that he's recovered. Nonsense. Mishio quickly responded. Oh. Then what can you do for him now that he can do everything himself? I can still do the housework such as cleaning and cooking, she said. So basically a housewife? Are you going to assist him in the bed too? Mayong suddenly asked. Mishio immediately recalled their last shower together and blushed. Of course, Mayong was unaware of this, and she continued, you know it's going to happen sooner or later. The young master may still be an innocent child now, but he will eventually mature and experience actual puberty. Once that happens, he will need a real woman to look after him. If you're not going to stand up for that position, someone will take him away from you, and you will truly no longer be needed at that time. I hope you still remember what I taught you. Mishio stared at Mayong with a deep frown. As much as she wanted to refute Mayong's claims, she knew that everything her mother said was the truth. You're already an adult, yet you haven't matured yet. Grow up, Mishio. You have the perfect opportunity to establish your position right now. If you let this chance get away, you'll regret it when the young master returns to his ordinary life and becomes surrounded by even more women. If I were in your shoes, I would already be pregnant by now. Mishio was left speechless by her mother's last sentence. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, Mr. Johnson stood before the two cultivators that had abandoned their mission with a deep frown on his face. For grown men with over 10 years of military experience, yet you somehow lost to a little girl half your age, even running away with your tails tucked between your legs. Do you understand the word shame? This is what you get for underestimating Mishio when I specifically warned you to not underestimate her. Hearing Mr. Johnson's lecture, the two cultivators didn't dare to utter a single word. Johnson. That bitch killed Scorpion and Hawk. Is there anything we can do to avenge them? Mr. Johnson remained silent for a moment before speaking. How can you be so sure that they're dead? We watched that bitch snap Hawk's neck without mercy. There's no way he's still alive after that brutal strike. Even Scorpion had his neck twisted in a weird angle by a single punch. Mr. Johnson then said, they are still alive. What? Really? How do you know that? You think I don't have friends in the police force? They told me about the incident that had been marked as a robbery. Scorpion and Hawk had been taken to the hospital. They were on the verge of death when they arrived at the hospital, but they're not dead. The other two released a sigh of relief after hearing that their comrades were still alive. I wouldn't relax now if I were you. They may be alive, but they're currently in custody. I will have to speak with my buddies if they don't want to go to jail. Mr. Johnson said. What about the mission? One of them asked. The mission is a failure. Now that you've caused a commotion, we can no longer continue, or we will risk being investigated. I'm not particularly worried about being investigated, but our clients, the Yu family, definitely won't be happy if they're investigated, so we can only wait until things calm down for now. What about our pay? Mr. Johnson sneered and said, you still have the guts to ask for money after your embarrassing failure? I wouldn't be surprised if the Yu family asks for compensation for this failure. If that happens, it's coming out of your accounts. What? No way. After dealing with the two idiots, Mr. Johnson had to call the Yu family to let them know the result of the mission, which was a complete failure. Obviously, the Yu family wasn't happy when they heard this news, and they immediately demanded a full refund. You failed the mission. Don't give me this bullshit. I paid millions so you could do your damn job. I demand a full refund. Yuyong shouted at his phone after receiving the news of their failure. Unfortunately, we have a no-refund policy, and you have agreed to this term before hiring us. If you want us to try again, we can do so at a discounted price, but your family will be at risk of getting investigated. If you accept this risk, we will go back and get Mishio one more time after receiving more payment. Mishio was stronger than any of us could have anticipated, so we will need more resources to take her back. I hope you understand. Yuyong didn't immediately respond. Although he didn't mind an investigation since he has plenty of lawyers and friends with power, it wouldn't look good for his company if news spread that he'd hired mercenaries to kidnap a girl. However, as long as the news didn't spread, everything would be fine, and he had plenty of resources available to keep that from happening. How much? Yuyong asked after a moment of silence. 10 million. Mr. Johnson quickly responded. 10 million. That's more than double what I paid you last time. And you consider that as a discount? This is clearly a scam. Yuyong exclaimed. Yes, it's the discounted price. If not for the discount, I would have asked for 15 million. Since 4 cultivators between the 7th and 8th level weren't enough to bring Mishio back, we will have to increase our forces. I intend on bringing experts from around the world this time, so it will cost much more than usual. Yuyong coldly sneered, using this many resources just to bring back a little girl. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? After a moment of silence, Mr. Johnson said, with all due respect, if you think you have what it takes to make her return, go ahead. I will send you their location in a moment since we were paid to do so. If you want to continue working with us, send the money by next week. If not, then this is the end of our cooperation. Once again, I apologize for the inconveniences. Yuyong hung up the phone after that and tossed it at the wall. A bunch of useless bastards. Seeing his reaction, Tang Li said, at least we have their location. We can have Yuro try to convince Mishio to return. Yuyong looked at her with a pondering look. Why didn't we think of that sooner? We could have saved millions. If it's Yuro, I'm sure that she'll convince Mishio to return. Call her here. An hour later, Yuro arrived at their main location after being summoned by her parents. Yuro, we have a job for you. Yuyong said to her with a solemn look on his face. Yuro could already guess what they wanted from her, but she acted ignorantly and asked, "What is it, father?" Yuyong then handed her a piece of paper and said, "Mishio is living here right now, and I want you to convince her to come back." Yuro then said, "Why do you want Mishio back?" "She left on her own accord, so I don't think she will return even if I ask her." "That isn't for you to worry about," Tang Li said, and she continued, "Just bring Mishio back at all cost." Yuyong then added, "If you successfully bring Mishio back, I can consider lifting your restriction and allow you to meet with Tian again. After all, he's with Mishio right now." "Really?" Yuro expressed excitement after hearing this. "Then I will go see Mishio tomorrow." Yuyong laughed inwardly seeing how easy it was convincing Yuro to help them. Sometime later, Yuro returned home. "Since they're asking me for help, this must mean that the people they hired to bring Mishio back have failed." Yuro had no problem agreeing to help her parents. After all, she was only told to convince Mishio to return, and she gets to see her brother again in the process. "I can't wait to see Mishio and brother again tomorrow after so long." Yuro went to sleep early on that day, as she wanted the day to be over as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, after his shower, Yuan moved all of the furniture in the living room to the wall, freeing up a lot of space in the center of the room. "What are you doing, young master?" Mayong asked him. "I want to practice something," he said. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began moving his legs in an odd but rhythmic manner. "That's..." Mishio quickly recognized what Yuan was trying to do. "Ah!" Yuan tripped on himself a couple of seconds into his weird movements. "I don't understand." Mayong shook her head. "It's a movement technique," he said. "Huh? A movement technique I learned in Cultivation Online. I want to try practicing it in the real world as well." Indeed, Yuan was trying to learn the movement technique for Million Phoenix dominating the heavens. Since he could use flying daggers, it obviously meant that he could learn other techniques as well. And what better technique than a movement technique that will help him improve his overall movement? A movement technique? Good luck, young master. There are a lot of people trying to do the same. Mayong mumbled in a low voice. Eh? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Mayong then said, "Since we can use cultivation techniques from Cultivation Online, it only makes sense that other techniques could also be learned. Although nobody has managed to do so yet, there are plenty of people out there trying to become the first person to learn a technique that's not a cultivation technique. Is that so? Of course, there's a good chance that someone out there has already succeeded but decided to keep it a secret." "Most likely," Yuan said with a smile on his face. Yuan practiced his movement technique until it was time for dinner. After dinner, Yuan wanted to continue practicing, but Mayong said, "Young master, I get that you're excited about your recovery, but you shouldn't move around so much after eating. It's bad for your body. Furthermore, since you've only recently recovered, you shouldn't do such intensive exercises that could strain your body. We still don't know if you've actually fully recovered or not, after all." "You're right, Miss Mayong. I got ahead of myself because of this sudden recovery that might only be temporary. I shouldn't stress my body too much or it could go back to being crippled." Yuan wasn't happy about restraining himself, but he agreed with Mayong. They still don't know if his body is fully recovered or if it was just temporary. He could wake up tomorrow and return to being a cripple. Let's not say something so demoralizing, young master. I'm sure your body is fine now and it won't suddenly revert back to its previous state, but until we're confident that you're really okay, I wouldn't push my body so much if I were in your shoes. Mayong said. I understand. Sometime later, they prepared for bed. Once they entered the bedroom, Mayong suddenly asked him, young master, how about a body massage? I heard that getting a massage after a day of exercise will make everything more effective. If you don't mind. Yuan nodded. Please lie on the bed with your back facing the ceiling. Once Yuan laid on the bed, Mayong got on top of him and gently sat on his buttocks in a kneeling position. Will you be okay if I did this? Am I too heavy? Mayong asked him just in case. I am okay. You're not heavy at all. Yuan said, feeling two round and soft objects pressing on his butt. Great. Mayong then started her massage on Yuan's back, starting from his neck and shoulders. Ah! This feels great. Yuan released a satisfied sigh. Thank you for the praises, young master. After massaging Yuan for a few minutes, Mayong started speaking with him. Young master, I have a few questions for you. What is it? What do you think of my daughter, Mishio? What do I think of Mishio? Yuan repeated the question. He then said, she's a very important person to me, and I owe a great deal to Mishio for assisting me. Without her company, I wouldn't have survived this long alone. I also admire her a lot for her work. Although I don't know what it's like working her job, I know it's not an easy job and not something a girl her age should be doing normally. You're right, it's not easy working as a maid, especially not for the Yu family, where the standards are many times higher. Even I cannot compare to her when I was her age, but I rarely praise her because I don't want her to feel complacent. I wouldn't be surprised if she hates me because of how I raised her, but looking at her now, I won't regret it even if she hates me. Mayong said with a gentle smile on her face. I don't think Mishio hates you, Miss Mayong. Mayong chuckled a little before speaking, anyways, judging by your words, I will assume that you really like Mishio. Is that right, young master? Yes, I really like Mishio, he responded without hesitation. Then would you mind living with her forever? No, I wouldn't. In fact, I would actually prefer it if we could remain like this forever. That will be problematic. Mayong suddenly said. Why would it be problematic? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because we don't know what Mishio wants. Even if you want to be with her forever, what if she wants to leave in the future? What if she has to leave in the future when she wants to start her own family? Yuan was left speechless by her words, and he immediately began pondering. You're right. It's all up to Mishio in the end. As much as I want to be with her forever, I can't force her to stay with me. She has her own life, as I have my own. Guess I can only enjoy our time together while it lasts. Yuan sighed. Yuan never really thought about Mishio leaving since she told him that she wanted to be with him in the past. However, people will inevitably change as they grow older, so there was a chance that Mishio might leave his side in the future. Let's not come to immediate conclusions, young master. Maybe Mishio wants to stay with you forever as well. If you're worried, why don't you ask her? In fact, I know how you can stay with her forever. Really? How? Yuan quickly asked her. Well, if you want someone to stay with you, you propose to them, of course. It's common practice in this world. Propose? What do I propose to her? That you want to stay with her forever, of course. However, you're still too inexperienced in this subject, so wait until you're a little older and more experienced before you actually propose to her, okay? Just don't make her wait too long, or she will be gone before you get the chance. Mayong said to him. Although she wanted to help her daughter and Yuan get together, she didn't want to take advantage of Yuan's innocence to do so, as it would only hurt their relationship in the future. The only thing she can really do is help Yuan become aware of the situation and give him some advice. The rest will be up to him and Mishio. I understand, Miss Mayfong. Thank you for the advice. Yuan said to her. I am merely doing my job as a mother, that's all, she said with a mysterious smile on her face. After giving Yuan an hour-long massage, Mayfong turned off the light and went to sleep. Let's do this again tomorrow. Good night, young master. Good night, Miss Mayfong, Yuan said, quickly falling asleep due to Mayfeng's massage that had an immediate effect on his body. After falling asleep, Yuan returned to the realm of dreams once again, and the first thing he noticed was the handsome man from before, but he was sitting on a large boulder with a lonely expression on his face as he gazed at the drifting clouds. When Yuan saw his expression, all thoughts of trying to disturb his peace disappeared, and Yuan patiently stood there. It feels great to finally start moving again, huh? The handsome man suddenly spoke, his gaze still at the sky. Are you responsible for my sudden recovery? Yuan asked him. The handsome man turned to look at him and said, Me? I am merely an imagination in your dreams. How could I possibly do that? Even though you're strong. Yuan said. The handsome man laughed a little before speaking, there are things even the strongest beings in the universe cannot achieve. If you're not responsible for my recovery, then who, or what is? Who knows? Maybe you did it yourself by instinct. A cultivator is much more profound than you imagine. However, you shouldn't celebrate so early, as your body isn't completely healed. What? What do you mean? How do you know that? Yuan had kind of expected this outcome when he heard Mayfong say the same thing, but this handsome man appeared confident that he hasn't fully recovered yet. Because your body is still restricted by the curses. Your current freedom is merely temporary. If you don't continue to increase your cultivation, you will eventually return to your previous state. The handsome man said, leaving Yuan speechless. A moment of silence later, Yuan said, I want to increase my cultivation, but I am currently experiencing a bottleneck. I cannot break through to Spirit Master no matter what. I think it's because there isn't enough spiritual energy in my place. Blaming on your environment for your lack of experience and failures? How typical of a weakling. The handsome man said with a cold smile on his face. There is sufficient spiritual energy in your world for you to break through to Spirit Master. You just can't do it because you aren't capable. Then do you have any advice for me? The strong should help the weak out, right? The handsome man burst out laughing and said, the strong should help the weak. Where did you hear that nonsense? In the cultivation world, you only have yourself. If someone decides to help you, it's mostly for their own benefit, or they have some other ulterior motives. You not only lack strength but you also lack common sense. Did the curses really screw with you that much? This is going to be troublesome. The man shook his head in a regretful manner. Forget it. Since you finally remember me, I will help you a little bit. Yuan raised his eyebrows. But I don't remember you. The fact that I am in your dream means you're starting to remember. The handsome man then suddenly snapped his fingers, changing the scenery. Where am I? Yuan looked around his new environment that looked very familiar for some reason, and the handsome man had disappeared. Hey, it's that trash who can't break through to Spirit Master while everyone else has long achieved it, asterisk, and at #carrot. You dare come out again after what happened last week? Are you looking for another beating, asterisk, and at #carrot? Someone suddenly shouted, causing Yuan to turn around and look in that direction. A few meters away, Yuan could see a group of young people wearing uniforms that looked very much like disciple uniforms. This looks like a sect. So this is the cultivation world. Why is he showing me this? Yuan wondered to himself. Then he noticed the young man that was standing not far away from this group of disciples. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he saw this young man, as this young man had facial features that looked very much like him, and it made Yuan feel like he was watching himself. However, This young man had a cold expression on his face that sent shivers down Yuan's back. Look! He's angry. Ha ha ha. What are you going to do, asterisk, and at hashtag carrot. Beat us up. Ha ha ha. The group of disciples began laughing. These people were clearly bullies, and that young man whose name he couldn't hear for some reason was their victim. I have had enough of your bullshits. Every time we fight, you all gang up on me. Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. The young man suddenly said in a cold voice. The group stopped laughing after hearing his words, and they exchanged glances with each other before nodding. Good. Then let's fight. However, I will only fight if it's in the life or death arena. One of the disciples stepped forward and spoke with an arrogant look on his face. Life or death? The young man frowned. What? Are you chickening out now? What happened to your brave words a moment ago? The young man sneered coldly and said, Fine. If you want a life or death fight, then you got it. After the young man finished his sentence, the scenery changed again, and Yuan was standing before a large stage that was surrounded by disciples. On the stage was the young man and the disciple that challenged him, both of them with weapons in their hands. Once the match began, they both released their cultivation base. The young man's cultivation was the peak of the spirit warrior, but his opponent was one level above him at the first level spirit master. However, the disparity from that one level was akin to heaven and earth. To think, and at hashtag carrot would accept a life or death challenge from, hashtag at $%. He's courting death. While the spectators anticipated the young man's death, in the midst of the fierce battle, the young man suddenly had a breakthrough when he was on the verge of losing, entering the spirit master realm. After his breakthrough, the young man instantly turned the tides and killed the other disciple in a gruesome manner. Once the match ended, the scenery changed again, and the handsome man returned. What do you think? The handsome man asked with a profound smile on his face. What am I supposed to think? Are you telling me to experience a life or death battle with someone in order to break through? Yuan said to him. You don't get it? Then watch it until you do. The handsome man snapped his fingers again, and Yuan returned to the arena right at the start of the life or death battle, watching them fight all over again. Once, twice, 10 times. Yuan watched the life or death fight between the young man and his opponent countless times. Just what am I looking for? Although Yuan didn't know what he was supposed to be looking at, he eventually just started focusing on the young man that had similar facial features as him. After watching the young man countless times, Yuan noticed something hidden deep within the young man's eyes. There was a certain light, a feeling of desperation, and this feeling only grew stronger the longer he was on the stage. The desperation reached its peak when he was about to be killed. That was when the young man suddenly experienced his breakthrough into Spirit Master. Are you telling me that I am not desperate enough? Yuan spoke out loud. Whoosh! The handsome man returned with a smile on his face. That's precisely why. You are not desperate. If not for your condition, you would have not made it to Spirit Warrior, much less Spirit Master. Your world is quite peaceful compared to the cultivation world. Although there are some conflicts within the world, it usually doesn't affect you. Yuan frowned and said, even if you say that, how am I supposed to become desperate? I can't feel what I don't feel. Then perhaps this will help you. The handsome man waved his sleeves, giving him another scenario. However, it wasn't of the life or death battle. Instead, it was the scene of a family being slaughtered in broad daylight. Yuan's eyes widened with shock as he witnessed a mother and her daughter, alongside thousands of pedestrians getting slaughtered mercilessly in the streets. Although Yuan didn't recognize any of these people, tears began flowing from his eyes when he saw the woman and her daughter getting killed. Mother! Sister! A familiar voice suddenly resounded, causing Yuan to turn around. Standing behind him was the same young man from the life or death battle, but he looked much younger, and weaker. This young man was crying just like he was, but there was nothing he could do as he watched the murderer slaughter everyone there until a cultivator finally intervened to stop the madness. Once the killer was apprehended, the young man walked to the corpses of the woman and the little girl. He knelt on the ground with tears still flowing down his face and hugged their lifeless bodies until he was forced to let them go because the people had to clean the bodies off the streets. Once their corpses were taken away, the young man stood up and turned to look at Yuan with a profound feeling of desperation in his gaze. This is my first experience with desperation. When will you experience your first? When your family dies before your eyes? When your loved ones are taken right before your very eyes? Or when you're betrayed by someone you trusted with your life? Yuan frowned and said, I don't want to experience any of that. Of course you don't. Who would want to experience such misfortune? However, you don't get to choose, the weak don't have any choice but to accept their fate. I can see pain in your eyes, but it's not desperation, so I will let you experience some more. The young man turned around and walked away, and the scenery changed once again. This time, the young man had his lover taken right in front of him, but he was too powerless to stop it. Once that scene was over, another scene appeared, then another, and another. Yuan experienced many different situations in his dream, all of them resulting in some sort of misfortune for the young man that increased his desperation for strength. Eventually, the young man was no longer a weak young man but a handsome man with a formidable aura that stood at the peak of the cultivation world. Do you believe in reincarnation? The handsome man suddenly asked Yuan as they returned to the sword graveyard. Reincarnation? As in rebirth? Yuan asked, as he wasn't familiar with this term. Yes. In the cultivation world, people believe that you will be reincarnated after death, living a vastly different new life but without the memories of their previous lives, and that will repeat until you damage your soul. I don't know what to say. It's the cultivation world where anything could happen. As ridiculous as reincarnation sounds, I wouldn't be too surprised if it's real. The handsome man smiled, and then he started approaching Yuan. Once he stood before Yuan, the handsome man's appearance began turning younger and younger until he resembled the young man that resembled Yuan. You already know the truth deep down inside, don't you? You just don't want to believe it. The young man said to him. I have no idea what you're talking about, Yuan said. Still trying to act dumb? Who do you think you're trying to fool? Me. But that only means you're trying to fool yourself. Yuan turned dead silent as he stared at the young man who resembled him. You wanted to know who I am, right? Do I still need to answer that question? Why? Yuan suddenly asked. Why is this happening to me? You should know that answer, too. If I tell you everything, it wouldn't be fun, right? Or you actually don't know anything, Yuan said. You're right. I don't. After all, I am you, and you don't know anything. However, don't worry, because you will eventually remember. The young man's body suddenly started turning into smoke, disappearing into the background. It was at this moment Yuan woke up from his dream, and he could immediately feel 2 streams of tears flowing down his face and the sensation of a wet pillow. Young master. Are you okay? Mayong, who woke up just a second ago, asked him in a worried voice after seeing his tears. Yes. I am fine. I just had a somewhat bad dream, he said with a bittersweet smile on his face. A nightmare, huh? Mayong then wiped his tears with her hands. Miss Mayong. Have you ever felt desperation? Yuan suddenly asked her after getting off the bed. Desperation? Mayong raised her eyebrows, wondering to herself why he would ask such a question. The feeling of being helpless, a sense of weakness and hopelessness. Yuan stood there with a profound aura around him that felt a little different than usual. I can't really say that I have. Mayong shook her head. However, the closest I have felt to desperation was when my husband died, I guess. Your husband? Now that he thought about it, Yuan has never seen Mishio's father before. He died in an accident before I could even give birth to Mishio, she said with a bittersweet smile on her face. I'm sorry for asking. There's no need for you to be sorry. It happened really long ago. Mayong said with a smile. Anyways, why the sudden question, young master? Does it have something to do with your nightmare? I guess. He nodded. Sometime later, they sat around the living room and began eating breakfast. Wang Xiuying said that she's currently on the way here with the piano, said Mishio after they sat down. This early in the morning? Yuan chuckled. That just shows how much she wants to listen to your music again, young master, Mayong said to him. Even if you say that, it's been years since I last touched an instrument. Not counting Cultivation Online, of course. I probably won't even be able to play it properly. You're underestimating yourself, young master. Even if you haven't touched any instruments in years, you'll quickly familiarize yourself with them once you start playing again. I hope so, he nodded. After breakfast, while Mishio cleaned the dishes and Yuan practiced his movement technique, Wang Xiuying arrived at their apartment door with her piano. Where should I put this? Wang Xiuying asked. We have made some space in the living room. You can put it there. Mayong said to her. Okay. The delivery company she hired to deliver the piano then placed the piano at the corner of the living room. Once everything was done, Wang Xiuying immediately urged Yuan to play the piano. Don't worry, I won't break my promise. Yuan said as he took a seat in front of the piano. Are you sure you want to give this piano away? It's quite rare and expensive. Mayong recognized the piano's value at glance, and she asked Wang Xiuying. Yes, it is an honor for me to let you Tian play music using my piano. Furthermore, now that I am focused on cultivation, I don't have any time to play it. Instead of letting it rust in my room, I might as well give it to someone who can use it at its full potential. After getting a feel for the smooth keys on the piano, Yuan swiped his fingers across the keyboard, filling the room with beautiful sounds. This feeling. How long has it been since I last felt it? Yuan asked himself as he recalled one of his favorite songs. Then, without using divine sense, Yuan began playing the piano almost instinctively. Music quickly filled the place, and when the three ladies heard this heavenly music, their hearts throbbed with excitement. Even though it's been years since Yuan last played the piano, he was currently playing it as though he never took a break. In other words, he was playing it flawlessly. Tears flowed down Wang Xiuying's face as she stared at Yuan's figure that was moving elegantly behind the piano, recalling the first time she first witnessed his performance on the stage. As for Mishio and Mayong, they could only silently admire Yuan's talents. This is it. This is the music that once took over the world. I can't believe that I am actually hearing it again, and it's not being played on a device. Mayong recalled Yuan's elegance and grace on the stage as he captivates the audience's heart and soul with his musical talents. A few minutes later, after playing the final note to the song, Yuan asked them, "What do you think?" "I think I could have played that a lot better." "A lot better?" They all looked at him with raised eyebrows. Mayong then said, "I did notice a few delays between notes, but it's almost unrecognizable, and the delay is so minuscule that one wouldn't normally be able to tell the difference if they're not an expert. I guess I am just used to playing it to perfection. Let me try another song." Yuan then began playing a new song, and it somehow sounded even better than the last, something Wang Xiuying didn't think was possible until it happened. After his second song, Yuan continued to play a few more songs, getting better with each song until he eventually reached the perfection that he was used to. Ding! In the midst of Yuan's ninth song, Mishio suddenly received a notification on her phone. She looked at it to see that Yuro had texted her. Her eyes widened when she read the contents. "Yuro is coming here right now," Mishio said to them. Yuan immediately stopped playing the piano and said, "Yuro is coming here. Why?" "She said that she needed to talk to me. Also, she said that she received her parents' permission." Hearing this, Mayong said, "The Yu family probably told Yuro to come to convince you to return to the family after the last failure." They're really predictable. What should we do now, young master? Yuan then pondered for a moment before speaking. I have been thinking about how I should surprise Yuro regarding my recovery. He touched the piano and said, I think I know how I should surprise her. Can you all help me out? Of course. Wang Xiuying quickly said. Mishio and Mayong also agreed. Great. Then here's the plan. After telling them his plan to surprise Yuro, Yuan returned to his bedroom and patiently waited for Yuro to arrive. Half an hour later, someone knocked on their door. It's me. Yuro's voice then resounded. As they had expected, it was Yuro. However, Yuro was completely unaware of the surprise that was in store for her. Good morning, Mishio. Yuro greeted when she opened the door. Good morning, Yuro. Mishio returned the greeting. Please, come inside. Once Yuro entered their apartment, she immediately noticed Mayong and Wang Xiuying sitting in the living room. Miss Mayong. Wang Xiuying. What are you two doing here so early in the morning? Yuro asked them with a surprised look on her face. I'm on vacation, so I figured that I should visit the young master, Mayong said with a calm look on her face. I am here to check up on Yuan's condition, said Wang Xiuying. Although she wasn't sure why, Yuro felt that something was amiss from the atmosphere in the place. I see. Where's my brother? I'd like to see him before I talk, though I'm sure you can already guess why I am here. The young master is currently in his room, Mayong said. Yuro nodded and approached his room, but then she noticed the beautiful piano sitting at the corner of the room and stopped to look at it. Wow! What is this piano doing here? It wasn't here when I last came here. As a piano player herself, Yuro could instantly tell that the piano was a valuable one. That piano is mine. At least it was until I gave it to Yuan, said Wang Xiuying. It's yours. But why? Yuro asked. I have no use for it anymore, and I'd rather give it to my idol than sell it. Yuro found it strange that she would give it to Yuan when he can't even use it, and in her eyes, it was quite disrespectful to give an instrument to Yuan while knowing his background and condition. It was almost like giving a blind man a book that he cannot read. Though Yuro didn't think too much of it for now. Brother, it's Yuro. I am here to visit you, she said to him after knocking on the doors. Come inside, Yuan said. Yuro then entered the room and sat beside the bed. Even though we have been playing together in Cultivation Online for a while, it still feels like forever since I last saw you. Yuro gently caressed his silky black hair to the side so she could get a good look at his handsome face. I'm sorry, brother. Why are you suddenly apologizing? Yuan asked her. Because of the Yu family, both you and Mishio have been experiencing unpleasant situations. I wish I could help, but I am powerless within the family. There's no need for you to apologize, Yuro. If anything, it should be the ones responsible that need to apologize. This means the chairman of the Cultivators Association and our parents. After a moment of silence, Yuro spoke, Brother, I am thinking about leaving the family and joining a faction. Huh? Why would you do that? Yuan was taken by surprise by her sudden reveal. Now that cultivation is widespread and the new trend, I want to take advantage of it, especially since I am currently ahead of many people. If I remain in the Yu family, I will forever remain powerless. However, if I leave, I will at least have a chance to become an influential person without the help of my family. It's not going to be easy, but I hope to become stronger than the Yu family. Yuan was speechless after listening to Yuro's plans. However, he didn't immediately dismiss it, and he asked, Where will you go? I don't know right now, but I can tell you where I won't go, the Cultivators Association. They're just a bunch of bullies, and I refuse to lend them my assistance. I already have a heaven-grade cultivation technique thanks to my family, so I don't really care where I go as long as they're good people with enough influence to not be bullied by the Yu family. I see. When you decide, let me know, okay? Of course. Anyways, I am here today because my parents wanted me to convince Mishio to return to the family so that they could hand her over to the Cultivators Association. I agreed since it meant that I would get to see you and Mishio again, but I won't be doing any convincing. I'm sorry to get you wrapped up in this mess as well. But don't worry, I will handle everything soon. You will? What are you going to do? Yuro couldn't help but ask. It's a secret for now, he said with a mysterious smile. I hope it's not anything dangerous. Yuro said with a worried frown. It won't be. Yuan chuckled. Sometime later, Yuan said, Yuro, you saw the piano, right? Why don't you let Mishio play you a song? Mishio knows how to play the piano? Since when? She's been practicing lately, you see. If you say so. Yuro then went back outside and said, Mishio, my brother said you'll play a song for me. Mishio nodded, but you'll have to wear this. Yuro looked at the object in Mishio's hand, it was a blindfold. Why do I have to be blindfolded? I won't be able to see your performance that way. I want you to judge it using your ears, not eyes, Mishio then said. I guess so. Once Yuro took a seat on the couch, Mishio blindfolded her. A few moments later, Yuro could hear the piano being played. Wow! Mishio is really good with the piano. How long has she been practicing to reach this level? Yuro wasn't suspicious at first, but once she listened a little longer, she noticed something was off, and the feeling she got earlier grew more obvious. This can't be Mishio playing the piano. It's too good. Even I cannot play this perfectly with many years of practice. Unless Mishio has talent similar to my brother, there's no way she learned the piano and reached this level in such a short amount of time. Although she didn't want to discredit Mishio or her talents, it was simply too hard to believe. It hasn't been long since Mishio left the Yu family, and even if she started playing the day she left, it wasn't realistic for Mishio to reach this level of performance in such a short time unless she was Yuan himself. Maybe this is Miss Mayong playing the piano and they wanted to play a trick on me. Yuro began having this thought. Midway through the song, someone suddenly removed her blindfold, causing it to fall onto her lap. Yuro subconsciously opened her eyes when she felt the blindfold fall off, and to her absolute shock, it wasn't Mishio sitting in front of the piano, nor was it Mayong like she'd thought. It was actually Yuan sitting before the piano. And he was playing with elegance and grace. Brother. Yuro stood up from the shock, and she stared at Yuan's moving figure with a look of disbelief on her face. However, she didn't say anything else and silently watched Yuan play the piano with a seemingly healthy and normal body, feeling as though she was in a dream. After playing the last note to the song, Yuan lifted his hands from the piano keyboard in an elegant manner before turning to face the shocked Yuro with a smile on his face. What do you think? I may not be as good as I used to be, but I hope you enjoyed it. Hearing his words, Yuro's eyes finally started flowing with tears, and because she'd held it in for so long, it came gushing forward like a broken dam, immediately blocking her vision. Brother. You're so cruel. Yuro said in a crying voice, dumbfounding him. And she continued, how can you make me cry in front of so many people? Yuro then wiped her tears and said, how come you can move again? And since when? Yuan then explained to her that he has no clue why it happened. I woke up like this, and it has only been like 2 days since my recovery. It's only been 2 days. And your recovery happened out of the blue? What kind of miracle is this? Yuro was left speechless by his words. Thousands of doctors around the world couldn't figure out what was going on with Yuan's condition, and he somehow heals naturally. That seemed too good to be true. However, there was no reason for Yuan to lie to her. Yuan suddenly approached Yuro and wiped the tears from her face. To tell you the truth, my recovery actually started even before I left the Yu family, but I was only able to lift a finger at that time, and I didn't want to get your hopes up, so I decided to wait until I could stand on my own before letting you know. Unbelievable. Yuro muttered in a low voice. After a moment of silence, she said, "This changes everything, brother. Now that you have recovered, there are so many things you can do. What do you plan on doing now that you have recovered?" "I am going to focus on rehabilitation for now. Once I am confident with my movements, I am going to visit the Cultivators Association. However, I am not sure what I want to do after that." "Do you intend on going back to the stage?" Yuro asked the question that has been asked multiple times now. "No, I do not." Yuan shook his head. Yuro sighed and said, "I figured. But you should reconsider, since it's such a waste of your talents. Brother, you never truly reached the peak of the musical world since you were forced to leave it due to your condition, and it has always been a dream of mine to see you on the stage again. Furthermore, you can get back at the Yu family for abandoning you. If you return to the stage, they will definitely regret disowning you. In fact, they might even try to get you back into the family." Yuan didn't immediately refuse and began pondering. "Getting back at the Yu family, huh? I definitely want to see their faces filled with regret. However, I shouldn't be doing this for revenge. Instead, I should be doing this for Yuro, who has been there for me since the beginning. If Yuro wants me to return to the stage." Although he has already decided to never return to the professional stage, he also told himself that he would do anything to make Yuro happy, and if him returning to the stage will make her happy, he cannot simply ignore it. "Brother, if you don't want to return to the stage, I won't force you," Yuro said to him, as she could guess what he was thinking. It was at this moment Mayong spoke. "Young master, if I may make a suggestion, you don't need to go onto the stage as Yu Tian. You can simply do it under a different alias. After all, it's not the stage you hate, but your name that is affiliated with the Yu family, am I right? I have listened closely to all of your performances today, and I can tell that you still enjoy playing the instrument. You're afraid that if you go onto the stage that you'll once again give credit to the Yu family. If I am wrong, please correct me." Yuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. "I have known that I still love to play the instrument when I played the zither inside Cultivation Online. I think you're right, Miss Mayong. It's not the stage that I don't like, I just don't want to feel like I am being used by the Yu family again. Brother." Yuro felt incredibly guilty at this moment, as she was part of the Yu family that made Yuan feel so much pain and grief. "Well, there are many things you can do to avoid that feeling, such as playing for another company. Or even better, you can make your own company so that you won't be playing for anyone but yourself." "Making my own company? As much as I like the sound of that, I am only 18 years old. How am I supposed to make a company?" Mayong lifted her hand and pointed it at herself. "You don't need to do anything, young master. I can make the company for you." "Really? But aren't you already incredibly busy at the Yu family? I don't dare to make you work even more than you already are," Yuan said. "It's really not that much work. Although I will be making the company, I won't actually need to do anything, and when I do, I can do it from anywhere in the world as long as I have access to a phone and the internet. Furthermore, you can hire other people to deal with the stuff. In fact, Mishio has some experience when it comes to these kinds of things since this is what we mainly do for the Yu family." Mayong then turned to look at Mishio and continued, "I will make the company and you'll do everything else. Since it's just a company in name, you don't actually have to do much besides organizing events for the young master. You should be able to do at least that with your training. If you need help, I will step in. What do you think?" "I don't mind as long as Yu Tian agrees," Mishio said in a calm voice after hearing Mayong's suggestion. Besides maid training and defensive training, Mishio also learned management since she was expected to help Yuan with his work in the future just like how Mayong helps the Yu family. "It's all up to you now, young master. As long as you give me a nod, I will make the company." Yuan didn't immediately respond and took a couple of minutes to think about everything. Although he didn't care about getting revenge on the Yu family for what they have done to him, he definitely would like to see their faces once they learn that he has recovered and started playing on the stage again. Furthermore, he will be making Yuro happy by doing so. Sometime later, Yuan nodded and said, I will leave everything to you, Miss Mayfeng. Great. Now I just need the name of the company and what your new alias will be. Mayfeng said, her voice filled with enthusiasm, as this could be the start of a new legend. A company name, huh? Do you guys have any suggestions? Yuan asked the ladies in the room. How about Divine Melody? Your music is always divine sounding, after all. Wang Xiuying was the first to give a suggestion. Divine Melody, huh? I also quite like it. Yuro agreed. Well, if you both like it, I guess we'll go with Divine Melody. As for my new alias. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking, Tian Yang shall be my new alias. Okay. I will make a few phone calls with a few friends and I should have the company ready by tonight. Mayfeng said as she pulled out her phone and walked outside the apartment. I cannot wait. This is so exciting. Yuro spoke with her body trembling from excitement. I can already imagine my parents trying to recruit you once they learn of your existence. I am also shaking from excitement. Wang Xiuying agreed. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Yuan said, and he continued, I may be under a new alias, but if I go outside in my current appearance, they will learn my real identity in a heartbeat. I will need a disguise. How about wearing a mask like you do in Cultivation Online? Mishio suggested. Yes, I was thinking the same thing, he agreed. Mishio went to grab her laptop and started looking for a mask. Which one do you like? Mishio asked him. Yuan then pointed to the black mask that somewhat resembled the one in Cultivation Online. I like this one, he said. Yuro raised her eyebrows when she saw this, and she asked, Brother. How do you see with your eyes closed? Oh, I am using divine sense to see. My sight hasn't healed yet. Divine sense. You can also use that in the real world. Yuro was shocked. Yes. He nodded. Now I'm really curious what else can be used in the real world besides cultivation techniques and divine sense. Yuro mumbled. Well, for one, other techniques besides cultivation techniques also work, Yuan said. Huh? Have you succeeded in learning a martial technique? Yuro asked him, as she had this feeling. Yes, I have. I am now trying to learn a movement technique. Can I see the technique you learned? Yuro quickly asked. Sure. Yuan then used his divine sense to look for a knife. Once he found it, he made it fly towards them from the kitchen. This is your flying dagger technique. Yuro recognized this technique since she has seen him use it a couple of times during their questing. That's right. Yuan nodded. Heavens. That looks incredibly dangerous. Wang Xiuying mumbled as she watched the kitchen knife circle around Yuan's body. Should I start trying to learn Wind Blade? Yuro wondered to herself out loud. That sounds even more dangerous. Yuan said, as he could somehow imagine Yuro causing mass destruction with wind blades. I have ordered the mask. It should arrive within the next 3 days. Mishio said a moment later. Sometime later, Mayfeng returned and said, I have the company set up. I will be the owner of the company in name, but I will leave everything to you, Mishio. Once you settle your situation with the Cultivators Association and decide to reveal your identity, I will transfer the company to you. And in case you need some refreshments, I will send you the training notes from years prior. I understand. Mishio nodded. As for the young master, you just need to schedule a performance and start making a name for yourself again. I suggest you do a couple of public performances to gain popularity before you return to the stage. Okay. And for the rest of the day, Yuan would play the piano for the ladies in the apartment. During breaks, they would talk about their new company and plan for their future. At the end of the day, Yuro said, I would love to stay here for longer, but it's about time I return home and report to my parents that I have failed to convince Mishio to return to the family. I expect a scolding, but it is what it is. I'm sorry, Yuro. This is all because of me. Don't blame yourself for this situation, Mishio. We all know who's in the wrong here. Yuro patted her back. Yuro, before you leave. Yuan approached her with his arms spread, his intentions clear. Seeing this, Yuro immediately jumped into his embrace and hugged him tightly. I have been waiting for this for the entire day, you idiot. Yuro said, feeling her eyes tear up again. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Once they were satisfied, Yuan let her go and Yuro made her way back to the Yu family. I am also going to leave as well. It's been a fun day. I will be coming here often to hear your music, Yu Tian. Wang Xiuying said shortly after Yuro left. Yuan nodded and said, once again, thank you for the piano. I will treasure it. That means more than you think to me. Wang Xiuying said with a bright smile on her face. After Wang Xiuying left, Mishio began cooking dinner while Mayphone looked over some documents for their newly created company. Young master, you'll need a disguise for your new alias, Mayphone said to him, unaware that they already have something planned. Yes, I know. I will be wearing a mask when I play on the stage, he said. A mask, huh? That's not a bad idea. Mayphone agreed. Sometime later, after dinner, Yuan went to take a shower. Now that he can clean himself, he plans on doing so every single day. Once it was time for sleep, Mayphone and Yuan retired to their room while Mishio returned to her own room. Miss Mayphone, I have a question. Yuan suddenly asked her as they laid in the same bed. What is it? Do you know where I can obtain a sword? A sword? Like a real sword? Why do you want one? Self-defense, I guess. Self-defense? Mayphone looked at him with raised eyebrows. What kind of self-defense requires a sword? You see, the world is getting more dangerous lately with more and more people becoming cultivators, obtaining inhuman strength that's only possible in the cultivation world, but our world is very small compared to the world in Cultivation Online, and I was worried about what might happen in the future, so I want to prepare myself. Cultivators may be strong, but I don't think we have to be that worried. It's not as though the world will suddenly become a lawless place. But since the young masters want a sword, I will try to do something about it. Thank you. Mayphone fell asleep shortly afterward. However, Yuan didn't go to sleep. Instead, he silently got out of the bed and went to the living room, before taking a seat on the floor. This will be my first time cultivating in this position. Yuan thought to himself as he started to absorb the spiritual energy in the air. Desperation. I am not desperate enough to reach Spirit Master. He recalled what the handsome man told him in his dreams. Yuan then remembered the scenes where the mother and her daughter were murdered in broad daylight. Then he recalled the betrayal of a friend. Then of the young man's lover being forcefully taken away. After remembering these situations, Yuan subconsciously started replacing these individuals with people he knew. He imagined Mayphone and Yuro getting killed before his eyes. He imagined being betrayed by Dr. Wang and Wang Xiuying. He imagined the Cultivators Association successfully taking Mishio away from him by force. You're so weak. How can you protect anyone like that? The handsome man's voice suddenly resounded in his head. Yuan gritted his teeth, and somewhere within his consciousness, an invisible flame created by desperation appeared. The spiritual energy in the area began flying towards Yuan at an incredibly fast rate. That's right. If you want to protect those you care about, you must be strong. Obtain the strength to protect your family and friends. Obtain the power to defeat those who wish to covet from you. Be desperate, desperate for power. The handsome man's voice continued to resound inside Yuan's head as he subconsciously cultivated, and before he was aware, he entered a trance-like state, he'd entered enlightenment. Mishio, who was just about to fall asleep, noticed the sudden change in the atmosphere. She got out of the bed and peeked outside her room, and to her surprise, there was a figure sitting in the living room with his long black hair fluttering behind him like a cape before a gust of wind. Yuan. Mishio mumbled to herself. Even though she was clearly looking at Yuan, for some reason, it felt like she wasn't looking at Yuan at the same time, almost like she was looking at someone else and the Yuan there was merely an illusion. Meanwhile, Yuan's cultivation that had been stuck at peak spirit warrior finally began to move. His dantian that contained all of his spiritual energy began to tremble, and it slowly began expanding in size. Then, the golden symbol within his body that had turned into veins attached itself to the dantian, turning it golden. Yuan's body was currently emitting a faint golden glow, and Mishio was there to witness it, feeling as though she was before a divine being. Mishio didn't want to disturb him, so she went back inside her room and returned to the bed, trying her best to fall asleep. The following morning, Yuan stood up from the floor with a profound feeling in his body. He was no longer a spirit warrior, and his body emitted the feeling of a spirit master. So this is what it feels like to be a spirit master in this world. Yuan took a deep breath, sucking in a large amount of spiritual energy. Good morning, Mishio. Yuan suddenly noticed her presence and said to her. Did you break through to spirit master? You feel a little different compared to yesterday. Mishio asked him. Yes, I have managed to break through my bottleneck. He nodded. How do you feel? My divine sense is much stronger now, and I can keep it active for a lot longer. I haven't tried using flying daggers, but it should be easier to control the technique now, he said. He then tried to use flying daggers, and to his surprise, he was able to control 3 kitchen knives at once with relative ease when he could barely control 2 before. Wow! The difference between Spirit Warrior and Spirit Master is so much even though it was only a single level. Yuan was surprised by the results. Congratulations on reaching Spirit Master. Yuan nodded, yes, now I can finally visit the Cultivators Association. You're really going to do it? Mishio asked in a worried voice. He smiled and said, how else am I going to stop them from taking you away from me? Mishio blushed at his words. I am going to prepare breakfast, she said, making a quick escape. Good morning, young master. You're up earlier than usual today, Mayong said to him after coming out of his room. I actually spent the night cultivating, he said with a smile. I see. After eating breakfast, Yuan would spend about 2 hours just playing the piano without any rest. Afterward, he would continue practicing the movement technique. Meanwhile, Yuro stood before her parents. How did it go? Yuyong asked her. It failed. Mishio refused to return even when I asked. Yuro said. Che. Tang Li sneered in disgust. Mishio appeared to be enjoying her current life with Yutian. I think it'd be for the better if we didn't disturb their new life. Yuro said. I have a feeling that you didn't even bother to convince her. Tell me, Yuro, what exactly did you do yesterday when you spent an entire day at their place? Yuyong asked her in a solemn voice. I tried to convince Mishio to return to the family, but when it failed, I remained there to hang out with them since it's been a while. Yuro said in a casual voice. And before her parents could speak, she continued, I don't know why you want Mishio back so desperately, but even if she used to serve me, remember that Mishio was trained to serve Yutian. My brother was the reason that Mishio even wanted to be a maid in the first place, so if you're thinking about tearing them apart, it won't happen. Humph. Leave. And you're still forbidden to contact the trash since you didn't get any satisfactory results. Tang Li said to her. Yuro frowned, but she didn't say anything and left the place. Looks like we'll have to rely on the mercenaries. Chairman Zhao has been getting more impatient as well. Yuyong sighed. He then retrieved his cell phone to give Mr. Johnson a call. 3 days passed by in a flash, and someone knocked on Yuan's apartment early in the morning. Delivery. Mishio went to open the door since she was expecting this package. Thank you. After accepting the package, Mishio went to the living room and called out to Yuan, Yutian, your masks have arrived. A few moments later, Yuan came out of the bathroom. Great. Let's see what we have. After opening the package, Yuan could see over a dozen different masks in the package. Did they give us more than we ordered by accident? I don't remember picking most of these. Yuan said. Oh, I forgot to mention it, but I decided to buy a few more afterward just in case we needed it. I even picked a new design for some of them if you ever get bored of one. Mishio said. I see, that makes sense. Thanks. Yuan picked one randomly and wore it on his face. What do you think? He asked them. You give off a mysterious feeling. I like it, young master. Mayong gave her opinion. I think it looks good, too. Mishio nodded calmly, as she was already used to seeing him wear masks in Cultivation Online. Great. Then I will be wearing one of these while I visit the Cultivators Association tomorrow. You're really planning on going there? It's going to be dangerous. Mayong said. If I don't go, they will continue messing with Mishio, and I am not going to sit around and let it happen. Now that I am no longer useless, I am going to do something useful with my body for once. Yuan said with a stern look on his face. After a moment of silence, Mayong said, if you're going, then I will go with you. You will. But won't you cause trouble for the Yu family? Yuan said. Mayong then picked up one of the available masks and wore it on her face. I won't cause any trouble if they don't know who I am, she chuckled. Furthermore, you'll need some backup just in case anything happens. What about? You stay here. Mayong interrupted Mishio before she could even finish speaking. Don't worry, I will be more than enough to guarantee the young master's safety. I understand. Mishio said, clearly discontent with the results, but she didn't want to argue with her mother, and since she's wanted by the Cultivators Association, it would be better if she didn't go to their main headquarters. That night, Yuan went to sleep to make sure he was in top condition for tomorrow. Looks like you're finally going to do something about the situation. The handsome man appeared in his dreams again. You again? Yuan sighed. Ever since he'd started walking, he would have to deal with this handsome man who's supposedly him before his reincarnation every time he went to sleep. Why are you not happy to see me? This means that you're slowly recovering your memories. What if I don't want these memories? Yuan said with a frown. You don't want to remember? Even though it'll make you stronger? Are you afraid that you might become a different person once you remember everything? The handsome man asked Yuan even though he already knew the answer. Everybody will change if given enough time. This is not something you can prevent no matter how powerful you are. However, you are in control of what kind of person you want to be, so why are you afraid? I am not afraid, Yuan said in a calm voice. And he continued, I just don't want to experience unnecessary emotions that I felt before. What happened in the past happened in the past. I don't need to know about it. The handsome man smiled and said, if you don't care about what happened in the past, you wouldn't exist right now. What do you mean by that? Yuan frowned slightly. You exist for a reason, reincarnated for a reason. You may not understand it now, but you will eventually remember everything and understand your reason for existing. The handsome man then looked towards the sky and said, it's about time for you to wake up. I look forward to what you're going to do today. Perhaps you've already started changing, you just don't realize it. After that sentence ended, Yuan woke up from his sleep. Good morning, Mishio. Yuan greeted her, who was already preparing breakfast. Morning. Once breakfast was prepared, they sat around the dining table until all of the plates were empty. Once we deal with the Cultivators Association, let's go out and eat at a restaurant, Mishio, Yuan said to her afterward. Okay. Although it was quite sudden, Mishio agreed regardless. After breakfast, Yuan changed into a new set of clothes and grabbed his mask. Are you ready, Miss Mayong? Yuan asked her, who was right behind him. Wait a second, young master, Mayong said. And she continued, The Yu family was able to find your location because they'd somehow managed to acquire footage of you and Mishio on the public surveillance cameras, so I would advise you to take a different route, one that is hidden from these cameras. How am I supposed to know where to go? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Don't worry, I have already found a route from this place to the Cultivators Association that will allow us to travel without being seen. You just need to follow me. Okay, I will leave everything to you. I want to save my spiritual energy for when I reach the Cultivators Association, so can I hold your hands until then? Yuan then asked her. Since he needed spiritual energy for divine sense, it would be wiser to save his spiritual energy until he needed it. And even though he can use his divine sense for much longer now that he's a spirit master, it still wasn't enough for him to keep it activated for long periods at a time. Of course, you can. Mayong held her hands out with a smile on her beautiful face. Yuan then wore his mask before grabbing her soft hands. Mayong also wore her mask before leading Yuan outside the door and into the streets, following the route Mayong had prepared in advance to avoid being seen. It will take us a little longer to reach the Cultivators Association since we're taking this unique route. Since we have some time, can you tell me what you intend on doing there so I can prepare for it? Mayong asked him as they walked hand in hand. I am going there to intimidate them, he responded in a calm voice. Excuse me. Mayong turned to look at him with her eyes filled with shock. You're going to intimidate the Cultivators Association? One of the most powerful factions in the entire world right now. You know even the Yu family don't dare to offend them, right? She said to him in a dazed voice. Yes, I know, Yuan responded in a calm voice. Then how are you going to intimidate them? If words won't get through them, I can only use force, right? Yuan said. Force. Mayong had a bad feeling about this, and she started regretting agreeing to this farce. Don't worry, I am confident in my strength. I am not worried about that. But if you act violently at the Cultivators Association, you will get arrested. The Cultivators Association is not only a powerful force, but they are also something like the police for cultivators since normal police won't be able to deal with cultivators and their incredible strength. Simply, you'll go to jail that is specifically made for cultivators. I won't do anything violent, if I don't have to. Mayong sighed and mumbled to herself, looks like I might have to call some lawyers after this all goes down. Mayong wasn't too worried that Yuan might go to jail for causing a scene in the Cultivators Association as long as he doesn't kill anyone, as she has connections with many powerful and reliable lawyers who can get someone out of anything as long as they had enough money. About an hour later, they arrive at the Cultivators Association. We're here, young master. Please. Just don't do anything too crazy. Mayong pleaded. Yuan didn't say anything and merely nodded. He then stood there for a minute to prepare himself. Once he was ready, he released Mayong's hand and began walking towards the Cultivators Association, and Mayong followed him from behind. Their unique appearance quickly attracted everyone's attention, and they wondered why Yuan and Mayong were wearing masks. There was a line to the reception, but Yuan ignored the line and walked straight to the front. The line is back there. The woman working at the reception pointed to the back of the line. I am here to speak with your chairman. Take me to him. I'm sorry, but who are you? I will only speak with the chairman. I'm afraid that's not possible. Until we know your identity, you won't see anyone. Furthermore, Chairman Zhao is currently busy in a meeting, so he won't have time for you. Bang! Yuan suddenly slammed the desk with his fist, instantly destroying it. This startled the woman and everyone there greatly, including Mayong, who felt like she was suddenly before a different person. I will not repeat myself, Yuan said in a calm voice that had a hint of anger within. The woman looked at the destroyed desk with her eyes wide with shock, as the desk was made out of metal and not something an ordinary cultivator could achieve. A few moments later, once the guards there snapped out of their daze, they quickly surrounded Yuan and Mayong. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you cause such a scene at the Cultivators Association? The head of the security there shouted at Yuan. Of course, they were all cultivators. Yuan slowly turned his head to look at the middle-aged man who was at the 6th level spirit apprentice. "If you bring me to your chairman, there will no longer be a scene," he then said. "The audacity! Apprehend them." The middle-aged man commanded the dozen of cultivators around him. However, before they could even get close, Yuan released his spirit master cultivation base, instantly halting these spirit apprentices with intense pressure. Although none of them could comprehend what they were feeling since they had never seen a spirit master before, they instinctively knew to stay away from Yuan or their lives would be in danger. Baitum. The cultivators around Yuan could feel their hearts being squeezed by this invisible pressure the longer they remained around him, so they all took steps back, fearing that their hearts might be crushed if they continued going forward. "Who are you? Why do you want to speak with the chairman? If you do anything funny, the entire Cultivators Association will be upon you." The head guard pointed at Yuan and shouted. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke. "Yuan. Tell your chairman that Yuan is here to see him." "Yuan. Don't tell me that you're that Yuan from Cultivation Online." The head guard was left speechless by this revelation. The others were also shocked by player Yuan's sudden appearance. As they were aware, the real player Yuan has never appeared in public before, and judging by his appearance and unfathomable presence, there was a good chance that this masked figure before them was truly player Yuan, the #1 mysterious player in Cultivation Online. Meanwhile, somewhere on the top floor of the Cultivators Association, a decently sized group of individuals with ages ranging from old to young sat around a large conference table with Chairman Zhao sitting at the end, and all of them were emitting a profound aura. "If your exalted families join our Cultivators Association that is currently the #1 force in the world, it will permanently stabilize our position in the world, and your families will definitely be compensated greatly for it," Chairman Zhao said to these individuals. However, before any of these people could even respond, they felt an unfathomable pressure appearing right beneath them, shocking them greatly. Heavens! What was that? Who is releasing this pressure? This pressure. It's the presence of a spirit master. Impossible. The old people there stood up from shock after feeling the pressure. What? Did you just say spirit master? Is that even possible? Chairman Zhao exclaimed in a dumbfounded voice. His phone began ringing the very next moment. What happened? Don't you know that I am currently in a meeting with the grand families? Chairman Zhao. I deeply apologize for disturbing your meeting with the seniors, but we have an emergency. Someone claiming to be Yuan is here to see you. And he's causing a commotion. What? Yuan? Why does that name sound so familiar? Chairman Zhao muttered out loud, causing everyone there to look at him. Then he came to a realization. Yuan. That player Yuan from Cultivation Online. Is it really him? Chairman Zhao shouted at the phone. I think so. He's even wearing a mask to conceal his identity. I think he's real. Tell him to stay put. I will be there in a moment. Chairman Zhao closed the connection and turned to look at the people there with an apologetic smile. I am coming with you. I would like to see if this person is really that famous player Yuan. One of the old men there spoke. I am also curious. Eventually, everyone in the room agreed to follow Chairman Zhao. Is it really player Yuan? Why would he show up so suddenly? And what business does he have with me? Chairman Zhao wondered to himself as he walked to the elevators with the others, as he doesn't recall having any contact with Yuan before. Sometime later, they arrived downstairs, and they could see two individuals wearing a mask being surrounded by many people there. Are you really player Yuan? One of the people gathered around them asked. However, Yuan ignored him and continued to stand there in silence. The old people following Chairman Zhao took a deep breath as they approached the masked man who was emitting a profound pressure. Spirit Master. He's really a Spirit Master. They were quite shocked to see an unknown Spirit Master. Make way. The chairman is here. The head guard shouted at the people there. A path quickly opened up, allowing Chairman Zhao to approach Yuan, but he didn't get too close, as he had a bad feeling about this situation. Are you really Player Yuan? Why do you want to speak with me? Yuan didn't say anything at first and started slowly walking towards Chairman Zhao until he was standing right before him. I am here to give you a warning today. If you dare try to lay a finger on Mishio again, I will destroy the entire Cultivators Association. Yuan spoke in a grim voice with his pressure growing stronger and stronger. Chairman Zhao could feel an invisible hand crushing his heart from the pressure, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Mishio. How are you related to her? Chairman Zhao asked him with a deep frown as he was having trouble breathing, and he could have never imagined that Player Yuan would show up here for Mishio. Our relationship doesn't concern you, nor should you stick your nose into our business. The only thing you need to know is that if you dare to bother Mishio again, I will bring the Cultivators Association to the ground. Before Chairman Zhao could even respond, Yuan suddenly moved his arm and grabbed Chairman Zhao's neck, lifting him into the air. Chairman. The guards there subconsciously reacted, but they were stopped by the old people that were following Chairman Zhao. If you don't want the chairman to die, you should stay still, said an old man with long white hair tied into a ponytail. Meanwhile, Yuan spoke in a low voice while staring at Chairman Zhao. I am not asking you, I am telling you to leave her alone. Do you understand me? Yes. I understand. Chairman Zhao uttered with much effort. Humph. Yuan tossed Chairman Zhao to the side like trash after hearing his response. He then turned around and said to Mayong, let's go. However, before he could walk very far, one of the old people there called out to him in a respectful voice, please wait a moment, young man. Yuan stopped and turned around to see an old man standing behind him with his hands clasped together. What is it? Yuan asked the old man. I am surnamed Wu, and I would like to confirm something. Are you really a spirit master? The old man asked him. What do you think? The old man showed a slight smile on his face before releasing his cultivation base, and to Yuan's surprise, he was also a spirit master. There are already other spirit masters beside me in this world. Yuan thought to himself. Although I cannot see your face, I can tell that you're surprised by my cultivation base. You must be wondering how this is possible. If you visit my family at Mount Wu, I will tell you everything. And before Yuan could even respond, the old man continued, don't worry, I am not related to Chairman Zhao, so whatever happened between you and him has nothing to do with me or my family. I came here today to see if the Cultivators Association was worth my family's backing, but from the looks of it, we will have to reconsider some things. Hey, old Wu, let's not try to pull a fast one before everyone here, or have you forgotten about our presence? Another old man suddenly stepped forward and bowed to Yuan with his hands clasped. My surname is Ji, and I am also a spirit master. The old man surnamed Ji then released his spirit master cultivation base, surprising Yuan even more. Forget about Mount Wu. Come to my Mount Ji instead. You won't regret it. Then another person stepped forward, an old woman. Instead of fighting amongst ourselves, why don't we all cooperate together? The old woman suggested. She approached Yuan and said, surnamed Wang from the Wang family. If you want to know how we reached Spirit Master and more about cultivation in general, come to the Jaded Garden situated outside the Yang City. We'll be more than happy to befriend a young genius such as yourself. If you're worried about your identity being revealed, I will let you know that we're really good at keeping secrets. The old woman then leaned over his shoulders and whispered in a low voice that could only be heard by Yuan, after all, we have managed to keep cultivation a secret from the rest of the world for many centuries. Yuan's body trembled after hearing the old woman's words. They kept cultivation a secret from the rest of the world for many centuries. Does this mean that they have known about cultivation even way before Cultivation Online existed? If so, that explains why they were spirit masters. See you there in a month. The old woman said to him before turning around and walking back to Chairman Zhao. Chairman Zhao, you have a lot of explaining to do for us. And don't you even dare think about lying to us because we will investigate the truth ourselves afterward. Chairman Zhao, who was supposed to be an almighty figure, nodded his head in a powerless manner before the old woman and the other elders that were clearly more influential than Chairman Zhao. Yuan lingered in the place for a few more moments before finally leaving the Cultivators Association with Mayong. Although the people there wanted to follow him, they didn't dare to do so and reluctantly stayed behind. Young master, you nearly scared me to death just now. I'm shocked that we even got to leave that place in one piece. Mayong sighed sometime later. I'm sorry. I got a little angry and my body started moving on its own. Yuan said to her, his hands still trembling a little. Young master. Are you really player Yuan? Mayong suddenly asked him. I will tell you everything once we return home, okay? Of course. Mayong nodded. Once Yuan and Mayong left the scene, the elders pressed Chairman Zhao for answers before everyone in the Cultivators Association. If you don't tell us what happened, we'll speak with the council and have them deal with you. Chairman Zhao sighed out loud before telling them the truth in a regretful voice. Che! What a shameless old man! Someone there said out loud after Chairman Zhao revealed everything. Chairman Zhao, I am greatly disappointed in you. My Wang family no longer wishes to be affiliated with the Cultivators Association. Excuse me. The old woman turned around and left the scene, followed by a few youngsters that came to this place with her. The other elders also told Chairman Zhao the same thing before leaving the place. As for the other people in the Cultivators Association, they immediately started spreading news of everything that transpired there today through their phones, which spread like wildfire, shocking the world. What? The real player Yuan showed up at the Cultivators Association to warn Chairman Zhao. What did Chairman Zhao do to offend player Yuan? Chairman Zhao tried to force a young lady into joining the Cultivators Association. And this young lady turned out to have a relationship with player Yuan. Talk about karma. Ha ha ha. Serves that old pervert right. I can't believe it. This is player Yuan's first real appearance outside of Cultivation Online. Player Yuan is already a spirit master. Isn't he also a spirit master in Cultivation Online? Just who is player Yuan? How does he keep achieving these seemingly impossible achievements? The world was greatly shocked by what had happened at the Cultivators Association, but the people were more interested in player Yuan than what Chairman Zhao had done. As for the Yu family, they had managed to dodge a bullet when Chairman Zhao revealed everything, as he wasn't aware that the Yu family had hired mercenaries to kidnap Mishio. However, the Yu family was also shocked speechless to know that Mishio had a relationship with player Yuan, someone they have been looking for themselves. They wanted to approach Mishio for more information, but they were afraid of player Yuan knocking on their doors. After all, if player Yuan dared to threaten to destroy the Cultivators Association before the chairman of the Cultivators Association at their main headquarters, what would stop him from visiting the Yu family? The Yu family then called Mr. Johnson to cancel the pending job. What happened at the Cultivators Association would be a hot topic on the news and the internet for the rest of the week, and Chairman Zhao would resign his position as chairman the following day, which didn't surprise anyone when they learned about it. Senior Wang, was that masked person really a spirit master? One of the youngsters with Senior Wang asked her as they made their way back home on a private plane. Yes, that person was, without a doubt, a spirit master, the same level as me and the other elders, she confirmed. That young man also sounded like he was around your age. I cannot imagine how terrifying his talents must be to reach spirit master at such a young age, and it would be even more terrifying if he only started cultivating after Cultivation Online became a thing. That can't be possible, right? Someone else there asked. The question is no longer whether it's possible or not, but how he achieved it. Senior Wang said in a low voice. And whether he started cultivating before or after Cultivation Online doesn't really matter, as it won't change the fact that he's a spirit master at such a young age. Anyways, although our visit to the Cultivators Association turned out to be a huge waste of time, I am actually glad that we went there, as I got to learn the existence of such a cultivation monster. The others in the family will go crazy once they learn about this young man. As for the other families, we'll definitely be fighting for him. If he's that famous player Yuan, there's a good chance that he won't join any families, right? Someone there asked. Yes, but it won't hurt to try. Senior Wang nodded. Who's this player Yuan? I have never heard of him before. Another person said. You don't know player Yuan? Don't you play Cultivation Online? Why would I play a game about cultivation when I am already doing it in real life? No wonder why you don't know him. Well, let me tell you about player Yuan and his achievements. And for the rest of their flight, the young cultivators shared information about player Yuan and his achievements with those that didn't know of his fame. Meanwhile, after returning home, Yuan removed his mask and sat in the living room in an exhausted manner with sweat dripping down his face. Are you okay? Mishio asked him as she gently wiped the sweat off his face with a dry towel. Yes. I am fine. But that was more exhausting than I'd expected. Since the young master cannot talk right now, I will explain everything for him, Mayong said, and she proceeded to recall everything that had happened at the Cultivators Association. Mishio expressed disbelief after hearing the situation. You went there as player Yuan, even threatening the chairman? Heavens! Are you sure everything will be fine? Mishio spoke in a worried voice. We can't really say for now. Give it a few days and we'll see if anything will happen. However, they don't know the young master's identity, so they won't be able to do anything to him now even if they want to. But young master, you really surprised me today, and I am not talking about your identity as player Yuan. I didn't even know you can act so domineering. You felt like an entirely different person today. I still have chills just thinking about it. Mayong said to him in a somewhat admiring voice. Well. Most of that was just an act, since if I didn't act like that, they wouldn't have taken me seriously. Yuan smiled. Was it really just an act? It felt too realistic. Mayong thought to herself. Can you tell me more about your identity as player Yuan? The Yu family have asked me to investigate, but I came up with nothing. Yuan nodded and proceeded to tell her about his identity as player Yuan and some of the stuff he's done in Cultivation Online. I see. That explains why you're so powerful even in the real world. Turns out that you have been cultivating with a divine-grade cultivation technique this entire time. What are we going to do now? Mishio asked them a moment later. Who knows, but I intend on going to the Jaded Garden to speak with those seniors next month, Yuan said. Are you sure that's a good idea? What if it's a trap? Mayong said. I think it'll be fine. If they really wanted to harm me, they could have done so back then. All three of them, and probably the other elders there, were all spirit masters. There was no way I could have defeated them by myself. Furthermore, they didn't appear to be bad people. Why do you want to speak with them, though? Mishio then asked. I want to know more about the cultivation world, in this world. Apparently, they have known about cultivation since many centuries ago, hence why they have been able to reach Spirit Master. Yuan said. So they're basically hidden experts that have been secretly cultivating for many years. I am very impressed by how they have managed to keep cultivation hidden from the public for so long. Mayong said. Yes, I am too. That's why I want to speak with them. I will come with you, Mishio said. Of course. I was going to ask you if you wanted to come later. Yuan nodded. Anyways, I am going to take a shower. My body is all sweaty. Yuan then entered the bathroom and went to clean himself. You knew that he was player Yuan this entire time? Mayong asked Mishio after he left. Yes. Well, aren't you a lucky one? Sometime later, Yuan returned to the living room, where Mishio and Mayong were watching the news. Look, young master. They are already talking about the incident at the Cultivators Association, about player Yuan. Mayong said as she turned the volume up a little more. Breaking news. Player Yuan has finally made an appearance today at the Cultivators Association. He even confronted Chairman Zhao, threatening to destroy the Cultivators Association if they continue to mess with his woman. Who is this Mishio that player Yuan treasures so deeply? Could it be his girlfriend? Fiancée? Perhaps even his wife? His wife? Mishio was speechless after she listened to how the news spoke about their relationship, making it seem as though they were lovers. Yuan. Isn't that you? Mishio pointed at the television that was currently playing a recording from the surveillance camera at the Cultivators Association, allowing everyone to witness the drama for themselves. They could see two figures entering the building and walking straight towards the front. A few moments later, the figure wearing a black mask suddenly smashed the metal table into pieces, shocking everyone there. Then the guards surrounded the masked individuals, but they didn't dare advance any further for some reason, almost like there was an invisible force that kept them from approaching the masked figure. A few minutes later, Chairman Zhao and the elders could be seen approaching the masked figure. It was at this moment the masked figure walked in front of the chairman before lifting him into the air by the neck. A few more moments later, the masked figure tossed the chairman like a child getting bored of their toy and walking away. However, the masked figure was stopped by the elders, and after some conversation, the masked figure disappeared from the Cultivators Association. Of course, all of this was played without any sound. But even without any sound, the spectators could see how domineering that masked figure was, and they had no doubt that he had the capabilities to destroy the Cultivators Association from his demeanor alone. Seeing player Yuan for the first time, many people were in awe of his display of dominance, and those that were already fans of player Yuan became even more obsessed with him. How embarrassing! Yuan said with a bashful smile on his face after seeing himself acting so out of character, almost like he was watching a play. If I didn't know you were going to do this beforehand, would have never guessed that masked figure would be you. Mishio said in a dumbfounded voice. I was actually afraid that the young master might accidentally kill the chairman when he grabbed the chairman by his neck, Mayong said. Kill? Why would I do something so extreme? Yuan was surprised to hear this. People do extreme things when they're angry. Mayong said. Even if that's true, I wouldn't kill someone just because I am angry. At least I hope I won't. Suddenly, Mishio's phone started ringing. It's Yuro, Mishio said to them before answering the phone. Hello. Mishio. Are you watching the news right now? Did Yuan really visit the Cultivators Association today? Yuro asked her in an excited voice. Yes. It's true. Mishio said. Unbelievable. Yuro's dumbfounded voice resounded after a moment of silence. To think her brother would be so daring to storm the Cultivators Association shortly after his recovery. She can only imagine what he might do in the future. Is he okay? Yuro then asked. Yes, everything is okay, for now. I think he should be fine as long as nobody knows his identity. Yuro said. And even if the Cultivators Association learns of his identity, I don't think it should cause any worries since a lot of people admires player Yuan. There will be plenty of people willing to help him if he gets into any trouble. Anyways, just stay put for the next few days and see what happens. Also, keep me updated. Yuro said. Okay. An hour later, Wang Xiuying also gave them a call to make sure they were okay. After dinner, Mayong said, Young master, I will have to go back to work tomorrow, so tonight is our last night together. I see. It was fun, Miss Mayong. It reminds me of the day when you were still taking care of me. Yuan said to her. And I will continue to take care of you from the shadows, until I am no longer needed, Mayong said with a smile on her face. That night, Mayong snuggled closer to Yuan than usual. Good night, young master. Good night. Once he fell asleep, Yuan returned to the land of dreams. Looks like you had quite some fun today. The handsome man appeared before him, just like he'd expected. Remember, what you experience today is what it feels like to be the strong. As long as you're powerful, nobody will dare to defy you, nobody will dare to hurt those close to you. Yuan silently stared at the handsome man with a slight frown on his face. What is it? The man asked him. The way I acted today. You're affecting me, aren't you? Yuan said in a low voice. I have no idea what you're talking about. The handsome man shrugged. Don't lie to me. I nearly killed Chairman Zhao today. If I didn't snap out of my anger, I would have snapped his neck in half instead when I had it in my grasp. I had this nearly uncontrollable desire to do so. The handsome man chuckled and said, so what? You're simply acting true to yourself. You're worried that if you didn't kill him, he would eventually return to bother you and your loved ones again, right? That's why you had an urge to kill that man. Don't blame me for your own desires. After all, I am you. If you blame me, you're simply blaming yourself. Why do you reject my existence? You know, the more you refuse to accept me, the more difficult it will be for you when you must accept me, and that time will eventually come. Yuan remained silent. Whatever. You don't need to accept me now, but eventually. The handsome man turned around and began disappearing into the mist. Once the man was gone, the scenery changed, and even more of the handsome man's past began revealing itself to Yuan. Yuan wanted to close his eyes and ignore the dream, but alas, since he was in a dream, even if he closed his eyes, he would still be able to see the dream. Therefore, he was forced to watch everything until he woke up. Ha! Why is this happening to me? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. Good morning, young master. Mayong greeted him when he walked out of his room. Miss Mayong. You're cooking breakfast today. Yuan said. That's right. Since I am no longer on vacation, and I will be leaving soon, I want to do something for you before I leave. You're also up earlier than usual today, young master. Yes, I had another bad dream. He sighed. You know, nightmares usually happen because you're stressed or when you're thinking too much about a certain thing. If there's something on your mind, you should let it out. Although I won't be here, you still have Mishio. I'm sure you can tell her about it. Mayong said to him. I will keep that in mind. Yuan nodded. A few minutes later, Mishio woke up and came out of her room, but to her surprise, her mother had already prepared breakfast for them. I only made enough for you two since I won't have the time to sit down and eat, Mayong said after placing the food on the table. Thank you, Miss Mayong. I hope you take more breaks so we can spend more time together. Yuan said. Mayong chuckled and said, although I would like that as well, I don't want to disturb your love nest too much. Love nest? Mishio nearly spat out the water in her mouth when she heard Mayong's words. Anyways, I will see you later. Stay safe, young master. If you ever run into any troubles, give me a call. Mayong then left the place shortly after. Mishio turned on the television while they ate so it wouldn't feel as awkward. As many of us had anticipated, Chairman Zhao from the Cultivators Association has handed in his resignation letter after yesterday's drama and will no longer be affiliated with the Cultivators Association. He resigned. Things turned out much better than I'd expected. Yuan said after chewing and swallowing the food in his mouth. Wow! This food is amazing. He then realized how great the food tasted and praised it loudly. Of course, your food also tastes great, Mishio, but there's something different about Miss Mayong's cooking. Yuan added since he didn't want to upset her. Don't worry, I am well aware that I am still nowhere near my mother's level, she said in a calm voice. I don't think you should compare yourself to Miss Mayong. Not only are you less experienced, but you're also much younger than her. If anything, you should compare yourself to people around your age. Mishio nodded. Sometime later, Mishio asked, what are you going to do today? Well, it's been a while since we've last played Cultivation Online. I am thinking about playing today. Okay. You can go ahead and play with me. I want to make sure that everything is actually fine before I relax. I understand. What about Yuro and Xiao? It might be a bit early, so give them a text first. Mishio then texted Yuro and Xiao to see if they wanted to play. Yuro, sorry, but I won't be able to play for a while since I will be busy with a few things. Xiao, I am really close to a breakthrough. I think. So I am going to focus on cultivation for now. Sorry. After breakfast, Yuan went into his room and laid on the bed. He then wore the console and went inside Cultivation Online without any help for the first time. Welcome back, brother Yuan. Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying greeted him. Good morning, you two. Have you dealt with whatever was troubling you? Xiao Hua asked him. Yes, I have, for now. Yuan then looked around and asked, Feng still hasn't returned? Suddenly, Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded, I have been back for a while now. A beautiful woman suddenly approached them from behind. It's been a while, Feng, Yuan said to her with a smile on his face. Yes. Feng Yuxiang nodded, still having some trouble looking straight into his eyes. Where are the others? Feng Yuxiang then asked. They are currently busy, so it's just me today. I see. Well. What would you like to do today? Feng Yuxiang then asked him. Let's go somewhere quieter. How about that pond where we studied our techniques? Yuan suggested. Sure. They then made their way towards the silent pond. Once they arrived, Yuan approached the water and silently stared at the water. Did something happen to the young master? He feels a little different than usual. Feng Yuxiang noticed this and asked the other two. No idea. They shook their heads. After standing there for a couple of minutes, Yuan turned around and asked the three ladies, do you guys believe in reincarnation? Reincarnation? They repeated. It's a common topic in the world of cultivation, right? Well. Although reincarnation is definitely a very popular belief amongst many cultivators from the lower heavens to the supreme heaven, nobody has ever been able to prove that it exists. Feng Yuxiang said. Do you believe it exists? Yuan then asked. Of course. In case you forgot, young master, I am a phoenix, I am the embodiment of rebirth. However, I have never experienced reincarnation, nor do I know anybody that has been reincarnated. With that being said, even if someone is reincarnated, I don't think they will retain the memories of their previous life, or it would have been proven to truly exist by now. Feng Yuxiang said. I see. Why are you suddenly interested in reincarnation, young master? Well, it's been on my mind ever since someone mentioned it to me, and I am sort of in this deep hole that I cannot get out because of it. Yuan sighed. If you ask me, I don't think it really matters if reincarnation is real or not. What happened in one's past life has already ended when that person died. Even if they somehow recall the memories of their previous life, what can they do about it? It's not as if they could reclaim the name of their previous life and act like they never died. That makes sense. Yuan nodded, agreeing with Feng Yuxiang's words. After thinking about the words Feng Yuxiang spoke to him, Yuan took a seat beside the pond and retrieved the ancient rank technique Relentless Dragon Overwhelms the Nine Heavens. I am going to spend the rest of the day trying to comprehend this technique since it felt like I was getting close to understanding it when I stopped previously. You guys can do whatever. Yuan said to them before focusing on the technique. Feng Yuxiang exchanged looks with the other two. Is it just me or does the young master feel a little different today? Feng Yuxiang asked them. Just a little. Xiao Hua agreed. The Lord feels a little more mature. Or at least the aura around him. Lan Yingying said. Let's just hope it doesn't mean anything bad. Feng Yuxiang sighed. A few hours later, Yuan stood up and took a deep breath. He then positioned himself that made it seem like he was prepared to throw a punch. Yuan closed his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he snapped them open and released his fist, sending a powerful wave of spiritual energy that was shaped like a dragon towards the pond. Boom! The entire ground shook as the pond was immediately erased from existence, the water and all, leaving a huge crater behind. Yuan was left speechless by the destructive nature of the technique that erased an entire pond. Fortunately for them, there were no living creatures within the pond. You have learned Relentless Dragon overwhelms the 9 heavens. Heavens! Young master, where did you learn such a powerful technique? Feng Yuxiang asked him afterward. The Dragon Temple, he said. Such a powerful strength, it must be divine rank or above. Yes, it's an ancient rank technique. Yuan looked at the sky that was getting dark and said, I am going to leave now. It might be some time before I return since it'll be a little busy for me. Also, you don't have to wait for me. If you want to do something, just go ahead and do it without me. Ying, you wanted to look around the lower heavens, right? You can have Feng and Xiao Hua take you around. I want to explore it with you. Lan Ying said. It's okay, the 9 heavens is a vast universe. We'll be able to explore it together plenty when I am able to play more. If it's your wish. Lan Ying nodded. Then with that settled, I will see you guys later. See you later, young master. Stay safe, brother Yuan. After saying their goodbyes, Yuan logged out of the game and returned to practicing his movement technique in the real world whilst his servants began exploring the lower heavens without him, though it was mostly for Lan Ying. As much as he wanted to play Cultivation Online, there were simply too many things for him to do in the real world. Once things calm down, he will return and fully explores the 9 heavens. Yuan, you know the entire world is looking for you right now, right? Mishio said to him during his break from practicing the movement technique. Unless I reveal myself, I don't think anybody will be able to find me. I guess, but there are also people looking for me since they think that by finding me, they'll find you, which is true. The only people who know of your identity and location are the Yu family, Dr. Wang and Wang Xiuying, Xia Jingyi, and Chairman Zhao, and I guess the agency that was hired by the Yu family, Yuan said. This might become a little troublesome, especially since there are some people who we definitely cannot trust to keep your identity hidden. What do you want to do, Mishio? Do you want to move out? It'll become problematic when our doors get flooded with people asking about player Yuan. We have the funds to do so as well. Mishio pondered for a moment before speaking, where can we go, though? Furthermore, even if they find me, they won't know that you're player Yuan, so I think it would be fine. I still think it would be better for us to move once we find a good place. Yes, I agree. But for now, let's just see how things play out. Okay. With that decided, Yuan and Mishio proceeded to spend the next few days just improving their cultivation base. During these few days, the Cultivations Association had appointed a new chairman, who made a public apology regarding the actions of the previous chairman. One can imagine why the new chairman felt the need to apologize, as he didn't want the mysterious player Yuan to hold a grudge against the Cultivators Association because of the last chairman, which would be a big blow to them even though player Yuan was only a single individual. Although player Yuan was only a single individual, his influence inside Cultivation Online was comparable to multiple large companies combined, and nobody knows the true extent of his powers. One might argue that being influential inside a video game isn't that important, but when one considers how much Cultivation Online currently affects the world, one would understand why people value player Yuan so much. Ding! Early in the morning, Mishio received a message from Yuro that told her to make a call whenever she was available. Mishio then called Yuro the next moment since she was free. Did something happen? Mishio asked. Yes. I have decided to join a cultivation faction, so I will be leaving the Yu family soon. Yuro said, dumbfounding Mishio. After all, she'd only told Yuan about her decision to leave the Yu family during her visit. You're leaving the Yu family as well? Why? Mishio couldn't help but ask her. Well, for one, now that cultivation has become fully incorporated into our world, other talents won't be as valued. In fact, I haven't had to participate in any lessons for a long time now. This is probably my parents' way of telling me to give up on music and focus solely on cultivation. Furthermore, I don't think I can stop blaming myself for what happened to you and brother Tian due to my affiliation with the Yu family. Hopefully, leaving the Yu family can relieve some of that guilt. Yuro sighed. Are you still worried about that? Neither Yuan nor I blame you for what happened, not even in the slightest. Mishio said to her. I know, but it's just a feeling that I cannot shake off. Of course, I have other reasons why I want to leave the Yu family, such as wanting to be independent like you and brother Tian. I don't want to rely on the Yu family forever, and I feel that if I remain in the family for any longer, I will never be able to leave. After a moment of silence, Mishio said, I understand. Let me transfer you to Yuan so you can speak with him. Mishio then knocked on Yuan's room and said, It's Yuro. Yuan opened the door while wearing only his pants, his body soaked in sweat from exercising. Here you go. Mishio handed him the phone with a slightly rosy face. Good morning, Yuro. Yuan placed the phone on speakers then on his bed before speaking with her while he continued to exercise. You're exercising already? Don't push yourself too hard. Yuro said to him, as she could hear him exercising. Don't worry, I know when to stop, Yuan said. Anyways, I am calling to let you know that I have decided on a cultivation faction. I will be joining them next week. They're also in another city, so I will be moving out soon. Already? Yuan stopped moving and expressed his surprise. I didn't think you'd leave so soon, and going to another city. How far are you traveling? What about this cultivation faction? What's their name? Yuan bombarded her with questions. About 8,000 miles away, so I will be traveling pretty far. 8,000 miles. That's around 16 hours with a plane. Why are you going that far? Why can't you just join a cultivation faction that's already in this city? After all, it would only be more difficult for them to visit each other the further away they are from each other. Well, this cultivation faction is a little special, and even if it's a little far, I think it's worth it. Yuro said. After a moment of silence, Yuan asked, what's this cultivation faction called? They are called Eternal Lotuses. It's a female-only cultivation faction that's led by the one and only White Lotus, who is a top player in Cultivation Online. They already have over 1,000 talented cultivators, and they are a powerful faction and also one of the fastest-growing factions in the world. White Lotus. Yuan recalled hearing this name before. White Lotus is a well-known player from a top 10 legacy family. She is also a trustworthy individual according to my sources. I think it'll be fine if I go there. Furthermore, I won't be going there alone. I spoke with Xia Jingyi yesterday, and she agreed to come with me. Knowing that Yuro won't be traveling alone made Yuan feel more relieved, but he was still worried. After all, Yuro was only 16 years old. Brother, I know what you are thinking. I may be young, but I can take care of myself. I know you can. After all, you took care of me for many years. However, it's a brother's duty to worry about his sister, right? Yuan said with a gentle smile on his face. Anyways, have you spoken to your parents about this yet? He then asked. No. I haven't, nor do I plan on telling them since they will definitely refuse to let me go, she responded calmly. How long do you plan on staying there? In the Eternal Lotuses? I don't know. But it's going to be at least a couple of years. Give me the address so that we can visit you in the future when we have the time. Of course, but I don't think they allow male visitors inside their place, so I will have to meet you somewhere else. That's fine. Yuan and Yuro spoke to each other for many minutes until Yuro had to go. I will call you later, brother. Okay. After hanging up, Yuan asked Mishio, do you think we can do a performance before Yuro leaves in a week? I don't care what kind of performance. Even a contest is okay as long as I get to play an instrument. You want to perform in public right now? That's a little risky, no. I think it should be fine. I want to fulfill Yuro's dream a little before she leaves. Alright. I will try to do something about it. Thank you, Mishio. Yuan returned to his training shortly after, and Mishio began looking for a place where he could perform. 2 days later, Mishio found a place and said, "There's going to be a small piano contest in 5 days, and it's the earliest one I can find." 5 days. Right when Yuro leaves, huh? Let's do it. I have already signed us up for it. It'll start at 8 a.m. in the morning, but we won't be on stage until 10 a.m. Great. Now we just need to let Yuro know. Mishio then called Yuro. Yuro, I have a surprise for you. Can you come to this location before 10 a.m. in the morning? 10 a.m. Why? What's going to happen in this place? Our flight is at 1 p.m. Yuro asked. It's okay, you can go to the airport from that place. As for why? It's a surprise. Don't worry, it won't last long at all, a few minutes at most. Okay. I will be there. Yuro agreed. You won't regret it. I promise. After hanging up, Yuan and Mishio began preparing for the small contest. Meanwhile, Yuro called Xia Jingyi to let her know that they'll be leaving a little earlier than planned to make a pit stop before their flight. And in the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Early in the morning, Yuro opened the drawers to her desk and retrieved 2 items, a yellow envelope and a white letter that she had just written last night. Yuro placed the yellow envelope inside her large suitcase and the white letter on her desk. After making sure that she had everything, she left the building and took a taxi to Xia Jingyi's living quarters, not even bothering to use her family limousine. Good morning, Yuro. Xia Jingyi greeted her at the door. Morning, Jingyi. Are you ready? Yes, I am. Yuro looked at her watch, it was 9 a.m. We should arrive at the location my brother provided in 30 minutes. I wonder what he had planned for us. If you're really curious, you can look that place up and see if there are any events. Xia Jingyi suggested. However, Yuro shook her head and said, that's no good. My brother wanted to surprise me, so I will let him surprise me. It would no longer be a surprise if I know what to expect. Xia Jingyi nodded, and after saying her goodbyes to her parents, she entered her family's limousine with Yuro. Please take care of our daughter, Yuro. Xia Jingyi's parents said to Yuro. Of course. I will make sure nothing happens to her. I should also take this chance to thank you for letting my brother stay in your apartments. Yuro patted her chest with a confident smile. You don't have to thank us. If anything, we should be the ones apologizing for allowing that incident to occur. We'll make sure to increase security in that apartment. Yuro nodded, and she entered the car with Xia Jingyi while the driver packed their suitcases inside the car trunk. Once they were prepared, the limousine began driving towards the location given by Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan and Mishio approached the reception inside a large building. Hello, we're here to participate in the contest, Mishio said to the receptionist, who was a little startled when she saw their appearance, as both of them were wearing masks. What is the name of the participant? The receptionist then asked. Tian Yang of Divine Melody, she said. Please give me a moment to look through the system. I have confirmed your registration. I will check you in now. You will be called onto the stage at 10 a.m. Here's your identification card. You can wait in the spectator area or wait in the back room. After accepting his identification card, Yuan and Mishio proceeded to the spectators area, where hundreds of spectators were watching the current contestant playing the piano. It's been too long. I am starting to feel a little nervous. Yuan said with a smile behind his mask. You'll be fine, Mishio said. The two of them proceeded to watch contestants take their turns at the piano, and because of their masks, they attracted quite the attention from the people around them. Though, since masks weren't prohibited, nobody really approached them. Around 9:40 a.m., Yuro and Xiao Hua pulled up at the location and left the car. This is. Yuro looked at the large banner hanging above the building and immediately knew what was going on. It's a music contest. Why did your brother tell us to come here? Xiao Hua asked, as she wasn't aware of his recovery. Yuro merely showed a gentle smile on her face, and she said, "Who knows? Let's go inside." Upon reaching the receptionist, before they could even speak, the receptionist behind the desk recognized Yuro's face and spoke in an excited voice, "Aren't you Lady Yuro? What are you doing here?" The people around them heard the name, Yuro, and turned to look in their direction with interest. Yuro? That music genius who won many international competitions. Hello, I am here to spectate the contest. Yuro said with a friendly smile on her face. Because of her background, she was very famous within the music industry, hence why the receptionist immediately recognized her. Spectate the contest. The receptionist was taken by surprise by her words. Why would someone famous like Yuro come to witness some small music competition? It didn't make sense. After all, there was nobody famous playing today. However, the receptionist didn't question her and quickly said, "Of course. Please follow me to the VIP seats." The receptionist then led Yuro and Xiao Hua to the VIP seats that were in front of the stage. Their presence quickly attracted the spectators there, and even the contestant was affected by their presence. Isn't that Yuro from the Yu family? What's a big shot like her doing here? Who knows? Maybe she's bored. Speaking of Yuro, I was there to witness her last performance, and it was beyond amazing. I wonder when she'll do another performance. It's been a while since she performed, too. The quiet spectators area turned a little noisy with Yuro's appearance, and although Xiao Hua wasn't as famous as Yuro, there were some people who recognized her there. Time passed quickly. The time was 10:05 a.m. Our next contestant will be from the Divine Melody. Please welcome Tian Yang. The speakers announced after the last contestant got off the stage. Divine Melody? What company is that? I have never heard of them. Me neither. I also don't know of any Tian Yang. Perhaps it's a new company. Haha. Who would create a new music company at this time? They should have started a cultivation faction instead. Although it seemed like there was nobody interested in this unknown contestant, if one looked at Yuro's face right now, they would see pure excitement and anticipation. A few moments later, the spectators there could see a figure wearing a black mask slowly approaching the stage from the spectators area, and there was this unfathomable aura him that made the people there stop talking to focus on him. Although nobody there besides Mishio and Yuro knew the identity of the masked contestant, they could somehow tell that he was a professional just by the manner he walked onto the stage and how he sat behind the piano. Yuro, this person. He's very skilled. Xiao Hua said with a serious expression on her face. I think so too. Yuro nodded, still pretending to be ignorant. Once the atmosphere was completely silent, Yuan placed his hands on the piano keyboard and started playing the piano. The audience felt chills going down their spine when they heard the first 10 notes being played, and their ears vibrated with bliss. They have never heard or seen such a flawless performance before, nor did they expect to witness something this profound in such a small competition. Yuan's performance continued to be played flawlessly for the next 4 minutes, playing the whole song without making a single mistake. Every movement he made seemed to be made with elegance and grace, looking like he was dancing while playing the instrument. The spectators quickly began speculating that Yuan was a professional disguised as a beginner to surprise them, but they were unable to guess his identity. Heavens! Who is this person? The judges there were left speechless by Yuan's performance. In fact, they only needed to listen to his performance for half a minute to be convinced that he was going to win this competition without anyone getting close. The whole performance only lasted 4 minutes, but it felt like only a few seconds had passed for the spectators, as they were fully absorbed in his performance, feeling like they were in a dreamlike state throughout the whole performance. After playing his last note, Yuan stood up and turned to face the dazed audience before giving them a bow. The audience remained silent for another moment before they exploded with cheering and admiration. That was amazing. Play another song. Encore. The judges agreed with the audience, and one of them said, "Contestant Tian Yang, can you do us a favor and play another song? You can pick the song. And don't worry, it won't affect your scores regardless of your performance." Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding his head and returning to his seat behind the piano. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began playing another song. However, nobody in the audience recognized this song, nobody but Yuro. Yuro's eyes widened with shock when she heard this song. "Brother." She muttered in a low voice, trying her best to not shed any tears in public. The song being played by Yuan was a song he'd created for her when he was still actively playing for the Yu family. However, there weren't any good memories behind this song, as the day after he created this song, Yuan's body started to break. This song didn't last long and only lasted half as long as the previous song, but it was so intensive and fast-paced that it sounded longer than the previous song, and there were more than twice as many notes in this song. After finishing his second song, Yuan didn't stand up and waited for 10 seconds before starting his third song. Despite this, none of the judges or spectators complained. In fact, even the contestants there remained silent, as they knew that if they played after his performance, it would only make themselves look bad. When she heard the third song, Mishio could feel her heart throbbing faster and faster, as this was her favorite song, and memories began flowing inside her head. Whenever she was sad and brought to tears by her training, Yuan would play this song for her before comforting her with a hug, and it would work every single time, allowing her to endure another day of training. About 3 minutes later, Yuan stopped playing and stood up. He then bowed to the audience for a second time. The audience immediately erupted into a frenzy this time, and it was much louder than the previous cheering. Yuan started leaving the stage a moment later, and when the judges saw this, they stopped him. Wait a minute, contestant Tian Yang. What's the matter?" Yuan turned to look at them. "Can you tell us a little more about yourself? Who taught you how to play the piano? How long have you been playing?" The judges asked him, as they wanted to obtain some information from him so that they could use that information to guess his identity. Yuan then said, "I have been playing since I was young. As for my teachers, I had many teachers throughout my career, too much to name. You can tell us a few names if it's too many." "I'm sorry, but I'd rather not." Yuan politely refused. "Then can you tell us how old are you currently?" Another judge asked him. "I am currently 18 years old, approaching 19, he said. "You're only 18 years old?" The judges were shocked to learn this information. If this information was true, then one can only imagine how far he'll go when he's already this talented at his young age. However, this raised more questions than answered. Although there were many talented individuals at his age playing professionally in the music industry, the judges didn't know of any professional at Yuan's age with his level of talents, and this was true even for the older professionals. So does this mean he's actually a new pianist who's just stepping into the professional scene? Where has he been this entire time? How can someone this talented remain as a nobody? The judges proceeded to ask Yuan a few more questions, hoping to learn more about him, but Yuan skillfully answered their questions without giving them any information that would give away his identity. The judges eventually gave up and allowed him to leave the stage. Of course, the moment he left the stage, the spectators surrounded him for autographs even though this was his first appearance, as they were certain that he will become famous in the industry with his talents. The situation got so bad that guards had to intervene. After many minutes of struggling to get the spectators back into their seats, Yuan approached Yuro and said, "You must be Yuro from the Yu family. I have heard a lot about you from my teachers. Do you have some time right now? I'd like to speak with you." Yuro nodded with a calm expression on her face, "I do." "Jingyi, you can come too," Yuro said to her. "Are you sure?" Jingyi asked. "Yes, it's fine," Yuan confirmed. Xia Jingyi nodded and followed them outside while feeling like she'd met with Tianyang before. Once Yuan left the place, the contestants were finally able to breathe properly, but none of them wanted to go on the stage anymore. The judges understood their feelings and eventually decided to end the contest earlier than anticipated since nobody wanted to play the piano after Yuan's godlike performance. And even if they were to play the piano, the results were obvious. Once they were outside and in a secluded area, Yuan said, "What did you think of my performance? Was it like how you remembered?" Yuro didn't say anything and immediately went for the hug, taking Xia Jingyi by surprise. Yuro. Xia Jingyi truly didn't expect Yuro to suddenly hug a stranger. Or maybe she knew Tianyang and had been acting like she didn't. "Do you not recognize my voice?" Yuan turned to look at Xia Jingyi as he embraced Yuro. Xia Jingyi's eyes widened with shock upon her realization. How? One couldn't blame Xia Jingyi for not recognizing Yuan until now, as nobody would imagine that a cripple who couldn't move for many years would suddenly be able to move, much less play the piano flawlessly. However, this explained everything. If it was Yuan, who was recognized as a once-in-a-lifetime genius, the flawless performance made perfect sense. It just happened, I guess. Are you really Yuro's brother? Xia Jingyi still held some doubt, as it was too hard to believe. Jingyi, do you think I would touch another man that's not my brother, much less hug him? Yuro said to her as her arms wrapped around Yuan's body intimately. And no. Xia Jingyi shook her head. Then there's your answer. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. Xia Jingyi then watched in silence as Yuro and Yuan hug each other for a few more moments. I want us to stay like this forever, but unfortunately, we don't have much time here. Yuro said as she released him from her embrace. Since it's your decision, I won't try to convince you to stay. After all, you were the one who decided to take this path. Yuan said to her. Thank you for understanding, brother. I promise you that I will become a strong cultivator during our next visit. Yuan smiled underneath his mask and said, I look forward to when that day comes. Yuro nodded and then turned to look at the masked figure standing behind Yuan. I already told you this before you left the Yu family, but let me say this again. Please take care of my brother, Mishio. I will, she responded in a calm voice. Yuan then said, and please take care of my sister, Jingyi. I'm afraid that I will be the one being taken care of. Xia Jingyi said with a bashful smile. Yuan shook his head and said, it's because I know that you'll be with Yuro that I am not as worried about her. If she was going alone, I would probably be trying to convince her to stay now. You really have no trust in me, huh? Yuro sighed. You know that's not true. Yuan chuckled. He then asked her, will you be playing Cultivation Online over there? Yuro nodded and said, we'll be cultivating in Cultivation Online and the real world as a group. However, I won't be able to play with you as often since I have to be with the others. That's fine. As long as we can still meet each other in Cultivation Online. Yuan said, and he continued, when you arrive at that place, try to log inside Cultivation Online. I have one last surprise for you. Alright. I will let you know when I will be available. Yuro nodded. After talking to each other for some more, Yuro gave Yuan one more tight embrace before returning to the car with Xia Jingyi and heading to the airport. Goodbye, Mishio, brother Tian. Until next time, Yuro. Once Yuro and Xia Jingyi left the scene, Yuan said to Mishio, let's go home too. What about the contest results? Mishio asked. I don't really care about the results since I didn't come here for the reward, Yuan said. Okay, then let's go home. They also returned home shortly after. Meanwhile, Yuan's performance at the small contest was uploaded to the internet by one of the judges when they got their hands on the replay. The video quickly acquired traction, especially within the musician circles. Who is this Tianyang? I have never heard of him before. Does anyone have information on this genius? 18 years old. I don't believe it. How can someone so young play so flawlessly? There were only two things that came to one's mind when one watched the video of Yuan's piano performance. Awe and doubt. They were in awe of Yuan's godlike talents and performance, but they also doubted his identity as an 18-year-old. After all, even the old experts who have decades of experience could not do so with such perfection. Shortly after the video went public, countless families across the world began investigating Tianyang, and they started with his company Divine Melody that was only recently created. However, the owner of the company and its employers were all private information that cannot be found through normal means, so those with influence began making phone calls to people with authority and influence in hopes of finding more information about the Divine Melody and Tianyang. Dear, look at this. Tang Li stormed inside Yu Yong's room as he worked on the company. What happened? Yu Yong looked at her with his eyebrows raised. It has been a very long time since he has last seen his wife act so excited. Tang Li placed her laptop in front of him and played the video of Yuan's performance as Tianyang. This is. Yu Yong stood up from shock after watching the performance for merely a couple of seconds. This is a genius. A true genius. Who is this masked man? Yu Yong quickly asked, but his eyes were still captivated by Yuan's flawless performance. His name is Tianyang, and he's currently with a new company named Divine Melody. However, nobody knows much if anything about this individual or the company itself since they both showed up out of the blue. Tang Li explained to him. Nobody. How is that possible? Who's the owner of the company? There are already plenty of people asking around, but nobody seems to have any idea. Nobody. I don't believe it. Yu Yong immediately retrieved his cell phone and started making calls to many prominent people within the industry. Mr. Nick, have you heard about a company called Divine Melody? Yu Yong asked. Ha. Mr. Yu. Trust me, I have heard this name so much today that I am starting to go crazy. You're calling me to ask about Tianyang, right? Unfortunately, I have no information on him. I see. Yu Yong quickly hung up and proceeded to call another person. Mr. Yu, if you're calling me about the Divine Melody or Tianyang, I have no clue. The person who picked up the phone gave it to him straight. Not even you know about them. Unfortunately, whoever made the company knew very well what they were doing and kept everything tightly sealed. Unless we find out who helped created this company, we may never know more about them. Have you tried hacking the system? Yu Yong then asked. Trust me, you're not the first person to ask me that, and if it was successful, I wouldn't be so empty-handed right now. I understand. Keep me updated if you find anything. Yu Yong said before hanging up. Yu Yong proceeded to call many more people, but after an hour of effort, he still knew nothing about the company Divine Melody or Tianyang. After pondering, Yu Yong decided to call Mr. Johnson, who was highly reputable when it comes to intelligence and this kind of subject. Master Yu, let me guess. This is about the Divine Melody. Yu Yong could already guess the results after hearing Mr. Johnson's opening sentence. What do you know? Yu Yong still asked. Nothing, as for right now. We have already received a dozen requests to find information on the company in Tianyang, but we have nothing as of this moment. Is there no way to contact this company? Yu Yong asked. There is a way, one way. The company Divine Melody has one contact info, an email address. This is our only lead, and we have already tried to contact them, so we're just waiting for a response right now. What's the email address? I will try to reach out to them myself, and I swear to God if you ask me to pay for. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything. Here's the email address. After receiving the email address from Mr. Johnson, Yu Yong hung up and opened his laptop. No luck. Tang Li returned to his room sometime later and asked him. Nope. Whoever created the company seems to have expected this situation and has extensive knowledge regarding how things work, so we cannot dig out any information about them. However, not all is lost, since we have an email address to contact the company. What if that doesn't work? Tang Li asked. Then we can only wait until they reveal themselves or make a mistake. Yuyong said. Meanwhile, back inside their apartment, Mishio stared at her laptop with her eyebrows raised. After participating in the contest, their Divine Melody Company email suddenly received over 1,000 emails, and they only kept on coming. Did something happen? Yuan noticed her expression during his training and decided to ask her. She nodded and explained it to him. Ah, that's normal. They're most likely trying to recruit me into their company. Yuan said, as he has plenty of experience with this even though he was already working for the Yu family. Yuan, look at this email. Mishio pointed to a certain email on the laptop screen. Yuan looked at it with his divine sense and laughed. The Yu family, too? Well, I am not surprised at all. That's how they found me in the first place, because of a video that had gone viral. Are you going to answer to any of them? Yuan then asked her. No. I think it would be better if we ignore them for now. I think so too. Yuan nodded, agreeing with her. That afternoon, in Yuro's living quarters, one of the servants knocked on her door, completely unaware that she'd left the family. Young lady, you have been summoned by the masters. The servant said, patiently waiting outside her door. When nobody responded a minute later, the servant knocked on her doors again and repeated. Young lady, you have been summoned by the masters. After knocking a couple more times, the servant eventually decided to enter the room in case Yuro was playing Cultivation Online. Excuse me, young lady. The servant opened the door, but to her surprise, the room was completely empty. Where's the young lady? The servants are usually aware of her schedule, and Yuro would always let someone know if she'd gone somewhere outside. However, there was no news from her today, and even her limousine was parked outside, so where did she go? After entering the room, the servant noticed the white envelope on the desk. Master. We have an emergency. A servant working in the Yu family's headquarters urgently knocked on Yuyong's doors. Enter. Yuyong shouted from inside the room with a bad feeling in his guts. Once the servant entered the room, he asked her, what happened? It's about the young lady. She has left the family. The servant exclaimed. What? It took a minute for Yuyong to process those words. Once he eventually digested the situation, he immediately frowned and said, what the heck are you talking about? Why would Yuro suddenly leave the family? This letter was left inside the young lady's room when someone went to notify her of your summoning. The servant quickly placed the white envelope that had been opened on Yuyong's desk before taking a few steps back. Yuyong stared at the white envelope that emitted an ominous aura for a few moments before picking it up and reading the contents inside. Dear father and mother, I have decided to leave the Yu family to join the cultivation faction Eternal Lotuses. You may be wondering why I made this decision. It's simple. I disapprove of how you all treated brother Tian and Mishio, and I cannot get rid of this guilt as the daughter of the Yu family that mistreated them. Therefore, I have decided to leave. Don't even bother trying to convince me to return, because I won't return even if it's the last thing I do. If you're thinking about forcing me back like how you tried to force Mishio back into the family just to sell her to Chairman Zhao, don't bother, unless you want to offend the entire Eternal Lotuses that's the #1 power within their city. However, as much as I despise the family, I must thank you for giving me life and allowing me to meet with brother Tian. Yuyong read the letter while his entire body trembled from anger. What an ungrateful child. Yuyong slammed the desk before him, creating a crack on the surface and knocking down the stacked documents to the floor. Call my wife here. Yuyong turned to look at the servant and spoke in a commanding voice. Right away, master. The servant immediately rushed outside and went to notify Tang Li of the situation. Tang Li arrived before Yuyong a few minutes later with a deep frown on her face. Is it true, that Yuro left the family to join some cultivation faction? Tang Li asked Yuyong, who reluctantly nodded his head. Then why are you still sitting there? Hurry up and bring her back. Tang Li shouted. Unlike Yuan, who was adopted into the family, Yuro was a true descendant of the Yu family, meaning that she was worth much more to the Yu family despite being much less talented than Yuan. Furthermore, Yuro was their only child, meaning that if she leaves, they will have nobody to continue the Yu family unless they give birth to another child. Even if she was less talented than Yuan, she could at least fulfill her duties as a child of the Yu family and continue their legacy. However, that was much easier said than done, especially since Tang Li was already past that age. While she could still give birth, it would come with huge risks to her and the unborn baby's health, so unless she absolutely have to, it wasn't an option. You have no idea. This situation isn't as easy as you think. Yuyong shouted back at her. Yuro went to join the Eternal Lotuses. Although they're not as powerful as the Cultivators Association, their influence is on par with them. We cannot simply force her to return like Mishio. Eternal Lotuses? I have never heard of them. Tang Li said. Look them up. They're a female-only cultivation faction led by White Lotus, a famous Cultivation Online player who belongs to a legacy family in the top 10. There are also many descendants from the legacy family within their ranks. We cannot afford to offend them. Then what are we supposed to do? There is nothing we can do right now except give Yuro some time to calm her head. Once she's calm, we will try to convince her to return. Otherwise, we'll have to give up on her and make another child. Yuyong said. That's easy for you to say since you don't have to carry a baby around for 9 months, nor do you have to do any of the hard labor. What about my feelings? I am no longer at the age where it's safe to conceive. Tang Li shouted. Calm down. This is only the worst-case scenario. There are definitely other methods, but for now, let's just wait and see what happens. Yuyong said. Humph. Tang Li didn't say anything and stormed outside the room in angry steps. Time passed quickly, and the following day, Yuro and Xia Jingyi arrived at their destination after their plane landed. Once they left the airport, Yuro looked around until she found an old woman holding a sign with their names, and she approached this woman. Hello, I am Yuro, and this is Xia Jingyi. It's nice to finally meet you, Lady Yuro and Lady Xia Jingyi. You can call me Grandma Yin. I am in charge of bringing the newcomers to the Eternal Lotus's headquarters and a few other things. Grandma Yin then showed them to the car that was a white limousine. Once they were prepared to leave, Grandma Yin sat in the back with Yuro and Xia Jingyi while the driver, who was also a female, drove to the Eternal Lotus's headquarters. Allow me to give you a brief introduction to the Eternal Lotuses even though I am sure that you are already aware of such information. It's mostly for formalities. Yuro nodded, and Grandma Yin proceeded to explain to them about the Eternal Lotuses. As you should know by now, the Eternal Lotuses is a female-only cultivation faction created by White Lotus, who belongs to a legacy family ranked in the top 10. She is also a top player inside Cultivation Online who has recently managed to reach peak Spirit Warrior. As for her real-life cultivation, she has achieved first-level Spirit Warrior just 3 days ago. Wow! First-level Spirit Warrior. Yuro and Xia Jingyi expressed awe upon hearing White Lotus' impressive cultivation speed. Compared to her, they were still in the mid-levels as a spirit apprentice, and they were considered geniuses by many people. Of course, compared to Yuan, she was still lacking a little, but if Yuro compared everyone with Yuan, the world would look less interesting and more lackluster. Although the Eternal Lotuses has only recently been made public, it was actually created shortly after Cultivation Online became a thing. Oh, I didn't know that. Yuro said. Me neither. Xia Jingyi said afterward. Now let me tell you about what will happen once we arrive at the headquarters. Although we have already accepted both of you into Eternal Lotuses, you're actually still required to partake in a simple test. If you've gone to the Cultivators Association to receive your cultivation card, then you should already know what to expect. It's mostly to gauge your talents and to see how we should train you. Grandma Yin said. And she continued, there are a few physical tests, but those are mostly just to see your strength and test your limits. Can we fail these tests? What happens if we do? Xia Jingyi suddenly asked. It's fine if you fail these tests. It just means that we will need to train you more than others so you can catch up. Grandma Yin responded with a calm smile on her face. Once you're officially accepted into the Eternal Lotuses, you will live within the headquarters and be assigned a leader that is usually in charge of about 100 people. If you wish to leave the headquarters to go outside for whatever reasons, you must speak to an elder or your leader. This is mostly for your safety, as our headquarters are situated a little far from society. What about visitors? Can we have visitors? I have a brother, and he told me that he'd visit me from time to time. Yuro asked. Visitors are only allowed inside the headquarters if they're female, but they must be screened. If they're a man, like your brother, or they failed the screening, you can only meet them outside the headquarters. I thought so. Yuro sighed. There will also be rules that must be followed as a fellow member of the faction, but we'll get into more of that once we actually arrive. About 3 hours later, the limousine stopped right outside an unknown wilderness. We're here. Grandma Yin said to them. Once they got out of the car and retrieved their luggage, Grandma Yin led the two girls inside the wilderness, where they continued to walk for another half an hour before they arrived before a large gate that was guarded by a group of female guards. Welcome back, Elder Yin. The guards greeted Grandma Yin with respect. I have returned with the newcomers, she said to them. Elder Yin. You know the leader doesn't like it when you go outside for these minor tasks that could be done by the others. One of the guards said to her. Grandma Yin laughed and said, I was bored. Anyways, let's take our newcomers to the welcoming area. Once the gates were opened, Grandma Yin led Yuro and Xia Jingyi inside the place and then to a spacious area that had around 40 other people gathered, all of them newcomers just like them. After waiting for another hour for a couple more people to show up, a beautiful young woman with white hair appeared before the newcomers. When the newcomers saw this beautiful young woman, they all greeted her with respect. Good morning, Senior White Lotus. That's White Lotus. Xia Jingyi looked at her unique white hair with interest, as this was her first time seeing her in person. It was the same for Yuro, but she knew how White Lotus looked beforehand due to the internet. My name is Bai Lianhua or White Lotus. I'd prefer it if you addressed me with the former while we're in the real world and the latter whenever we're inside Cultivation Online. Bai Lianhua said to them in a gentle voice that didn't fit her seemingly cold expression. I will speak with you all again later, but for now, let's get your living quarters situated. And since many of you have just experienced a long journey, we will be starting the examinations tomorrow. With that being said, you're not allowed to wander the place without supervision since you're still not part of the Eternal Lotuses. If you're caught sneaking around, we'll immediately send you home. After saying a couple of sentences, Bai Lianhua turned around and disappeared. Senior Bai is really cool. Right? I think I am in love. The newcomers were definitely in awe of Bai Lianhua's overwhelming presence. Sometime later, the ladies that came from all over the world were led to the living quarters and were assigned their room. Everybody had to share a room with another individual, and since Yuro came with Xia Jingyi, they were automatically assigned to be in the same room, which was exactly what they wanted. We will call you tomorrow when it's time to do the examinations. Until then, you're free to do whatever you want with the exception of roaming. If you wish to go somewhere, you can speak with a member wearing this white uniform, and there will always be someone guarding outside. The members instructed the newcomers. Once that was done, the newcomers retired inside the room for the rest of the day. Wow, this place is bigger than I'd expected. Xia Jingyi said as she looked around the room that had 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, a kitchen, and even a small backyard. It feels like we're studying abroad as exchange students. Yuro smiled. Right? I was thinking the same thing. What should we do now? Xia Jingyi asked. Yuro pondered for a moment before speaking. Since we have the whole day to ourselves, I will use this time to meet with Brother Tian in Cultivation Online just like I'd promised him. Yuro then unpacked her luggage, retrieving the console. Can I join you? Xia Jingyi asked. Of course. I don't see why you can't. Yuro nodded. Once everything was set up, Yuro called Mishio to tell them that they'd arrived safely and will be entering Cultivation Online shortly. Although it's morning here, it should be nighttime where you are right now, right? Yes. We were just getting ready to sleep, but I will let Yuan know. Mishio then knocked on Yuan's door and told him about Yuro. Hello. Yuro. Are you going to enter Cultivation Online in a bit? I will meet you there. Yuan said to her. Sorry for the inconvenience. I know it's late over there. Yuro said. Don't worry, this isn't my first time staying up late. Yuan chuckled. Then I will see you in a bit alongside Jingyi. Alright. After hanging up the phone, Yuro and Xia Jingyi logged into Cultivation Online and waited for Yuan and Mishio to appear. Mishio appeared a few minutes later, but Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Where's my brother? Yuro asked Mishio. He's coming here. He left the city for a moment recently to do something. Mishio explained to her. Okay. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the city and met up with the others. Where's Feng Feng and the others? Yuro asked him. Oh, I told them to explore the lower heavens without me since I won't be active for God knows how long, he said. I see. Then let's go somewhere more private so we can talk. Yuro suggested. They proceeded to rent a room in a random hotel for some privacy. Once they were all seated, Yuro began speaking. Let me tell you about our journey first. Sure. Yuan nodded. Yuro talked about their flight, the food they had during the flight, their landing, and their meeting with Grandma Yin and White Lotus. She also talked about their new living quarters and some information about the Eternal Lotuses. What do you think, brother? Are you still worried? Yuro asked him afterward. Yuan smiled and said, judging by what you've told me, the Eternal Lotuses does sound like a safe place. What about the Yu family? Have they tried to contact you since you left the family? Yuro shook her head. No, they haven't contacted me just yet. Maybe they still don't know about my departure. Or they know but don't care enough to contact me. I think it's better if they don't contact you. Yuan then said. I think so too. Yuro chuckled. What about you, brother? How have things been since the contest? Well. We've been receiving a lot of emails since then. In fact, we even got one from the Yu family. We haven't read any of them, but we can imagine what they want from us. Yuan said. That's only to be expected with your level of performance. It will only become worse, you know. Yuro said. Yes, I know. After talking to each other for some time, Yuro asked, brother, what surprises do you have for me? I think I have been patient enough. Yuan smiled and said, honestly, I wanted to save this surprise until you're ready to use it, or at least during a more proper setting. He then retrieved a beautiful fan from his storage ring and offered it to her. Here. It's an upgrade to your current weapon. It's called the Dragon Fan, and it's an Earth-grade treasure. Yuan finally handed Yuro the treasure he'd gotten from the Dragon Essence Temple. Yuro accepted the beautiful fan with a speechless expression on her face. Thank you. Yuro muttered after a long moment of silence. It's nothing much, but I hope you like it. Yuro then jumped off her seat and into Yuan's embrace. Thank you, brother. I will definitely treasure this fan, as well as the old one. Forever. Yuro said in an excited voice. Yuan then turned to look at Xia Jingyi with an apologetic smile on his face. I'm sorry, but I don't have a gift for you now. However, I will definitely find one for you in the future. Xia Jingyi shook her hand and her head at the same time and said, it's okay, you don't need to worry about me. I don't deserve any gift, anyways. That's not true. I will be relying on you to make sure that Yuro doesn't get herself into any trouble, so it's only natural I pay you back. I won't get into any trouble. Yuro refuted. Sure, sure. Yuan laughed. They proceeded to spend a couple of hours just talking to each other since it might be some time before they can see each other again. All right, brother. I have taken up enough of your time. Go get some sleep. You too, Mishio. Yuro suddenly said to them. Yuan nodded and said, remember. If you get into any trouble, let us know. And you'll come to rescue me like a prince on a white horse, right? I know, brother. Yuro chuckled. I am serious, Yuro. You're very important to me. I do not wish anything bad to happen to you, or Jinyi. Yuan said with a solemn expression on his face. I promise. Yuro nodded. After saying their goodbyes and giving each other a hug, Yuro gave Yuan a kiss on the cheeks before they eventually logged off to do their own things. After logging off, Yuan and Mishio went to sleep. Meanwhile, Yuro and Xia Jinyi tried to get used to their new living quarters. Once the sky darkened, someone knocked on their doors. Here's your dinner for tonight. A member of the Entro Lotuses handed them 2 trays of food. Don't worry, this is only for today and tomorrow. You'll get to eat in an actual cafeteria once you become a member. The member then said to them. After accepting the food, Yuro and Xia Jinyi cleared it with haste, as they were getting a little hungry since they haven't eaten since leaving the plane. The member returned an hour later to collect their empty plates. That night, Yuro and Xia Jinyi fell asleep with ease. The following morning, some members of the Eternal Lotuses gathered the newcomers and led them to the testing site, where they tested the newcomers their cultivation talents and their body limits. Although there were almost no requirements to join the Eternal Lotuses besides being a certain cultivation level, the newcomers were required to partake in this exam. Fortunately for the newcomers, failing the exams didn't mean they'll be barred from joining the faction, but it meant that they'll have to put in more effort than the others, as they'll be training separately from the others. The examination took nearly the entire day, and at the end of the day, Bai Lianhua reappeared before them with the results in the form of a piece of paper. There are many ranks within the Eternal Lotuses. From the lowest to the highest, Green Lotus, Blue Lotus, Yellow Lotus, Red Lotus, and lastly, Violet Lotus. If you'd acquired above 80 points in the examination, you'll start out as a Blue Lotus. If you scored below 80 points, you will start at the lowest, Green Lotus. There really isn't much of a difference between each rank between the Green Lotus and the Yellow Lotus, so you don't have to worry about being treated differently. The only thing different about each rank will be your training schedule. Everyone will receive fair treatment, meaning that regardless of your rank, you'll receive the same support as your fellow sisters who may have a lower or higher rank. However, that doesn't mean you can ignore seniority within the ranks. And in order to incentivize you to increase your position within the faction, I will be allowing those who reach the rank of Red Lotus to train a Heaven rank cultivation technique and those who reach Violet Lotus to learn a Divine rank cultivation technique, the same one that I am currently cultivating. The newcomers were shocked to learn this information, as they weren't aware that someone else besides player Yuan had acquired a Divine rank cultivation technique. After all, the world announcement only lets the players know of the first person to obtain a certain rank and not the others, so unless one announced it, nobody would know about it. As for everyone else, you will be allowed to cultivate using an Earth rank cultivation technique. Of course, this isn't mandatory. If you're satisfied with your current cultivation technique, you may continue cultivating with it. Bai Lianhua said to them. And she continued, now allow me to talk about the rules. There are very few rules within the Eternal Lotuses compared to the other factions, but we take these rules very seriously. 1. You are not allowed to harm another member in any way unless you're both sparring against each other during an official match or during practice. Depending on the severity, you will be demoted or receive fewer resources for a certain amount of time. If severe enough, we might even kick you out of the faction. 2. You are not to leak any information you learn from this place outside. What happens inside this place stays inside. Once again, depending on the severity and information you leaked, you will be punished accordingly. 3. You will not do anything that will harm or tarnish the faction's reputation. Depending on the situation, will punish you accordingly. 4. You will listen to your senior's orders as long as it's a lawful order. Last but not least, you will not betray the faction or any of its members in any fashion. If you're caught doing so, getting kicked out of the faction will be the least of your worries. That's all I have for you. You will learn more about the faction and its members as you live with us. Training begins tomorrow morning after breakfast, which starts at sunrise and ends 2 hours later. Good night, Senior Bai. The new members said to her. After Bai Lianhua left the scene, one of the members wearing a uniform with red lotuses on it said to them, "Before you all retire for the night, you need to receive your uniforms. If you've scored above 80 points today, stand on the right, and if you've scored below, stand on the left." Yuro then made her way to the right side whilst Xia Jingyi, who missed 80 points by only 3 points, stood on the left. Once everyone was in line, they followed the Red Lotus member to receive their uniforms. Every member received 3 pairs of uniforms. You only really need 2 pairs of uniforms since you'll have your uniforms washed every day, but just in case you destroy one, you're given a third. If you're ever down to just 2 uniforms, ask for another one. Also, Senior Sister Bai didn't mention this, but if you intend on leaving the faction for whatever reason, you must speak with her before you're allowed to do so. Though I don't understand why anyone would want to leave this paradise. If you cannot tell already, compared to the other factions, we're quite lenient and very fair towards our members as long as they don't do anything stupid. However, don't take advantage of Senior Sister Bai's kindness, because if you anger her, let's just say you don't want to see her angry. Sometime later, Yuro and the others returned to their rooms with their new uniforms. After a quick shower and dinner, they went to sleep and prepared themselves for training tomorrow.